Chapter 1. The Rebirth of Tianjin Fan in the World of Dragon Ball Super. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, peace was restored to Earth after the defeat of Majin Buu. What is this place? How'd I end up here? Wasn't I just battling Majin Buu? Could it be that my PS3 short-circuited? Ugh, second-hand goods truly lack quality. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, only to discover he was lying within a Taoist temple. Before him lay a massive Bagua diagram. Previously, he had been thoroughly engrossed in playing Dragon Ball Z, Budokai, engaging in a fierce battle with the NPC Majin Buu. However, due to the second-hand PS3 he purchased, he had exerted too much force and accidentally damaged the controller. A surge of electricity coursed through his hand and body, leading to a moment of disorientation. And when he regained consciousness, he found himself in this unfamiliar place. As he pondered his surroundings, a torrent of memories flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. He had traversed dimensions, much like the plot of a novel. Although taken aback, he quickly accepted this reality after all. Having read countless novels, he was somewhat prepared for such an occurrence. Staring in astonishment at the world outside the temple, he murmured, "What? This is actually the world of Dragon Ball Super." As a devoted fan of Dragon Ball, he was intimately familiar with every installment, having watched each one at least 5 times, Dragon Ball Super included. How on earth am I supposed to survive in this world? In other realms, I might have a chance to scrape by, but in this one, how can I possibly endure? Just one villain could obliterate the planet. Though the main characters are formidable, facing death is still an exceedingly unpleasant prospect. Wait a minute, am I not a transmigrator? Where's my golden finger? Just as he was musing, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The Lazy Master system is activating. Binding to host. Progress. 10, 50, 100. Binding successful. You have received a novice gift package. The Lazy Master system? Could the name be any more unappealing? However, despite its lackluster title, it seems quite promising. By taking on disciples, I can earn rewards, and furthermore, as my disciples' combat power increases, I will also receive double the benefits. Lin Fan was overjoyed if he could accept Son Wukong, Vegeta, or Jiren as disciples. Wouldn't he then ascend without needing to train? He had just received the novice gift package. What treasures lay within? Open the novice gift package. Ding! Successfully open the novice gift package. Congratulations! You have obtained Super Spirit Bomb, Flight Technique, Body Dominance Technique, Three-Eyed Celestial Bloodline, Combat Power, 1 billion. Listening to the system's notifications, Lin Fan squinted and smiled. This novice gift package is rather decent. But what on earth is the Body Dominance Technique? Upon examining the Super Spirit Bomb, the Super Spirit Bomb is a reinforced version of the Spirit Bomb, its power multiplied several times. It has been modified to hasten charge time. Body Dominance Technique, a potential technique crafted for humans. It allows the user to enter a dominant state, significantly enhancing combat power. The exact multiplier depends on the user's capability, with limitless potential. Three-Eyed Celestial Bloodline, the highest bloodline of the Three-Eyed clan. Upon activation, it grants the ability to open the third eye, enhancing potential manifold and providing special effects. Lin Fan was not surprised by the Super Spirit Bomb, but upon seeing the Body Dominance Technique and the Three-Eyed Celestial Bloodline, he was genuinely taken aback. Anyone familiar with Dragon Ball knows that humans in this world possess incredibly low innate abilities. Even Krillin, the strongest human, could only stand by and watch, too intimidated to intervene. However, with the Body Dominance Technique, this dilemma could be effectively resolved. Limitless potential. It felt as though he could rival the Saiyan bloodline. In Lin Fan's eyes, the Saiyan bloodline hardly held any significance in Dragon Ball Super. It could only be said that the protagonist's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. The Three-Eyed Celestial Bloodline? Should I merge with it? The three-eyed beings in Dragon Ball Super are essentially Tianjin Fan, right? If I were to fuse with this bloodline, would a third eye sprout from my forehead? Wouldn't that detract from my handsome visage? He mused, narcissistically caressing his own face. Lin Fan was indeed quite handsome, with chiseled features resembling sculpture, and most importantly, his skin was fair. Never mind, I shall forego the three-eyed celestial bloodline. With this lazy master system, the bloodlines I acquire in the future will undoubtedly surpass this one. Why do I feel so disdainful of this system's name? Learn the flight technique. Learn the super spirit bomb. Learn the body dominance technique. Ding! Congratulations. Host has learned the flight technique, super spirit bomb, and body dominance technique. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. At that instant, a gentle energy gradually infused into Lin Fan's governing meridian. Examine host attributes. Host, Lin Fan. Skills, super spirit bomb, flight technique. Special technique, body dominance technique. Race bloodline, human. Base combat power, 1 billion. Seeing his attributes, Lin Fan couldn't help but scratch his head. A base combat power of merely 1 billion seemed incredibly low. In the world of Dragon Ball Super, combat powers are relatively inflated, surpassing those in any other Dragon Ball universe. The various gods of destruction, Grand Minister, and special world bosses are simply terrifying. A base combat power of 1 billion is hardly noteworthy. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before Beerus and Whis descend upon Earth. Although Sun Wukong might mitigate this crisis, it remains a crisis nonetheless. Who could guarantee that no slip-ups would occur? If Beerus truly chose to obliterate Earth, no one would escape unscathed. Contemplating this, Lin Fan felt an urgent need to bolster his strength. Rising to his feet, he prepared to step outside and ascertain the true nature of this place. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Tianjin Fan, is there really a master here? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Fan momentarily could not discern who it was, but he quickly deduced from the inquiry that it could only be Chaozi and Tianjin Fan. The only person who would constantly be by Tianjin Fan's side is Chaozi. Tianjin Fan responded, yes, Chaozi. Indeed, it was these two. Lin Fan pondered the words exchanged between them, his mind racing. Tianjin Fan had come seeking a master? Could it be that Tianjin Fan intended to seek guidance? It seemed quite plausible according to the setting of Dragon Ball Super. Tianjin Fan and Chaozi had been diligently training in a secluded paradise, so their arrival here was hardly surprising. A faint smile crept at the corners of his lips. Clearly, a disciple has come knocking at my door. Just then, a deep, resonant male voice called from outside. Junior Tianjin Fan seeks an audience with the elder. Chapter 2. Indeed, a master from the beyond. Junior Tianjin Fan seeks an audience with the elder. Lin Fan did not rush to respond, for he had already resolved to accept Tianjin Fan as his disciple. Moreover, he intended to make Tianjin Fan believe that he truly was the master from beyond. As for whether there was an actual master within the temple, Lin Fan was uncertain. Outside the door, Tianjin Fan and Chaozi exchanged glances. Chaozi inquired curiously, Tianjin Fan, do you think there is no one here? Should we go in and take a look? Tianjin Fan quickly interjected, no, Chaozi. We are here to seek knowledge. We must adhere to protocol. Understood. Chaozi complied obediently. Junior Tianjin Fan seeks an audience with the elder. Tianjin Fan called out once more. Yet, there was still no response. Chaozi prepared to use his psychic abilities to foresee if anyone was present. However, just then, a calm voice resonated from within the temple. Come in. Upon hearing this voice, Tianjin Fan and Chaozi were instantly elated, and they hurriedly entered the temple. As they stepped inside, they beheld a striking young man clad in a Taoist robe, seated cross-legged atop the Bagua diagram, eyes closed in meditation. This individual was none other than Lin Fan. While Tianjin Fan and Chaozi awaited outside, Lin Fan had contemplated that since he needed to convince Tianjin Fan he was the master from beyond, he ought to appear the part. Thus, he had casually donned a Taoist robe found within the temple. Tianjin Fan scrutinized the handsome youth before him, surveying him from head to toe. Could this person truly be a master from beyond, or perhaps a disciple of such? Once more, he carefully sensed the other's aura, only to find he could not detect a trace of Lin Fan's energy, leaving him momentarily stunned. Could this be the master dwelling within the temple? As a practitioner, he understood that if one could not sense another's energy, it could only imply two possibilities. First, that the individual was an ordinary person. Second, that the individual's power far surpassed his own, rendering him unable to perceive it. Though this young man appeared quite youthful, the aura he exuded was anything but ordinary. He was certainly not an average person. Tianjin Fan immediately placed his hands together and respectfully greeted, "Elder, I am Tianjin Fan, here to seek knowledge. I hope you will accept us as disciples." At this moment, Lin Fan opened his obsidian-like bright pupils, and a sharp light pierced through the air. Tianjin Han sensed this brilliance and was filled with astonishment. Indeed, this young man was extraordinary, undoubtedly a figure of seniority, and so youthful that he must possess some unique method of nurturing vitality. These practitioners place great emphasis on health preservation, for as long as they outlast those prominent figures, they themselves become the new elite. Seeing the earnest admiration in Tianjin Han's eyes, Lin Fan understood that he had achieved his goal. "Given your sincerity, I shall accept you as my disciple." Instantly, Tianjin Han was overjoyed, dropping to his knees and repeatedly bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Tianjin Han as a disciple, gaining a combat power of 1 billion, precognition, telepathic communication, and the giant Dodon Ray. Current host combat power, 2 billion. Noticing that the nearby Chaozi had yet to react, Tianjin Han hurriedly signaled with his eyes. The latter understood the implication immediately. He promptly bowed his head. "Thank you, Master." Ding! Congratulations on accepting Chaozi as a disciple, gaining a combat power of 500 million, the super mental time room, divine energy, and the ultimate spirit bomb. Current host combat power, 2.5 billion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan was filled with unrestrained joy. These abilities were indeed remarkable, particularly the super mental time room. However, it was not the moment to assess their effects. Looking at Tianjin Han and Chaozi, who were kneeling on the ground, he said, "Rise." The two stood up and then sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. With a wave of his sleeve, Lin Fan enveloped the area in an unfathomable aura. "Tianjin Han, your most powerful technique is called the Kikaho, correct?" A shiver of disbelief coursed through Tianjin Han as he stared at Lin Fan, his face a mask of shock. How did his master know about his most formidable technique? He had never encountered his master before, nor had any prior interaction. How could he possibly know of his technique? Then, realization dawned on Tianjin Han, and he smacked his thigh in recognition. His master must have deduced it or possessed some prophetic ability. A true master of the arcane. Indeed, he had not come to the wrong place. Instantly, his gaze toward Lin Fan brimmed with even greater reverence. "Yes, Master, my most powerful technique is indeed the Kikaho," Tianjin Han replied respectfully with a nod. Lin Fan continued, "Regarding the Kikaho, I have some knowledge of it. While its power is commendable, it has a critical flaw. It requires an extended charging time." Tianjin Han was astounded. He had not anticipated that his master would understand the Kikaho and even articulate its weakness. It seemed his master not only comprehended the Kikaho, but could also execute it. After contemplating this, he promptly nodded and bowed. "Please, Master, grant me your teachings." Lin Fan nodded slightly. "The reason your Kikaho charges slowly is due to your need to amplify its power. However, without sufficient strength, it cannot be rightfully called a Kikaho." Tianjin Han listened intently. Lin Fan continued, "I possess a technique known as the Super Kikaho, which mirrors your Kikaho but exceeds it in power while requiring less charging time. I shall now impart it to you." Tianjin Han was elated, once again bowing in deep respect. "Thank you, Master." Lin Fan began to elucidate the theory and application of the Super Kikaho. The Super Kikaho is more potent and requires less charging time, primarily due to the method of its accumulation. When charging the Super Kikaho, you can do it this way, and then this way, just like that. Tianjin Han listened, entranced. After Lin Fan finished speaking, Tianjin Han remained in a state of rapture, feeling as though he had sipped a rich, exquisite wine, lost in the beauty of the explanation. Lin Fan observed Tianjin Han's state, recognizing his moment of enlightenment, and refrained from interrupting. He then turned his attention to Chaozi. "Chaozi, I am also aware that your primary means of attack is the Dodon Ray, but its power is rather weak. I shall now teach you the giant Dodon Ray. Chaozi was not particularly interested in cultivation. His greatest satisfaction lay in being by Tianjin Fan's side. However, since his master was willing to teach him, he was eager to learn. "Thank you, master," he expressed gratefully. Subsequently, Lin Fan conveyed the essence of the giant Dodon Ray to Chaozi. Thanks to his foundation in the Dodon Ray, Chaozi quickly grasped the technique. At that moment, Tianjin Fan also emerged from his reverie. Lin Fan regarded the two. "From the looks of you both, it seems you have each attained understanding." "Indeed," they replied in unison. "Since you have comprehended it, then demonstrate it outside for me to witness." "Yes." Chapter 3. A gift that will make you sweat profusely. The three ventured outside the Taoist temple. Tianjin Fan soared several meters into the air, his expression solemn as he levitated high above. He placed his right hand atop his left, the little finger of his right hand touching the index finger of his left, while his thumbs pressed together to form a frame, aiming at a distant mountain within the confines of the frame. Following Lin Fan's instructions on charging, he controlled his breath and strength, amplifying the accumulation as a dense energy coursed through his meridians. He shouted, "Super strong key cannon." Boom. A brilliant beam of light surged forward with unstoppable force, striking a mountain ahead. Thunderous roars erupted as the energy of the key cannon impacted the mountainside, creating a deafening explosion that sent plumes of dust soaring into the air. A massive gaping hole appeared at the mountainside, plunging deep into the earth, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The surrounding fauna, alarmed by the dreadful sound of the blast, fled in panic, scattering in all directions. Tianjin Fan stood in disbelief, gazing incredulously at his own hands, murmuring to himself, is this truly my doing? Previously, his key cannon possessed such formidable power, but it required him to gather all his strength. Without complete focus, such a feat was impossible. Yet, this time, he had seamlessly integrated the teachings of Master Lin Fan, achieving peak power effortlessly, a display of sheer might. Could this truly be his accomplishment? As he beheld the gaping maw on the mountainside and the energy still crackling from his hands, he accepted the truth. This was indeed his doing. Not a trace of falsehood lingered. With these thoughts racing through his mind, he swiftly descended to Master Lin Fan's side, a radiant expression of joy upon his face. With utmost respect, he inquired, "Thank you for your guidance, Master. Are there any aspects I should pay particular attention to?" "Very good. Continue your training diligently. Control your power well, and your strength will enhance, while your energy accumulation will accelerate." "Thank you, Master, for your teachings." At this moment, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Dumpling. "Dumpling, go." "Yes, Master." After advancing a few meters, Dumpling raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at the towering tree ahead. An immense surge of energy enveloped him. Giant dough wave. Whoosh. What initially appeared as a slender beam of light instantly swelled to the size of a head, accumulating power at a speed akin to the dough wave, yet its potency multiplied several times over. Whoosh. The giant dough wave struck the great tree, obliterating it with a thunderous crash as it collapsed to the ground. Dumpling stared in astonishment at the fallen giant, his eyes wide and filled with shock, completely taken aback by the remarkable power of his dough wave. Indeed, it was aptly named the giant dough wave. Returning to Lin Fan's side, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Lin Fan remarked, "Dumpling, I perceive that you are not overly combative. You prefer to remain by the side of Tianjin rice. Therefore, in matters of cultivation, you may adopt a more relaxed approach, focusing on honing your superpowers to even greater heights." Lin Fan recognized that Dumplings possessed numerous extraordinary abilities, including precognition, telepathy, and heightened perception. These formidable powers, if cultivated properly, could prove immensely beneficial. Therefore, for Dumplings, there was no need to deliberately pursue the cultivation of other trivial skills. Relinquishing one's inherent abilities would be akin to discarding a watermelon in favor of a sesame seed. Dumplings also felt a disinclination towards rigorous training. "Yes, Master," they acknowledged. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Fan turned his gaze towards Tianjin Fan, saying, "Tianjin Fan, I have a precious gift to bestow upon you." Without inquiring about the nature of the gift, Tianjin Fan promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master." Although he had only been apprenticed for a brief hour, he understood one thing: the offerings from this master would undoubtedly be of exceptional quality. Lin Fan curiously inquired, "Tianjin Fan, are you not curious about what I shall bestow upon you?" Tianjin Fan candidly replied, I am indeed curious, yet I shall soon discover it. Why waste your breath, master? Haha. Very well. Lin Fan raised his hand, gathering energy within it, and placed it upon the chest of Tianjin Fan. Dumpling and Tianjin Fan observed this scene with great confusion, pondering what was transpiring. However, the two refrained from further inquiries, as they would soon comprehend the situation. Lin Fan's consciousness stirred as he instructed the system, activate the three-eyed celestial bloodline for Tianjin Fan. The system immediately complied. Beep. The activation of the three-eyed celestial bloodline on Tianjin Fan was successful. In that instant, Tianjin Fan distinctly sensed a profound transformation within his being. Meanwhile, Jiaozi beside him also perceived a formidable aura emanating from Tianjin Fan. The third eye on his forehead radiated an extraordinary light, as if it sought to envelop and unveil the mysteries of the world. Upon hearing the system's alert, Lin Fan slowly retracted his hand and, with an air of nonchalance, remarked, Tianjin Fan, I have just bestowed upon you the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial. You must make good use of it from now on. Tianjin Fan, taken aback, gaped at Lin Fan in disbelief, his mouth agape. After a moment's pause, he finally managed to ask, Master Lin Fan, what do you mean? The bloodline of the three-eyed celestial? As a member of the three-eyed race, he was acutely aware of the significance of this bloodline, which represented the pinnacle of purity among his kind. Every individual of the three-eyed lineage yearns for such an endowment. Possessing it not only amplifies one's potential but also signifies a prestigious status. Whenever a three-eyed individual encounters one endowed with the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial, they are revered as divine. Thus, when Lin Fan informed him of this extraordinary gift, Tianjin Fan felt utterly numb, as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. His entire being frozen in place, utterly bewildered about how to proceed. Lin Fan was acutely aware of the significance that the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign held for Tianjin Fan. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it represented a meteoric rise for an ordinary person, transforming them into an extraordinary being. With a serene smile, he remarked, You have not misheard. It is indeed the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. Upon hearing his master's words once again, Tianjin Fan fell to his knees with a thud, overwhelmed with emotion as he repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. I shall not betray your expectations. I will devote myself to my training and will not squander a single moment. What Lin Fan truly needed was an unwavering determination. Only through the diligent cultivation of his disciple could he enhance his own combat prowess. I have faith in you, he declared, which is why I have prepared another gift for you. Upon hearing the mention of a gift, Tianjin Fan was utterly elated. He lifted his head, filled with anticipation and excitement. Thank you, master. Do not be hasty in your gratitude, Lin Fan replied. This time, the gift is one that will leave you drenched in sweat. Chapter 4. The Extraordinary Time Chamber. A gift that will leave me drenched in sweat? Tianjin Fan inquired, his expression brimming with curiosity. Lin Fan, with a smile gracing his delicate lips, gently spoke. Indeed, you must have heard of the Mental Time House, haven't you? Tianjin Fan slightly tilted his head, pondering for a moment. It seemed familiar, and before Lin Fan could provide a hint, he suddenly realized, Master, I have heard of it. I also remember that the Mental Time House is located above the shrine. Yes, there exists a Mental Time House within the shrine, and I possess one as well. Albeit mine is known as the Super Mental Time House. Lin Fan did not intend to gift the hyperbolic time chamber to Tianjin Han, but rather to allow him to enter for training. Indeed, this is a gift that could lead to profuse sweating. The hyperbolic time chamber boasts remarkable effects. It encompasses an expanse as vast as Earth, complete with mountains and rivers. And any attacks unleashed within will not cause damage to the chamber. Gravity can be freely adjusted, with a maximum limit of 999 times. And temperature can be modulated anywhere between a chilling 120 degrees to an intense 520 degrees. Spending a decade inside the hyperbolic time chamber equates to merely a single day in the outside world, and time spent within does not accelerate aging. However, there are limitations. An individual may enter only 10 times in their lifetime, with a maximum of 10 individuals permitted at once. Upon entry, the mental energy of the participants will gradually dissipate. And once their mental energy is entirely expended, they will be automatically expelled from the chamber. The duration one can endure is solely contingent upon their mental fortitude. Upon realizing the capabilities of the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan was astounded, deeming it infinitely superior to the one in the temple. If his memory served him correctly, the temple's time chamber had numerous restrictions and its efficacy paled in comparison. For starters, gravity was only 10 times that of Earth. and 1 year inside equated to merely 1 day outside. Moreover, only 2 individuals could enter at once, and each person could only spend 2 days inside throughout their lifetime. Else the exit would vanish, rendering escape impossible. These attributes are utterly incomparable to those of the hyperbolic time chamber. Tianjin Fan appeared bewildered, instinctively exclaiming, "The hyperbolic time chamber? Indeed, it is an upgraded version of the time chamber. I shall now send you into the hyperbolic time chamber, where 10 years spent inside will be equivalent to just 1 day outside." What? Tianjin Fan was left speechless, his third eye wide open, nearly bulging from its socket. He distinctly recalled that in the Temple's time chamber, 1 year equated to 1 day outside, whereas this hyperbolic time chamber allows 10 years for merely 1 day. The disparity in ratios is indeed staggering. Lin Fan observed his astonished expression, feeling no surprise, as it was entirely within his expectations. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. Your duration within will depend on the strength of your mental fortitude. Once your mental energy is nearly depleted, you will be ejected from the time chamber. Moreover, for each individual." Lin Fan conveyed the general effects of the ultra-spiritual time chamber to Tianjin Han. Despite the limitations imposed by a lifetime of only 10 uses, Tianjin Han was profoundly astonished. For the effects in every aspect far surpassed those of an ordinary spiritual time chamber. Clenching his fists in determination, he reflected on his newfound heritage as a descendant of the three-eyed celestial, which had significantly enhanced his potential and innate abilities. If he could cultivate within the ultra-spiritual time chamber for a decade, his strength would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. The mere thought of this filled him with exhilarating anticipation. Observing his eager demeanor, Lin Fan decided to waste no more time and addressed Tianjin Han and Jiaozi, saying, "Follow me." The two promptly trailed behind Lin Fan. Before long, the trio arrived at a relatively flat area. With a casual motion, Lin Fan summoned a vast aura. And in an instant, a spiritual time chamber spanning 120 square meters materialized before them. "Step inside, Tianjin Han." Tianjin Han stood transfixed, gazing at the ultra-spiritual time chamber, rendered speechless. His heart raced, breaths grew heavier, and the flow of his blood quickened. Upon emerging from this chamber, he would indeed be considered a formidable force. The mere thought sent waves of exhilaration through him. Jiaozi looked up at Lin Fan with eager eyes, pleading, "Master, I wish to enter alongside Tianjin Han." Lin Fan did not refuse. After all, the space could accommodate 10 individuals at once. "Go ahead, but Jiaozi, focus on honing your superpowers once you enter." "Yes, Master." With Lin Fan's words, the two swiftly entered the super-mental time house. Lin Fan glanced around, spotted a towering tree, and adeptly ascended using the sky dance technique, settling comfortably on a branch to rest. Meanwhile, he contemplated the rewards recently bestowed by the system: super precognition, telepathic communication, super-mental time house, divine aura, and ultimate king fist. Super precognition, the ability to foresee events 2 seconds into the future. Telepathic communication, the capacity to communicate mentally with individuals within 100 meters. Divine aura, a special essence essential for becoming a deity. Ultimate king fist, the most refined version of the king fist, significantly alleviating the pain and physical exertion associated with its use, allowing for a more effective execution of the multiplied king fist. Lin Fan, witnessing the effects of these skills, could hardly contain his excitement, for it would be a falsehood to claim otherwise. Each skill is a rare gem among countless ordinary abilities. The skill of precognition allows one to foresee events 2 seconds into the future, which, when applied in combat, equates to knowing the opponent's attack trajectory 2 seconds ahead. In a duel between masters, the difference of even 0.1 seconds can determine life or death. By the way, how does this precognition compare to Hit's time leap? The time leap allows one to jump through time, while precognition grants insight into future events. If the duration of precognition surpasses the time leap's temporal jump, then precognition reigns supreme. Conversely, if the time leap's duration exceeds that of precognition, then it is the time leap that prevails. Lin Fan was determined not to waste any more time. He knew one thing for certain: he must learn everything without hesitation. His consciousness stirred as he began to master the arts of precognition, telepathy, and the ultimate king fist. A notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, you have acquired precognition, telepathy, and the ultimate king fist." Another notification followed. "Congratulations, host, you have fused with the divine energy." A series of techniques and profound insights flooded into Lin Fan's mind, seamlessly intertwining. Before long, he sensed a transformation within his body. A vast, overwhelming aura surged into him, akin to a radiant dawn. 3 minutes later, Lin Fan distinctly felt a unique energy coursing through him. This energy was the divine energy, an essential prerequisite for attaining divinity. Only by possessing divine energy and reaching a certain level of cultivation could one aspire to become a deity. Otherwise, even with formidable combat prowess, one could only approach the realm of gods, or perhaps exceed their fighting capabilities, yet still fall short of true divinity. After half an hour, Lin Fan had fully stabilized the divine energy within him, relishing the sensation of his enhanced form. The feeling of possessing divine energy was exhilarating. As long as his cultivation and combat strength reached a sufficient level, ascending to godhood would be effortless. Host status, name, Lin Fan techniques, super energy cannon, sky dance technique, giant wave, special techniques, body dominance technique, ultimate king fist, telepathy, precognition. Special items, super spiritual time house race, human base combat power, 5 billion. Meanwhile, in the realm of the King of Worlds, the old King of Worlds, engrossed in studying the profiles of beautiful women, suddenly turned his gaze toward Lin Fan's direction, setting aside his materials. This action puzzled the East King of Worlds. They knew that the old king rarely abandoned his studies for trivial matters, indicating that something significant had occurred. What's wrong? The old King of Worlds exclaimed, striking the East King of Worlds on the head and bellowing. Can't you investigate for yourself? The East King of Worlds, feeling aggrieved, complied and used his divine abilities to sense the surroundings. Moments later, he was taken aback, exclaiming, how can there be a divine aura? Who possesses divine energy? The old King of Worlds, suddenly relaxed, resumed his studies. The East King of Worlds, feeling helpless, thought to himself that his ancestor was truly carefree. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to meet this individual who wielded divine energy. With a flash, he vanished instantaneously. Lin Fan remained unaware that his mere fusion with divine energy had captured the attention of the old Supreme Kai and others. At that moment, he pondered whom he might take as his disciple next. Suddenly, a streak of light descended from the heavens, prompting Lin Fan to become instantly alert, without a doubt. The approaching figure possessed strength surpassing his own. Although he currently boasted a foundational combat power of 5 billion, it was still woefully inadequate. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the newcomer was diminutive in stature, sporting a striking white punk hairstyle, purple skin, and adorned with Patera earrings, all while clad in the uniform of the Supreme Kai. In an instant, realization struck him. Oh, the East Supreme Kai? What brings him here? Could it be related to the earlier incident? Has he sensed my fusion with divine energy? It was quite plausible, for divine energy was essential for ascension to godhood. As deities themselves, it would not be surprising for them to detect his presence upon merging with such a vital essence. Rising from his perch on the tree, he flew to stand beside the East Supreme Kai and greeted him warmly. It is indeed the esteemed East Supreme Kai. Please forgive my inadequate reception. The East Supreme Kai scrutinized Lin Fan intently, confirming his suspicions. This individual possessed divine energy within him, now fully integrated. Who was he? How had he cultivated such divine essence? Dressed in a Taoist robe, he appeared to be a practitioner of the Tao, perhaps achieving divinity through his path. Why did he recognize me? Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural that someone capable of harnessing divine energy would also be aware of his existence. Otherwise, how could he sense the celestial power and divine essence? With a benevolent disposition, the East Supreme Kai, recognizing Lin Fan's cheerful demeanor, responded amicably, greetings. May I inquire as to your identity? How is it that you have managed to cultivate divine energy? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan truly captivated the East Realm King God with his divine aura. I am Lin Fan, he stated. As for the divine aura, it is merely a coincidence that I have cultivated it. Naturally, he would not disclose the origins of his divine aura to the other party. The East Realm King God pondered this for a moment, ultimately compelled to accept Lin Fan's explanation. After all, the young man was fortunate, and perhaps years down the line, he might be chosen as an apprentice Realm King or even ascend to the position of Realm King himself. The seventh universe boasted more than one Realm King. There were also the West, North, and South Realm Kings. Currently, these three positions were vacant, and if someone possessed the right opportunities, it would be the most propitious time to comprehend the divine aura, as it required a person to do so. In light of these thoughts, the East Realm King God became increasingly courteous towards Lin Fan. Should Lin Fan rise to become any one of the three remaining Realm Kings, it would equate to having a companion. That is quite promising. It signifies your great fortune, and I eagerly anticipate the day you join me as a companion. This statement left Lin Fan momentarily stunned. What did that mean? To become his companion? To become a Realm King? he had no interest in the latter. However, he chose not to counter this sentiment and simply smiled. Let us hope for it. At this juncture, the East Realm King God noticed the nearby hyperbolic time chamber. Yet he failed to recognize it for what it truly was, mistaking it for Lin Fan's residence. Lin Fan, I shall take my leave. Having gathered a brief understanding of Lin Fan, he determined that the young man was not a savage individual and could potentially become his ally. Thus, there was no further need to linger for observation. It would be best to return promptly to report to his ancestor, lest he find himself on the receiving end of a severe reprimand. Lin Fan graciously remarked, "Do come and visit when you have the time." The East King God chuckled lightly before transforming into a streak of radiant light and departing. Once he had left, Lin Fan soared back to the tree, pondering whom he should take as a disciple next. Given his current strength, it seemed a challenging endeavor. Ding! A notification chimed in his mind. The host's disciple Tianjin Fan has enhanced his fundamental combat power by 1 billion. The host receives a double boost of 2 billion. Presently, the host's foundational combat power stood at 5 billion. Not bad, he mused. It hasn't been long since I entered. And Tianjin Fan's fundamental combat power has already risen by 1 billion. It appears. Before he could finish his thought, another notification resonated in his consciousness. Ding. The host's disciple Jiaozi has elevated his fundamental combat power by 100 million. The host receives a double boost of 200 million. The host's combat power now totaled 6 billion. Jiaozi is quite impressive as well, managing to increase his foundational combat power by 100 million. That truly is commendable. Lin Fan was aware that Jiaozi had never been particularly fond of cultivation. Thus, witnessing such a significant enhancement in his combat prowess was truly unexpected. Simultaneously, he could envision that Jiaozi had not been idle during this time but had been diligently honing his skills. Suddenly, Lin Fan experienced a sudden epiphany. His next course of action would be to take son Wukong as his disciple. A subtle smile graced his lips, hinting at profound intentions. He had formulated a plan. First, he intended to ascertain whether anyone was present in the Taoist temple. With that thought, Lin Fan soared towards the temple, surveying its interior multiple times, only to find it completely deserted. How could it be that no one was here? Yet, the temple remained impeccably clean, and there were Taoist robes present. This defied logic. Could it be that everyone had simply stepped out? Regardless, he decided to set aside his musings for the moment, waiting for others to arrive. Three-Eyed Bald Donkey, Show Yourself. Chapter 6. By Lin. Three-Eyed Bald Donkey, Show Yourself. A melodious female voice pierced through Lin Fan's contemplation. He wore a puzzled expression. Three-Eyed Bald Donkey? Wasn't that a reference to Tien Shinhan? In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, there surely was no one who would refer to Tien in such a disrespectful manner. After all, Tien's character was amiable and far from detestable. Who would be so impolite as to address him by such a name? In that moment, the air thickened with intrigue. Lin Fan suddenly thought of someone. Could it be her? Arriving at the entrance of the temple, he saw a woman standing there. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a blue qipao. Her figure voluptuous and curvaceous, adorned with 2 half-circular ponytails. Upon seeing her, Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, it is indeed her, Yulin. Although she looked to be in her 30s, Lin Fan estimated that she was actually in her 40s. However, in the world of Dragon Ball Super, women who have undergone training often appear remarkably youthful and vibrant, making it difficult to discern their true age. Yulin was one such woman. She had once trained under Master Roshi alongside Tien. After Tien departed secretly, Yulin harbored resentment towards him for not taking her along, feeling betrayed and forsaken. Over the years, she had diligently honed her skills in demon arts, now reaching a level of mastery that convinced her she could seek vengeance against Tien. Thus, she had journeyed here in pursuit of him. Upon seeing the righteous Lin Fan, she paused momentarily before darkening her expression and inquiring, "Is Tien here?" "He is not." Lin Fan replied, fully aware of the Dragon Ball Super narrative, recognizing that this woman harbored feelings for Tien. Her quest for vengeance was rooted in deep love turned to bitterness. Yet, according to the storyline, Tien remained oblivious to Yulin's affections, dismissing her entirely. In Lin Fan's eyes, this woman, both in appearance and form, was indeed worthy of Tien. Hearing that Tien was not present, Yulin's anxiety escalated. She was acutely aware that Tien and Kaiatsu had come to this place. Could it be that this priest had hidden him away? It must be so. With this thought, her countenance darkened further as she warned, "I advise you to hand over Tien." Lin Fan responded with remarkable ease, "All right." Lin was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly so quick to agree? She had anticipated that he would withhold his decision for a while longer. Nevertheless, since he was willing to surrender the Tianjin rice. It was undoubtedly a positive development. Where is he? Hurry and hand it over. Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. This woman was rather impatient. However, it is precisely such a woman who dares to love and hate. Do not rush. At present, I am unable to present the Tianjin rice. He has gone to a rather special place and will return shortly. Rest assured, it will not exceed a day. Lin Fan had already estimated in his heart that, given Tianjin Fan's current mental fortitude, he could only remain in the super mental time room for a maximum of 10 years, which equated to just one day in the real world outside. It was precisely for this reason that he spoke with such unwavering confidence. Yulin gently furrowed her delicate brows. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan's eyes, as bright and clear as obsidian, revealing no sign of deceit. Had he ventured to some extraordinary place? Regarding this matter, Lin Fan naturally refrained from divulging details at the moment. I cannot say right now, but you shall certainly see him after one day. Observing Lin Fan's self-assured demeanor, Yulin pondered for a moment. Very well, I shall wait for a day, but if Tianjin Fan does not appear, I shall hold you accountable. Lin Fan smiled faintly, remaining silent. With his current combat power of 4.6 billion, dealing with Yulin presented no challenge for him. Noticing his silence, Yulin pondered for a moment before inquiring with curiosity, it seems that Sanyin Tulu is here to seek you as his master? Lin Fan did not deny it. Indeed, I have become a master of Tianjin rice and dumplings. A glimmer of mischief flashed in Lin's eyes as she smiled wickedly. I want you to expel that three-eyed bald donkey from the sect. Lin Fan would naturally refuse. At this moment, Tianjin Fan was enhancing his combat power within the spirit time room, and he had bestowed upon him the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial. If he were to expel him from the sect, it would result in a significant loss of combat strength. Would he agree to such a proposition? Clearly not. Tianjin Fan had committed no wrongdoing. It was inconceivable for me to act in such a manner. I understand the reasons behind your animosity towards Tianjin Fan, but Yulin, I must remind you that harboring feelings for someone is not demonstrated in this way. Seeking vengeance against him and opposing him will only drive him further away. This is hardly a commendable approach. Yulin momentarily froze, her brows furrowing in distress. Disbelief etched across her face. How do you know my name? Did that three-eyed monk tell you? She couldn't help but ponder. Had he been thinking of her all along? Had he never forgotten her? Lin Fan couldn't help but smile inwardly. In this world of Dragon Balls, how could he possibly know your name? He was fully aware of everyone's names, possessing a perspective akin to that of a deity. Nevertheless, he spoke. Indeed, it was Tien who informed me. Over the years, he has been thinking of you. But due to certain special circumstances, he has not sought you out. Lin Fan felt that the two were rather well suited for each other. And now that he had the opportunity to play matchmaker, he decided to take action. As for the peculiar reasons he mentioned, he found himself at a loss for an explanation. Such intricate matters were better left to Tianjin Fan to resolve. Upon hearing this, Yulin's heart swelled with joy, for it was evident that Tianjin Fan had her in mind. Yet, she was still beset by many questions. What could be the special reason for his failure to seek her out? Well, that was a matter only she could inquire about in due time. Yulin pondered this, realizing that asking the person before her would likely yield no answers. Lin Fan ceased his conversation with Yulin and procured a lounge chair, moving it over to a more suitable spot. Observing this, Yulin initially assumed that Lin Fan had prepared the seat for her. She mused to herself that the master of the three-eyed bald monk was rather considerate, displaying an appreciation for delicate sentiments and even offering a lounge chair for her repose. Just as she approached, ready to express her gratitude, she witnessed Lin Fan reclining comfortably upon the chair, exclaiming, "Ah, this is truly delightful. Indeed, basking in the sun should be even more pleasurable." With that thought, he promptly took the lounge chair and, in a swift motion, made his way outside the temple. Watching Lin Fan arrange the chair, Yulin furrowed her brows and pouted her alluring lips, muttering, "Humph, how annoying." She then followed him outside, positioning herself not far from Lin Fan. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before glancing at Yulin. "Oh, by the way, are you tired?" Yulin felt a surge of resentment in her heart, thinking, "Humph. Now you finally remember to ask if I am tired? Now you realize that I, as your guest, deserve a moment of rest?" Politely, she responded, "Not tired." She assumed that Lin Fan would courteously invite her to sit down and relax. "Not tired, huh? That's splendid. Could you please make a trip to the town and fetch some snacks and beverages for me?" Chapter 7 arrived. Yulin stared in bewilderment at the person reclining in the lounge chair before her. He inquired about her fatigue merely to send her on an errand for snacks. Lin Fan observed her expression filled with incredulity and bewilderment, and explained, Look around. The surroundings are splendid. If we were to indulge in some snacks and beverages while appreciating the view, wouldn't that be a delightful experience? This only intensified Yulin's simmering anger, as she felt reduced to a mere errand runner. San Yin Tulu is your apprentice, but I am not, she retorted coldly. Why should I buy anything for you? I am not your disciple. Do not be hasty. If you manage this task well, I could arrange for Tianjin Fan to marry you, Lin Fan remarked. Unfazed by Yulin's temperament, nor did he reproach her. After all, for many years, Yulin had harbored resentment towards Tianjin Fan for his past actions, and her pursuit of demonic arts stemmed from him. Thus, it was only natural for her to feel pent-up frustration, leading to her volatile disposition. In due time, if Tianjin Fan could shower her with affection, it might quell the fire within her. Upon hearing this, Yulin bit her lip, and a faint flush crept up her cheeks as she stammered. What are you talking about? I would never want to be with that three-eyed bald man. Oh, is that so? Then I shall arrange for him to marry someone else, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. At these words, it was as if he had stepped on her tail. She sprang up in a flurry, exclaiming in a delicate voice, How dare you? Lin Fan was completely unconcerned. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth, illuminating his handsome face. Did you not just say that you did not wish to be with Tianjin Fan? Why then, are you angry now? Humph. Well, I certainly do not wish for him to be with anyone else. Lin Fan jested. Isn't this a contradiction? It is not a contradiction, rather, it is. Lin could not articulate a coherent response after a long pause. Lin Fan exclaimed, What is this? Is this an intention to make his life difficult? Indeed. Is this a punishment? Yes. Is this a manifestation of love intertwined with deep resentment? Absolutely. Just as Yulin finished her response, she realized she had misspoken. Feeling as though she had been made a fool of, with a swift motion, she retrieved a talisman from her pocket and assumed an aggressive stance. How dare you mock me? I shall administer a fitting punishment. Stand firm. Lightning strikes. In an instant, the talisman in her hand transformed into a blazing fire, rapidly incinerating until it vanished from sight. Concentrate. At that moment, a dark cloud loomed ominously above Lin Fan, swirling ominously. You insolent Taoist. I now grant you an opportunity to apologize. Yulin rebuked vehemently. Lin Fan smiled gently, completely unperturbed, which only served to further ignite Yulin's fury. Fine. I shall indulge you. With a thunderous roar, dark clouds gathered above, and a menacing bolt of lightning descended towards Lin Fan. Yulin wore a smug smile. Envisioning the moment the lightning struck Lin Fan, picturing him in disarray, his hair frizzed in chaos. The deafening boom of thunder erupted, followed by a billowing cloud of smoke and the acrid scent of charred earth wafting through the air. As the smell reached her nostrils, Yulin's delight intensified, her face glowing with glee as she exclaimed, You dare challenge me? Even if you are the disciple of a three-eyed bald monk, what of it? You shall still be obliterated. She triumphantly brushed her delicate nose. Your sorcery is rather commendable, Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. In her moment of triumph, Yulin failed to notice what was behind her, boasting, of course. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. That voice sounded strangely familiar. Turning towards the source, she beheld Lin Fan reclining comfortably in a chair, eyes closed, basking in the sunlight. Her eyes widened in disbelief, shock washing over her features. You. She was bewildered. She had clearly struck him with her demonic lightning, yet he appeared utterly unscathed, seemingly in a state of serene leisure. In truth, the speed of her lightning attack was but a mere jest in Lin Fan's eyes, akin to the pace of a sluggish snail. With such sluggishness, how could she possibly hope to hit Lin Fan? Was this not a farce? Lin Fan paid her no mind and continued, You, Yulin, with your current abilities, are not a match for Tianjin Fan. It is futile for you to seek him out for venting your frustrations. Yulin, full of self-importance, retorted, I have been diligently honing my demonic arts over the years. How could I possibly be inferior to that three-eyed monk? Do not attempt to intimidate me. In response, Lin Fan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage in an argument. Observing Lin Fan's silence, Yulin contemplated speaking further, but ultimately swallowed her words. From Lin Fan's earlier demeanor, she recognized that she was not a worthy opponent for him. This realization provided her with a measure of self-awareness, though she was reluctant to voice it aloud. Meanwhile, in Lin Fan's consciousness, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Disciple Tianjin Fan's basic combat power has increased by 300 million. Master receives double the enhancement, totaling 600 million. Current host's basic combat power, 2 billion. Oh, another 300 million increase so soon? It seems the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial is indeed remarkable. Tianjin Fan, I hope you can hold on a bit longer. Lin Fan chuckled, stretching leisurely. 20 hours later. The next day. Afternoon. Yulin grew a tad impatient as she watched Lin Fan reclining in a chair, enjoying the scenery while munching on snacks. She expressed her displeasure. You said we only needed to wait a day for the three-eyed bald donkey to appear. Where is he? Don't rush. Haven't the full 24 hours elapsed yet? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. Ding. Disciple Tianjin Fan's basic combat power has increased by 400 million. Master receives double the enhancement, totaling 800 million. Current host combat power, 6 billion. Just then, two ragged men soared into view, one tall and the other small. One of them had 3 eyes and was bald, while the other resembled a child. Also bald, but with a single hair sprouting, which appeared somewhat comical. Yulin recognized them instantly, exclaiming in a melodious yet furious tone, "Three-eyed bald donkey." Although her face bore anger, her eyes sparkled with joy and a hint of melancholy, reminiscent of a wronged maiden. The newcomers were indeed Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi. Chapter 8. The meeting. Upon hearing someone call him a three-eyed bald donkey, Tianjin Fan was quite displeased, feeling it was a profound insult. Jiaozi, who accompanied him, shared his displeasure, for to insult Tianjin Fan was tantamount to insulting oneself. As they gazed at Yulin, they did not recognize her. After all, when they departed years ago, she was merely a child, and time had transformed her immensely. Though Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were irritated, they nonetheless approached Yu Fan respectfully and greeted him, "Master." Lin Fan pointed to the clothes on the ground and said, "Put them on." He was well aware that after their outing, they would undoubtedly appear disheveled and ragged. Indeed, the two swiftly donned the prepared garments and soon emerged from the temple, clad in their new attire. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Yulin immediately exclaimed in a playful tone, "Three-eyed bald donkey. Prepare to meet your doom." Tianjin Fan was taken aback. He could not fathom why this woman persistently referred to him in such a manner. Had they met before? He was certain he had never wronged her. Yet, there was a faint sense of familiarity. With a puzzled expression, he inquired, "Who are you? Why do you call me that? Isn't it somewhat impolite? Could you be a friend of my master? That seems unlikely, for my master would never associate with someone so discourteous." Yulin, incensed by Tianjin Fan's failure to recognize her, felt a surge of indignation. It was evident he had completely forgotten her. Flushing with anger, she retorted, "Three-eyed bald donkey, you have indeed forgotten me." Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan pondered. "Have we crossed paths before? Why can't I recall?" Lin Fan reminded, "You once apprenticed under Master Crane alongside her, Jiaozi." With this prompt, Tianjin Fan recalled the presence of a young girl during his time under Master Crane's tutelage. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a striking resemblance between the woman before him and that little girl. What was the name of that young girl? Tianjin Fan found himself momentarily at a loss. Jiaozi, however, exclaimed in astonishment, "Yulin? Is that you, Yulin?" Instantly, Tianjin Fan's memory was jogged. Indeed, she was called Yulin. The woman standing before him was none other than the little girl he had once known, a true testament to the adage that a girl transforms remarkably as she matures. Yulin, observing Tianjin Fan's astonished demeanor, felt a sweet flutter in her heart, coupled with a tinge of pride. "Yes, I am indeed Yulin," she thought smugly. "Tianjin Fan, you must surely regret not taking me with you back then." With a subtle arch of her back, she showcased her impressive figure. Tianjin Fan, perplexed, inquired, "How did you come to be here?" Lin Fan felt a sense of helplessness. Tianjin Fan truly seemed oblivious to the affection Yulin held for him. However, upon reflection, if Tianjin Fan were capable of perceiving such sentiments, he would not have remained single for so long. Both being bald, Krillin possessed a strikingly beautiful android wife, while Tianjin Fan had yet to attain any romantic success. Yulin, infuriated, clenched her delicate fists, resolutely withholding her inner thoughts. Instead, she exclaimed in a commanding tone, "I am here to take your life." "Ah?" Tianjin Fan responded, bewildered. What had he done wrong to warrant such a fate? Yulin ceased her chatter, brandishing a talisman in her hand. "Tianjin Fan, your master has declared me unworthy as your opponent. Today, I shall demonstrate who is truly more formidable." The talisman ignited, rapidly turning to ash before his eyes. This was the same lightning sorcery she had previously employed against Lin Fan. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather ominously above Tianjin Fan's head, accompanied by ominous rumblings. Clearly, something was brewing. Such tricks were transparent to Tianjin Fan. Moreover, his combat prowess had surged, having awakened to the first stage of the three-eyed celestial sovereign. He was no longer the Tianjin Fan of old. Yulin, observing that Tianjin Fan remained unfazed, mistakenly assumed he was intimidated, her expression brimming with pride. Dealing with this three-eyed bald man would require little effort. Three-eyed bald fool. Prepare to be reduced to cinders. She forcefully waved her right hand downward. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, coalesced and descended menacingly. Tianjin Fan raised his hand, swiftly launching a ki blast upward. With a resounding crash, the lightning was obliterated, and the dark clouds Yulin had summoned were dispersed, leaving only a gentle breeze in their wake. Yulin was left in shock, her heart racing uncontrollably as she gazed at Tianjin Fan with wide, astonished eyes. She could scarcely believe that he had vanquished her demon lightning with nothing more than a ki blast. Not only that, but the clouds had also been dismantled. Tianjin Fan cast a dispassionate glance at Yulin. Her combat ability was woefully inadequate, barely reaching a few tens of thousands. With such meager power, how could she hope to contend with him? It was utterly impossible. Moreover, he was no longer the man he had been just a day prior, but rather the three-eyed celestial sovereign Tianjin Fan. Yulin, you are not my match. Focus on your training. The demon lightning was merely one of Yulin's offensive techniques. And now that Tianjin Fan had so easily countered it, she understood all too well that she was outmatched. Yet, she felt a fierce unwillingness to concede. After decades of arduous training, her goal had been to humiliate Tianjin Fan and make him regret not taking her with him all those years ago. Now, how could she possibly yield so easily? With these thoughts in mind, she swiftly retrieved a talisman from her pocket, casting a glance at Lin Fan before directing her gaze toward the dumpling. She dashed forward, brandishing the talisman, intent on affixing it to the dumpling's forehead. Once under its influence, it would obey Yulin's every command. Lin Fan was well aware of the efficacy of this charm, for in the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Master Roshi had once fallen victim to it. Yet among the entire main cast, only Master Roshi could be ensnared, as his insatiable lust rendered him particularly vulnerable. Even the slightest visual stimulus could diminish his defenses to nearly zero. However, Lin Fan chose not to forewarn Chaozi. Given Chaozi's current combat prowess, evading such an attack would be effortlessly achievable. Chaozi, perplexed as Yulin redirected her assault towards him, found himself bewildered by this inexplicable choice to target him. Regardless of Yulin's motives, Chaozi was resolute in ensuring that she would not land a blow, employing the instant transmission technique to swiftly ascend and evade her attack. Yulin cast a startled glance at Chaozi. If her memory served her correctly, Chaozi's abilities had been rather lacking in the past, inferior to her own. Yet now, he seemed to surpass her, an anomaly that defied logic. Chapter 9. The task assigned by Lin Fan. Observing Chaozi's swift departure, Yulin tugged at her lips, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Tianjin Han, witnessing Yulin's mix of frustration and helplessness, offered his counsel. Yulin, why go to such lengths? We share the same origin, and there is no deep-seated enmity between us. Even if we have been apart, we can still unite once more, for reasons unbeknownst to her. Yulin felt as though her heart had been drizzled with honey upon hearing these words, warmth flooding her being. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and her eyes glistened with a hint of panic, her heartbeat quickening as she bit her lip and murmured softly, "Can we truly be together again?" Tianjin Han affirmed with certainty. "Absolutely." Lin Fan observed Yulin, who remained silent, and spoke. "Now that the conflict has been resolved, Tianjin Fan, I have a task for you." Tianjin Fan turned to Lin Fan and replied respectfully, "Master, please command me. You are to challenge Sun Wukong." Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were momentarily taken aback, and with curiosity, they inquired, "Challenge Sun Wukong?" Lin Fan nodded gently. Tianjin Fan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Master, although I have experienced an elevation in my abilities, I remain significantly distant from Sun Wukong. His strength has indeed seen considerable enhancement, yet he is acutely aware that challenging Sun Wukong is an endeavor that is utterly unattainable." Lin Fan smiled knowingly. He was well aware that Tianjin Han was no match for Sun Wukong. His intention in urging Tian to challenge Wukong was not to defeat him, but rather to pique Wukong's interest and make him aware of his existence. In doing so, Lin hoped to eventually take him as a disciple, once Wukong became his apprentice. Training him in the hyperbolic time chamber would undoubtedly elevate his own combat prowess. The thought of this filled Lin Fan with exhilaration. His aim was not to conquer Wukong, but to gauge the latter's abilities through a friendly sparring session. Tianjin Han quickly understood. It was merely a test of skills, not a battle for supremacy. "Understood, Master," he replied, filled with anticipation about how his current strength would measure against Wukong's. "Go find Sun Wukong now," Lin commanded. "Yes, Master," Tian responded. immediately employing his flight technique to soar towards the West capital. Wukong's residence was not within the city limits but rather in the outskirts, a place familiar to Tien and his companions. Upon witnessing Tien's departure, Kaiatsu promptly followed suit. "Master, I'm coming too." "Go ahead." Lin had just located Tien and was reluctant to remain behind, hastily pursuing them. Not far from Wukong's home, he was operating a farming machine, steering it while lamenting, how boring. I wish I could train." Lost in his complaints, he failed to notice the road ahead, and with a sudden crash, he and the machine tumbled off a cliff. Just seconds later, Wukong supported the farming machine with one hand, soaring back into the air. "Wukong, what are you doing?" Tien and Kaiatsu, who had just arrived, curiously inquired upon seeing him. Looking up, Wukong exclaimed, "It's Tien and Kaiatsu." He set the farming machine down and scratched his head, grumbling, "I accidentally drove the machine off the edge." Tien paused, surprised that such a blunder could occur. However, he quickly recalled that this was typical of Wukong, who often lacked focus on anything besides training and eating. Flying closer, Wukong inquired, "Tien, what brings you here?" "I've made considerable progress and wish to challenge you," Tien stated plainly, confident that Wukong would be eager to accept. As expected, Wukong's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly proclaimed, "Really? Tien? That's fantastic." Tien chuckled, knowing that Wukong would never refuse a spar. In fact, Wukong might have suggested it himself had Tien not initiated the idea. "I was just bored, which is why I let the farming machine slip," Wukong continued. "Let us go? Tien, it's time for our spar." Without hesitation, he took to the skies towards the desert mountains, wary of practicing in his own yard where Chi-Chi would certainly scold him. Tien and Kaiatsu followed closely behind. Moments later, the trio arrived at the desert mountains. Concerned for Tien's safety, Kaiatsu advised, "Wukong, keep it light." Wukong nodded while stretching his arms. "Don't worry, Kaiatsu." He understood that Tien was not his adversary and that he must hold back. "Come on, Tien." Tien's expression grew serious as he replied, "Wukong, it's been ages since we last dueled." Wukong's demeanor shifted to match Tien's gravity. "Indeed, I can't recall how many years it's been. Only that it was during the World Martial Arts Tournament." "Exactly, Wukong. Reflecting on our past selves, we were truly weak, akin to mere ants," Tien affirmed. Although he could not recall the exact number of years, he vividly remembered that Wukong had not yet transformed into a Super Saiyan, and his brother Raditz had yet to invade Earth. Wukong, too, reminisced about his training and how feeble he once was. "Yes, we were incredibly weak. Hey, Tien, I believe we will grow even stronger, and one day, we will look back at our current selves and think we are weak." Tien wholeheartedly agreed, especially now that he possessed the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial, indicating that his current strength was merely a starting point. "Indeed, Wukong, let us battle," he declared. With a sudden surge of energy, Tien unleashed his aura, causing winds to whip around him and dust to swirl in concentric circles, spreading out over 100 meters. Wukong was taken aback at first, then became exhilarated, exclaiming, "Tien, you've improved tremendously. This is truly exciting." With that, Wukong also heightened his energy and charged forward. Tien reciprocated with equal fervor. The moment their fists collided, a resounding boom echoed as energy radiated outward from their clash, stirring up dust and debris. The two combatants exchanged blows with fervor, each strike compressing the air around them. At this moment, Wukong had not unleashed his full power, while Tien had reached his utmost potential in his ordinary state. Consequently, Tien quickly gained the upper hand. After parrying Wukong's attack, he swiftly retaliated. With a resounding thud, his fist landed perfectly on Wukong's chest, sending him flying several meters back, crashing into the rocky terrain. Kaiatsu gasped in astonishment, realizing that Tien had actually struck Wukong. Although it was the latter's regular state, it was still an impressive feat. Tien chose not to pursue further, as this was not a life or death contest. Hovering in the air, Tien gazed down at Wukong, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Since Wukong had acquired the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan, Tien had never dared to dream of the day when he could send Wukong flying. Now that he had done so, he felt an exhilarating release, as if a long-restrained emotion had finally found freedom. It was exhilarating. As the dust settled, Wukong burst forth from the cloud, now at the same height as Tien. His voice brimming with enthusiasm, "Tien, you're incredible now." Tien, filled with confidence, responded, "Wukong, just wait. There is even more to come. Let us go." Wukong grinned widely, assumed his classic fighting stance, and fixed his gaze on Tien, ready for the next round. Suddenly, he charged at Tianjin Han. This time, both his strength and speed had significantly increased, unleashing half of his power in a state beyond the ordinary. Tianjin Han, noticing the surge in his opponent's speed, dared not underestimate him and met the attack head-on. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two exchanged countless blows, with dumpling in the distance only catching fleeting glimpses of their fists, for the speed was simply astonishing. Minutes passed, and Tianjin Han gradually found himself at a disadvantage, unable to withstand his adversary's relentless assault as his defenses began to crumble. With a mighty punch, Son Goku struck, and Tianjin Han barely managed to block it. In that moment, Goku's right foot followed suit, delivering a kick that caught Tianjin Han off guard. At that instant, a ki blast coalesced in Goku's hand. Realizing he could not evade the suddenly manifested ki blast, Tianjin Han quickly raised both hands to shield himself. Boom! The ki blast exploded instantaneously, a cloud of smoke billowing forth. Suddenly sensing an impending danger, he instinctively glanced into the smoke, only to see Son Goku charging out like a predator, delivering a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! Tianjin Han plummeted rapidly, crashing to the ground and creating a pit several meters wide and dozens of centimeters deep. Dumpling watched in horror, deeply concerned, but he felt a sense of relief as Tianjin Han quickly rose to his feet. Rather than launching himself into the air, Tianjin Han raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together before his forehead, slowly tracing a line across. In an instant, his third eye erupted with a blinding white light, and wherever his gaze fell, flames ignited, even in the barren desert. Seeing this spectacle, Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah! Is this Tianjin Han's new technique?" Immediately, Tianjin Han clenched his fist and bellowed, "Ah!" His aura surged dramatically, creating a vortex that swept up violent winds, slicing through everything around as if they were sharp blades. The whirlwind expanded from mere meters to tens and then hundreds, stirring up dust and turning the skies a hazy yellow. As Tianjin Han's third eye transformed into a fiery red, the tempest finally subsided. This was the first stage of his divine bloodline, the three-eyed god. In a flash, he appeared before Son Goku, raising both hands and confidently declaring, "Come on, Goku, Goku." Invigorated by the daunting aura emanating from Tianjin Han, felt a thrill of excitement. Since vanquishing Majin Buu, he had not engaged in a true battle until now. It seemed he was finally poised for a good fight. Assuming an attacking stance, he shouted, "Let us go, Tianjin Han." Whoosh! As soon as the words left his mouth, Tianjin Han charged forward, as swift as light. Bang! A powerful punch landed squarely on Goku's abdomen. Goku instinctively exhaled, but Tianjin Han did not relent, transforming his fist into an open palm and unleashing a ki blast that exploded in front of Goku. Whoosh! Boom! Tianjin Han furrowed his brow, sensing that the ki blast had missed its mark. With a surge of energy, he dispersed the smoke created by the explosion, revealing Goku, who had distanced himself by several meters, grinning mischievously. Ha! Goku had elevated his power to its peak in his normal state and charged back with renewed vigor. Bang! The two exchanged blows, their figures flickering as they moved, leaving behind only fleeting shadows in the air. After half an hour of relentless combat, Tianjin Han gradually gained the upper hand, striking with the force of a tempest toward Goku's chest. In an instant, the winds roared, and before Goku's chest could be struck, the surrounding air was devoured by the terrifying force of Tianjin Han's punch. It was a display of sheer horror. Bang! Goku was hit squarely, and Tien seized the opportunity, following up with another punch to Goku's chest, quickly grasping his arm and spinning him around before hurling him away. With his palm directed at Goku, he unleashed a barrage of 3 consecutive ki blasts, each hitting their target flawlessly. Goku fell, but only a few meters down before regaining his footing. With eyes locked on Tianjin Han, he exclaimed excitedly, "Tianjin Han, you are remarkably strong now. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, I stand no chance against you." After speaking, he clenched his fists tightly. "Huh!" Goku roared, his aura surging explosively, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him in an instant. His hair transformed into a brilliant gold, signifying his transformation into Super Saiyan 1. Though they had yet to engage in battle, Tianjin Han could already sense the terrifying energy emanating from Goku. Chapter 11. Upon witnessing greatness, he could not help but feel compelled. This was his first encounter with Goku in his Super Saiyan 1 form. There was no need for comparison. He knew that with his current strength, he was no match for Goku. Without further contemplation, Goku soared upwards, his speed multiplying by dozens of times. The Super Saiyan 1 form enhanced his power 50-fold. even in his three-eyed god state. Tianjin Fan could barely contend with Goku's normal form, let alone the amplified might of Super Saiyan 1. Bang! Struggling to block Goku's incoming punch. Pain shot through Tianjin Fan's hand. Just then, Goku's second punch followed, and Tianjin Fan attempted to defend, only to realize that the pain in his hand had not subsided, causing him to lag behind Goku's rhythm. Bang! A solid punch struck his chest, sending him flying backward for dozens of meters. Before he could stabilize himself, Goku appeared behind him, delivering a crushing blow to his back. Tianjin Fan involuntarily cried out in agony as he plummeted, akin to a falling meteor, shattering the stillness of the sky with a resounding crash against the earth. In an instant, a crater several meters deep formed, clouds of dust erupting into the air. Dumpling, witnessing this, wasted no time and flew directly towards the pit, calling out anxiously, Tianjin Fan. Goku stared at the dust billowing upward, unable to suppress his thoughts. Did I go a bit too hard? With that, he swooped down and waved his hand to disperse the smoke. There stood Tianjin Fan, ragged and covered in dust, but alive, much to the delight of both Dumpling and Goku. Dumpling descended and excitedly asked Tianjin Fan, "Are you all right?" Tianjin Fan smiled and nodded. "Do not worry about me, Dumpling. I am fine." In truth, he bore immense pressure and pain within his body, with an occasional sense of oppression in his chest. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not falter. To do so would be utterly disgraceful. Upon seeing that Tianjin Fan was unharmed, Sun Wukong was filled with joy. "Wonderful, Tianjin Fan. I was worried I had struck too hard. Let us continue our contest." Tianjin Fan, caught between laughter and tears, wished to express, "Wukong, your strikes are far from gentle." He repeatedly insisted, "Wukong, let us pause for now. I am not your match, and I need further training before we compete again." He was acutely aware that he was merely hanging on by a thread, and after Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 1, he could not even catch a glimpse of his opponent. In such a state, how could he possibly contend with Sun Wukong? Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of disappointment but nonetheless reverted to his normal state. "All right, Tianjin Fan. Next time, be sure to challenge me. I am utterly bored," he remarked, scratching his head in mild complaint. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement. "Sure. By the way, Wukong, how have you suddenly improved so rapidly?" Sun Wukong inquired, puzzled. He was aware that Tianjin Fan had never ceased his training, yet he had never experienced such a leap in progress. In his regular form, he could not match Tianjin Fan, only managing to suppress him in Super Saiyan form. Speaking of this matter, Tianjin Fan beamed with pride, responding, "Wukong, over the past few days, Jiaozi and I have apprenticed under an extraordinary master, and both of us have made significant advancements." He could not help but ponder. "I wonder how my master compares to Wukong. Perhaps my master is stronger. After all, he was able to enhance my combat prowess so dramatically in such a short time. However, Wukong is formidable as well. Even in Super Saiyan 1, he can easily overwhelm me. If he were to transform into Super Saiyan 2 or 3, the mere pressure emanating from him might render me utterly powerless." Unconsciously, he began to anticipate a duel between Wukong and his master, pondering who would emerge victorious. Sun Wukong suddenly appeared taken aback, scratching his head in astonishment. "Oh, there are indeed transcendent masters. Where might they be?" "In the hilly mountains," Tianjin Fan replied without hesitation, feeling certain that his master would not mind revealing his location. Sun Wukong was instantly invigorated. "Tianjin Fan, could you take me to meet your master?" Without needing an explicit invitation, Tianjin Fan understood Wukong's intentions. "Wukong, you wish to spar with my master, don't you?" Upon Tianjin Fan voicing his thoughts, Wukong chuckled. "Hee hee. Tianjin Fan, I cannot resist the allure of encountering a skilled fighter." Tianjin Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. Wukong remained the same martial arts enthusiast he had always known. Before Tianjin Fan could respond, Sun Wukong eagerly urged, "Tianjin Fan, let us depart at once." "All right, Wukong, Jiaozi, let us go." The three soared toward the hilly mountains. Outside the Taoist temple, after Lin Fan stored away the time-transcending spiritual abode, he returned to the entrance of the Taoist temple and reclined on a chair, basking in the gentle sunlight. Although his eyes were closed in meditation, he was acutely aware that Sun Wukong was soon to arrive. His future capable disciple was on the way. The thought stirred a wave of excitement within him. At that moment, Yulin emerged from the temple, gazing curiously at Lin Fan, and inquired, "Are you a true Taoist?" Lin Fan could not help but open his eyes. "What does this mean? You, a Taoist, spend all your days lounging in a chair, never once seen in meditation or cultivation. I suspect you are a charlatan. Yulin expressed the thoughts that had been swirling in her mind. It was her first encounter with such a Taoist. One who did not practice but rather indulged in food and drink, reveling in the beauty of the scenery. Lin Fan closed his eyes again, dismissing the notion with indifference. After all, he was merely a fabrication, and there was little to dispute about that. Yet, those who could deny their own falsehood would naturally choose to do so, fabricating a few words in response. The essence of cultivation lies in acting according to one's heart, moving with spontaneity, embracing the natural flow of all things, which is the ultimate path. Lin Mu suddenly found herself in a moment of realization. She had misjudged. He was indeed a genuine Taoist. Though she understood not a single word he uttered, yet it exuded an air of profound wisdom. Perhaps she should take him as her master? This way, she could share a master with the three-eyed bald monk. As she pondered these thoughts, Lin Fan opened his eyes, his gaze directed toward the heavens. They were coming. Their speed surpassed my expectations. It seems this monkey could hardly wait. In less than a minute, Sun Wukong, Tianjin Fan, and Jiaozi arrived before Lin Fan, who remained comfortably reclined in his chair, unmoved by their presence. Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi respectfully greeted him, Master. Sun Wukong stood to the side, scrutinizing Lin Fan, a handsome man of imposing presence and righteous demeanor. However, he soon scratched his head in confusion. Why could he not sense his aura? He appeared to be an ordinary person, yet he was Tianjin Fan's master. How could he possibly be mundane? Surely he was unfathomable, thus eluding his perception. In truth, Sun Wukong's inability to sense Lin Fan's aura stemmed from the latter's absorption of divine energy. Such energy can only be detected by those of divine caliber. Others remain entirely oblivious. Although Sun Wukong's combat prowess surpassed that of many deities, he was not a god himself, while Lin Fan, though not formally designated as a deity, had absorbed divine energy, rendering him nearly equivalent to one. He merely required either the strength to ascend or an official appointment to become a true god. Thus, it was only natural that Sun Wukong could not perceive his true power. Lin Fan opened his eyes and gazed at the trio, including Sun Wukong. He then rose to his feet. Sun Wukong. Indeed, this Sun Wukong was identical to the one depicted in the comics, showing no discernible differences. Even the lines on his face were exactly the same. Upon realizing that Lin Fan recognized him, Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy, albeit tinged with a hint of shyness. However, contemplating Lin Fan's profound strength, any sense of embarrassment was swiftly cast aside. With palpable excitement, he exclaimed, "You are truly remarkable for enhancing Tian Xinhan's strength in such a brief period." Lin Fan waved his hand lightly, speaking calmly, "That is his effort. I merely guided him in." Sun Wukong, his face filled with confusion, could not comprehend what it meant to be guided in. "You are quite remarkable. To have Tianjin Fan improve so significantly in just 2 days. May I spar with you?" The request from Sun Wukong was entirely anticipated by Lin Fan. However, he had no intention of acquiescing to Wukong's plea at this moment. His combat prowess was still inferior to that of Sun Wukong, and he was no match for him. Should he be defeated by Wukong, it would complicate his future aspirations of taking on disciples, particularly with someone as proud as Vegeta, who would never deign to accept him as a master. Chuckling lightly, Lin Fan replied, "Wukong, I cannot engage in a spar with you at present." This left Sun Wukong perplexed, unable to grasp the reason behind it. "Huh, why not? Why can't you spar with me?" When Tianjin Fan approached Sun Wukong for a match, Lin Fan had already devised a rationale. "Wukong, may I ask, can you sense my energy aura?" Sun Wukong, puzzled by the question, responded honestly, "I cannot detect it." Lin Fan continued, "Can you sense the aura of the East Kaishin?" "I cannot see it either." Sun Wukong remained baffled, but Tianjin Fan and Yulin seemed to have an inkling, gazing at Lin Fan in astonishment, but they remained somewhat uncertain. They looked at him intently, hoping for his explicit confirmation. "Wukong, in truth, I am nearly identical to the East Kaishin. We are both gods, hence you cannot perceive our auras." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, you are also a god." "Indeed, I am a god, and you, for now, are merely a mortal. Moreover, you have done great service to protect Earth and the universe. Thus, I cannot recklessly engage you in battle. Otherwise, I would face repercussions." Tianjin Fan thought to himself. As he had surmised correctly, Lin Fan was indeed a god, just as he had previously speculated. It was no wonder he possessed the hyperbolic time chamber, a treasure exclusive to the divine realm. Meanwhile, Yulin secretly resolved to find a way to become his disciple. Since he was a god, he must possess immense abilities. and perhaps one day she could defeat the three-eyed Baldy. Initially, she had only wished to share a school with Tianjin Fan, but now she genuinely aspired to learn the skills Lin Fan possessed. Lin Fan spoke lies without the slightest hint of embarrassment, his performance perfectly calibrated. He pondered that this was a benevolent falsehood, leaving Sun Wukong with a glimmer of hope. Sun Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he still raised his right hand, making a minuscule gesture. Then let us make a tiny sign, so that you shall not face any consequences. Lin Fan pondered to himself, I hardly believe you. Engaging in combat with someone so consumed by martial arts transcends mere trivialities. It becomes a matter of victory or defeat. Despite such thoughts swirling in his mind, he managed to smile and shake his head. Observing that Sun Wukong remained silent, Tianjin Fan promptly interjected, Wukong, since Master cannot engage, we should let it be. We must not allow a friendly spar to bring punishment upon our master. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong lamented, Alas, it is truly regrettable that I cannot compete with such a formidable opponent. Although he was indeed a martial enthusiast, he would never wish for anyone to suffer consequences due to a contest with him. Lin Fan observed the dejected expression on Sun Wukong's face, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the effect he desired. Wukong, I understand that you cannot spar with me, and it leaves you disheartened. In truth, I feel the same way, yearning to engage in combat with you and witness the might of your Super Saiyan 3 form. Sun Wukong paused for a moment, astonished, and inquired, Oh, you are aware that I can transform into a Super Saiyan 3? Lin Fan smiled. I not only know that you can transform into Super Saiyan 3, but I am also aware of the strengths and weaknesses of your ultimate technique, the Kaioken. Ah, Sun Wukong's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident on his face. The Kaioken was a technique taught exclusively by King Kai himself, and yet he was aware of it. Lin Fan observed his performance with great satisfaction, clearly sensing that Sun Wukong was gradually making his way into his embrace. Although the King Fist was a technique uniquely created by the North King, I too can forge my own. Moreover, the King Fist I develop can be dubbed the ultimate version, significantly reducing the pain and physical exhaustion typically associated with the King Fist, thus allowing for a more effective execution of the high multiplication King Fist. Sun Wukong was exhilarated at the prospect of the ultimate King Fist, which would considerably diminish the physical toll and discomfort. If these two aspects could be alleviated, he could effortlessly unleash a 20-fold King Fist, or even 25, 30, or beyond. Just the thought of it made his eager heart race uncontrollably. With his palms pressed together, he bowed to Lin Fan, preparing to inquire further, only to realize he was still unaware of the other's name. Embarrassed, he asked, Hee. I forgot to ask your name. Lin Fan. Lin Fan, may I take you as my master? Chapter 13. Painting a grand dream. Lin Fan had been biding his time, eagerly awaiting this very phrase from Sun Wukong. Without a hint of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Certainly. I am quite curious to witness the effects of Super Saiyan 3 combined with the ultimate Kaioken. Sun Wukong, filled with joy, quickly clasped his hands in greeting and exclaimed, Master Lin Fan. Lin Fan, in an effort to encourage Sun Wukong to diligently engage in his training, pondered for a moment before speaking. Wukong, it is indeed possible for you to challenge me. Upon hearing the suggestion of a contest, Sun Wukong's interest was piqued, and he eagerly inquired, Master Lin Fan, can we compete now? Did you not mention that you would face punishment? As he spoke, he rubbed his fists together, brimming with anticipation. Wukong, you have misunderstood. We still cannot compete at this moment. However, once you attain the same realm as the gods, then we shall be able to engage in a match. Lin Fan smiled and spoke. Sun Wukong and the others were perplexed. What did it mean to be on par with the divine? What realm was that? Could it possibly mean becoming a deity as well? Tianjin Fan and the others shared similar thoughts, yet they deemed it implausible. How could they ever ascend to the status of gods? Lin Fan observed the incredulous expressions on the faces of several individuals, realizing that it was time to paint a grand vision. Indeed, the only path to engaging in a true exchange of skills lay in becoming a deity. Sun Wukong immediately scratched the back of his head, exclaiming, What? Become a god? How does one achieve such a status? Surely, it must be an insurmountable challenge. He pondered in his heart that if divine power could be measured, then he could indeed ascend to divinity, for the deities he had encountered were not as formidable as himself. Tianjin Fan and the others shared similar sentiments of difficulty. Lin Fan smiled and adjusted the pancake to its maximum size. Wukong, since you wish to become my disciple, I can impart to you the secrets of attaining divinity. Sun Wukong, while not particularly fond of the idea of becoming a god, was eager to challenge Lin Fan. His face radiated excitement, and before he could utter a word, Lin Fan continued, "Not only can I elevate you to the status of a deity, but I can also amplify your strength manifold, transforming you into a Super Saiyan God with crimson hair." Sun Wukong and Tianjin Fan, among others, were hearing of the Super Saiyan God for the very first time. Super Saiyan God? What is that? It sounds even more formidable than my Super Saiyan 3. Lin Fan smiled. Wukong, in truth, Super Saiyan 3 is not particularly remarkable. While you may excel in this universe, there are still numerous individuals who could easily defeat you here. Upon hearing this, Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi widened their eyes in astonishment. Yulin was unaware of Sun Wukong's true strength, yet the two of them knew he was the one who had vanquished Majin Buu, a formidable being who had saved the Earth and the universe countless times. To think there are still many capable of defeating him in this universe raises the question of just how terrifying their power must be. Yulin, although oblivious to Sun Wukong's prowess, could infer from Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi's reactions that Wukong was indeed more powerful than Tianjin Fan, and thus superior to herself as well. She pondered the existence of so many masters in this world. No, in this universe. However, upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong felt no dismay. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. With enthusiasm, he inquired, "Master Lin Fan, who else possesses the strength to defeat me? I wish to engage in battle with them." Lin Fan smiled faintly, gesturing with 2 fingers. "Let me introduce you to 2 individuals. The first, Beerus. The second, Whis. In truth, within the 7th universe, only these 2 could effortlessly defeat Son Goku. However, to bewilder Goku, he had to put on an act." Son Goku turned his head to the side, wearing a contemplative expression as he murmured, "Beerus? Whis? Why have I never heard of these names before?" Lin Fan remained silent on the matter. Sun Wukong hastily inquired, "Where are the 2 of them?" Lin Fan anticipated that he would inquire about it. However, he had no intention of revealing anything. Neither the current Sun Wukong nor himself stood a chance against Beerus. Confronted with such a formidable foe, the inevitable fate for them would be death. The moment was not yet ripe for disclosure. He would reveal the truth when Sun Wukong ascended to the status of Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong felt as if his heart were suspended in midair, for he had only uttered half of his thoughts. Was this not a tantalizing tease? Observing that Sun Wukong was poised to speak again, Lin Fan reiterated, "Wukong, there is no need for you to inquire further. Even if you do, I shall remain silent. When the time is right, I will naturally enlighten you." Revealing everything to Sun Wukong at once, leaving him with no lingering thoughts, simply would not do. Lin Fan deliberately sought to tantalize Sun Wukong. Observing Lin Fan's unwavering stance, Sun Wukong realized that further inquiries would be futile. Nevertheless, he understood one crucial point. He required additional training and enhancement. His journey of advancement had yet to reach its conclusion. Presently, an opportunity arose. With his hands clasped in reverence, he implored, "Master Lin Fan, please instruct me on how to transform into a Super Saiyan God." Ding! Congratulations, host, for accepting Sun Wukong as a disciple. You have acquired Combat Power 3 billion, Super Saiyan Bloodline, Super Saiyan God, Red, Vast Heart, Ultra Ultimate Flash. Current host base Combat Power 9 billion. Lin Fan was utterly unprepared for the moment when Sun Wukong sincerely addressed him as master. His rather lackluster master system only recognized genuine discipleship when a student earnestly acknowledged their mentor, thereby granting rewards. Although Sun Wukong had previously referred to him as Master Lin Fan on several occasions, the system had not rewarded him, indicating that those utterances lacked true sincerity. However, this time was different. To his astonishment, he received the extraordinary reward of Super Saiyan God Super Red. Without this reward, transforming into a Super Saiyan God would necessitate the gathering of light from 6 righteous Saiyans, focusing their virtuous hearts onto one individual. Lin Fan refrained from disclosing this transformation method to Sun Wukong, knowing that once informed, Wukong would undoubtedly seek out others to facilitate his transformation, eagerly anticipating a duel. Achieving the form of Super Saiyan God would elevate their combat prowess beyond mere billions, launching them into an entirely new realm of strength, a qualitative leap. Lin Fan had always believed that the power escalation in Dragon Ball Super was exceedingly outrageous. Transformations like Super Red, Super Blue, Ultra Instinct, and the demonization enhancements defied conventional multipliers, representing a fundamental metamorphosis and a novel stage of combat. Had Lin Fan attained such a reward earlier and Sun Wukong sought a match, he would have readily accepted. For easily overpowering Super Saiyan 3 Wukong in the form of Super Saiyan God was an effortless task. Yet, having communicated to Sun Wukong that they could not compete until he mastered the transformation, Lin Fan remained resolute in his decision, refusing to waver. Otherwise, he would risk becoming a person of fickle intentions. Chapter 14. The Confidence of Lin Master. Please teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan God. I implore you. Sun Wukong, observing Lin Fan's silence, mistakenly assumed he was deep in thought. Lin Fan regained his composure and smiled. Wukong, there is no rush to transform into the Super Saiyan God. Given your current strength, you will not be able to sustain that form for long. This statement held truth. The Super Saiyan God form was exceedingly energy-consuming, demanding stamina comparable to that of the Kaioken. For now, I shall teach you the ultimate Kaioken. Upon hearing that he could learn the ultimate Kaioken, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement, his heart ablaze like a roaring furnace, warm and fervent. The ultimate Kaioken was a skill he had long desired to master, and now the prospect of learning its ultimate version brought him immense joy. Very well, Master. Let us begin. At that moment, Lin stepped forward. I too wish to become your disciple. Lin Fan gazed at Yulin, feeling no surprise at all. She had a fondness for Tianjin rice, and since Tianjin rice had come under his tutelage, it was only natural that she would desire to follow suit. It was merely a matter of time. What had catch him off guard was how swiftly Yulin had come to this conclusion and sought to become his disciple. Sun Wukong looked at Yulin with a hint of astonishment and remarked, "Aren't you Lin Fan's disciple? Just a moment ago, you weren't. Now you are." With unwavering confidence. Yulin replied. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, are you so confident?" "Indeed," Yulin replied with great assurance. Seeing her unwavering confidence, Lin Fan was curious about the source of it. Did she believe that by identifying herself as a woman, she could compel him to accept her? If that were her rationale, it would be misguided. "Aren't you afraid I might refuse to take you in?" Yulin responded earnestly. "Not at all. If you do not accept me as your disciple, I shall kneel before you and wait until you do. When others witness my submission, they will think you are bullying me. After all, you are a figure of divine caliber. Surely you would not want such a reputation?" Incredibly, this was indeed a form of shamelessness, a woman resorting to such underhanded tactics. Yet, she spoke a kernel of truth, disregarding the rewards for accepting disciples. He inherently preferred to have as many disciples as possible. Even without incentives, the sight of a woman kneeling before him, pleading to be accepted, would lead him to acquiesce. Just as she articulated, he did not wish to be perceived as mistreating a woman. "Very well, you have bested me. I shall accept you. However, Yulin, you must address me as master with sincerity, so I may ascertain your genuine intent. If you truly wish to become my disciple, I shall accept you. If not, then let us part ways here." Lin Fan sought to ascertain the sincerity of an individual with remarkable ease. All it required was for the person to address him as master. Should the system fail to provide a reward in response, it would indicate a lack of genuine intent. In a gesture of utmost respect, Yulin bowed and greeted, "Master." Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting Yulin as a disciple, thus gaining combat prowess of 100 million, celestial master techniques, healing arts, and mastery of super breath. Lin Fan felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that the system had merely awarded him 100 million battle points. However, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that given Yulin's inherently low battle prowess, receiving such a substantial reward was indeed commendable. As for the rewards themselves, Lin Fan immediately discerned that the Heavenly Master technique was undoubtedly suitable for Yulin's cultivation. He believed that the other items were not appropriate, and even if they were, he would not entrust them to her all at once. Turning to Yulin, he said, "Yulin, I can sense your genuine sincerity. Since that is the case, I shall teach you the Heavenly Master technique. However, we must adhere to a principle of priority. I need to first instruct Sun Wukong on the ultimate King Fist." Upon hearing about the Heavenly Master technique, Yulin was utterly astonished. She had heard of this technique before. It encompassed a myriad of spells, far surpassing her own demon arts by countless magnitudes, to the point where the two could hardly be compared. She had initially believed that since she was studying demon arts, Lin Fan would have little to impart to her, given the scarcity of individuals knowledgeable in such techniques in this world. Yet, she was completely unprepared for the revelation that Lin Fan possessed such understanding. If she were to master the Heavenly Master technique, she would undoubtedly be able to contend with Tianjin Fan, perhaps even surpass him. Truly, Lin Fan was a remarkable figure. In a flurry of gratitude, she bowed respectfully and exclaimed, "Disciple is profoundly grateful to Master." Lin Fan ceased to squander time. instructing Sun Wukong to sit cross-legged as he commenced imparting the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate King Fist. The King Fist, devised by the North King, emphasizes the excavation of one's physical potential, while the ultimate King Fist represents an even higher echelon. It not only necessitates mastery over the explosive control of physical capabilities, but also requires the ability to regulate bodily contractions with ease. An hour later, Lin Fan imparted the theoretical knowledge of the ultimate King Fist to Sun Wukong, as Sun Wukong was already proficient in the King Fist technique. After an hour of absorbing the theoretical essentials, he experienced an enlightening revelation. Unable to contain his excitement, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Listening to your words is akin to awakening to profound wisdom." Lin Fan was drinking water when he nearly spat it out. Tianjin Fan hastily reminded him, "Wukong, what you just heard is worth more than a decade of study. Wukong, take a moment to truly contemplate this. Soon, I shall escort you to the hyperbolic time chamber." "The hyperbolic time chamber? Are we going to the divine temple?" Sun Wukong asked in astonishment. Tianjin Fan clarified, "It is not the divine temple's time chamber. It is the hyperbolic time chamber, infinitely more powerful." After 4 to 5 minutes of description, Sun Wukong finally understood the effects of the hyperbolic time chamber. He excitedly clenched his fists, exclaiming, "Incredible! Now I see why you, Tianjin Fan, have managed to enhance your combat prowess so significantly in such a short time." Tianjin Fan chuckled. At that moment, Lin Fan turned to Yulin and inquired, "Yulin, the master tactics will be quite challenging and arduous to cultivate. Are you still willing to pursue it?" "Absolutely," Yulin replied without the slightest hesitation. As Lin Fan responded, a thought flickered in his mind. Mastering the art of celestial priests. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the art of celestial priests. A torrent of memories regarding this ancient practice surged into his consciousness. Allow me to elucidate the art of celestial priests. Also known as the way of celestial priests, this technique primarily employs seals, which encompass 3 fundamental aspects: the summoning of deities, the commanding of spirits, and the conveyance of the Tao. The divine aligns with its essence, and the essence aligns with the true form. Without grasping the true essence, all is merely a grand title. The divine can penetrate stone, and the divine can soar through the air. It can enter water without drowning, and it can enter fire without being consumed. Chapter 15. The terrifying effects of the vast heart. The art of celestial priests is rather intricate. Lin Fan dedicated a full 3 hours to instructing Yulin, enabling her to memorize the entirety of it. However, this was merely a superficial recollection, not a complete understanding. To truly comprehend it, she must engage in her own contemplation and reflection. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, unable to contain his impatience, had already been waiting nearby. He was already well-versed in the King's Fist and could wield it with great proficiency. Although the ultimate King's Fist requires an even deeper mastery of the body and breath, he had essentially grasped its principles and was merely seeking an opportunity to showcase his skills. The hyperbolic time chamber was the ideal venue for such an endeavor. However, Lin Fan was preoccupied with instructing Yulin, making it awkward for him to interrupt. Thus, he could only sit and wait anxiously by the side. Now that the lesson had concluded, he eagerly inquired, "Master Lin Fan, when may I enter the hyperbolic time chamber?" "I can hardly wait." His expression was one of barely contained excitement. Lin Fan rose to his feet and soared towards the previously expansive terrain, with Sun Wukong and the others eagerly trailing behind, their faces alight with excitement at the prospect of entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Having heard Tianjin Fan speak of its extraordinary effects, he had long been captivated and was impatient to explore its wonders. Soon, they arrived at the once level ground, only to find Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi rendered speechless. Where had the hyperbolic time chamber vanished? Unbeknownst to them, while he sought out Sun Wukong for a competition, Lin Fan had already concealed the chamber. Sun Wukong and Yulin were equally perplexed, scratching their heads in confusion. "Master, why have you brought us here? Aren't we supposed to be heading to the hyperbolic time chamber?" Lin Fan remained silent, a slight curve forming at the corners of his mouth, creating a graceful arc. With a sweeping motion of his hand, lo and behold, a house emerged upon the previously flat ground. Tianjin Fan, well acquainted with this dwelling, exclaimed, "The hyperbolic time chamber. Could it be that this hyperbolic time chamber can be retracted?" It must be so. He had initially believed that once the hyperbolic time chamber was summoned, it could not be retracted. After all, such a large structure now appeared entirely capable of being withdrawn, much like the items from Capsule Corporation. Upon hearing Tianjin Fan's words, Sun Wukong and the others scrutinized the hyperbolic time chamber closely, noting that it seemed to possess no extraordinary features. At this moment, Lin Fan spoke, urging, "You too, swiftly enter. Once your mental energy is entirely expended, the hyperbolic time chamber will automatically expel you." Sun Wukong could hardly contain his eagerness. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, yes. In an instant, he soared into the hyperbolic time chamber. Yulin, not hesitating any longer, cast a glance at Tianjin Fan before promptly following closely behind Sun Wukong. Lin Fan glanced at Tianjin Rice and Dumplings, asking, "Do you two wish to enter?" Each individual possesses 10 opportunities in a lifetime. Tianjin Rice pondered for a moment. Although one has 10 chances throughout their life, it would be unwise to squander them recklessly. It would be prudent to wait until his spiritual strength was more formidable before venturing inside. At present, his most crucial task is to solidify his own capabilities. He shook his head and replied, "Master, we shall not go for now. I wish to first consolidate my strength." Lin Fan also did not recommend Tianjin Fan to enter. It would be wiser to first consolidate their strength rather than squander opportunities unnecessarily. "Very well. Proceed with your consolidation." Lin Fan returned to the Taoist temple and reclined upon a chair, embarking on an exploration of the rewards he had previously acquired. Having accepted Sun Wukong as his disciple, he not only gained a staggering 3 billion in battle power, but also inherited the bloodline of a Super Saiyan, the form of Super Saiyan God, Super Red, the Vast Heart, and the Ultimate Flash. Among these rewards, the Vast Heart perplexed him the most, leaving him uncertain about its true nature. As for the Ultimate Flash, its name alone suggested it was a superior version of Vegeta's Ultimate Flash. Upon examining the Vast Heart, he found its effect to be as follows. It allows the bearer to merge with anyone, and upon successful fusion, the merged individual can communicate with all beings across the 12 universes, without distance limitations. For instance, if the bearer is situated in the 7th universe, they would be able to converse with Jiren in the 11th universe, provided they can sense the other's energy. Lin Fan was momentarily astounded by the effects of the Vast Heart. Its power was simply invincible. As long as he could perceive the essence of another, he could establish a telepathic connection regardless of that entity's location within the 12 universes. Consequently, even without venturing into other universes, he could recruit elite disciples from them, provided he was persuasive enough. Indeed, this was nothing short of extraordinary. Such a capability might belong only to beings of the caliber of Whis. However, even Whis would likely lack this specific ability, as they are confined to their own universe. Unlike him, who could communicate across all 12 universes, the effects of the Vast Heart seemed to be a privilege reserved for those of the highest echelons, akin to the Grand Minister. Could this be considered the acquisition of a divine artifact? Truly, he was deserving of the title of the leading protagonist. Lin Fan, increasingly exhilarated, yearned to merge with the Vast Heart at that very moment. However, he decided to exercise patience and first explore what the mastery of the Super Aura entailed. Upon reviewing the mastery of the Super Aura, upon learning, one could achieve a remarkably subtle control over their aura. Examining the healing technique, it allows one to perform basic healing on oneself or on objects. The mastery of the Super Aura appeared quite commendable, after all. It was through Whis' training that Sun Wukong and Vegeta had honed their aura control, enabling them to transcend limitations and transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue forms. If Sun Wukong's fortune favored him, he might emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber in an optimal state, at which point Lin Fan could impart to him the mastery of the Super Aura, potentially bringing him closer to Super Blue. Should he successfully integrate Divine Aura, ascending into a divine state would likely pose no challenge. However, Divine Aura is elusive, often requiring a serendipitous encounter. Adopting a Buddhist mindset is advisable. Sun Wukong and Vegeta would inevitably reach divine states in due course. As for the healing technique, it seemed rather mundane. Its potency was less formidable than anticipated. Had its healing strength been exceptional, it might have been deemed a divine skill. Regardless, this journey yielded satisfactory rewards, particularly in acquiring the Vast Heart. With that thought, he resolved to merge with the Vast Heart. With a single thought, he activated it. Beep. Activation of the Vast Heart successful. In that fleeting moment, Lin Fan felt an influx of a certain essence coursing through his body. Radiant, multicolored light enveloped him entirely, and he instantly focused his mind, warm energies flowing throughout his being. Chapter 16. The Grand Priest's Astonishment in the Palace of the Omni King. The Grand Priest accompanied the Omni King in a delightful game of color matching. With each eliminated sphere, a planet vanished from the mirrored realm, bringing immense joy to the Omni King. Suddenly, The Grand Priest glanced outside the palace, his eyes flickering with intrigue. The vast power? He addressed the Omni King respectfully. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon for a moment. In an instant, he departed from the palace, standing on the celestial body outside, directing his gaze towards the source of the vast power and channeling his divine energy to investigate the matter further. Within the palace, he could not freely unleash his divine power without raising the vigilance of the Omni King's guards, which might provoke unnecessary conflict and possibly displeasure from the Omni King himself. Thus, he chose to step outside to wield his divine might. Moments later, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What is happening?" He found himself unable to discern the source of the power. A jolt of anxiety coursed through him as he realized he could not pinpoint the specific location from whence the vast power emanated. He only understood it to originate roughly from the direction of the 6th and 7th universes. It seemed he would need to consult Whis and Beerus. Such unforeseen developments could herald either fortune or misfortune. 5 minutes elapsed, and the radiant light enveloping Lin Fan gradually dimmed until it ultimately faded into oblivion. Lin Fan involuntarily lifted his gaze towards the heavens and murmured, "Is this the power of the vast heart?" After fully merging with the vast heart, he sensed an inexplicable connection with the 12 universes. It felt as though, with merely a thought, he could effortlessly communicate with anyone. However, one aspect eluded his understanding. His actions in harnessing the power of the vast heart had drawn the attention of the High Divine Officer. Should he seek someone to experiment with? Perhaps it would be prudent to first master the other skills before attempting. He resolved to utilize his Super Saiyan lineage to learn the transformation into Super Saiyan God, acquire the Ultra Ultimate Flash, master healing techniques, and perfect the Super Ki control. Ding. Congratulations to the host for merging with the Super Saiyan lineage. Ding. Acquisition of Super Saiyan God transformation. Ding. Mastery of Ultra Ultimate Flash. Ding. Learning of healing techniques. Ding. Mastery of Super Ki control. Current host status. Host, Lin Fan. Techniques, Super Strong Ki Cannon, Sky Dance Technique, Gigantic Whole Wave, Ultra Ultimate Flash. Special Techniques, Dominating Body Technique, Ultimate King Fist, Telepathic Communication, Super Precognition, Super Saiyan God, Healing Techniques. Special Items, Super Spirit Time Room. Race Lineage, Human, Scion. Base Combat Power, 9, 1 billion. Upon observing his data, Lin Fan smiled contentedly. Not bad. My strength has significantly increased since I first arrived. This lazy master system truly excels. I wonder how much combat power Sun Wukong will gain in the Super Spirit Time Room. I hope it brings me a delightful surprise. Putting aside such thoughts, he decided to first test the power of the vast heart. After Lin Fan assimilated the heart of vastness, he comprehended its utilization. It necessitated the search for the opponent's aura, thereby establishing a connection for mental communication. After contemplating for a moment, he pondered whom he should engage in dialogue with. For his initial endeavor, it would be prudent to seek someone exceptionally gifted, a formidable warrior. Exceptionally gifted? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lin Fan's mind as he gently tapped his hand and exclaimed with excitement, "Isn't Broly the epitome of extraordinary talent? Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, embodies an overwhelming presence in both innate ability and growth potential. If my memory serves me correctly, Broly and his father, Paragus, were exiled to planet Vampa. But where exactly is planet Vampa? Without coordinates, how can I embark on my search? This is truly perplexing. If only I had access to a cosmic map." Lin Fan recalled a matter, a smile gracing his lips, for he knew who possessed the cosmic map. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared into the sky, heading towards the western capital. Moments later, Lin Fan arrived in West City. As the most renowned city within the Dragon Ball universe, West City is undoubtedly thriving and flourishing. Lin Fan arrived in West Capital not for leisure, but for a matter of considerable importance. Standing atop the city, he quickly spotted his objective and swiftly soared towards it. Meanwhile, Vegeta, engrossed in devouring a pizza, lifted a bucket of water beside him, tilting his head back to gulp it down with gusto. "Vegeta, do slow down," Bulma complained, her graceful demeanor radiating charm as she tossed the empty pizza box into a nearby trash bin, every movement imbued with feminine allure. Suddenly, Vegeta's gaze sharpened. He had clearly seen someone approaching from the sky, prompting him to set down the water bucket. Bulma, misinterpreting his action as a response to her advice, felt a mix of excitement and satisfaction. Over the years, it had been rare for her to successfully sway Vegeta in any matter. So witnessing him display a modicum of elegance while eating filled her with a sense of accomplishment. In a flash, Vegeta stood upright, his attention fixed on the heavens. Bulma, perplexed by his behavior, instinctively followed his gaze and noticed a figure descending towards them. Could it be Gohan? It didn't seem likely. As the silhouette drew nearer, it landed gracefully beside Vegeta and Bulma. The newcomer was a youth of impeccable physique, his exquisitely handsome face sculpted with breathtaking lines that even Vegeta couldn't help but admire. Thinking to himself, this person is truly striking. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought with a scoff, pondering how such a pretty boy could ever rival the extraordinary Prince Vegeta. Bulma, however, openly expressed her admiration, exclaiming, "He's so handsome." This declaration ignited a surge of jealousy within Vegeta, who huffed in response. The newcomer, of course, was Lin Fan. Lin Fan surveyed Vegeta and then attentively examined Bulma. Though no longer in her youth, she retained an alluring charm, her figure and skin well maintained, making her appear to be in her early 30s. In every aspect of her appearance, she was not inferior to those youthful maidens. Moreover, the mature beauty she exuded was beyond what any young girl could compare to. She was undeniably a captivating and seductive enchantress. However, Lin Fan was aware that it was quite impolite to gaze at another man's wife, especially with her husband present. He hastily redirected the conversation. "Hello, Bulma." Bulma, taken aback, responded, "Huh? You know me? How could I not recognize the illustrious heiress Bulma?" Upon hearing this, Bulma's face lit up with joy, her enchanting eyes sparkling with happiness as she covered her mouth and laughed. "Ha! You flatter me." Vegeta, however, was less than pleased. Apart from Goku, no one dared to make his wife laugh like that. "Who do you think you are?" he huffed, "with your sweet talk. What brings you here?" Lin Fan, well aware of Vegeta's temperament, remained unperturbed and calmly stated, "Greetings, I am Lin Fan. Today, I seek to borrow a cosmic map from Bulma." A cosmic map? Both Vegeta and Bulma were momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Bulma apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, I don't have a cosmic map." Vegeta crossed his arms and coldly exclaimed, "Did you hear that? You can leave now." Lin Fan furrowed his brow, aware of Vegeta's pride and jealousy, yet found this jealousy to be rather excessive. Just as he was about to speak, Bulma immediately reprimanded Vegeta. "Vegeta, how can you be so rude?" Quickly apologized to Lin Fan. The proud Prince Vegeta would never deign to apologize to anyone, letting out a disdainful snort. Observing her husband's demeanor, Bulma turned to Lin Fan with an apologetic expression. "I sincerely apologize, Lin Fan. He is simply that kind of person. Please forgive him." Had Bulma remained silent, Lin Fan would undoubtedly have confronted Vegeta. However, with Bulma already offering an apology on his behalf, he felt it was inappropriate to say anything further, especially since he needed Bulma's assistance. In truth, Lin Fan suspected that Bulma likely did not possess a cosmic map, as she seemed uninterested in exploring the universe. His inquiry was merely a casual one. His primary purpose for being there was to ask her to contact Gak. Gak was a galactic patrolman, perpetually traversing the cosmos and undoubtedly in possession of a cosmic map. "No worries, Bulma. Could you assist me in reaching out to Gak?" "Gak?" Bulma paused, slightly taken aback. If Lin Fan had not mentioned him, she might have forgotten about the individual altogether, a galactic patrolman resembling Ultraman. However, she was curious as to how Lin Fan knew of her acquaintance with Gak, a fact she had not disclosed to Vegeta or the others. "How do you know I am acquainted with Gak?" Lin Fan anticipated her inquiry and smiled slightly, responding, "It is divination. In this realm, there exist individuals akin to fortune tellers, and Bulma happens to be acquainted with one, so she would not harbor excessive doubts upon hearing this." However, Bulma remained skeptical of Lin Fan's claim, stating, "I do not believe you. If you are indeed a diviner, what else have you foreseen?" As a devoted Dragon Ball enthusiast, it would be exceedingly simple to deceive those within this domain. Given her disbelief, she decided to elaborate further. With a mischievous smile, Lin Fan continued, "I also foresee that your acquaintance with Jack is primarily due to your sister, Tais. Your sister Tais, enamored with the idea of adventure, forsook a life of comfort to embark on her own quests. During her journeys, she encountered the galactic patrolman Jack and subsequently joined him aboard a spaceship, traversing the cosmos in search of inspiration." "Bulma, would you not agree with my words?" Bulma stood momentarily stunned, for every detail was accurate. Indeed, her sister Tais had met Jack in precisely that manner. Could it be that he truly possesses the gift of foresight? If not, how could he possibly know such intimate details? Lin Fan seized the moment to say, "Bulma, I truly harbor no ill intentions. I merely seek a cosmic map." Vegeta, standing nearby, coldly interjected, "Should you possess any malice, I shall obliterate you." Lin Fan did not refute this statement, but rather concurred, saying, Bulma, Vegeta is correct. If I harbored any ill intentions, Vegeta would surely be able to defeat me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta seemed to take Lin Fan's acknowledgement of his strength to heart, instinctively lifting his nostrils with pride and crossing his arms. Bulma pondered for a moment and replied, Very well, I shall reach out to you. However, I do not possess Jack's contact information, so I can only contact my sister first. Thank you. Bulma retrieved her phone and dialed her sister's number, but there was no answer. After 3 consecutive attempts, she still received no response. I apologize, no one is answering the call. I will have to wait for my sister Ties to return my call. Once she does, I will get in touch with you. What is your number? Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. I do not possess a phone. Although he had been here for a few days, he had not purchased one due to a lack of funds. The money for snacks was all provided by Lin. Bulma, being a generous individual, retrieved a capsule. With a pop, a finely crafted mobile phone materialized before them. This phone is a gift for you. I will contact you once my sister responds. Lin Fan did not hesitate and answered the call directly. Thank you. He secretly contemplated that Bulma was indeed a remarkable person. If Yamcha had been a tad more devoted, Bulma might not have become Vegeta's partner. However, if Bulma were to become Yamcha's woman, her opportunities to shine would likely diminish, which would be a significant loss for Dragon Ball. You're welcome. Bulma replied with a smile. Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, Farewell. As he prepared to take flight using his aerial technique, Vegeta, standing nearby, intervened, saying, Wait. Lin Fan turned to Vegeta, his curiosity piqued as he inquired, Vegeta, is there something amiss? What is the nature of the energy emanating from you? It is quite elusive. Had he not tilted his head back to drink, he might not have even noticed Lin Fan's approach, for he was unable to sense Lin Fan's presence. Lin Fan did not conceal the truth. I am a deity, hence you cannot sense my aura. Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, Humph? A deity? What is so remarkable about that? Those deities are merely average. Lin Fan did not refute. Neither the East Kaishin nor the North Kaishin stood a chance against the current Vegeta. However, he had no desire to engage in idle chatter with Vegeta. Ascending into the sky, he soared toward the direction of the temple. Vegeta, incensed by being disregarded, found it intolerable. In this universe, he had yet to encounter anyone who could overlook his presence. Those who had dared to do so had already met their demise at his hands. Even if Frieza were to be resurrected, he would easily dispatch him once more. Yet now, this enigmatic deity before him had the audacity to ignore him, truly believing himself to be a god. With a rush of wind, he swiftly propelled himself in front of Lin Fan. How dare you disregard me? Lin Fan's lips curled into a sneer. What is there to fear? In that instant, the air crackled with tension. P.S. Hand over all the gifts. Whether for love or for power. Chapter 18. The first transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, surveying Vegeta with an intensely piercing gaze. In an instant, Vegeta erupted with rage, feeling a profound sense of insult. The way he was being regarded was a blatant expression of disdain. To be looked upon with such contempt was tantamount to humiliation. Get lost. He bellowed, clenching his fists tightly as an overwhelming aura surged around him. The sky instantaneously darkened, filled with charred, ominous clouds, creating an atmosphere of chaos and gloom. The wind stirred violently, converging towards Vegeta's presence. Suddenly, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene, revealing Vegeta, his hair glistening like gold and his body crackling with electric energy. Lin Fan expressed his surprise, saying, Oh? Transforming into Super Saiyan 2 without even engaging in battle? He was well aware of Vegeta's fighting style, which typically aimed to swiftly eliminate his foes and depart with flair. However, in any significant confrontation, Vegeta had never emerged victorious. He was either vanquished or on the path to defeat. Vegeta snorted disdainfully. I will dispatch you swiftly. Initially, he had no intention of transforming into a Super Saiyan, but sensing Lin Fan's formidable nature, particularly given that he was a deity, he realized that remaining in his base form would likely render him at a disadvantage. He wished to avoid humiliation and the appearance of defeat. So he transformed into Super Saiyan 2, intent on defeating Lin Fan in one decisive blow. You actually know about Super Saiyan 2? Vegeta remarked, somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that Lin Fan would be astonished by his transformation and the immense boost in his combat prowess, but it appeared that Lin Fan exhibited no surprise whatsoever. This unexpected reaction stung Vegeta's pride, inflating his anger significantly. Just as he was about to strike, Bulma's voice rang out from below. Vegeta, what are you doing? In that moment, Vegeta was consumed by rage and paid no heed to Bulma's words. He merely scoffed in dismissal before charging towards Lin Fan, roaring, "What a trivial deity! Be gone!" Unfazed by Vegeta's advance, Lin Fan felt no fear. He possessed not only the human race's explosive technique, the body dominance technique, but also the transformation ability of Super Saiyan God. Given Lin Fan's current mastery of the body dominance technique, he was certainly no match for Vegeta in his Super Saiyan 2 form. However, Lin Fan chose not to transform into the body dominance technique, but rather opted for the Super Saiyan God form. Eager to discover the extent of his power after this transformation, or perhaps to enter an entirely new realm. After all, the Super Saiyan God was not merely a calculation of ordinary combat power in the billions, but rather a qualitative leap. Super Saiyan? Forgive me, but I can claim that title as well. Vegeta, charging forward, found this declaration utterly ludicrous. Do you think I, the Prince of all Saiyans, cannot discern whether you are a Super Saiyan? Truly laughable. Ridiculously so. Lin Fan clenched his fists tightly and bellowed, "Ah!" In an instant, the surrounding air became tumultuous, and a fierce wind roared, scattering the dark clouds that loomed above, transforming them into mere vapor. With a thunderous clap, a deafening roar of thunder erupted, and a colossal flash of lightning rent the darkness, causing the very earth to tremble beneath the might of the storm. Another resounding crash of thunder reverberated from the depths of the vast expanse, cascading forth from beyond the 8 extremes, causing the entire sky to appear as though it were fracturing apart. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the fragments began to converge, and at that moment, a series of crimson rays emanated from Lin Fan, enveloping him in a brilliant golden-red beam that cascaded down from the heavens, surrounding him as if he were touched by divine light. Vegeta, who had charged forward, suddenly halted, his face a mask of astonishment. What was happening? This transformation was unlike anything he had ever witnessed before, the intensity of the spectacle overwhelming. Not just he, but everyone around was rendered speechless, gazing skyward in bewilderment. What had caused the sky to transform so dramatically in an instant? Krillin, Android 18, Master Roshi, Yamcha, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, and the rest of the protagonist group all turned their eyes towards this phenomenon, originating from Bulma's residence. What was transpiring? They hurriedly employed their flight techniques to rush towards Bulma's location. At that moment, the sky above seemed to connect directly to the cosmos, revealing not the heavens, but a celestial panorama. First came the spring sunshine, followed by the summer rain, the autumn breeze, and finally, the winter snowflakes. The 4 seasons unfolded in mere minutes, each enveloped in Lin Fan's increasingly vibrant crimson aura, which expanded rapidly outward. Those who took notice of this extraordinary scene were not limited to the inhabitants of Earth. The North Kai, the Old Kai from the Kaioshin realm, and the East Kai also sensed the shift. The Old Kai set aside the magazine he held, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed towards Earth, incredulously exclaiming, "A deity has emerged on Earth." The East Kai, sensing Lin Fan's aura, spoke with reverence, indeed. This individual is Lin Fan, infused with divine energy. However, what is the nature of this transformation? Such an occurrence was absent during our ascension to divinity. No sooner had he spoken than melodious music resonated through the cosmos above the earth. The Old Kai's eyes, which had previously sunken, now bulged in astonishment as he murmured, This is the cosmic gospel." The East Kai, utterly perplexed, inquired, "What is the cosmic gospel?" The Old Kai, frustrated, struck the East Kai on the head, admonishing him, "You should read more sacred texts instead of wasting your time on frivolous magazines." The East Kai, feeling wronged, looked at the Old Kai with a pitiful expression, questioning internally, "Is it truly me? Surely, it must be you." As he pondered this, he cast a glance at the magazine discarded by the Old Kai, where a page featuring a bikini-clad beauty lay open. The Old Kai delivered another blow. Enough with the distractions. The cosmic gospel symbolizes the universe's blessings, a rare occurrence over thousands of years. Its emergence heralds the arrival of an extraordinary figure, with Lin Fan attaining divinity and the cosmic gospel manifesting. It signified that the universe itself rejoiced in his ascendance. This individual's future is boundless. Yet, there lingered uncertainty. Was Lin Fan's divinity a harbinger of good or ill? The Old Kai could not help but reflect. The East Kai cautiously remarked, "He does not strike me as a malevolent being." The Old Kai shot him a stern glance. "Good or bad, time will reveal all. If he were to turn rogue, it would be difficult for Goku and the others to contend with him. However, with Lin Fan now a deity, Should he choose to unleash chaos, Goku and his companions may not even need to intervene. The East Kai understood the implications, nodding in quiet agreement. Chapter 19. A Quantum Leap. A new expression of combat power. Before long, the crimson golden light began to dissipate, and the sky and surroundings returned to their original state. Vegeta remained fixated on Lin Fan, exclaiming, "Ah, this!" At that moment, Lin Fan stood encased in fiery red flames, his hair transformed to a vibrant red. The young man, already strikingly handsome, now exuded an even greater allure, his face radiating an air of charming confidence. His deep, cold gaze rendered Vegeta unable to meet his eyes. Lin Fan couldn't help but raise his hand, clenching his fist, and murmured softly, "Oh, is this the power of the Super Saiyan God? Indeed impressive." He could distinctly feel that his strength had undergone a qualitative leap. If one were to quantify his battle power, it would now reach an astounding 200 quintillion, a truly terrifying existence. The units of measurement are 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and duodecillion. Each stage is divided into 4 substages, such as 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and 100 billion, followed by trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, and so forth. The transformations in Dragon Ball Super differ significantly from those in the traditional Dragon Ball series. Here, the transformations are predominantly divine level, with terrifying enhancements that cannot merely be quantified by increments, but rather by a qualitative leap. Consequently, when Lin Fan attained the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, he felt confident enough to confront Sun Wukong. While Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, reaching the trillion level, Lin Fan, having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, achieved a staggering 200 quintillion, surpassing the quadrillion mark. The intensity is beyond comprehension. At this moment, Lin Fan directed his gaze towards the astonished Vegeta, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Vegeta, do you consider this to be a form of Super Saiyan?" Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Vegeta snapped back to reality. Meticulously attuning himself to Lin Fan's aura, yet he found himself unable to discern anything. However, one truth resonated within him. Lin Fan's current state embodied that of a Super Saiyan. As for the specific form, that remained a mystery to him. "What form is this?" Lin Fan spoke softly, "Super Saiyan God." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, as the name of this transformation sounded vaguely familiar, like a whisper from the past that he could not quite grasp. Observing his bewilderment, Lin Fan continued to elucidate. "The Super Saiyan God is the divine manifestation of the Saiyans, born to eradicate evil, also known as the savior of the Saiyans." Upon hearing this explanation, Vegeta instinctively widened his eyes in astonishment. In that instant, memories flooded back to him. He recalled where he had encountered this transformation before. It was documented in the annals of Saiyan history, which he had stumbled upon while casually perusing. Legend had it that the Saiyans once faced an existential crisis, and a noble-hearted Saiyan transformed into a Super Saiyan God, vanquishing their foes with divine power. However, due to certain peculiar circumstances, this Saiyan capable of achieving the Super Saiyan God form had vanished without a trace. This account was from countless years ago, and for Vegeta and subsequent Saiyans, it was regarded merely as a myth, lacking authenticity. Yet now, he was witnessing Lin Fan's transformation with his own eyes. This revelation forced him to confront the reality that the legend of the Super Saiyan God was indeed true. His expression contorted with disbelief, he murmured in shock, "What? This is the Super Saiyan God?" Lin Fan remarked with a hint of indifference, "Can there still be a pretense? Vegeta, allow me to test your combat prowess." Vegeta swallowed hard, fully aware that there was no need for a contest. His power was vastly inferior to Lin Fan's. In that moment, a sense of trepidation washed over him. Had he known, he would have refrained from such impulsiveness. Witnessing Vegeta's trembling form evoked memories of his encounter with Beerus. With a sigh, Lin Fan mused, "It appears that the proud Prince Vegeta can only put on airs before the less formidable. What a disappointment." Lin Fan was intentionally provoking his opponent, although he was well aware that, given his current state, utterly defeating Vegeta would pose no challenge. He still wished to ascertain the true extent of this formidable power. Vegeta lifted his gaze toward Lin Fan, his lips twitching with indignation. He felt insulted. He was the prince of the Saiyans, a proud and noble royal. What did it matter if Lin Fan was a god? What significance did it hold to be a Saiyan god? With these thoughts in mind, Vegeta unleashed a roar. Like a radiant rainbow, he charged toward Lin Fan, fists clenched tightly, ready to unleash his fury. Simultaneously, he shouted, "What does it matter if you are a Super Saiyan god? What does it matter if you are a god of the Saiyans? Before my princely presence, all of you shall perish." With a powerful swing, his massive fist descended toward Lin Fan's head. However, to Lin Fan, the speed of the punch was painfully slow, exceedingly so. With a subtle sidestep, he effortlessly evaded Vegeta's onslaught. In a state of shock, Vegeta launched a flurry of relentless attacks, his fist raining down upon Lin Fan like a gentle drizzle. Yet, not a single blow found its mark, all of them easily dodged by Lin Fan. Satisfied, Lin Fan mused that it was no surprise that a Super Saiyan god with a combat power of 200 quintillion was indeed formidable. However, the toll on his stamina was considerable. After merely a few minutes, he felt significantly drained. If he were to unleash a skill, his energy would deplete even faster. No wonder Goku seldom transformed into the Super Saiyan Red state in Dragon Ball Super. He primarily relied on the Super Saiyan Blue form, which was more stable, consumed less stamina, and provided greater enhancements. Observing Vegeta, who continued to throw punches yet could not land a single hit, Lin Fan raised his hand and flicked his finger at Vegeta's forehead. Bang! Ah! Vegeta cried out in agony, his body propelled backwards several thousand meters, clutching his head and wailing in despair, ultimately crashing down to the ground. Standing at a distance, Bulma witnessed Vegeta's flight but was unaware of the distance he had traveled. In a state of concern, she called out, "Vegeta." Lin Fan turned to Bulma and reassured her, "Rest assured, I have not harmed him. I merely imparted a lesson." At that moment, Master Roshi, Krillin, and others arrived, witnessing Lin Fan effortlessly flicking his finger to send Vegeta flying. They were nearly rendered speechless, their eyes wide in disbelief, their mouths twitching and brows furrowing in shock at the sheer terror of it all. How could such a formidable warrior as Vegeta be dispatched with a mere finger? The presence of such an adversary was truly daunting. A shiver of fear coursed down their spines. They had never encountered such a terrifying existence. Trunks, standing on the ground, shouted angrily, "You villain, how dare you harm my father?" Goten, beside him, immediately grasped the implication of his words, and the two swiftly began the fusion dance, preparing to merge. Bulma, witnessing this, hurriedly intervened, grabbing Trunks by the arm. She knew all too well that if Lin Fan could send Vegeta flying with just a finger, then even the fusion of Trunks and Goten into Gotenks would pose no threat to him. It would merely amount to another flick of his finger. Krillin turned to Piccolo, who was standing nearby, and asked, "Piccolo, what should we do now?" Piccolo scrutinized Lin Fan carefully, pondering for a moment before replying. Doesn't he seem to harbor any ill intent?" Master Roshi chimed in, "I concur. He appears to mean no harm." At that juncture, two figures approached from the distance, one bald and the other short. The crowd instantly recognized them as Tien and Kaiatsu. Their arrival was not surprising, as they always appeared at the scene of any incident, eager to contribute their strength. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, "What are Tien and Kaiatsu doing?" It was evident that they were flying directly towards Lin Fan, seemingly preparing for battle. Yet, if Vegeta was no match for him, wouldn't Tien and Kaiatsu be walking into their doom? Krillin quickly shouted, "Tien, Kaiatsu, come back." Tien glanced at Krillin, smiled politely, and then turned to Lin Fan, respectfully inquiring, "Master, what has transpired?" The crowd was momentarily taken aback, a collective shock vibrating through them. Did Tien just address him as master? Krillin and the others exchanged glances, confirming their disbelief. Indeed, Tien had called him master. Lin Fan smiled gently and said, "It's nothing." As he spoke, he dispelled his Super Saiyan God transformation. Tien looked at the others and explained with a smile, "Hello everyone, this is my master, Lin Fan." He was in the midst of training when he suddenly noticed a dramatic change in the sky, revealing a cosmic spectacle filled with red light originating from the direction of Vegeta's residence. Thus, he and Kaiatsu hastened to investigate. Upon arriving near Vegeta's home, they encountered Lin Fan in his Super Saiyan God state, and Tien couldn't help but think to himself how impressive he looked. The overwhelming aura he emanated was simply extraordinary. Even a mere glance from him could send shivers down one's spine. After hearing Tien's explanation, the crowd felt somewhat reassured, realizing that Lin Fan bore no ill intentions. Yet, the question lingered, why had he clashed with Vegeta? Master Roshi and a few others flew over, curiosity etched on their faces. "Hello, Lin Fan," greeted Master Roshi. "Greetings, Master Roshi, Krillin." Lin Fan's gaze then shifted to Android 18 beside Krillin. The moment he laid eyes on her, he felt as though his senses had been awakened. Her delicate features, crimson lips, and oval face, slender yet curvaceous, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. in comparison to Bulma. She was equally captivating, each possessing their own unique charm. However, in an instant, Lin Fan averted his gaze and greeted everyone in turn. The group was astonished. They had not anticipated that Lin Fan would recognize them. Krillin, perplexed, inquired, "Tien, isn't your master Master Roshi? How did he transform into Lin Fan?" Tien succinctly replied, "Master Roshi is my teacher, but Lin Fan is also my master. Under Lin Fan's guidance, I have made significant progress. In the Dragon Ball universe, there is no rule stating one can only have one master for life. As long as both parties are willing, one can have as many mentors as desired." The others sensed Tien's enhanced power. Indeed, his energy was magnitude stronger than before. It dawned on them that with Lin Fan's formidable prowess, it was only natural for Tien to have advanced significantly under his tutelage. At that moment, Vegeta flew in from afar. Observing Krillin, Piccolo, and the others engaged in conversation with Lin Fan, he felt a mix of confusion and displeasure. Nevertheless, considering Lin Fan's terrifying combat strength, he decided to remain silent. As he descended, Bulma called out from the ground, "Everyone, come down and chat." The group exchanged glances. Lingering in the air was less than ideal, so they agreed it would be better to land and converse. Lin Fan descended first. In truth, he harbored a desire to become acquainted with the members of the protagonist group. However, he never anticipated that their meeting would unfold in such a manner. They landed in Bulma's garden, where everyone took a seat. Bulma, taking the initiative, offered her apologies, saying, "Lin Fan, I am truly sorry. Vegeta has been a bit impulsive. I never expected that you are actually the master of Tianjin Fan." Vegeta, seated on the opposite side, crossed his arms, visibly displeased. Lin Fan smiled lightly, seemingly unperturbed. "It's nothing." He was well aware of Vegeta's temperament and believed that imparting a lesson to him would be beneficial, offering a gentle blow to his proud nature. This would also facilitate his future endeavors in mentoring Vegeta. Piccolo surveyed his surroundings, sensing something amiss, as if something were missing. Krillin, noticing Piccolo's behavior, inquired with curiosity, "Piccolo, what are you searching for?" Piccolo calmly retorted, "Have you not noticed that something seems to be absent?" Krillin, with a puzzled expression, began to scan the vicinity as well. Indeed, feeling that something was lacking, yet unable to articulate precisely what that something was. Indeed, what could be missing? Lin Fan, having overheard the conversation between the two, merely smiled in understanding. "Kakarot," Vegeta said coldly, his displeasure evident. He had been puzzled earlier. Lin Fan's transformation had caused quite a commotion, and he had unleashed a formidable aura. How was it that Kakarot had not appeared? Krillin, Piccolo, and the others suddenly came to the same realization. Indeed, they were missing Son Goku. In situations like this, Goku was usually the most eager to join the fray. Tianjin Han, noticing the group's confusion, chuckled heartily. Goku is currently training. All eyes turned towards Tianjin Han, as if silently inquiring how he knew Goku was training. He quickly clarified, "Goku is now also a disciple of Lin Fan." What? Instantly, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, the air itself seeming to freeze. They could hardly believe their ears. It was as if a thunderclap had struck them, or as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, leaving them numb. Son Goku was Lin Fan's disciple. How utterly astonishing. Vegeta, in particular, felt a pang of discontent. He had assumed Kakarot was toiling away in the fields, only to discover that he had been secretly training under such a master. It was utterly incomprehensible. Ding. Son Goku's base battle power increased by 2 billion. The master gained a double enhancement, totaling 4 billion. Chapter 21. One should not inquire about a woman's age. Current host base battle power, 13. 1 billion. In Lin Fan's heart, he mused to himself. How remarkable it is that Son Wukong has swiftly augmented his base combat power by 2 billion. This is quite impressive. Once he emerges, Vegeta will undoubtedly be no match for him. At that point, Vegeta will surely contemplate seeking Lin Fan as his master. Tianjin Fan, noticing the group's indifference, chuckled softly and reassured them. "Isn't it perfectly natural for Wukong to be a disciple of Master Lin Fan? Have you not witnessed the prowess of Master Lin Fan?" The others nodded gently, acknowledging the truth in his words. Just then, the sound of Bulma's mobile phone echoed through the air, prompting her to retrieve the device and glance at the incoming call notification. It was her sister, Tais, reaching out. She immediately turned to Lin Fan, exclaiming, "My sister Tais is calling." "Then you should answer it quickly." Lin Fan was immediately filled with joy. It truly was a year of delightful events. Son Wukong had just enhanced his combat power by 4 billion, and now Daisy was calling. After Bulma answered the phone, she inquired about Gak's contact information. Given her close relationship with Gak, Taisi readily provided the details. After a brief chat, they ended the call. Bulma turned to Lin Fan and said, I have obtained Gak's contact information. Then, Bulma, could you please reach out to Gak on my behalf and request a cosmic map? Bulma, displaying her keen intellect, readily agreed without hesitation, of course. She understood that once she facilitated this request for Lin Fan, he would owe her a favor, making it difficult for him to refuse her future requests. Thank you. Everyone was quite puzzled about Lin Fan's desire for a cosmic map. But as they had only just met, they refrained from asking. Bulma wasted no time and promptly contacted Gak. After a while, she ended the call and looked at Lin Fan, saying, I've reached him. He mentioned that he will be coming to Earth in the next few days and will bring the cosmic map with him. Great, Bulma, I truly appreciate it. It's nothing. You are Sun Wukong's master, which makes you our friend. We should support one another, Bulma replied with a smile. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, contemplating how extraordinarily fortunate Vegeta was to have found such an exceptional wife. In the parlance of a bygone world, one might say he has indeed acquired a treasure. A partner who is not only beautiful but also financially astute, capable of nurturing both their relationship and household. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, Vegeta treats Bulma with a degree of respect, even daring to confront the formidable Beerus on her behalf, despite his underlying trepidation towards the deity. His willingness to face such a terrifying adversary for Bulma's sake underscores her significance in his heart. Yet, Vegeta's usual demeanor is one of pride and a desire to maintain a faade, reluctant to reveal the tender side of his character. At this moment, Lin Fan rose to his feet and announced, Everyone, I have taken care of the matters at hand, so I shall take my leave now. With his arms crossed, Vegeta coldly inquired, Where is Kakarot training? Although he held a certain disdain for Lin Fan, he was even less inclined to allow Kakarot to surpass him, as such a scenario would severely tarnish his pride. Lin Fan harbored no secrets. The hyperbolic time chamber, he proclaimed, and before Vegeta could contemplate further, he soared into the air, heading towards the temple. For someone like Vegeta, it was necessary to strike a blow to his proud spirit, compelling him to show reverence towards himself. Only then would he genuinely become his disciple, thus earning his rewards. At that moment, Tien Shinhan interjected, I must return to my training. Farewell, everyone. With that, he and Kaiatsu flew towards the temple as well. Vegeta remained rooted in place, coldly declaring, Kakarot has gone to the hyperbolic time chamber behind my back. Without further ado, he swiftly flew towards the sanctuary, where the chamber was located. Observing Vegeta's departure, Bulma sighed. Vegeta, those scions are truly reckless, leaving without a word. Krillin and the others, recognizing Vegeta's intentions, shared a resigned smile. He's off to the temple. Piccolo, lost in thought, suddenly remarked, he won't find Goku at the temple. Huh? Why not? The others present were left bewildered by this statement. Lin Fan mentioned that Sun Wukong is in the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo explained that Lin Fan stated Sun Wukong is in the hyperbolic time chamber, while the temple refers to the regular time chamber. The former has an additional hyperbolic prefix. Upon hearing this, everyone seemed to understand. But what relevance do these two places have? Bulma waved her hand dismissively, uninterested. Forget it. I don't want to concern myself with such matters. Let it be. Noticing Bulma's nonchalance, everyone understood that there was nothing more to discuss. Piccolo stood up. Then I shall take my leave. Previously, he had sensed a significant increase in Tien's combat power. If he continued to waste time, it would not be long before Tien surpassed him. It would be quite absurd for someone who had never been his rival to surpass him. Therefore, he would not allow such an occurrence. Others also rose to their feet. Suddenly, Bulma remembered something important and said with a smile, Everyone, I have something significant to share. What is it? In a month's time, I will hold a birthday party. A luxurious birthday celebration on a grand ship. The crowd immediately congratulated her. Congratulations, congratulations. Bulma glanced at Android 18, her alluring lips curling into a mysterious smile. 18. I will prepare a grand lottery for that day, and the first prize will be quite a rewarding surprise. Android 18 instantly became intrigued. A lottery hosted by the wealthiest person would undoubtedly have exceptional prizes, perhaps even cash. With that thought, her eyes sparkled. All right, Bulma, I must win the grand prize, she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Bulma laughed joyfully. Krillin, observing Bulma's radiant smile, curiously asked, Bulma, how old will you be? Bulma's expression darkened immediately. And Android 18 shot a glare at Krillin. Do you not know that one should not casually inquire about a woman's age? Just say she is 18. Krillin chuckled awkwardly. After chatting for a while, everyone departed. Meanwhile, Vegeta arrived at the temple. The new deity of the temple was Dandy, and the servant remained Bubbles. Dandy instinctively shuddered upon seeing the cold, piercing aura emanating from Vegeta. Vegeta, where is Kakarot? Vegeta asked icily, not wasting any words. Dandy looked perplexed. Shouldn't son Wukong be at his own home? Why was he here seeking him? I don't know. Vegeta furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Dandy, who trembled in fear. Seeing Vegeta's serious gaze, it seemed he was not lying. Isn't he in the time chamber? Dandy quickly replied. No, son Wukong can no longer enter the time chamber. He has exhausted his 2 opportunities. Vegeta realized that indeed, each person could only enter the time chamber twice in their lifetime, and Kakarot had already used his chances. Humph. I was deceived by Lin Fan. The thought of being tricked made him instinctively clench his fists, a surge of anger rising within him. Lin Fan. One day I shall defeat you, no matter if you're a god. On the other side, Lin Fan was unaware that he had garnered Vegeta's animosity. Upon returning to the temple, he reclined on a chair at the entrance, enjoying the cool breeze while contemplating how many days Goku had left before arriving on Earth. This truly felt like a waste of time. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, Beerus would awaken in a month. And the first thing he would do upon awakening is seek the Super Saiyan God, subsequently arriving on Earth. His arrival would spell an unknown disaster for the planet. And Lin Fan needed to enhance his power to match or even surpass him within this month. Achieving Beerus's level in a month posed a tremendous challenge. His current transformation into a Super Saiyan God only granted him a combat power of 2 quintillion. This was a staggering gap compared to Beerus. Fortunately, the key determinant of his combat power was his base strength. The stronger his base power, the mightier his Super Saiyan God form would become. Just as he was lost in thought, a notification chimed in his consciousness. Ding. Disciple Son Wukong's base combat power has increased. 1. 8 billion. Master receives a double enhancement. 3. 6 billion. Current host base combat power. 16. 7 billion. Oh, Son Wukong has increased again? Truly deserving of being the protagonist of Dragon Ball, just a single Ultimate Kaioken has boosted his base combat power by 3. 8 billion. I have a feeling this fellow can still improve significantly. Ding. Disciple Yulin's base combat power has increased by 650 million. Master receives a double enhancement. 1. 3 billion. Current host's base combat power. 18 billion. Oh, Yulin has also increased by 650 million. Has she grasped some key aspects of the mastery technique? Lin Fan was acutely aware that the art of the Celestial Master was far from simple. Should one fully comprehend and adeptly wield it, it would reveal itself as an immensely promising technique. In the battles yet to come, it would undoubtedly provide substantial assistance to Tianjin Fan. Lin Fan soon awakened from his joy, realizing that although he had significantly enhanced his foundational combat power by several billion today, he still fell far short in comparison to Beerus. It was evident that he needed to expedite the process of recruiting disciples. He could not afford to wait for them to come to him voluntarily. Contemplating in his heart, he wondered if there were any other individuals on this planet with promising talents. What about Gohan? As the first hybrid of human and Saiyan lineage, his potential was indeed remarkable. During the fierce battle against Cell, his Kamehameha wave, unleashed with a single hand, was nothing short of spectacular, eliciting wild cheers from countless female admirers. However, it was unfortunate that since that time, he had devoted himself entirely to his studies, neglecting the path of martial arts. When the Frieza force returned for vengeance, he was easily bested by a mere soldier, squandering his boundless potential. Attempting to recruit Gohan as a disciple now would likely be futile, as his lack of interest in training would preclude him from entering the hyperbolic time chamber. Thus, the idea of taking Gohan under his wing would have to be postponed until a more opportune moment arose. Aside from Gohan, who else possessed notable potential? What about Goten and Trunks? They were still mere children, unaware of the significance of cultivation, making them unsuitable candidates for discipleship at this time. That left only Piccolo and Krillin, although Piccolo was not particularly arrogant. He harbored lofty aspirations and would likely be reluctant to accept a master unless he initiated the request himself. As for Krillin, he seemed content in his current life, choosing to spend his time with his wife rather than focusing on training. Realizing this, Lin Fan concluded that, apart from Vegeta, there appeared to be no other disciples with significant potential on Earth. Who else participated in the Tournament of Power? Frieza and Android 17. Both of these individuals possessed impressive potential, rivaling that of Goku. However, Frieza was currently in the afterlife, and if Lin Fan wished to recruit him, he would need to resurrect him, a task that required the Dragon Balls. Unfortunately, he lacked a dragon radar at the moment, complicating matters. Next time he visited Bulma, he could request a dragon radar from her. For now, he could focus on recruiting Android 17. Over the years, 17 had been living on an island as a park ranger, preferring the company of animals over that of humans. Despite his solitary nature, he had not neglected his training, which was why he performed exceptionally well during the Tournament of Power. The last one standing in the arena was none other than him. With his mind made up, Lin Fan resolved to take action. Lin Fan soared into the sky, moving at great speed while simultaneously emanating his formidable aura, in search of the presence of number 17. Although he was unaware of the specific nature of number 17's aura, he was certain of its strength. Anyone he encountered on the island with a powerful presence was likely to be number 17. After approximately 15 minutes had passed, Lin Fan arrived above an island, gazing down upon a verdant expanse. Upon this island, he sensed a formidable aura. The source of this powerful presence could only be the entity known as number 17. Lin Fan descended onto the island, where piles of jagged stones lay scattered about. These rocks, shaped by the relentless forces of wind and sun, manifested in a myriad of forms, some resembling flowers, others evoking the likeness of humans, and some taking the shape of origami cranes. Such naturally sculpted stones are seldom glimpsed in everyday life. Along the shoreline, one could occasionally spot a few crabs scuttling by. Towering trees loomed overhead, their branches swirling like clouds or mist, undulating gently in the breeze, as if intent on enveloping the entire island. Indeed, it must be said that the scenery here is quite splendid. The 17th must truly know how to save her life. Lin Fan prepared to fly towards the direction of the 17th, when suddenly a speedboat raced towards him. This struck him as peculiar. Could it be? Chapter 23. Interested in a conversation? Could they be poachers? Soon, Lin Fan quickly realized that his suspicions were entirely correct. The individuals aboard the speedboat were indeed poachers. There were 4 robust men on the boat, oblivious to Lin Fan's presence on the shore, as they had anchored the vessel on the opposite side. The 4 men leapt down, armed with submachine guns and clad in tactical gear, thoroughly equipped for their nefarious task. One of the burly men, marked by a dark mole on his face, turned to another, whose arm bore a tattoo of a tiger, and exclaimed, "Brother, someone has spent a fortune to capture a rainbow deer. If we manage to seize it, we won't have to work for years." The tattooed man chuckled heartily. "Indeed, but we must exercise caution to avoid attracting the forest rangers." The other 3 scoffed. "Brother, you're being overly cautious. There's no way rangers would be here. Even if they were, what could they do? Our weapons are no mere toys." The tattooed man conceded, recognizing the truth in their words. After all, this was not their first encounter with rangers, and they had bested them before. The 4 men produced a device resembling a compass, which was, in fact, a tracking instrument for the rainbow deer. The device contained the scent of the deer, enabling them to locate it swiftly. This device, known as a scent tracker, was a favorite among poachers. Soon, 2 red dots began flashing on the device, and the poachers erupted in excitement. "Brother, this is fantastic. Not just 1, but 2 rainbow deer. With this catch, we could live without working for a decade." They laughed heartily, their spirits soaring. The tattooed man commanded, "Prepare for action." Each of the 4 swiftly retrieved a universal capsule from their pockets, tossing them to the ground with a loud bang, which summoned 4 flying vehicles. They adeptly equipped the devices and activated them, soaring towards the location indicated by the tracker. Lin Fan ascended into the air, following them at a safe distance. Equipped with the tracking device, they soon arrived at the spot where the 2 rainbow deer grazed by the riverbank, their splendid, multicolored coats resembling walking rainbows. The poachers, filled with eagerness, drew their weapons, ready to shoot, while the unsuspecting deer continued to drink from the water. The poacher leader subtly nodded and signaled with his fingers, counting down from 3 to 1. With a muffled thud, 4 silent shots rang out, nearly imperceptible due to the suppressors. The poachers fired simultaneously, pairing off to target the 2 deer. Just as the bullets were about to strike, a figure emerged from midair, a person with shoulder-length hair. Clad in a dark green long-sleeve shirt and black gloves, his expression cold and unyielding. Effortlessly, he caught the 4 bullets mid-flight and fixed a piercing gaze upon the poachers. The poachers were struck with disbelief at the sudden appearance of this individual, who hovered effortlessly in the air without any visible means of support. Their hearts raced in shock. Such a phenomenon defied all logic. Especially upon meeting the intensity of his gaze, an icy chill crept down their spines, despite the sweltering heat of the day. swallowing hard. One of them stammered, "Who are you?" Lin Fan hovered in midair, gazing at the sudden appearance of an individual, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it is number 17. Without a doubt, the newcomer was number 17, a being of infinite energy. Regarding the poachers, number 17 coldly declared, "I shall send you to hell." The four poachers were momentarily stunned, their minds reverberating with the chilling intent emanating from him, causing them to shiver in unison. The burly man with a dark mole exclaimed, "Brother, he is but one person. We are four, armed with guns. Let us take him down together." The others, encouraged by this assertion, felt a surge of confidence. They were 4 against 1, armed and unafraid. Straightening their backs, they shouted, "Stop pretending. Get lost." Bang, bang, bang. They relentlessly pulled the triggers. Bullets descended upon number 17 like a torrential downpour, yet he met them with unwavering resolve, ascending step by step towards the assailants. Thud, thud, thud. All the bullets struck his body, but to number 17, they caused not a scratch. It would not be an exaggeration to say that not a single hole appeared in his garments. This was because, at the moment the bullets were about to connect, number 17 dissipated their force with his energy, rendering them mere raindrops against his formidable presence. Did a downpour pose any threat to the mighty number 17? Clearly not. The poachers stood in utter astonishment at this spectacle, and without a moment's hesitation, they discarded their weapons and fled clumsily in their aircraft. Number 17 was never one to show mercy to poachers. He could not allow these four to escape. With a flicker of his form, he vanished from sight. Whoosh! As number 17 reappeared before them, he struck. In an instant, his fist collided with the four, sending them soaring into the distance, disappearing without a trace. Once he had dealt with them, number 17's gaze fell upon 2 vibrant deer below, still drinking from the water. A gentle expression flickered in his eyes. Relieved that he had not disturbed them, he prepared to return to his humble abode. Interested in a conversation? Chapter 24. The pressure on the world. Interested in a conversation? A voice suddenly broke the stillness of the air. Number 17 froze momentarily, then swiftly turned, only to discover a young man standing behind him, having appeared without his notice. This revelation filled him with dread, and a chill crept down his neck. How had this person come to be behind him without his awareness? If this individual harbored any malicious intent, he would find himself caught off guard. The young man was none other than Lin Fan. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he sensed Lin Fan's aura, only to be astonished to find that he could not detect any hint of energy emanating from him. As if he were merely an ordinary person, a person devoid of energy. Yet, he understood that this individual was far from ordinary. Could a mere mortal wield the art of flight? Clearly, they could not. Number 17, bewildered, inquired, "Who are you?" Lin Fan. Lin Fan discerned the anxiety of number 17 and offered a comforting remark. "Do not be apprehensive. My presence here bears no ill intent." Number 17 gently nodded, sensing that Lin Fan indeed harbored no malice. Otherwise, their conversation would not have flowed so effortlessly. However, action had already been taken. Noticing number 17's silence, Lin Fan did not find it surprising, as he understood that number 17 was not particularly loquacious. He continued, "Might I request the pleasure of your company in your humble abode?" After a moment of contemplation, number 17 simply uttered one word, "All right." With that, he soared ahead to his small dwelling. Lin Fan followed closely behind. After a short while, the two arrived at cabin 17, a simple wooden structure, modestly constructed from timber. It was so fragile that even a moderately strong wind could easily sweep it away. However, within this forest, the least concerning issue was the threat of storms. Before the winds could reach them, they would be obstructed by the towering trees surrounding the area, rendering it difficult for any gust to penetrate. Even the mightiest tempest would diminish to a gentle breeze by the time they arrived here. The two entered the cabin. Lin Fan pulled out a wooden chair and sat down, calmly stating, "Number 17, allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Lin Fan, and I am not an ordinary person, but rather someone quite exceptional." However, Lin Fan refrained from elaborating on the nature of his uniqueness, as he himself was uncertain of what made him special. Upon hearing Lin Fan's introduction, number 17 instantly comprehended the situation. No wonder he could not discern Lin Fan's energy. He was, in fact, a deity. Yet, this revelation left him perplexed. What brings you to seek me? If the other was indeed a divine being, it would imply he was not malevolent. So why had he come to find him? Lin Fan smiled faintly, choosing not to respond directly, but instead continued the conversation. "I know that all these years, you have not neglected your training. On the contrary, you have made significant progress. You are no longer the same individual you were as number 17. This was evident during the power tournament. Number 17 was taken aback, surprised that the other party was aware of his unwavering dedication to training. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising that someone of divine nature would possess such knowledge. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the true intentions of Lin Fan. Curiously, he inquired, "What exactly do you wish to convey?" "I wish to express that your potential for advancement is even greater. If you were to take me as your mentor, I could substantially enhance your combat prowess." With this declaration, Lin Fan elucidated his purpose. Frankly, he was uncertain whether number 17 would accept him as a teacher. For number 17 was not as easy to read as Sun Wukong and the others. Nonetheless, Lin Fan felt it imperative to present himself in a manner that would earn number 17's respect. After pondering for a few moments, number 17 replied, "To take you as my mentor? Indeed. Do you doubt my qualifications?" Lin Fan asked calmly. As he spoke, he unleashed the formidable aura of his Super Saiyan God form, a terrifying pressure instantly enveloping the entire planet. At the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber, suddenly sensed this overwhelming pressure. His body involuntarily shuddered, and he nearly lost his footing. In that moment, he discerned that this formidable force originated from Lin Fan. What an astonishing aura! What manner of being is Lin Fan? He feels even stronger than before. Is this the power of a deity? All the gods I have encountered previously have been utterly lacking. As these thoughts crossed his mind, images of Dandy, King Kai of the East, and Old Kai emerged. No, I, the proud prince of the Scions, shall never concede defeat. I must surpass Lin Fan. Motivated by these reflections, he accelerated his training, adjusting the gravity to its maximum setting. It was not only Vegeta who sensed Lin Fan's pressure. Master Roshi, who was on an island peering through a telescope at bikini-clad beauties aboard a luxury yacht, nearly lost his grip on the telescope. This was Lin Fan's aura. Simultaneously, the intimate pair of number 18 and Krillin felt the oppressive force, as did Piccolo, Gohan, and others. Ordinary people sensed an inexplicable unease, as if something ominous were about to descend. Anyone aware of Lin Fan's existence understood that this overwhelming pressure emanated from him, for there was no other being capable of such terrifying might. Even Super Saiyan 3 Goku could not achieve such an effect. In that moment, the air was thick with tension. Lin Fan's gaze was fixed upon number 17, his eyes imbued with a chilling intensity. At present, his combat prowess had ascended to an astonishing 18 billion. Harnessing the formidable strength of the Super Saiyan God as a foundation, his aura radiated an overwhelmingly terrifying presence. It was precisely for this reason that Vegeta and the others felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Meanwhile, number 17, positioned closest to Lin Fan, was particularly distressed, drenched in sweat, as he hastily summoned his own energy in a desperate attempt to resist. Lin Fan felt it was time to retract his imposing aura. In that instant, every creature on Earth exhaled in relief, as the atmosphere transformed into one of ease and joy. Number 17, have you contemplated this thoroughly? Should you choose to apprentice under me, I will undoubtedly enhance your strength. However, if you are disinclined, I shall not impose. Number 17 did not respond immediately, instead sinking into deep contemplation. As a side note, to ensure better supervision while preparing water and writing, I have resolved to maintain a minimum of 3 updates daily. Additionally, upon reaching a total of 100 gifts given, any token will suffice, even a penny for love. I shall add an extra chapter, with a maximum of 8 chapters. Currently, the total count stands at 84. Chapter 25, The Reason. Caught in thought, number 17 found himself intrigued by the prospect of growing stronger. Given Lin Fan's displayed prowess, he believed Lin Fan possessed the absolute capability to instruct him. Yet, at present, he remained uncertain of Lin Fan's true intentions, and thus hesitated to acquiesce too readily, fearing he might fall prey to Lin Fan's schemes. Lin Fan observed his silence and smiled faintly. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask. I wish to understand why you have chosen to take me as your disciple. What are your intentions? What do you hope to gain? Inquired No. 17. Lin Fan recognized that number 17 was an astute individual, unlike Wukong, who was an absolute martial enthusiast. As long as he could enhance his strength, such concerns would not even cross his mind. He smiled and explained, "The reason is quite simple. I aim to have my disciples spread throughout the universe, and you and Sun Wukong are among my chosen key disciples." Number 17 was momentarily taken aback and asked in astonishment, "Sun Wukong is also your disciple?" "Indeed," Lin Fan replied. "At this moment, he is training within the hyperbolic time chamber. When he emerges, he will experience a significant enhancement. If you still have reservations, You may wait for Sun Wukong to exit the chamber and inquire with him. Number 17 pondered for a while. There is no need to ask. I trust you. He understood that if he were to question Sun Wukong, it would signify his own cowardice. If that were the case, should he choose to become a disciple, he would undoubtedly be looked down upon by Lin Fan, who might perceive him as overly timid. Moreover, he was inclined toward the idea of becoming a disciple. Thus, he felt it unnecessary to inquire, and if he did, it would have to be done discreetly, without Lin Fan's knowledge. Given this, how should you address me now? Lin Fan teased. With respect, number 17 responded, Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for accepting number 17 as a disciple. You have obtained 2 billion base combat power, omnidirectional energy absorption, regenerative mechanical cells, divine energy X1. Current host base combat power, 20 billion. Lin Fan felt a slight surprise upon unexpectedly obtaining the essence of the divine. What are the mechanisms of 8-direction energy absorption and regenerative mechanical cells? 8-direction energy absorption, a unique ability of artificial beings, where one can extend their hands to create an energy shield that encases them. This shield possesses the capacity to absorb energy emanating from all directions, allowing for mobility during the absorption process. Regenerative mechanical cells, special cells designed for artificial beings, implanted within their bodies, enabling regeneration and granting extraordinary survival capabilities. Lin Fan gazed upon the effects of these two entities, pondering to himself, is this not precisely designed for number 17? Number 17 possesses the ability to absorb energy, yet lacks the capacity for movement, which becomes its most fatal flaw. The omnidirectional energy absorption completely counters this vulnerability, allowing for mobility during the energy absorption process, thus evading enemy strikes. Observing the regenerative mechanical cells, which are akin to the divine armaments of artificial beings, one realizes that as long as the cells remain intact, regeneration is possible. For number 17, this is nothing short of a superlative enhancement. It inherently possesses boundless energy, and with the addition of these regenerative mechanical cells, it equates to infinite energy and a semblance of eternal life. I shall first master the omnidirectional energy absorption and subsequently impart this knowledge to number 17. Mastering omnidirectional energy absorption. Acquired the ability of omnidirectional energy absorption. Lin Fan retracted his thoughts. Number 17, since you have chosen me as your master, I shall now impart to you the art of energy absorption. Before Lin Fan could finish, number 17 raised an eyebrow and, with a teasing tone, remarked, Master Lin Fan, I have been proficient in energy absorption for quite some time. Your guidance is unnecessary. Internally pondering, number 17 questioned whether such a modest skill was truly worthy of seeking a master. If this was all there was to it, was there really a need to become a disciple? After lightly raising the corner of her brow, Lin Fan stood up, her back turned to number 17. I am aware of your energy absorption capabilities. However, your method is rather ineffective. During the absorption process, you are unable to move. This limitation renders it a mere trifle. I am here to teach you a technique that allows for mobility while absorbing energy. What? Moving while absorbing? How can that be possible? Number 17 exclaimed, incredulous. He had devoted countless years to studying the issue of immobility during energy absorption, yet had never achieved a breakthrough. In fact, he had considered it an impossibility. But now, Lin Fan claimed that one could absorb energy while moving, a revelation that shattered his long-held beliefs and years of research. Staring at Lin Fan in astonishment, he questioned, is this truly the case? The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on his mind, compelling him to seek further clarification. Lin Fan reiterated word by word, indeed. It is true, during the process of energy absorption, you can still move. This technique of energy absorption is known as the 8 directions energy absorption, which bears a striking resemblance to your original method of energy absorption. However, this technique serves as a protective shield. If it is breached, absorption ceases. As long as it remains intact, absorption can continue indefinitely. Number 17 was utterly astonished. This was not merely an energy absorption shield, but could also function as a means of defense, which was remarkably fearsome. It is no exaggeration to say that this is an extraordinarily formidable level of defense. Observing number 17's repeated expressions of disbelief, Lin Fan smiled slightly and said, let us cease the idle chatter and commence. With that, the two of them soared out of the cabin and into a more spacious area. Lin Fan stated, I shall first impart to you the theoretical knowledge. The concept of 8 directions energy absorption signifies the ability to absorb energy projectiles emanating from all directions, transforming them into one's own energy to enhance personal strength. To effectively execute 8 directions energy absorption, an artificial being is most efficacious. After half an hour of elucidation, Number 17 comprehended the theoretical principles of 8 directions energy absorption. Number 17, you have largely assimilated the knowledge of 8 directions energy absorption. Now, endeavor to attempt it yourself. Indeed, Number 17 refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly soared ahead. Following Lin Fan's prescribed techniques, he sought to modify his energy absorption capabilities. He steadied his breath, abruptly raised his hands, and bellowed, "Rise." With a whoosh, a surge of energy erupted from between his hands, coalescing into an energy shield that enveloped him, forming an energy absorption barrier. Simultaneously, Number 17 commenced rapid movement. However, after merely 7 or 8 meters, the energy absorption shield vanished. Observing this, Lin Fan cautioned, "Do not rush, adapt gradually. Utilizing high-speed movement right from the start makes it difficult to acclimate. Begin with low-speed adjustments." Number 17 promptly reinitiated the process. "Rise." The energy shield reappeared, enveloping his form once more, while he adhered to Lin Fan's advice and first acclimatized to low-speed movement. After flying 100 meters, the energy absorption shield remained intact, allowing him to gradually increase his speed and adapt more effectively. Lin Fan observed his actions and could not help but express his admiration. The talent of Number 17 is truly remarkable. It seems that it will not be long before he can take the next step. Chapter 26. Encounter with Wukong 2 hours later. Number 17 had already mastered the technique of universal energy absorption with remarkable proficiency. After employing this technique, he was able to move at high speeds. Even when exerting his utmost velocity, he managed to succeed. This brought great joy to Number 17. However, he was not one to display his happiness outwardly, maintaining a serene expression on his face while reveling in his inner satisfaction. As he flew before Lin Fan, his tone was calm. Yet Lin Fan could discern his gratitude. "Master Lin Fan, this universal energy absorption is indeed highly effective." "That is good to hear. I have another gift for you," Lin Fan replied with tranquility. Number 17's interest was piqued. "What is it?" "It must be something exceptional coming from Master Lin Fan." Lin Fan approached, lifting his hand to rest upon the shoulder of Number 17. A radiant cascade of colors erupted forth. Simultaneously, Lin Fan mused within his consciousness, utilized the regenerative mechanical cells on Subject 17. A soft beep indicated success. In that fleeting moment, Subject 17 distinctly sensed the presence of an unfamiliar entity within his body. At this moment, Lin Fan withdrew his hand, while Number 17 felt a twinge of panic. For it was Dr. Gro who had initially implanted a destructive device within their bodies. Now, with Lin Fan inserting some form of object into him, he experienced a sensation akin to that of a startled bird. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan. Lin Fan discerned his anxiety and gently reminded him, "Do not be troubled. This is the second precious gift I present to you, regenerative mechanical cells. As long as these cells are not utterly destroyed, you shall not meet your demise and will be able to restore yourself to your original state. Consequently, you will possess boundless energy and a pseudo-infinite life." Number 17 immediately began to sense the transformation within his body. Indeed, there were additional cells, and he quickly realized that these cells were merging with a part of his own physique. Just at that moment, taking advantage of the moment when Number 17 was distracted, Lin Fan swiftly approached and yanked down one of Number 17's hands. Number 17 let out a blood-curdling scream, his expression turning grave and filled with vigilance as he glared at Lin Fan, incredulous that he would resort to such actions. Indignant, he shouted, "What are you doing? I will kill you." It was unfathomable to him that, after placing such trust in Lin Fan, he would be treated in this manner. Lin Fan spoke in a calm and measured tone, "Do not rush, Number 17. I have already explained that with the regeneration of mechanical cells, as long as the cells are not utterly destroyed, you will be able to restore yourself to your original state. Just take a look at your arm." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Number 17 instinctively glanced at his arm, only to discover with astonishment that it was visibly regenerating at an incredible pace. This is simply unbelievable. Such formidable regenerative capabilities. In that moment, Number 17 realized that Lin Fan had deliberately detached his hand to instill belief in him. Yet this method of demonstration seemed rather excessive. Within less than a minute, his arm had completely regrown. He moved it a few times and found that it functioned just like a normal arm, with no discomfort whatsoever. Reflecting on Lin Fan's earlier words, He understood that he had essentially acquired a semblance of infinite life. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he, who typically refrained from displaying joy or sorrow on his face, could no longer suppress his delight. With a beaming expression, he turned to Lin Fan and exclaimed, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan." Master Lin Fan's generous gift of such a precious treasure truly reflects his sincere consideration for me. This has left a lasting impression of gratitude in my heart. This is a token of my esteem for you, he declared. Now, would you be willing to train in the Super Spirit Time House? Without a moment's hesitation, Number 17 nodded affirmatively. I would be honored. However, casting a glance around, a look of concern crossed his face. But I still have work obligations. If I were to be away for too long, there may be unscrupulous individuals who would take advantage of my absence. Lin Fan explained with a smile. Rest assured, I shall not be away for long. The effects of the Super Mental Time House are truly extraordinary. Spending a decade within is akin to merely a day in the outside world. He conveyed the essence of the Super Mental Time House's effects to Number 17. Without further hesitation, Number 17 declared, Master Lin Fan, I am willing to enter for cultivation. Let us proceed at once. Lin Fan has been waiting for this very sentence. He desires the same tenacity as the 17th. Follow me. Lin Fanfei led the way, with Number 17 closely trailing behind. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the Super Spiritual Time House, not far from the Taoist Temple. This is the Super Spiritual Time House, Number 17. Please, step inside. Number 17 gazed at the structure without a hint of hesitation and swiftly entered, harboring no doubts regarding Lin Fanfei's words. He believed in Lin Fanfei's formidable strength. If there were any ill intentions, it would have been far simpler for him to act directly rather than orchestrating such a convoluted approach. It was inconceivable that Lin Fanfei would provide him with regenerative mechanical cells and instruct him on the absorption of universal energy. Lin Fan observed the arrival of Number 17. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Number 17, I eagerly anticipate your performance. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Number 17 had just entered when he noticed Sun Wukong suspended in midair, tirelessly practicing his punches. In that instant, Sun Wukong sensed a formidable aura entering the chamber. He paused his training and turned towards the entrance, where he beheld Number 17, much to his astonishment. He swiftly flew to Number 17's side and inquired, Number 17, what brings you here? Surprised to see Sun Wukong, Number 17 quickly recalled that Sun Wukong was also a disciple of Lin Fan, making his presence here quite natural. Sun Wukong, you are here too? Sun Wukong scratched his head sheepishly. Indeed, Master Lin Fan has taught me the ultimate Kaioken, so I came in to train. Ultimate Kaioken? Number 17 echoed with curiosity, having heard of the Kaioken but bewildered by this new term. Seeing his confusion, Sun Wukong generously elaborated. The ultimate Kaioken is the pinnacle version of the Kaioken, designed to minimize stamina consumption and alleviate bodily pain, allowing for a more potent application of the Kaioken at higher multiples. Number 17 was taken aback. The Kaioken was already formidable, and the ultimate version seemed to significantly enhance its power. What manner of being was Master Lin Fan, possessing knowledge of both energy absorption and the ultimate Kaioken? Number 17, do tell, how did you come to be here? You haven't become a disciple of Master Lin Fan as well, have you? Sun Wukong asked, his expression a blend of curiosity and anticipation. Indeed, I too am now a disciple of Master Lin Fan, Number 17 explained. Sun Wukong's face immediately lit up with enthusiasm. Really? You've truly become a disciple of Master Lin Fan? That is wonderful. Master Lin Fan is incredibly powerful. Number 17 nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, Number 17 had experienced this power firsthand, while for Sun Wukong, it was merely an aspiration, a belief in Lin Fan's strength. Oh, it seems someone else has entered. At that moment, a woman clad in a qipao, her figure voluptuous and curves captivating, gracefully approached. Sun Wukong greeted her. Yes, this is Yulin, a remarkably formidable individual. Number 17 assessed Yulin and immediately discerned her strength to be rather ordinary, at least in his eyes. However, he sensed significant potential within her, with continued training. She could indeed achieve great heights. He began to understand Master Lin Fan's philosophy of taking on only those with promise as disciples, while Sun Wukong possessed immense potential. Yulin, though slightly less so, still exhibited commendable aptitude. In truth, Number 17 recognized Yulin's potential due to her mastery of the Heavenly Master technique up to the 4th level, which had unlocked her physical capabilities. The Heavenly Master technique comprises 12 levels, each with formidable growth potential, Attaining the 12th level would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Hello, number 17. I am Yulin. She greeted warmly. Though not adept at social interactions, number 17 felt it inappropriate to dismiss her greeting, thus he replied plainly, hello. Yulin, slightly puzzled by his aloof demeanor, was about to inquire further when she suddenly felt her energy waning. Realizing her mental strength was nearly depleted, she addressed the two. I must take my leave. Continue your training diligently. With that, she vanished in an instant. As Lin Fan was preparing to return to the Taoist temple, he spotted Yulin emerging. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Yulin's face lit up with joy as she swiftly approached him, exclaiming, Master. The remarkable enhancement of her combat capabilities allowed her to clearly perceive that her master before her was indeed invincible, far surpassing the master she once knew. She felt assured that by diligently following his teachings, her future combat prowess would be nothing short of exceptional. How have your gains been? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. In truth, he was well aware of the extent of Yulin's improvements in combat strength. When she spoke of her own achievements, Yulin beamed with happiness, responding, the rewards have been quite impressive. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Lin Fan nodded gently. I shall continue to strive forward. Once my mental strength has grown stronger, I will enter the ultra-mental time chamber for cultivation. I cannot afford to squander this opportunity. Understood, Master. By the way, Master, the one who entered later, number 17, is also your disciple, correct? He seems quite aloof. Yulin recalled the frigid demeanor of number 17, feeling a twinge of displeasure. Lin Fan explained with a smile, it's quite normal. That's simply his character, and one will get used to it. Have you encountered him? Upon hearing the master say this, Yulin did not dwell on it any further. Indeed, son Wukong has also crossed paths with him. Lin Fan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he soared towards the Taoist temple. The encounter between Sun Wukong and Android 17 was bound to ignite a significant spark. Whether it was Sun Wukong or Android 17, mere training would hardly lead to a substantial enhancement in combat prowess. Only through fierce duels could they truly elevate their abilities. They both understood this well. Their improvement in strength would also elevate each other, resulting in a double benefit, a truly delightful prospect. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, after a brief conversation, Sun Wukong gazed at Android 17 with fervor. 17, it has been far too long since we last sparred. How about a duel? With his regenerative mechanical cells and energy absorption capabilities, Android 17 was eager to test his strength, and Sun Wukong stood as the perfect candidate. Even if Sun Wukong had not suggested it, Android 17 might have done so himself. All right. Upon hearing Android 17's agreement, Sun Wukong beamed with joy. Finally, it won't be boring anymore. He immediately employed the instant transmission technique, ascending into the air, with Android 17 following suit. The two hovered in the sky, aligned at the same altitude. 17, are you ready? Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. Android 17, calm and collected, merely gestured with his hand. In that moment, Sun Wukong was reminded of the reckless android from the past. With a sudden rush, Sun Wukong charged towards Android 17, his fists swinging fiercely. Bang! Android 17 stood his ground effortlessly, blocking Sun Wukong's punch, and said nonchalantly, Sun Wukong, transform into a Super Saiyan. In your normal state, you are no match for me. It's a waste of time, and we won't achieve any improvement. All right. Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. He craved a formidable opponent. After creating some distance, he clenched his fist and shouted, Ha! In an instant, golden light enveloped Sun Wukong, illuminating the surroundings in a brilliant glow. Moments later, the light faded, revealing Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, surrounded by a golden aura. This is Super Saiyan 3. It surpasses Super Saiyan 2 by countless folds. Android 17 maintained an impassive expression, acknowledging the strength of Super Saiyan 3 but confident in his own abilities. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed, aha! As his energy surged, the air around him stirred into violent gusts, whipping the trees below into a frenzy. Sun Wukong felt Android 17's power rivaling his own and exclaimed in astonishment, 17, you are incredibly strong. It seems you haven't given up on training all these years. Android 17 smiled knowingly. You too. With that, the two figures blurred, and in an instant, they stood before each other, fist clashing. Boom. Their punches collided with an extraordinary force, unleashing a wave of energy that rippled outward. In every direction, one could clearly see a wave rolling forth. They continued their relentless exchange of blows. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere seconds, they had thrown hundreds of punches, yet none had managed to inflict any harm upon one another. Bang. Another clash sent both fighters retreating several meters. Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Android 17. Chapter 28. A surge in combat power. Just as the energy blasts were about to strike Android 17, a green energy shield enveloped him. Bang! The blasts exploded against the shield, which absorbed them, converting them into Android 17's energy. Sun Wukong, seeing his energy blasts absorbed, was not at all surprised. He was well aware of Android 17's capabilities. Moreover, he understood this was Android 17's vulnerability. Seeing Android 17 activate the energy shield, Sun Wukong's heart leapt with joy as he shouted, "17, you've fallen for my trick." With a flash, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Android 17, ready to deliver a powerful punch. Yet, Sun Wukong's fist met only air. Huh? Upon closer inspection, he noticed Android 17 had dodged to the side. Sun Wukong pondered, could it be that Android 17 had deactivated the energy shield? He recalled that when Android 17 activated energy absorption, he could not move. Sun Wukong intentionally released several energy blasts to bait Android 17, hoping to exploit an opening for an attack. However, to his surprise, he saw the energy shield still intact. How could this be? Just as he was puzzled, Android 17's fist came crashing down upon him. Bang! The punch struck Sun Wukong's abdomen with tremendous force, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Before he could regain his balance, Android 17, like a rocket, launched himself behind Sun Wukong. With a sweeping kick, he struck Sun Wukong's back, then seized his arm and executed a shoulder throw, hurling him away. With arms outstretched towards Sun Wukong, he bellowed, continuous energy blasts. Dozens of energy blasts rained down upon Sun Wukong. Boom, boom, boom. All of them struck Sun Wukong, creating a thick cloud of smoke that enveloped the area, casting the sky into a gray haze as if the entire heavens were shrouded in mist. Android 17 hovered in the air, his gaze fixed ahead, sensing Sun Wukong's energy. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged towards him. Sun Wukong burst forth from the smoke, delivering a solid punch aimed at Android 17. Anticipating this, Android 17 was prepared. He knew Sun Wukong's vitality was extraordinarily resilient, akin to an indomitable cockroach. Thus, he never believed that his continuous energy blast would suffice to defeat Sun Wukong. Bang! Their fists collided, sending them both spinning in the air before regaining their footing. Sun Wukong's attire was tattered, with wisps of smoke rising from the burnt fabric, clearly indicating the damage inflicted by the previous barrage of energy blasts. Yet, he appeared unscathed. In astonishment, Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Wow, 17, you've become incredibly strong. When you use energy absorption, aren't you unable to move?" Android 17 replied nonchalantly, "I forgot to mention. One of the techniques my master Yulin Fan taught me is the 8-directional energy absorption." There was a hint of pride in his tone as he spoke of Yulin Fan. Sun Wukong scratched his head, perplexed, and asked, 8-directional energy absorption? What is that? It allows for energy absorption while simultaneously moving an upgraded version of the energy shield, Number 17 explained. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Ah, how impressive. Master Yulin Fan must possess an extensive repertoire of techniques." Number 17 smiled knowingly, his lips curling in a subtle manner, and though he chose not to elaborate, he internally concurred with Sun Wukong's sentiment. Master Yulin Fan not only possesses an array of techniques, but also seems to have an abundance of treasures. The regenerative mechanical cells he gifted himself are indeed a remarkable boon. "Come on, Number 17, let us engage with all our might," exclaimed Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement. With those words, a resounding laugh erupted from him. As his aura surged once more, it generated a formidable energy that transcended his previous state, propelling him into the full power of Super Saiyan 3. Number 17 smirked, a charming smile gracing his handsome visage. "At last, you are willing to unleash your full strength. Might as well employ the ultimate Kaioken." Sun Wukong chuckled, "I shall not resort to the ultimate Kaioken unless absolutely necessary." He yearned to ascertain the true extent of Number 17's strength before deciding whether to unveil the ultimate Kaioken. By employing it, he could achieve a 30-fold enhancement, stacked atop his Super Saiyan 3 full power. He was confident in his ability to defeat, or even eliminate, Number 17. Thus, he refrained from hastily invoking the ultimate Kaioken. And even if he did, he would not elevate it to 30 times, fearing he might lose control and inadvertently destroy Number 17. Observing Sun Wukong's demeanor, Number 17 understood that he was being underestimated. However, he felt no anger, for he recognized the strength his opponent possessed. Moreover, He was not one to allow others to dictate his emotions, except for his family, of course. The two warriors then assumed their combat stances. In an instant, they vanished from their original positions, only to reappear high above in the sky. With a series of thunderous clashes, their fists met repeatedly, unleashing a ferocious energy that caused the very heavens to tremble and storms to rage, darkening the skies. The ground beneath them fractured continuously, and before long, the entire terrain resembled a landscape ravaged by volcanic eruptions. Yet, neither combatant ceased their assault. Master Lin Fan had previously informed them that they could wreak havoc within this realm, for everything would revert to normal after an hour, regardless of the chaos they wrought. There was no need to fear that their overwhelming power would obliterate the hyperbolic time chamber. Such a scenario was impossible. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, a notification chimed. Ding. Disciple Sun Wukong's base combat power has increased by 2 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, for billion. Current host combat power, 24 billion. Another chime followed. Ding. Disciple number 17's base combat power has increased by 3 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, 6 billion. Current host combat power, 30 billion. Upon hearing the voice resonating within his consciousness, Lin Fan felt a sweet satisfaction swell within him. After enduring countless hours of diligent teaching, he finally reaped the rewards. If others were to learn of Lin Fan's thoughts, they would undoubtedly exclaim, "Is this truly arduous?" One disciple was taught for merely a few hours. Lin Fan's method of teaching is indeed not strenuous. On the contrary, it is rather lackadaisical, as he intends to instruct his disciples only once or perhaps 2 or 3 times before casting them into the hyperbolic time chamber. If he were to teach them daily, he would certainly be disinclined. It is not a matter of fearing that his disciples might master his skills, but rather a reluctance to exhaust himself. Were it not for the necessity of accepting disciples, he would prefer to recline in tranquility. In Chapter 29, 20-fold Ultimate King Fist, within the hyperbolic time chamber, initially, Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 full power form was able to contend with Android 17 evenly. However, as time progressed, 17's combat prowess gradually surpassed that of Goku, ultimately overpowering him. Being an android, 17 possessed infinite energy, enabling him to continuously unleash energy blasts. In contrast, Goku's energy was finite, and he could not employ energy blasts, as 17 could absorb them. Even the Kamehameha wave had previously been absorbed by 17, creating a challenging predicament. 17 primarily relied on energy blasts, supplemented by evasion, while intermittently engaging in close combat with Goku, but without becoming entangled for too long. This led Goku to feel extremely fatigued, as if his strength was being sapped, endlessly being toyed with. Bang! Another series of energy blasts descended upon him. Goku crossed his arms, enduring the full force of the barrage upon his hands, feeling a deep sense of frustration and exhaustion. He thought to himself that 17's tactics were rather unscrupulous, with unlimited energy. The relentless barrage of energy blasts would inevitably wear him down. The only way to engage in close combat effectively was to surpass 17's speed. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to the Ultimate King Fist. Contemplating this, Goku hesitated no longer, clenching his fists and shouting, Ultimate King Fist. In an instant, a radiant red aura surged forth from Goku, each of his energies emanating a chilling brilliance, clashing fiercely. Tenfold. Immediately, Goku's aura surged anew, elevating his power to 10 times that of his Super Saiyan 3 full power form. Android 17 felt an urgent sense of pressure, internally muttering that the Ultimate King Fist was indeed formidable. Goku had claimed he could unleash a 30-fold version. If 10-fold had such an effect, then 30-fold would be. 17 realized that if Goku truly unleashed the 30-fold King Fist, he would stand no chance. However, with 10-fold, he felt sufficiently confident of victory. Clenching his fists, he too shouted, "Ha! Aya!" 17's aura ascended once more, his combat power significantly increasing. At that moment, Goku had stabilized, surrounded by 2 auras. The Red King Fist aura enveloping the golden aura of Super Saiyan 3. He looked magnificent. Observing 17's rapidly ascending power, Goku felt a twinge of surprise, but more so, exhilaration. 17, you have indeed concealed your strength. Before long, 17's combat power reached the same level as Goku's current state. The two vanished into the air once more, their fists colliding fiercely. Soon after, energy erupted throughout the hyperbolic time chamber, the pressure palpable. Under their energy's weight, volcanoes erupted, and tsunamis surged. In mere moments, the entire realm was engulfed in a fiery red hue, flames spreading everywhere. Even where water existed, It was transformed into a crimson inferno. As volcanoes and oceans merged into a true sea of fire, a cataclysmic end of the world. As their fists clashed, 17 seized Goku's fist, both of them straining against one another. Goku, if the tenfold King Fist cannot defeat me, then you must elevate your power. Bang! They both kicked out simultaneously, sending Goku flying several meters. Goku, with a face full of exhilaration, exclaimed, I am growing more and more excited. Ever since defeating Majin Buu, I haven't experienced such an intense battle. Although I had a brief skirmish with Tien a few days ago, compared to the current intensity, it hardly counts. For a martial arts enthusiast, a battle devoid of satisfaction is a grand torment. Aha! Ultimate King Fist, 20-fold. Goku amplified the Ultimate King Fist to 20-fold. If it were merely the ordinary King Fist, achieving 20-fold would bring waves of pain throughout his body, and his stamina would deplete rapidly. However, upon manifesting the Ultimate King Fist at 20-fold, he felt no pain. Although his stamina was indeed consumed, it was not nearly as terrifying as the ordinary King Fist's drain. His red aura thickened significantly. Goku clenched his fists, exuding confidence as he declared, 17, this is the Ultimate King Fist at 20-fold. I shall commence my attack. Whoosh. In that instant, Goku's figure vanished. 17 sensed impending danger as he perceived Goku's figure becoming increasingly indistinct. This signified that Goku's speed had surpassed him by a considerable margin. Quickly, he distanced himself from Goku, aiming his hands forward and shouting, continuous energy blasts. Dozens of energy blasts were unleashed. The continuous blasts now were not comparable to the initial ones, but represented 17's peak power. Should most of these blasts strike Goku, they would inflict considerable damage. While these blasts would not force Goku to retreat, if they connected, they would significantly diminish his speed. At that point, 17 could unleash even more formidable attacks. If Goku remained unaware of his position, he would be at a loss for how to retaliate. Boom, boom, boom. All the energy blasts exploded in midair. Yet, 17 harbored an unsettling premonition. Whoosh. Suddenly, he felt a breeze near his ear, and he realized that Goku was already at his side. Just as he prepared to react, bang! Goku appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch. Fortunately, 17 was protected by his energy absorption shield, which, while primarily designed to absorb energy blasts, also provided commendable defense. Thus, Goku's punch was not overly damaging to 17. As 17 regained his composure, he aimed a kick at Goku, attempting to create distance. However, Goku had anticipated this move, sidestepping the attack. Bang! Another punch struck the energy absorption shield. 17 understood that Goku was leveraging his speed advantage to initiate his attacks first. If this continued, he would stand no chance against Goku. Contemplating this, 17 clenched his fists, veins bulging, his head raised toward the sky as he roared with fury, infinite continuous energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from Android 17, transforming into countless energy orbs that radiated outward from his body, launching a relentless assault in all directions. Chapter 30. The thoughts of Lin Fan's son Wukong had never anticipated that Android 17 possessed such a formidable technique. As he observed the densely packed energy orbs falling like drizzling rain, he deftly evaded them, and for those he could not avoid, he shielded himself with his arms. In that moment, 17 seized the opportunity, charging at son Wukong with the force of a mountain crashing into the sea. Bang! A punch was thrown. Yet it did not connect with son Wukong's chest. Instead, it was deflected by a swift palm. To his surprise, son Wukong bore a smile. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. Could it be that son Wukong was deliberately biding his time? His conjecture proved correct. Son Wukong had indeed been waiting for this moment. Understanding that drawing near to 17 would be challenging due to the latter's infinite energy, he decided to entice 17 to approach him instead. It appeared that his strategy had borne fruit. As 17 attempted to retract his arm, son Wukong swiftly seized it, pulling him closer. Bang! Meanwhile, his other fist was already descending towards 17's chest. In the blink of an eye, dozens of punches were unleashed, creating a cacophony of energy absorption sounds as the surrounding energy shield crackled and burst. Son Wukong then raised his fist high, gathering every ounce of strength for a cataclysmic blow aimed at 17's energy absorption barrier. Crash! The barrier shattered instantly, and son Wukong's fist collided directly with 17's chest. In that fleeting moment, he released 17's hand, placing both of his on his waist. Kamehameha wave. A tremendous surge of energy coalesced into the Kamehameha wave, surging towards 17 with a terrifying force. Boom. The colossal energy struck 17, enveloping him in a cloud of smoke as he plummeted rapidly. Observing this scene, Sun Wukong's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. It seems I miscalculated my strength. He quickly soared upward, catching 17 to prevent him from plummeting into the volcano. Reverting to his normal state, he hastily apologized to the disheveled 17. I'm sorry, 17. I couldn't control my strength just now, so 17 managed a strained smile. It's all right. Yet, internally, he recognized the vast disparity between himself and Sun Wukong. Initially believing he was merely outmatched by 30 times the power of the ultimate King Fist, he now realized that even at 20 times, he could barely withstand it. It was evident that he needed to train with utmost dedication. Nevertheless, after this battle, he felt a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Sun Wukong, gazing at 17, whose chest bore a massive wound and face was smeared with blood, inquired once more. Are you truly all right? 17 felt an urge to chastise Sun Wukong for his foolishness, questioning whether he was oblivious to the state he was in. Of course, he was not fine, but could he admit to his injuries? Certainly not, for that would tarnish his pride. I'm fine. At that moment, Sun Wukong clearly observed that 17's wound was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Shocked, he exclaimed, Wow, 17, how is your wound healing on its own? 17 merely smiled, attributing it to the regenerative capabilities of his mechanical cells. Yet he refrained from divulging this secret to Sun Wukong, as it was his trump card. Revealing such a vital piece of information could place him in peril. Noticing 17's silence accompanied by a smile, Sun Wukong's curiosity intensified. Just as he prepared to inquire further, he felt a sudden lightness in his body. Realizing his mental energy was nearly depleted, he said, 17, my mental energy is exhausted. I must exit for now. After I come out, we shall continue our duel. Whoosh. In an instant, Sun Wukong vanished as if he had never existed. His abrupt disappearance caused 17 to plummet once more, landing precariously near the edge of a volcano, with his thigh immersed in the molten flames. The searing heat began to melt 17's leg, prompting him to curse, Sun Wukong. Not only are you a monkey, but you're also a true nuisance. At that moment, the landscape of the hyperbolic time chamber began to restore itself rapidly, precisely 1 hour since its last restoration. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, in Lin Fan's consciousness, a notification sounded. Ding, disciple Sun Wukong has enhanced his foundational combat power by 3 billion. The master receives a doubled enhancement, 6 billion. The current foundational combat power of the host is 36 billion. Ding, disciple number 17 has increased his foundational combat power by 3 billion. The master receives a doubled enhancement, 6 billion. The current foundational combat power of the host is 42 billion. Lin Fan was suddenly alerted by the system's notification. His mood igniting like a blazing fire, exuberant with the news of a staggering increase of 12 billion. He was far from disappointed, indeed. The efficacy of combat surpassed the tedium of training. Contemplating the future, he pondered whether to gather his disciples for a competition. Such an event would allow him to observe the matches, and his own combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. As he tapped his slender fingers, a sweet thought emerged. It seemed a splendid idea, albeit one requiring justification. Otherwise, they would lack the fervor to compete. For not everyone possessed the singular obsession of a warrior like Wukong. He could host a Lin Clan disciple competition, offering enticing rewards that would surely motivate everyone to vie for victory. Indeed, this plan was truly remarkable, just as Lin Fan reveled in his thoughts. A voice rich with magnetism pierced through the air. Recognizing the tone, he knew immediately it was Sun Wukong. Opening his eyes, he smiled and exclaimed, You're here. Sun Wukong nodded enthusiastically, his fist clenched in delight as he declared, Master Lin Fan, I feel I've made tremendous progress. You've improved greatly? Then I shall double my efforts. However, Lin Fan kept this thought to himself, instead encouraging, Keep striving. This is merely the beginning for you. Wukong remained grounded, understanding that his journey was still long, with the goal of catching up to Master Lin Fan firmly in his sights. Reflecting on this, he promptly said, Master Lin Fan, please teach me the divine techniques. I wish to battle alongside you soon. Lin Fan felt no fear towards Sun Wukong, and thus had nothing to conceal. Very well, rest well tonight. And come to me tomorrow. I shall teach you how to control your breath. Initially, he intended to inform Sun Wukong that by concentrating the righteous hearts of 6 virtuous scions onto one individual, they could attain the status of a super scion god. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. At this juncture, Sun Wukong's daughter-in-law had yet to conceive, and even if she were pregnant, a fetus had not yet formed. Without the presence of his granddaughter, Xiaofang, Sun Wukong could not possibly transform into a Super Saiyan god. Control your breath? Sun Wukong pondered, somewhat bewildered. Wasn't breath control a fundamental aspect of cultivation? Why was there a need for instruction? Chapter 31. The desire to take Bardock as a disciple. Lin Fan elaborated succinctly. This mastery of breath is not merely a simple control, but rather the inaugural step into the realm of divinity. Excellent, Master. Let us hasten back so you may change into a fresh set of garments. Observing Sun Wukong's tattered attire, Lin Fan gently reminded him. By the way, Master. Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something. What is it? Lin Fan inquired, slightly perplexed. Could it be that Sun Wukong harbors further inquiries? What is the matter with Android 17's body? I witnessed his wounds healing spontaneously. This question had long perplexed Sun Wukong, for he distinctly remembered that during their climactic battle, Android 17 possessed no such ability. Has he perhaps cultivated this skill over the years? Or could it be a technique imparted by Master Lin Fan? Sun Wukong now held a profound faith in Master Lin Fan's prowess, as it seemed he had mastered nearly every technique imaginable. Lin Fan gazed at Sun Wukong's look of bewilderment. After a brief moment of contemplation, he surmised that Sun Wukong's curiosity stemmed from having previously inquired about the matter with number 17, who had withheld information not out of distrust, but rather to preserve the regenerative mechanical cell effect as a strategic advantage. If Lin Fan were to divulge this information to Sun Wukong, it would essentially compromise No. 17's secret. Although number 17 would not hold it against him, such an action was indeed inadvisable. Therefore, it was imperative that Sun Wukong direct his questions to number 17. Sun Wukong, however, misconstrued the situation, believing Lin Fan was simply unaware, and scratched the back of his head, exclaiming, Master Lin Fan is also in the dark. Lin Fan merely smiled and then said, quickly return and change your clothes. Yes. Subsequently, Sun Wukong brought his index and middle fingers together, and with a flicker of thought, he vanished in an instant. Lin Fan gazed at the vanishing Sun Wukong and murmured, this instantaneous movement is quite remarkable. It is truly an essential skill for both home and travel. I wonder when the system will reward me with such a gift. He stifled a yawn, feeling a touch of fatigue. It's time to return and rest. Rising to his feet, he prepared to head back to the temple for a respite. Suddenly, the phone rang, its shrill tone cutting through the air. Lin Fan felt a sudden jolt. This phone was a gift from Bulma, and the only person who should be aware of this phone number was none other than Bulma herself. Even he, at this moment, did not know what his own number was. Could it be that Jace had arrived? With this thought in mind, he answered the call. Hello, Mr. Lin Fan. It's me, Bulma, came a crisp voice from the other end of the line. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Fan recognized it was Bulma. Curiously, he inquired, Bulma, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Mr. Lin Fan, I am planning to host a birthday party in a month and would like to invite you. Certainly, I shall attend. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan acquiesced. A twinge of disappointment flickered within him, as he had initially expected it to be Gak. Bulma, taken aback by Lin Fan's swift agreement, had anticipated that she would need to persuade him further. By the way, Mr. Lin Fan, Gak just called. He mentioned he would arrive on Earth tomorrow at noon. Why not come over to my place then? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan, who had felt a slight melancholy, was suddenly uplifted. Excellent. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded the call. Holding his phone with delight, he exclaimed, I can't believe Gak is truly coming. With this development, he would finally possess the cosmic map and could subsequently reach out to Broly. The thought of soon acquiring Broly as a disciple stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. Wait a moment. Bulma just mentioned that her birthday party is in a month? Lin Fan suddenly realized the implications. This meant that in just a month, Beerus and Whis would arrive on Earth. He vividly recalled that it was during Bulma's birthday celebration that Beerus and Whis had made their unexpected descent. First encountering Son Goku before arriving at Bulma's opulent ship, where they encountered Vegeta. Vegeta had nearly been paralyzed with fear upon seeing Beerus. As the latter represented a haunting shadow from his childhood, he had witnessed his father, King Vegeta, helplessly subdued by Beerus. The memory was a stark reminder of his own insignificance. The more he pondered, the more he felt the urgency of time pressing upon him. No. He must accelerate the pace of recruiting disciples. With this resolve, he flew back to the temple, reclined on his bed, and leisurely engaged with his phone, contemplating a brief nap. While the urgency to recruit disciples was paramount, rest was equally essential. After all, he was but a languid soul. The notion of exerting himself to gather disciples seemed unattainable. Lounging was the only path for a time traveler. The following day, upon awakening, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Disciple number 17 has increased their foundational combat power to 2.5 billion. Master receives a double increase, 5 billion. Current host combat power, 47 billion. Lin Fan stretched lazily and remarked, "How delightful. After a refreshing slumber, my battle power has surged by 50 billion. It appears that a leisurely life suits me well. My disciples, you must strive diligently. Without earnest effort in your cultivation, how can your master surpass Beerus?" As he mumbled to himself, he stepped out of the room. Just as he emerged, he spotted Yulin approaching with a bright smile, exclaiming, "Master, breakfast is ready." "Oh, is it truly that wonderful?" Lin Fan was quite astonished. Having taken on several disciples, it was the first time he encountered one who had already prepared breakfast for him and invited him to partake. Yulin explained with a smile, "It is only right for a disciple to show filial piety to their master." Indeed, this female disciple was deserving of such recognition. It appeared there may be opportunities to take on more female disciples, even if their talents were somewhat lacking. After all, the prospect of enjoying a meal and sipping fresh milk was enticing. Wait a moment, female disciples? Wasn't Angel Bados a female? If he could one day take Angel Bados as a disciple, it would be quite a remarkable achievement. Not only was she extraordinarily gifted, but her beauty was also unparalleled. Coupled with an impressive lineage, the daughter of a high priest, such a status could command respect throughout the cosmos. If he were to become her master, even with modest abilities, he too could walk with confidence across the universe. The thought was indeed delightful, though it carried a hint of daydreaming. The master and disciple arrived at the dining area of the temple, where breakfast was already prepared: bread and milk, dumplings, and Tianjin rice. Upon seeing Lin Fan's arrival, the two stood up with a swift motion, respectfully greeting him. "Master, please, sit down and enjoy your meal," he replied. "Yes." The three sat down in an orderly fashion. Just as they settled, with a sudden whoosh, Sun Wukong appeared, immediately directing his gaze at Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, I have arrived." Yulin was taken aback by Sun Wukong's sudden appearance and curiously inquired, "Could this be a case of the soul leaving the body?" "This is not the soul separation technique from your celestial arts. This is instantaneous movement," Lin Fan clarified. "Moreover, soul separation does not occur in such a manner. It happens in place. The soul separates, unlike Sun Wukong, who physically traverses to another location." Yulin had never before heard of such a skill as instantaneous movement, but the name alone struck her as exceptionally practical. Turning to Lin Fan, she playfully asked, "Master Lin Fan, could you teach me instantaneous movement?" Tianjin Rice and the others were momentarily stunned. Very few possessed the ability to move instantaneously. Among those they knew, only Sun Wukong had this skill. Could it be that Master Lin Fan was also capable? To be honest, if Lin Fan claimed he could, they would harbor no doubts whatsoever, especially Tianjin Rice, who believed wholeheartedly in Lin Fan's capabilities, considering he could integrate the bloodline of the three-eyed celestial sovereign into his own body. What then of a skill like instantaneous movement? Lin Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. He currently possessed no knowledge of teleportation. However, he was confident that the system would eventually reward him with the ability to teleport. "You see, it is not merely a matter of wanting to learn something. I will teach you only what is suitable for you. Not every skill is appropriate for your talents. Given your aptitude, you are primarily suited for mastering the art of celestial beings and exploring the realm of astral projection. Teleportation is not a skill meant for you." Upon hearing these words, Yulin promptly nodded, accepting the wisdom with humility. "Master, I understand." Tianjin Fan and the others pondered Lin Fan's statement, wondering if the master truly possessed the ability to teleport. Sun Wukong, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. His foremost desire was to learn the technique of controlling his breath from Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, please teach me how to control my breath." "Wukong, there is no need to rush. Let us have some breakfast first," Lin Fan replied, observing Sun Wukong's eager demeanor and thinking to himself, as expected of a monkey. Always so impatient. Sun Wukong gazed at the bread and milk on the table, contemplating for a few moments before sitting down. He eagerly grabbed several pieces of bread and began to devour them, washing them down with generous gulps of milk. Lin Fan suddenly realized an alarming issue. Sun Wukong's voracious appetite was truly formidable. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong had devoured 7 steamed buns and 5 cups of milk, causing Lin's expression to darken. At this rate, there would be nothing left for the master. She immediately rebuked, "How can you eat so ferociously? The master has hardly had a bite." Lin Fan's appetite was modest, thus he felt indifferent. It's fine, let him eat. Son Wukong, with an expression of bashfulness, scratched his head while munching, exclaiming, "This is so delicious, I can't help myself." The others, aside from Yulin, could only chuckle in exasperation. Tianjin Fan could no longer hold back and remarked, "Wukong, for you, anything edible is simply delightful." Son Wukong offered an awkward smile. He truly was not picky and believed that as long as there was food, it was the most exquisite of delicacies. The notion of food being either good or bad simply did not exist for him. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan, accompanied by several individuals, arrived at the hall of the Taoist temple. He assumed a meditative posture in the main seat, while below him sat Tianjin Fan, Son Wukong, Yulin, and Jiaozi. Today, I shall impart to you the art of breath control. The method by which I control my breath differs from yours. I refer to it as the mastery of transcendent breath. This is an exceedingly subtle form of breath control, and should you master this technique, it will significantly enhance your prowess. Now, I shall elucidate that in order to effectively control your breath, you must grasp the three essential elements: breath regulation, posture adjustment, and mental calibration. The fundamental requirement is to cultivate a tranquil mind, free from desires and distractions, achieving a state of stillness where breath, body, and mind are harmoniously intertwined. An hour later, Lin Fan rose to his feet, gazing at his four disciples seated on the ground, and said, "You may each pursue your training, but be mindful to avoid disturbing one another." "Yes." The four responded in unison as they stood and soared out of the Taoist temple, embarking on their individual journeys of cultivation. Once they had departed, Lin Fan swiftly made his way outside, casting a glance at the sky, and thought, "It is time to visit Bulma's home." Utilizing the technique of aerial movement, he ascended gracefully into the air, heading towards Bulma's residence. Before long, Lin Fan found himself hovering above the Capsule Corporation. He descended rapidly, landing in the garden where two children were at play. One was Goten, and the other was Trunks. Upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival, their expressions were far from welcoming, particularly Trunks, who had yet to forget the incident where Lin Fan had sent his father flying with a mere finger. Trunks confronted him. "Hey, what brings you to my house?" Lin Fan harbored no illusions. "Your mother invited me." Upon uttering these words, Lin Fan sensed the inherent ambiguity and quickly amended his statement. "I have a matter to discuss with your mother." Goodness, why does everything seem so laden with double meanings? Never mind, no further explanations, for they only serve to muddle the situation. "Trunks, if you would be so kind as to summon your mother and inform her that Lin Fan has arrived." However, Trunks, harboring a negative impression of Lin Fan, was far from inclined to heed his request. "Humph, you injured my father yesterday. I certainly won't be assisting you now." Lin Fan paid no mind to Trunks' words, for he could comprehend the child's desire to protect his father. With a gentle smile, he amiably replied, "Do not fuss, be good and listen. Yesterday, I was merely teaching your father how to be a better person. I was not harming him." Trunks paused in bewilderment, utterly perplexed as he inquired, "Teaching my father how to be a better person?" Lin Fan's eyes darted as he continued to weave his tale. "Indeed. Yesterday, I was imparting some fundamental principles of life to your father. I did not strike him. My intentions were purely benevolent. As for your uncle Wukong, he too is now my disciple. Thus, my efforts to guide your father are meant for his benefit, devoid of any malice." This declaration plunged Trunks into deep contemplation, as he recalled that they had indeed heard the previous day that Son Wukong had become Lin Fan's apprentice. Trunks, still somewhat skeptical, pressed on, "Is that true? Are you really instructing my dad?" Observing Trunks's innocent demeanor, Lin Fan inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. How could he feel akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing? No, this was righteous guidance. He was genuinely teaching Vegeta the virtues of humility and the folly of pettiness. Just then, Bulma approached, riding her flying device. "Bulma!" Trunks exclaimed. Bulma responded with a gentle nod. Lin Fan inquired directly, "Bulma, has Goku arrived yet?" "Not yet, but he is expected to arrive shortly. Please take a seat over there." Bulma replied, gesturing towards the chairs in the garden. Suddenly, peculiar sounds echoed from above. Chapter 33. The mischievous Trunks. Lin Fan and Bulma, upon hearing the sound, lifted their heads and beheld a UFO descending rapidly. In that instant, they both comprehended the truth. Jack had arrived. Lin Fan mused inwardly that it is better to arrive at the right moment than to arrive early. Fortuitously, he did not have to wait long. At that moment, Trunks and Goten also took note of the arrival of the spacecraft and promptly approached to observe. Once the spacecraft had come to a halt, Lin Fan and Bulma approached. At that moment, the spaceship opened, revealing an extraterrestrial resembling Ultraman stepping out. This alien was Gak, the Galactic Patrolman, a hero of justice. Many adventurous comic book protagonists created by Bulma's sister, Tais, were inspired by Gak, though regrettably, they did not achieve commercial success. If not for their family's wealth, they would have long since succumbed to starvation. Upon seeing Gak, Bulma was the first to greet him. "Hi, Gak, long time no see." Indeed, it had been quite a while since their last encounter. The exact duration eluded them, but they both sensed it was a significant span of time. Gak returned the greeting. "It's been a while, Bulma." He then inquired with curiosity, "Bulma, I heard from Tais that you require a cosmic map? What do you need it for?" Bulma did not conceal the truth and explained, "It's not for me. It's for Lin Fan." She pointed to Lin Fan, who was standing nearby. Lin Fan smiled gently and said, "Jak, the hero of justice, greetings." Jak's eyes sparkled with admiration, his fondness for Lin Fan reaching its zenith. For he cherished being addressed as a hero of justice. "Hello, Lin Fan. What do you require the cosmic map for?" Jak inquired, perplexed. While the cosmic map was not an illicit item, he felt it imperative to ascertain its purpose, to prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from harboring nefarious designs regarding the universe. Upon hearing Jak pose the question to Bulma, Lin Fan had already contemplated how to respond. He explained, "I have a disciple who has lost his way in the cosmos, and I wish to seek him out." "Disciple?" Jak expressed a hint of disbelief. Given Lin Fan's youthful appearance, how could he possibly have a disciple? Standing nearby, Bulma clarified, "Lin Fan possesses immense strength. Even Sun Wukong is his disciple." "Sun Wukong?" Jak murmured to himself. Lin Fan reminded him, "He is the one who defeated Frieza." Jiaqua was taken aback, retreating several steps in a state of sheer panic as he gazed at Lin Fan. His recollection of Sun Wukong was somewhat hazy, yet his memory of Frieza was vividly clear. Frieza was once the emperor of the universe, a being of unspeakable cruelty. They had received orders to apprehend Frieza, but their efforts had always been in vain. In fact, they held a profound fear of Frieza, as numerous colleagues had met their demise at his hands, enduring agonizing torment before their deaths. It was utterly terrifying. For a time, merely mentioning Frieza would cause headaches for the Galactic Patrol. They fervently wished for someone to rise and vanquish him. Fortunately, fate smiled upon them, for not long after, they discovered that Frieza had been eliminated. As for the identity of his vanquisher, they made no effort to investigate. Why not? Because no one was willing to involve themselves in such a matter. Since the threat had been eradicated, it was best to let it be. There was a sense of resignation in the air. However, Jiaqua never imagined that he would encounter the master of the very individual who had defeated Frieza on Earth. If the disciple could vanquish Frieza, how formidable must the master be? Contemplating this, his perception of Lin Fan shifted dramatically. He grew increasingly respectful, his demeanor and speech losing their earlier severity, becoming much more amiable. Once he steadied his emotions, he chuckled and remarked, "Ahem, your disciple, Sun Wukong, is truly remarkable." Lin Fan understood that Jak's demeanor towards the strong vastly differed from his attitude towards the weak. He was not the type to bully the vulnerable. Rather, he relished the opportunity to flaunt his prowess before them, seizing any chance to appear impressive. At times, he exhibited a profound fear of death, yet when the moment called for it, he could act decisively. To claim he was without merit would be an exaggeration, but to assert he was wholly beneficial would be even more so. After a thorough contemplation, Lin Fan concluded that Jak and Akairobe shared strikingly similar personalities. Should these two cross paths, one might wonder if they would experience a sense of mutual appreciation. Wukong was quite commendable. "By the way, could you please provide me with the cosmic map?" Jak promptly snapped back to attention, without any hesitation, and immediately retrieved the cosmic map to hand it to Lin Fan. "Here it is. Just be sure not to engage in any nefarious activities." Lin Fan assured, "Rest assured, I am not that kind of person." Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not malevolent. The thought of engaging in wrongdoing weighed heavily upon his conscience. After accepting the map, he glanced over it, overwhelmed by the multitude of coordinates and names it contained. He would study it thoroughly upon his return. "Thank you, Jak," he expressed gratefully. Jak replied with a smile, "You're welcome, Bulma. Is there anything else you need? If not, I shall take my leave." As he spoke, he cast a glance at his spaceship, noticing Trunks and Goten pressing buttons haphazardly. "Hey, don't mess around," he exclaimed, exasperated. "Those mischievous little ones." Lin Fan reminded. "These two children, one is the son of Prince Vegeta, and the other is the son of Sun Wukong." "Ah, Jack's lips twitched, and a tremor ran through his heart. What kind of backgrounds do these children possess? The son of Prince Vegeta and the son of Sun Wukong? Each one of them is someone one cannot offend. He quickly changed his tone, saying, in that case, feel free to play, just don't press that purple button. However, his warning only served to pique the curiosity of the mischievous little ones, who began to search for the purple button. It was located on the side of the spaceship's seat. Trunks turned to his companion, Goten, and asked, what do you think the purple button does? I don't know. Goten replied, quite oblivious. Shall we press it? Trunks' eyes sparkled with mischief. Goten, ever the partner in crime, readily agreed to Trunks' proposition. Sure. Trunks said with a beaming smile as he pressed the button. Beep, beep, beep. A series of urgent alarm sounds erupted. Upon hearing the alarms, Jack was momentarily stunned and exclaimed in panic, this is bad. Bulma hurriedly inquired, what's wrong? Jack, filled with terror and with a distorted gaze, replied, something has been released. What has been released? Bulma asked, bewildered. A cosmic-level demon has been unleashed. Jack explained in a flurry. As a cloud of white smoke billowed out from a square green box. Goten, Trunks, quickly get out of the way. Chapter 34. Trunks transformed into a demon. Goten, Trunks, quickly get out of the way. Lin Fan sensed that something was amiss and hurriedly alerted the others. However, Trunks' response was just a moment too late, as he found himself enveloped by the white smoke. This is bad. Bulma, escape quickly. Jack urged Bulma to flee upon witnessing the situation. Would Bulma abandon her son, who was shrouded in an unknown mist? Clearly not. Grabbing Jack, who was attempting to escape, she demanded, Jack, what on earth is this? Jack was still poised to run forward when Bulma threatened, if you don't clarify this immediately, I will inform Vegeta that you deliberately harmed Trunks. Upon hearing this, Jack faltered, retreating in fear as he hastily explained, this cloud of smoke is the essence of Karda, a cosmic-level demon. He can possess individuals, exerting control over them, and furthermore, enhance their combat abilities by as much as tenfold. It is an exceedingly terrifying power. Understanding dawned upon Bulma as she gazed at Trunks, ensnared by the swirling mist. She struck Jack on the head, exclaiming, so, Trunks has been possessed? Trunks' face was contorted in agony, his lips cracked, his face flushed, and his hands clenched tightly as the smoke coiled around him relentlessly. Ah, Mom, I feel so awful. Trunks cried, his cheeks reddening, enveloped by the smoke. He felt an excruciating sting, akin to salt being rubbed into a wound. Witnessing her son's distress, Bulma's heart ached, and she was ready to rush forward. But Jack swiftly restrained her. Bulma, you must not approach. If you do, you will also fall victim to the possession. Lin Fan paused momentarily, glancing at Jace, and inquired, what do you mean? Is it possible that this Kaldar can possess not just one individual, but multiple at the same time? To be honest, he had never heard of this Kaldar, a cosmic-level demon, and had no recollection of it whatsoever. However, he found it unsurprising. The universe is vast and teems with a myriad of demons, and it was also reasonable for Jace, as a cosmic officer, to frequently transport such criminals. According to the timeline of Dragon Ball Super, Jace had not arrived on Earth during this period, but rather from a future time. His swift arrival was primarily due to Lin Fan's own emergence, as he had reached out to Jace directly. Had he not done so, Jace might have simply sent Kaldar off for imprisonment or judgment. Jace nodded. Indeed, he can possess many individuals, with a maximum capacity of 5 at once. It seemed that Kaldar's unique abilities were quite impressive, Lin Fan stated calmly. I will notify Vegeta to take control of Trunks. Bulma exclaimed anxiously. Suddenly, she remembered that Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber and might not hear her from within. Unable to suppress her frustration, she remarked, oh, Vegeta, really? Why must he train at this very moment? Jace turned to Lin Fan and said, Isn't he Master Goku's mentor? With him around, wouldn't he that be advantageous? Bulma quickly realized, right? Lin Fan, you must save Trunks. Lin Fan nodded slightly. Without Bulma's urging, he would still act to save the child. Not for any other reason, but simply because he could not bear to see a young life extinguished. Whoosh. Ah. At that moment, Trunks shouted, and his clothes were instantly torn away. His aura surging dramatically, his combat power soared, reaching an astonishing tenfold increase beyond his usual state. Lin Fan observed the scene before him, secretly contemplating that Jack's words were indeed accurate. Once possessed, one's combat power would surge tenfold. Meanwhile, Bulma gazed at Trunks in anguish. Her eyes reddened, her complexion darkened, and her face twisted in distress. Jack, please find a way to restore Trunks to normal. Jack replied. The only solution is to summon Carta, and then confine him back into the box. Fight. Are you suggesting we fight Trunks? Bulma exclaimed sorrowfully. Is there truly no alternative? Jack, feeling quite helpless, spread his hands. There isn't. This is the sole option. Transform Trunks, with blood-red eyes. Fixed his intense gaze upon Lin Fan as if he intended to devour him. This left Lin Fan somewhat astonished. Why is this happening? Jack. Does he seem to harbor a particular animosity towards me? What could be the reason? Jack promptly elucidated, before Trunks was possessed by Carta. He already held a deep-seated dislike for you, and now, under Carta's influence, he is unable to restrain himself. Moreover, Carta, fueled by Trunks' hatred, shares that sentiment. At that moment, the demonized Trunks clenched his fists, staring at his own hands, a sound of excitement escaping him as he declared, This body, though merely that of a child, possesses such strength. I adore it, absolutely adore it. It shall be mine from now on. Prepare to meet your end. Although Trunks was but a child, he was a scion, and such a physique held remarkable potential. Lin Fan paid no heed to the demonic Trunks, finding himself in a state of bemusement, as it seemed that not only Trunks held disdain for him, but also Carta. How wretched! The corrupted Trunks surged towards Lin Fan, delivering a formidable punch. Jack could not refrain from exclaiming, What a swift strike! Although he recognized Trunks' speed, he knew that had he been in its path, evasion would have been utterly impossible. His eyes perceived the action, yet his body could not react in time. Jack possessed a remarkable talent for keen observation, capable of noticing even the minutest details, as if he were nearly endowed with X-ray vision. However, Lin Fan moved with astonishing speed. With a casual wave of his hand, he effortlessly deflected the punch of the corrupted Trunks. A look of astonishment flickered in the eyes of the corrupted Trunks. What was happening? His fist had been blocked? It was supposed to be so swift. How could Lin Fan possibly intercept his attack? As these thoughts raced through his mind, he attempted to retract his hand, only to realize, in that very instant, that Lin Fan had firmly grasped his fist, rendering all his efforts futile. It felt as though he were ensnared by an abyss, drawn in by an inexhaustible force. In that moment, a cunning glint flashed in the eyes of the corrupted Trunks, and a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. Lin Fan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. As expected, the situation unfolded as anticipated. Chapter 35. Are they truly so obedient? Indeed, the hand of the demonized Trunks was enveloped in a swirling mist, which began to ascend towards Lin Fan. Witnessing this scene, Jack quickly raised his voice in alarm, urging, Hurry and dodge. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, astonished that this Carta even dared to attempt to possess him. It was utterly intolerable. Begone! A commanding voice resonated, imbued with an air of authority. The ascending smoke swiftly retreated, as if confronted by something exceedingly terrifying. Jace stumbled back, raising his right leg and crossing his arms, utterly shocked. This. A mere reprimand has caused Carta to withdraw? How formidable! Though Bulma remained unaware of Carta's true prowess, Jace's reaction, coupled with Trunks being ensnared by Carta, illuminated her understanding of Carta's considerable strength. Yet, to think that such a formidable entity would be deterred by a single admonition from Lin Fan was astounding. The stern and imperious voice continued to echo, Depart from Trunks' body. Return to your box or face annihilation. All present regarded Lin Fan with incredulity. The corners of their mouths twitched. Having already repelled Carta, could he truly compel him to vacate Trunks' form? Surely, Carta would resist. If he were amenable, he would not have initiated an attack on Lin Fan in the first place. Just as these thoughts coursed through their minds, Carta's mist retreated from Trunks' body, obediently returning to Jace's box. In an instant, Jace and the others were left in a state of shock, their expressions blank and stupefied, particularly Jace, who stood frozen in disbelief. Once Bulma regained her composure and noticed Jace's inaction, she struck him with urgency. Stop dawdling. Close the box at once. Jace promptly snapped back to reality and hastily secured the box. Just as Bulma prepared to speak, Trunks collapsed to the ground. Trunks! Bulma exclaimed in concern, rushing to him and enveloping him in her embrace. Lin Fan casually remarked, It's nothing. It's merely that Carta suddenly departed from his body, resulting in a bit of fatigue and a fainting spell. Oh, I see. Bulma instantly felt reassured. Gak, cradling the box containing Carta, gazed at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression and inquired, How is it that he obeys your commands so readily? When you instructed him to return to the box, he did so without hesitation? Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. What was there to distinguish between obedience and defiance? Was it not simply due to his overwhelming power that he could annihilate Carta with but a flick of his wrist? In the eyes of Jark and the others, Lin Fan's roar seemed merely ordinary, yet it was anything but. It resonated with an aura of terror that rendered Carta's heart feeling as though it might explode. This realization dawned upon Carta, who was inhabiting Trunks' body, as he comprehended that he was entirely outmatched. Even with Trunks' potential, he stood no chance against Lin Fan. Thus, with a clear sense of self-awareness, he vacated Trunks' body and retreated into his own box. Within the confines of his box, there remained a glimmer of survival. Should Lin Fan truly become incensed and take action, it would spell his doom. However, in response to Jark's inquiry, he felt compelled to answer, "Have you considered the possibility that I am simply too formidable? Perhaps he dares not defy my words." Jark found this notion rather incredulous. After all, Carta was a demon of cosmic caliber, having exerted considerable effort to capture him. How could Lin Fan speak of it so effortlessly? As though it were a trivial matter? Yet, being the master of Sun Wukong, it was conceivable that Lin Fan was indeed exceedingly powerful. But could Carta truly be so terrified as to this extent? With an air of skepticism, Jark regarded Lin Fan, choosing not to press further. Grasping the box, he boarded his spacecraft and addressed Bulma, saying, "Bulma, I shall return now to report." He wished to avoid any further complications. "Safe travels. Do visit Earth often." Bulma waved farewell. Jark closed the door, activated the spacecraft, and in an instant, it soared into the cosmos. Lin Fan acquired the cosmic map, achieving his objective. He bid farewell, saying, "Bulma, I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan employed the art of aerial movement, soaring into the sky and swiftly returning to the Taoist temple. Upon arriving at the temple, he encountered Sun Wukong approaching him, his face etched with confusion. "Master Lin Fan, where have you been?" Lin Fan walked into the Taoist temple. "Nothing much, just visited Bulma's house." "Why? Aren't you training?" "Bulma's house? Training, yes. But Gohan just came to find me, saying that Chi-Chi has something to discuss with me. I need to head back for a moment." Lin Fan nodded and said, "All right. You may return. The practice of breath control can be undertaken even within the confines of your home." Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Fan, an incentive for Sun Wukong's training. "How about this? You shall go back and hone your skills. Only when you have proficiently mastered the breath control techniques I have imparted to you should you come seeking me. Until then, do not come looking for me." Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Ah, why is that?" Lin Fan could convey to him that he was aware of his ardent passion for cultivation and his obsession with martial arts. Thus, the deliberate aloofness was intended to motivate him to dedicate himself more fervently to his practice. However, such a revelation was clearly inappropriate. The reason was simple. If he could not even overcome this minor trial, he would not be deemed worthy of being my disciple. Sun Wukong suddenly comprehended that this was a test of his own character. He had mistakenly believed he had committed some error. He had encountered numerous trials before, particularly during his training under Master Roshi, where he had endured challenges alongside Krillin. Reflecting on those trials brought forth a wave of nostalgia, evoking memories of his youthful days with Krillin. Yet, he quickly reined in his thoughts, filled with determination, and declared, "Very well, Master Lin Fan. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. It will not be long before I seek you out." Lin Fan gently nodded. "Go ahead." In an instant, with a swift motion, Sun Wukong vanished using his teleportation technique. After Sun Wukong's departure, Lin Fan intended to retreat to his chamber. However, upon reflection, he realized that despite the absence of Sun Wukong's disturbances, he was still accompanied by Tianjin Fan, Yulin, and Jiaozi. While Tianjin Fan and Jiaozi were unlikely to intrude upon him, the unpredictability of Yulin lingered in his mind. Contemplating this, he decided it would be prudent to seek a more tranquil location. With this thought in mind, he soared out of the Taoist temple, employing his aerial technique in search of a serene spot. Soon enough, he discovered a relatively peaceful area. Beep. Disciple No. 17 had enhanced his foundational combat strength by 3 billion, while the Master received a doubled increase of 6 billion. Current host combat strength, 53 billion. Chapter 36, Broly of the Planet Wampa. Lin Fan, upon hearing the system's notification, could not help but exclaim, "At last. I have transcended the formidable threshold of 50 billion in combat power. Now, having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, my strength is bound to soar. I have drawn ever closer to Beerus. It is imperative that I secure Broly. This individual is a true anomaly in terms of combat prowess, and it would not be an exaggeration to declare him a veritable bug." Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, unfurling the cosmic map in search of the exiled planet Vampa, where Broly and his son had been banished. The cosmic map was vast, with minuscule annotations that could easily be overlooked without careful scrutiny. Had it not been for Lin Fan's keen eyesight and the endurance of his gaze, the dense array of text would have rendered his eyes fatigued within mere minutes, leaving them dry and strained. Yet, he persevered, diligently keeping his eyes wide open, determined not to miss a single word. An hour passed. Lin Fan still had not located the position of the Wampa star, which left him quite disheartened. However, his eyes remained wide open, unwilling to overlook even the slightest detail. Indeed, upon glimpsing the three characters representing Wampa star, Lin Fan could not help but feel a surge of joy within his heart. After tirelessly searching for an hour, he finally found it. Indeed, heaven does not forsake those who toil. He located the position of Earth and subsequently the location of Wampa star, imprinting the relative positions of the two celestial bodies in his mind. He then commenced the application of the vast heart-S effects, fixing his gaze upon the cosmic map. The search initiated by the vast heart began to shift, swiftly transitioning from Earth towards Wampa star. Due to it being his first attempt, Lin Fan approached the operation with a measure of caution, fearful that failure would render his previous efforts futile. Approximately 20 minutes later, the search results had reached Wampa star. Upon arriving at Wampa star, Lin Fan sensed a myriad of life forces. However, he discerned only two psion presences. One exhibited a rather feeble combat power, roughly around 4,000. The other was indiscernible in terms of its battle strength, as the superficial reading did not reflect its true potential, giving off an impression of an imminent eruption of power. Lin Fan understood that this surge of combat power belonged to Broly, while the other source undoubtedly belonged to Broly's father, Paragus. At this moment, on the planet Vampa, Broly wandered alone, his demeanor gloomy and his gaze vacant, clearly burdened by heavy thoughts. The reason for his discontent stemmed from the fact that his friends had begun to shun him, no longer engaging in play. His companions were not human, but rather animals. On this desolate planet, he was accompanied solely by his father, Paragus. Thus, his only option for companionship lay with the creatures around him. However, recently, these dear friends had ceased to frolic with him, avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of dread. This perplexed him greatly, leaving him in a state of confusion. Broly. At that moment, a voice rich with magnetism resonated within Broly's consciousness. The sound was akin to a summons, stirring a momentary panic within him. Though he quickly regained his composure, scanning his surroundings, he called out, Who is speaking? The voice he heard was indeed that of Lin Fan. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Fan, and I am, in a sense, a deity. I am here to assist you. Lin Fan revealed his name to Broly, for he intended to take Broly as his disciple, and it was essential for the latter to know his name. This way, Broly could genuinely express his earnest intent to become his student. Broly murmured softly, Lin Fan? God. Lin Fan, upon hearing Broly's murmurs, felt an uncanny sensation as he reflected on their conversation. It was reminiscent of a narrative from a past life, where the protagonist was guided by a venerable deity, who imparted wisdom and assisted the hero in achieving greatness. In this peculiar scenario, Broly assumed the role of the protagonist, while Lin Fan embodied the wise deity. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this parallel. However, he refrained from dwelling excessively on such thoughts, for his primary concern was to mentor Broly. Broly then inquired, Since you are a god, can you enlighten me as to why my friends have begun to ignore me? They appear to be filled with fear at the sight of me. What could be the reason? Have I offended them in some way? Lin Fan pondered quietly, contemplating the notion of friends. Who were his friends, after all? On the planet Wampa, it was merely he and his father. Perhaps he was referring to those creatures? After a thorough consideration, he recalled the narrative from Dragon Ball Super. It was not Broly who had offended these animals, but rather his father. You did not offend them. It was your father, Paragus. Broly was momentarily taken aback, incredulity washing over him as he retorted, Impossible. It cannot be my father. He is unfamiliar with them. How could he have offended them? Is it because I lost control and enraged them? Lin Fan elucidated, No, the specialized controller crafted by your father resides upon your neck. Should you ever lose control, he would be immediately informed. Moreover, you have fostered a harmonious relationship with these creatures. They have not wronged you in any way. How could you possibly succumb to rage? Broly pondered this and realized it held merit. He only lost control when consumed by anger. And he had been exceedingly amicable with these small beings, feeling no ire whatsoever. How could he possibly erupt in fury? Could it truly be his father? Unable to suppress his curiosity, he continued, Lin Fan. No, God, how could my father ever offend my friends? Lin Fan did not conceal the truth in the slightest. It is because your father wishes to prevent you from interacting with these creatures. Thus, he disguises himself as you and slaughters them upon sight, which is why the animals instinctively fear you. Broly vehemently shook his head. Impossible. That is absolutely inconceivable. How could my father possibly harm my friends? Broly, if you harbor doubts, you may visit the lake where you often play. There lie several carcasses of the animals. Lin Fan's words struck Broly's mind like a thunderclap, causing his pupils to dilate and his head to shake violently. Yet, he did not succumb to rage. He swiftly flew to the lake where he often played, only to find it empty. With a splash, he plunged into the depths, and soon, he discovered 3 lifeless bodies. In an instant, he recognized them as the corpses of his 3 dear friends. No wonder he had not seen them for a while. They had perished. They lay dead at the bottom of the lake, and the perpetrator was none other than his father, Paragus. He could hardly believe it, but the evidence lay before him, forcing him to accept the grim truth. Clenching his fists in wrath, he contemplated the enormity of it all. Suddenly, his heart raced, pounding against his chest as he lifted his gaze, gritting his teeth, his face contorting in a terrifying display. Chapter 37. The psychological state of Broly's father. With a furious roar, Broly instantly entered a state of uncontrollable rage. Splash! Broly burst from the water, his terrifying aura causing a massive surge that drained the lake, revealing its bottom. The sight instilled fear in the small creatures lurking below, who now dreaded Broly. From this moment on, forging friendships with them on planet Vampa would prove exceedingly difficult. Lin Fan, feeling Broly's explosive power, couldn't help but exclaim, truly, he is the legendary Super Saiyan. His strength is formidable. In this state, he has yet to transform into a Super Saiyan. Should he do so, his combat prowess would soar to unimaginable heights. In a cave, Paragus was busy repairing a spaceship when suddenly, an alarm blared ominously. What is happening? Why has Broly gone berserk? The alarm signified that Broly had indeed entered a state of fury. Paragus immediately abandoned his work and flew out of the cave. Upon exiting, he witnessed the rampaging Broly wreaking havoc, launching energy blasts that obliterated everything in sight. Broly! Paragus shouted desperately as he saw his son lost in rage. Hearing his father's voice, Broly turned, his eyes bloodshot, as if he had locked onto Paragus. This stunned Paragus, sending a chill down his spine. What is happening? Though he had witnessed Broly's fury before, never had his son looked at him with such intensity, as if ready to send him to the depths of hell. Paragus cried out again, Broly, stop this at once. However, Broly, consumed by rage, would not heed his father's command. The root of Broly's fury was the realization that his father, Paragus, had slain his friends, shattering their bond. Thus, it was Paragus who had incited this uncontrollable wrath. Seeing he could not stop Broly, Paragus retrieved a remote control and pressed it without hesitation. The specialized device around Broly's neck emitted bursts of electricity, shocking him. For a moment, Broly writhed in agony before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Paragus swooped down and lifted Broly, flying back toward the cave. Approximately 10 minutes later, Broly awakened to find his father, Paragus, holding the remote control tightly. He knew that should Broly make any sudden movements, he would activate it. Yet, deep down, he understood that Broly would never harm him while in a state of calm. In truth, had he genuinely cared for Broly, treating him as a son and offering paternal love, there would have been no need for the control device. Even in a rage, Broly would not have harmed him. Though Broly was in a state of fury, a fragment of his rationality remained. If Paragus could occupy a significant place in Broly's heart, he could awaken him. Yet, Paragus's love for Broly was warped, tinged with selfishness. His desire to exile them both to planet Vampa stemmed from recognizing Broly's tremendous potential, intending to utilize him to seize control of the universe and become its emperor. Unquestionably, Broly was but a sword to Paragus, a weapon for unifying the cosmos. When a father seeks to exploit his son, paternal love becomes tainted, driven by ulterior motives and selfishness. Father, Broly, why did you suddenly go berserk? What is going on? Paragus asked, filled with confusion. Broly did not respond but instead inquired, Father, did you kill my friends? Paragus hesitated, failing to grasp why Broly would ask such a question. He lied, Your friends? I do not know them. Why would I kill them? Having lived with his father for so many years, Broly could easily detect the deception. Father, I saw their bodies in the lake. Why did you do this? Why did you kill them? Faced with Broly's relentless questioning, Paragus felt anger rise within him. After all, he was the father, and Broly was merely his son. How dare you speak to me in that tone? Yes, I killed those beasts, but I did it for you. For me? Broly struggled to comprehend. You killed my friends and claim it was for my sake? Now, no creature wishes to befriend me. Is that also for my benefit? Paragus continued to explain, indeed, it is for you. Every great achiever has endured solitude. If you wish to accomplish great things, you must withstand loneliness. I do not allow you to befriend them so that you can endure this trial. Broly weakly replied, but I do not wish to achieve anything. I just want. Paragus interrupted, Broly, be silent. You are the legendary Super Saiyan, with terrifying potential. Your destiny is to accomplish great things. You have no choice in the matter. King Vegeta envied your talents and sought your death. I sacrificed everything to ensure our exile to planet Vampa. Do you not remember our struggles? We must seek revenge on King Vegeta, conquer planet Vegeta, and then transform it into planet Paragus. Together, we shall dominate the universe and become its emperors. And you will be my foremost general. The universe belongs to us, father and son. Haha. Paragus spoke with increasing fervor, as though he had already seized dominion over the entire universe. Lin Fan, upon hearing Paragus's words, couldn't help but lament the sorrow of having such a father. It was truly a tragic circumstance, treating his son merely as a tool. Broly was about to speak when Paragus abruptly interrupted him. Enough, Broly, refrain from speaking. Instead, take some time for introspection. I must attend to the repairs of the spaceship. Once it is fixed, we shall depart this wretched place and soar into the cosmos, paving our path to dominion. Broly opened his mouth to speak. Father, just now. Chapter 38. The reward for Broly's apprenticeship. Father, just now. Broly was poised to divulge Lin Fan's matters, but reconsidered and decided against it. Paragus turned around, his expression filled with curiosity. What is it? Broly shook his head and exited the cave. As he emerged, Lin Fan's voice resonated once more. You were about to reveal my circumstances to your father, Paragus, weren't you? Broly did not refute. Yes. Why did you suddenly abandon that thought? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. Broly's tone was tinged with considerable sorrow as he responded pessimistically, because I wish to befriend you and do not want my father to drive you away or, worse, take your life. Lin Fan understood that Broly was not inherently malevolent. Rather, he was ensnared by the nefarious influence of a villain like Paragus. Thus, certain actions were unavoidable. However, should Lin Fan find himself in a position where Broly was compelled to act against his better judgment, he would certainly intervene. With a light chuckle, Lin Fan acknowledged Broly's words without delving into extensive explanations. In truth, how could Paragus ever hope to drive Lin Fan away? How could he possibly eliminate him? For a warrior with a combat power of 4,000 to endeavor to vanquish one with a staggering 53 billion was nothing short of absurd. Initially, Lin Fan contemplated voicing that Paragus was unworthy of such a challenge, but he reconsidered. There was no need for such disrespect. It was unreasonable to insult one's father. And it sufficed for Broly to come to these realizations on his own. Broly, do you wish to leave this planet? Do you yearn to meet more humans and forge new friendships? Lin Fan posed the question, feigning ignorance. Without hesitation, Broly responded, yes. His father Paragus longed to escape planet Vampa, and Broly shared that desire. Yet, without a spaceship, he was unable to leave, forced to wait for his father to repair their vessel. Unbeknownst to him, even after the arrival of Frieza's soldiers, Zarbin and Dodoria, Paragus had yet to fix the ship. Ultimately, both he and Broly departed the planet in the company of Zarbin and his cohorts, and their first course of action was to seek out Goku and Vegeta. At that time, Goku and Vegeta had already attained the form of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Blue, yet they were still bested and subdued. It was only through their fusion into Vegeto, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto, that they finally overpowered Broly. This illustrates the astounding potential that Broly possessed, a veritable anomaly. Throughout the years, Broly remained steadfast in his training, for even if he desired to relent, Paragus would never permit it. After all, Paragus aspired to unify the universe and become its emperor, with Broly as his sharpest weapon. He could not afford to leave this blade dull if he wished to vanquish all formidable foes. Very well, Broly. Should you choose to take me as your master, when the time is right, I shall come for you. Moreover, if you accept my tutelage, I will impart to you myriad skills, which will significantly enhance your combat prowess. Yet, Broly was less concerned with the skills themselves and more with the prospect of departing planet Vampa. Once, he could have befriended the creatures around him, but now, his father's machinations had severed that bond, making it exceedingly difficult for him to regain their friendship. He felt a profound sense of guilt and recognized that these animals might never forgive him. Even if they did, they might fear to associate with him. Furthermore, as long as his father was present, forging friendships would only place those creatures in peril. Thus, for whatever reason, he yearned to leave this place. I am willing to take you as my master. Master. Lin Fan, congratulations on accepting Broly as your disciple, thereby acquiring a battle power of 2 billion. Along with the purification technique, Super Saiyan 4, and Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, as well as 1 unit of divine energy. Currently, your foundational battle power stands at 55 billion. Oh, to have gained both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Blue, alongside an additional unit of divine energy, has bestowed upon me the ability to cultivate 2 disciples of divine realms. Truly splendid. It is somewhat regrettable, however, that I did not acquire instant transmission. Ever since witnessing Goku's instant transmission, Lin Fan has yearned for such an ability, yet, all hinges upon fortune. The system has yet to bestow it upon him, leaving him in a state of helpless anticipation. Nevertheless, he remains confident that it will eventually come to pass. The rewards from this lazy master system are quite remarkable, often presenting 3 or 4 items at a time. Aside from the items, the occurrence of duplicates is rare. Therefore, it should not be long before he is rewarded with instant transmission. Now, let us explore the capabilities of the purification technique. Purification technique. This skill can be employed on entities that have lost their sanity and entered a state of rage, allowing them to stabilize their minds and return to their normal state. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. The purification technique was specifically developed for Broly, who currently struggles with uncontrollable rage. With this technique, there would be no fear of him losing control. He resolved to master the purification technique, to learn the Super Saiyan 4 form, and to acquire the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue, transformation. As he embraced these teachings, a flood of memories surged into Lin Fan's mind. Master, are you still there? Echoed Broly's voice in his consciousness. Since calling out to his master, he had not heard Lin Fan's response, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Upon realizing the situation, Lin Fan promptly explained, I was just contemplating that since you have already taken on a master, I would like to bestow upon you some gifts. Broly did not inquire about the nature of the gifts. Instead, he expressed his gratitude first, saying, thank you. Lin Fan contemplated whether to teach Broly the purification technique. But after some reflection, he decided to hold off for the time being. Instead, he resolved to first instruct Broly on the mastery of his super aura. In his view, Broly possessed immense potential, yet his training had been chaotic and unfocused. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had been floundering. On this planet, only his father remained, and regrettably, his father was utterly inept in the realm of cultivation, offering no proper guidance to Broly. Thus, it was imperative to establish a solid foundation for Broly. If he could master the control of his super aura, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see substantial enhancement. Subsequently, regardless of the techniques or skills he pursued, he would be able to learn them swiftly, and during battles, he would better manage his aura. Broly, I bestow upon you my first gift, the technique for controlling your aura, known as the mastery of super aura. Pay close attention. Chapter 39, The Slumber Approaches. The pillow will come 1 hour later. Lin Fan inquired within Broly's consciousness. Broly, have you memorized everything? Broly nodded affirmatively. I have retained it all, Master. Lin Fan felt a profound satisfaction. Instructing a clever disciple is indeed a delightful endeavor, simple and effortless. Very well, commence your cultivation. Once you have mastered the art of breath control, I shall return to teach you further techniques. Broly inquired eagerly, Master, when will you take me away? His foremost concern was departing from planet Wampa. His willingness to apprentice under Lin Fan was largely due to the promise of leaving that desolate world. Rest assured, focus on mastering the breath control first. Once you've achieved that, I will impart additional skills and guide you away. Consider this period as a retreat for your cultivation. Broly ceased his inquiries, recognizing the weight of Lin Fan's words. Yes, Master. Earth. Lin Fan retracted the effect of his vast heart, rising gracefully from the ground and exhaling softly. Truly remarkable, he mused. The potency of the vast heart is undeniably formidable. As he soared towards the Taoist temple, he pondered aloud, whom shall I take as my disciple next? Within the seventh universe, those with considerable potential and a penchant for combat were few, namely only Vegeta and Frieza. If Vegeta were to express a desire to become his pupil, he would undoubtedly exhibit his usual pride, possibly even attempting to maintain a standoffish demeanor. It appears that my next target shall be Frieza. However, this individual is currently reveling in the ethereal fantasies of heaven, a realm I am unable to enter. The only recourse is to gather the Dragon Balls and resurrect him. It seems I must seek out Bulma once more. Wait, Bulma's birthday party is fast approaching. She will be collecting the Dragon Balls during this time to present as the grand prize at her celebration. Lin Fan suddenly realized that Bulma would collect Dragon Balls as grand prizes for the party. Later, due to the appearance of Beerus, the Dragon Balls were sought to find the Super Saiyan God. If he were to gather the Dragon Balls, he needed to act swiftly. However, this meant he could not approach Bulma, lest she discover his intent to seek the Dragon Balls. Time was of the essence. Lin Fan flew to the entrance of the Taoist temple. Upon descending, he entered the temple, pondering in his heart that he should not seek out Bulma. Who else possesses the Dragon Radar? Just then, a melodious female voice echoed from outside. King Pilaf, there is a Taoist temple here. Lin Fan paused upon hearing the voice, his brow furrowing in confusion as he retorted, King Pilaf? Could it be the comedic trio? He turned to behold the scene, and indeed, there stood Pilaf, Shalu, and Ashio together. Ah, it is truly the three of them. How serendipitous, as if slumber beckoned the arrival of a pillow. Lin Fan understood that the three of them must possess Dragon Ball radars, as they had been tirelessly searching for the Dragon Balls to fulfill their grand wishes. Pilaf and his companions also spotted Lin Fan. The moment Xiao Wu laid eyes on him, her eyes sparkled with admiration, and she couldn't help but exclaim, so handsome. His face was chiseled, features distinct, skin fair, and physique flawless. Pilaf shot her a disapproving glance, saying, hey, don't be infatuated. Let us head inside for a meal first. Asu immediately concurred. Yes, let us eat. We haven't had a meal in 3 days, following King Pilaf. We go hungry 9 times a day. Pilaf, with his hands on his hips, retorted, quiet. I am merely testing your willpower. Look at me. I don't feel hungry at all. However, shortly after, his own stomach let out a loud growl. Xiao Wu and Asu exchanged glances, causing Pilaf to blush profusely. He quickly changed the subject, declaring, let us go into the temple to find something to eat. Upon arriving at the temple's entrance, Lin Fan did not permit them to enter, for he understood the nature of Pilaf. With such a character, one must not be overly accommodating. A balance of kindness and severity was essential. Only then could he acquire the Dragon Ball radar. Pilaf, noticing that Lin Fan had obstructed the path of himself and his companions, inquired, what are you doing? Lin Fan smiled faintly and said, I am not doing anything. I simply do not wish to allow you entry. Ah, Ash immediately replied with a pitiful expression, wagging his tail, we haven't eaten in several days. Please let us in. Xiao Wu chimed in beside him. Indeed, we have gone without food for quite some time. Have mercy on us, please. Lin Fan observed the scene between Xiao Wu and Ashio, and a sense of sympathy welled up within him for these two unfortunate souls. They were entangled with a king devoid of prospects, living from hand to mouth. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but admire their unwavering loyalty. Despite the circumstances of following Pilaf, they had not betrayed him. Such fidelity was truly rare. Pilaf was far from being as accommodating as Xiao Wu and Ashio, glaring at Lin Fan. He assumed a fierce demeanor and bellowed, hurry and prepare a meal for this king, or I shall end your life. Xiao Wu and Ashio exchanged glances, apprehensive at the harshness of the command. With a chuckle, Lin Fan found their antics amusing. They presented themselves as if they could genuinely intimidate him. Noticing Lin Fan's sudden laughter, Pilaf grew irate and demanded, what are you laughing at? Do you think I cannot handle you? I am the great King Pilaf. With that proclamation, he turned to Ashio and commanded, release the dog. Ashio immediately adopted a ferocious expression, barking, woof woof. King Pilaf is the greatest in the world. Seeing Ashio's steadfast loyalty, Lin Fan felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. Yet, with someone like Pilaf, it was imperative to demonstrate one's strength. Otherwise, he would never heed any advice. Wearing a smile, Lin Fan nonchalantly waved his hand, unleashing an overwhelming aura of power that sent Pilaf and his companions hurtling several meters away, crashing to the ground with a thud. Ouch, that hurts. The trio lay sprawled on the ground, gingerly rubbing their backs and thighs, wincing from the pain. Lin Fan calmly inquired, pray tell. If I merely unleash a fraction of my aura and you are unable to withstand it, how do you intend to contend with me? In that instant, Pilaf comprehended the gravity of the situation. The seemingly amiable and innocuous gentleman before him was far from ordinary. He was indeed a formidable presence. Immediately, Pilaf softened his stance, timidly remarking, "Well, I was merely jesting." Lin Fan had little time to waste with Pilaf regarding this matter. "Pilaf, Xiaowu, a Xiao. I can offer you 3 something to eat." Upon hearing the promise of food, the 3 were immediately elated, especially a Xiao and Xiaowu, who exclaimed in delight, "Hooray!" Although Pilaf was pleased, he cunningly pondered the situation and quietly pulled the 2 aside, whispering, "Have you not noticed something amiss?" A Xiao and Xiaowu, not thinking too deeply, retorted, "What is amiss?" Chapter 40. So soon? What is amiss? A Xiao and Xiaowu gazed at their idol, Pilaf the Great, with confusion. Pilaf elaborated, "Have you not realized that he knows our names?" The 3 pondered carefully, and indeed, it was curious. How did he know their names? Pilaf continued to flaunt his intellect, analyzing like a detective. "In this desolate place, there exists a temple. I suspect he is targeting me, deliberately setting a trap for us. Having thoroughly investigated our identities, he is merely waiting for us to take the bait." Lin Fan observed Pilaf whispering to the 2, realizing that Pilaf was merely flaunting his cleverness. "I ask you, do you wish to go without food? Are you planning to starve?" Upon hearing the mention of starvation, Xiaowu promptly shook her head, exclaiming, "I do not wish to starve." Ashu also chimed in, declaring, "I want to eat." Pilaf once again detained the 2, asking, "Have you both forgotten what I told you?" Looking at Lin Fan, he inquired, "Hey, have I discerned your scheme? Are you perhaps plotting something sinister against us?" Lin Fan rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. "Pilaf, you possess neither wealth nor treasures. What insidious schemes could I possibly have in store for you? However, there is indeed a matter that requires your assistance." Pilaf's face lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Haha, Xiaowu, a Xiao, did you see that? My analysis as King Pilaf is correct. He indeed harbors a plot." A Xiao and Xiaowu gazed at him in admiration, proclaiming, "King Pilaf is truly remarkable." Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh. The loyalty of these 2 appeared somewhat akin to foolish devotion. They seemed rather dim-witted. "Pilaf, I can provide you with sustenance, but you must lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a while." Pilaf paused for a moment. "The Dragon Ball radar? How did you know we possess it?" Lin Fan smiled softly. "There is much that I am aware of. You may ponder whether to lend me the Dragon Ball radar for a while or to depart on an empty stomach. I shall grant you a minute to deliberate." Ash and Xiaowu exchanged glances, reaching a consensus. "King Pilaf, let us lend him the Dragon Ball radar, for we are unable to locate the Dragon Balls ourselves." Pilaf's lips quivered slightly. "Is it not possible to exhibit a modicum of resolve? How could we possibly be incapable of finding the Dragon Balls?" Ash, with a pitiful demeanor, inquired, "So shall we indeed give him the Dragon Ball radar?" "Yes, of course," Pilaf asserted decisively, embodying a demeanor that suggested he would be displeased with anyone who dared to refuse. Ash's spirits soared with delight. "Splendid. At long last, there will be food." Xiaowu also expressed her joy, grateful for the prospect of sustenance after days of hunger, her strength nearly depleted. Meanwhile, Pilaf subtly turned away, revealing a cunning smile, and remarked to Lin Fan, "We can indeed provide you with the Dragon Ball radar. However, you must ensure that we are well fed." "That poses no problem," Lin Fan replied, snapping his fingers to beckon the others to follow him into the temple. Upon entering the temple, Lin Fan did not hasten to request the Dragon Ball radar from Pilaf, for he understood that this individual would not readily part with it, except when the meals were served. He summoned Yulin, who was engrossed in her training. "Yulin, please prepare a substantial meal for these 3. "Yes, master." Yulin cast a puzzled glance at the unfamiliar trio, feeling a strange curiosity about why she was to cook for them. However, since it was her master's request, she chose to refrain from questioning further and obediently set about her task. Before long, Yulin returned with the dishes. As Pilaf and his companions prepared to dine, Lin Fan intervened, extending his hand. The Dragon Ball radar. The Dragon Ball radar was in Xiao Wu's possession, and without waiting for Pilaf's command, she retrieved it from her pocket and handed it to Lin Fan. Initially, Pilaf had contemplated making additional demands, but Xiao Wu, being rather straightforward, believed that since an agreement had already been established, it was only natural for Lin Fan to honor his part, prompting them to fulfill their promise. In truth, among the trio, Pilaf possessed a greater cunning, which is precisely why Xiao Wu and Shio remained steadfastly loyal to him. Upon acquiring the Dragon Ball radar, Lin Fan immediately activated it and addressed Yulin, saying, After you finish your meal and tidy up, I shall step out for a while. Yes, master, she replied. Observing the display on the radar, he employed the sky dance technique and soared towards the direction indicated. Yulin settled onto the couch, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate the heavenly master technique. Half an hour later, the trio of Pilaf had indulged to the point of discomfort. Leaning back on their hands, slumped on the ground, they weakly exclaimed, "We are so full." Ashu, feeling drained, remarked, "Overindulgence leads to fatigue, and abstaining also leaves one listless." King Pilaf, might we not dine in a more reasonable manner in the future? It would be far better. How Pilaf longed for a regular meal. Yet, could he admit that his capabilities did not permit it? To utter such a thing would tarnish the dignity of the esteemed King Pilaf. "I am merely testing your willpower," he asserted. Xiao Wu interjected, "I do not wish to cultivate my will in such a manner, King Pilaf. Perhaps we should seek refuge at the Taoist temple. There, we would have provisions daily." To this proposal, Ashu was the first to express his agreement. "King Pilaf, I support this suggestion." Before Pilaf could respond, a sudden gust of air swept through. Lin Fan flew in, handing the Dragon Ball radar to Pilaf. "The Dragon Ball radar has been exhausted. Here it is, Pilaf." The king looked on in astonishment as Xiao Wu pointed to the bag in Lin Fan's hand. It was a transparent plastic bag containing 7 Dragon Balls. The 3 of them were momentarily dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out, and their mouths twitching in disbelief. Had these 7 Dragon Balls just been collected? They had toiled for ages without acquiring even one, yet Lin Fan managed to gather 7 in merely half an hour. An astonishing feat indeed. In truth, for individuals like Lin Fan, collecting Dragon Balls was an exceptionally effortless endeavor. With the Dragon Ball radar in hand, it was merely a matter of minutes. Had it not been Lin Fan's first time using the radar, he could have expedited the process even further. Moreover, during his quest, he had taken the time to heal a pterosaur, which accounted for the half-hour duration. Had he not intervened to save the pterosaur, he would have returned before Pilaf and his companions had even finished their meal. Pilaf took the Dragon Ball radar, steadying his thoughts, while a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. His initial willingness to lend the radar to Lin Fan was not born out of altruism for a meal, but rather a calculated move to enlist Lin Fan's aid in gathering Dragon Balls for himself. However, he had not anticipated Lin Fan's astonishing speed in collecting them. Now, seeing the 7 Dragon Balls, he was already scheming on how to acquire them for himself. Chapter 41. "I truly will kill you." Lin Fan observed his gaze and calmly remarked, "Paraf, I am aware of your thoughts. However, it would be prudent for you to abandon any notions of seizing the Dragon Balls, for I assure you, I will not hesitate to end your life." As he spoke of taking a life, Lin Fan exerted a certain amount of energy, and Pilaf felt a chilling force penetrate his heart, causing him to involuntarily shudder. In that instant, Pilaf immediately abandoned the thought of pursuing the Dragon Balls, no longer daring to act mischievously in Lin Fan's presence. Though Lin Fan is not inherently malevolent, he harbors an unwavering resolve to retaliate should anyone infringe upon his belongings. His guiding principle is simple: if one does not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. However, should they provoke me, retribution is inevitable. As long as Pilaf refrains from antagonizing him or crossing a line, Lin Fan can easily overlook his antics, viewing him merely as a source of amusement, inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. Yet, there exists the potential for mischief. For instance, during the moment of his wish, Pilaf might inadvertently reveal his own desire, thereby jeopardizing Lin Fan's intentions. Once a wish is made, a year must elapse before another can be granted with the Dragon Balls. Consequently, Frieza's resurrection would be postponed for an entire year, as would the prospect of mentoring him, a delay that Lin Fan cannot permit. The urgency of the situation is compounded by the impending awakening of Beerus, who will soon arrive on Earth. Lin Fan must confront Beerus, defeating him if possible, or at the very least, safeguarding the planet. Although he is not a native of this Earth, it bears a resemblance to the one from his former life. Thus, he feels a responsibility to protect it as best he can. Furthermore, the notion of relocating to another planet is unappealing, as he would struggle to adapt. Given these considerations, remaining on Earth is the most sensible choice. Pilaf, trembling with trepidation, repeatedly uttered, "I dare not. I do not dare." Lin Fan emerged with the Dragon Balls in hand, intending to lay them out and make a wish. However, after a moment's contemplation, he deemed it wiser to exercise caution. Ascending into the sky, he soared at a high velocity towards a more secluded location. Lin Fan arranged 7 Dragon Balls on the ground and called out loudly, "Come forth, Sharon. Grant my wish." Suddenly, the sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, and beams of golden light flashed forth. In a matter of moments, the entire world was enveloped in darkness. At the home of Son Gohan, where Piccolo and others were visiting, they gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. What is this? Could it be Shenron? On Kame House, Master Roshi was basking in the sunlight when the atmosphere suddenly dimmed, transforming into night. He too expressed his surprise. Who has summoned Shenron? 18, Krillin. Came the exclamation. Everyone understood that such an occurrence signified the arrival of Shenron. Before long, a magnificent green dragon materialized, coiling majestically in the sky. Its gaze fixed upon Lin Fan as it spoke haughtily. Now declare your. Before the dragon could finish its sentence, it sensed something unusual about Lin Fan. You are also a deity? The dragon perceived a divine aura emanating from Lin Fan, one that was even more potent than its own. This indicated that, in terms of strength and other attributes, Lin Fan surpassed the dragon itself, albeit not in the realm of wish-granting power. Lin Fan nodded gently and said, Dragon, please resurrect Frieza. Upon realizing that Lin Fan was also a deity, the dragon shed its previous arrogance. After a moment of silence, it spoke. Frieza's body was shattered into fragments long ago. It cannot be restored. Upon hearing the dragon's words, Lin Fan suddenly recalled, indeed, Frieza had been obliterated into countless fragments by future Trunks. The dragon continued, stating that even if the soul were to be summoned back, it would be utterly meaningless, as it would ultimately consist of nothing more than scattered remnants of body and spirit. Lin Fan was suddenly engulfed in a state of perplexity, deeply contemplating the past events involving Sorba the Frieza Force, who resurrected Frieza by summoning the scattered fragments of his body and soul through the dragon. Yes, indeed. With these thoughts, he realized that the dragon could indeed bring Frieza back to life. The dragon's eyes glowed a fiery red. High above, fragments of Frieza's broken form tumbled down like a cascade, numbering in the dozens, if not the hundreds. Lin Fan cast a glance and couldn't help but smile. Indeed, Date's methods were quite ruthless. Yet, in the world of Date Trunks, such harshness was a necessity, for survival was far more arduous than in the present realm. In the distant future of Trunks, both Son Wukong and Vegeta had perished, leaving only him and Son Gohan. Eventually, even Gohan met his demise, and he found himself utterly alone. With the first wish fulfilled, 2 wishes remained. Please grant me an advanced regeneration device, right here. The dragon responded. This wish presents a certain level of difficulty and will consume a significant amount of energy, requiring the sacrifice of 2 wishes. The regeneration devices on Earth are not sufficiently advanced. At the very least, one would need a device of Frieza's army caliber. That is acceptable. Lin Fan harbored no other desires, thus he deemed it inconsequential to fulfill this wish as if it were 2. With a whoosh, the divine dragon's eyes gleamed, emanating a crimson light. An advanced regeneration device materialized before Lin Fan. The wish had been granted. Farewell. In an instant, the divine dragon transformed into 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the various corners of the world. Lin Fan waved his hand to activate the regeneration device. With a gentle gesture, a gust of wind swept Frieza's scattered remains into the apparatus. After a moment of contemplation, he cast a healing spell upon Frieza's body, thereby hastening his revival. Once everything was prepared, he initiated the device. Streams of green energy flowed within the regeneration apparatus. Several energy blasts struck a nearby tree, which he utilized to construct a simple shelter, shielding the regeneration device from potential rain damage. Having completed these tasks, Lin Fan flew towards the Taoist temple. Upon his return, he noticed the tattered figure of number 17 approaching. Upon seeing Lin Fan, number 17 respectfully greeted him, Master. After this recent experience, 17 had gained a great deal and felt a profound sense of joy. His attitude towards Lin Fan markedly more reverent than before. How do you feel? Lin Fan inquired with a smile. I feel quite well. I have become proficient in harnessing the energy from all directions, and I have also discerned some unique techniques. No, 17 exclaimed with excitement. Lin Fan remarked with approval, a unique technique? That sounds quite impressive. Chapter 42, the special technique of the number 17 exit. After engaging in casual conversation with number 17 for a while, Lin Fan instructed him to return and change into another outfit, assuring him that he could come back later for further instruction on other techniques. As for the unique technique that number 17 had grasped, Lin Fan refrained from inquiring about it, as he did not wish to put number 17 in an awkward position, given that it was a special technique. It was undoubtedly one of his trump cards. To pry into another's secret weapon would be akin to intruding upon their private matters, a pursuit that could easily breed resentment. and Lin Fan naturally preferred to avoid such an approach. The following day, Lin Fan stood outside the Taoist temple, feeling the gentle breeze, contemplating how long it would take for Frieza to recuperate. Pilaf, along with Xiao Wu and Ash, approached him. After dining together the previous day, the trio had not departed, as they originally intended to collect the Dragon Balls. However, since Lin Fan had already utilized them, a cooling period of 1 year was required before they could be summoned again. Thus, they decided to linger at the temple for a while. Pilaf gazed at Lin Fan, who was leisurely reclining in his chair, and inquired, "May we stay at your temple for some time?" Lin Fan did not gaze at Pilaf, yet he was acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. He jestingly remarked, "Very well, but I shall not provide you with sustenance." At this, Xiao Wu and Ashio instantly felt a surge of anxiety. Their reason for remaining was the desire for daily nourishment. If they were to go hungry each day, what distinction would there be from their former plight? Pilaf, with a somber expression, shared in their discomfort. "We can assist you with tasks in exchange for food and drink." "Oh, so you wish to offer your services to me?" Lin Fan feigned a moment of enlightenment. Presently, with no pressing matters at hand, teasing Pilaf proved to be quite entertaining. Pilaf remained silent, grappling with his pride as the esteemed King Pilaf, feeling the weight of his dignity, yet the truth was undeniable. "Very well, as long as you fulfill your duties and complete the task satisfactorily, I shall ensure you are provided with sustenance," Lin Fan remarked. Xiao Wu and Ashio immediately expressed their delight, saying, "All right, we will undoubtedly accomplish the task with excellence. Finally, we can put an end to the days of uncertainty." "It is truly wonderful." Pilaf felt a surge of joy within, yet he restrained his outward display of emotion, determined to maintain his composure as the king. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "You may proceed to clean up." "All right." The three of them left with great joy. Just after they departed, a notification resonated within Lin Fan's consciousness. Ding. Disciple Sun Wukong has increased his foundational combat power by 1 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, 20 billion. Current host foundational combat power, 57 billion. Oh, Sun Wukong has augmented his combat power by 1 billion? This implies he has already grasped the technique of super aura mastery. It seems he will be seeking me out shortly. As Lin Fan contemplated, Sun Wukong had already materialized before him. Gazing at Lin Fan, who was reclining on the chair in repose, he exclaimed with fervor, "Master Lin Fan, I have successfully mastered the art of super breath control." Lin Fan nodded gently. Indeed. He grasped it swiftly. Lin Fan indeed harbored great admiration for Sun Wukong. Mastering the Super Saiyan transformation was an exceptionally challenging skill, and to achieve it so swiftly was truly astonishing. He was indeed the protagonist of Dragon Ball, and although his innate talent might not be extraordinary, his comprehension was undeniably remarkable, practically invincible. "Master Lin Fan, please enlighten me on the path to becoming a deity," Sun Wukong eagerly exclaimed, rubbing his fist in anticipation. Lin Fan inquired, "What is your desire in seeking to attain divinity?" To which Sun Wukong replied candidly, "To vanquish you." Lin Fan was rendered speechless in an instant. To his astonishment, this fellow had not forgotten his earlier declaration that only by becoming a deity could one engage in battle with him. Observing Lin Fan's silence, Sun Wukong felt a twinge of confusion. Had he perhaps misspoken? No, he had merely spoken the truth. His aspiration to become a god was solely to challenge and ultimately defeat his master, Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan, what is the matter?" After Lin Fan regained his composure, he smiled and said, "It's all right, let's begin. Today, I will teach you how to become a deity, specifically how to transform into a Super Saiyan god." Presently, Lin Fan possessed a foundational battle power of 57 billion, while Sun Wukong's was merely over 20 billion. This disparity of over 20 billion meant that he had no reason to fear Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's greatest reliance lay in the ultimate Kaioken, a technique Lin Fan had mastered as well. Moreover, he possessed an array of techniques and special skills, making defeat an impossibility. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my! I can finally learn how to ascend to godhood. The Super Saiyan God transformation is simply magnificent. Follow me." Lin Fan employed the technique of aerial movement, soaring gracefully into the lush expanse of the forest, precisely in the direction where the hyperbolic time chamber was originally situated. His aspiration to transform into a Super Saiyan god necessitated an extensive period of contemplation and rigorous training. This transformation could only be achieved within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. However, Lin Fan refrained from entering it, as one could only access the chamber a mere 10 times in a lifetime. He resolved to wait for a pivotal moment to enter, deeming it an imprudent expenditure of opportunities to do so now, especially since he was disinclined to exert himself. The thought of engaging in strenuous training was far from appealing. He preferred to recline comfortably. Upon arriving before the hyperbolic time chamber, the two sat cross-legged on the ground and began elucidating the methods for Son Goku to attain the status of a Super Saiyan God. There were two pathways to divinity. The first involved absorbing divine energy, mastering the techniques of the Ultra Instinct I would impart, and undergoing intense gravity training to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. The second, simpler method, required the collective noble hearts of 6 righteous Saiyans to channel their benevolent intentions into one individual, thus elevating them to the status of a Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, Son Goku exclaimed, "Oh, so it's possible to do it this way." He began counting on his fingers, 6 Saiyans. There's me, Gohan, Goten, Vegeta, Trunks. Wait, that's not enough. Lin Fan, aware that the numbers fell short, understood that if there were enough Saiyans, they wouldn't need to rely on the unborn Saiyan within Dilly's womb. Moreover, even if one were to pursue the second method, it would require considerable time to stabilize the transformation. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly unstable, thereby necessitating the first method. With a nod of enthusiasm, Son Goku affirmed that as long as he could achieve the status of a Super Saiyan God, he was willing to embrace any means necessary. In a moment, I shall grant you divine energy, and then you will enter the hyperbolic time chamber for the fusion process. This time, when you enter, I will elevate the gravity to 1,000,000 times. You must train rigorously within, transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Note, the gravity limit of the hyperbolic time chamber is 999 times. I advise you, utilizing the Ultra Instinct techniques I teach you will make this endeavor considerably easier. Furthermore, you need to. Chapter 43, Frieza, you profligate wretch. Do you remember the instructions I have imparted to you? Lin Fan inquired. After half an hour, he had instructed Son Wukong on the methods to attain the status of a Super Saiyan God. Son Wukong nodded earnestly and replied, I have committed it to memory. Master Lin Fan. Very well, I shall now bestow the divine energy into your being. Lin Fan waved his hand, and within his palm emerged a sphere of vibrant, multicolored energy. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, Son Wukong felt a tremor within his spirit, an unfamiliar sensation that he had never experienced before. Unable to contain his astonishment, he exclaimed, This is the essence of divinity. How wondrous. Lin Fan turned his wrist, and his palm pressed directly against Son Wukong's chest, transmitting divine energy into his body. In that instant, Son Wukong felt a warm surge of energy coursing through him, rapidly spreading throughout his entire being. It unfolded step by step, as if it sought to merge with him, to become one with his essence. Lin Fan said to Son Wukong, Wukong, enter now. Yes. Son Wukong swiftly soared into the hyperbolic time chamber. At the very moment he flew inside, Lin Fan waved his hand, adjusting the gravity to a staggering 1,000,000 times. Wukong, I have faith in you. Lin Fan murmured before turning and flying away, heading towards Frieza. He wished to ascertain whether Frieza had made any progress. Logically speaking, with the advanced regeneration device, coupled with his own healing techniques, and Frieza's indomitable vitality and formidable physical prowess, resurrection within a day or two should pose no challenge. Moments later, Lin Fan arrived at the regeneration device containing Frieza's body, just having reached it. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, for he distinctly observed Frieza, encased within the regeneration apparatus, slightly move his head. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, and a piercing light emanated forth as he swung his fists. Bang! Boom! The regeneration device was instantaneously obliterated, exploding into countless fragments. Lin Fan observed this scene, his lips twitching slightly. In an instant, he appeared before Frieza, with a resounding slap. He exclaimed, You wasteful scoundrel! The force of the blows sent Frieza hurtling through the air for several dozen meters before crashing violently to the ground. Lin Fan gazed at the regeneration device, now shattered into countless fragments, feeling a pang of regret. After all, it had been granted by the wish of the divine dragon. This relatively advanced regeneration apparatus might have been of use in the future, yet it was now obliterated by Frieza, that extravagant fiend. Frieza, bewildered, rose to his feet, his eyes fixed fiercely upon Lin Fan. Although he was unsure of the circumstances, he was consumed by rage. How dare this individual strike him? Showing such blatant disregard for his status as the Emperor of the Universe? With a roar, he propelled himself towards Lin Fan, launching a powerful punch. Lin Fan stood motionless, poised as a fist was about to strike him. In a moment, he deftly evaded Frieza's attack with a subtle shift of his body. How audacious. Following this, he delivered a resounding slap to Frieza's face. Another blow sent Frieza hurtling away. The corners of Frieza's mouth twitched violently, his cheeks contorting grotesquely as if twisted into a knot, his fist clenched tightly, producing a crackling sound. He shouted in rage, "You dare slap me? This is unforgivable. Utterly unforgivable." Ha. Frieza bellowed furiously, his aura surging exponentially, swirling cyclones enveloping his form. Who? He successfully transformed into his ultimate form. With a sinister tone, he proclaimed, "Behold my final form. You dare strike me? I shall annihilate you." In a flash, he surged forward, launching another punch at Lin Fan. The speed now was indeed magnitudes greater than before, yet it still fell woefully short. Who? Lin Fan effortlessly dodged the attack. Frieza stared in disbelief at Lin Fan, his eyes wide open. How could a punch from his ultimate form be evaded? No, this cannot be. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza's fists rained down relentlessly, but not a single blow could connect with Lin Fan, all striking empty air. Not even a strand of Lin Fan's hair was touched. This infuriated Frieza beyond measure. How could this be? He, the illustrious emperor of the universe, unable to land a single punch on this man? Frieza let out another anguished cry, channeling all his might into a devastating punch. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Lin Fan evaded effortlessly once more. However, this time, Lin Fan had no intention of allowing Frieza to continue his assault. He raised his hand and exhaled. Smack! A solid slap sent Frieza flying hundreds of meters away, crashing through numerous trees. Before Frieza could rise, Lin Fan had already appeared before him, gazing down at the bruised and furious Frieza, whose eyes were bloodshot. One could sense the intense desire to devour Lin Fan alive. He prepared to launch a counterattack. Yet at this moment, Lin Fan spoke. "If you continue to attack like a rabid dog, I shall send you to heaven." Once again, he listened to the enchanting songs of the fairies. Frieza's expression changed drastically, unable to suppress a gulp. Simultaneously, clarity began to dawn upon him. Gazing at the figure before him, he realized that he was not a match. He had transformed into his ultimate form, yet his opponent had not exerted any effort whatsoever. What manner of terrifying being was this? Upon reflecting on this, he attempted to sense the other's energy, only to discover that he could not perceive any trace of combat prowess. It was as if he stood before an ordinary person. What an astonishingly formidable ordinary person. This was undoubtedly no common individual. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Many years ago, he had encountered someone from whom he also failed to sense energy, yet that individual possessed an unfathomable strength. That person was the god of destruction, Beerus. When Beerus had appeared before him, he had commanded Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta. Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Beerus, Frieza had not recognized him and was irked by the authoritative tone in which he had been commanded. He had prepared to engage Beerus in battle, but was swiftly met with several resounding slaps, akin to the way Lin Fan was now striking him. In that moment, he had been humbled, for he knew he was utterly outmatched. Further resistance would only lead to his demise. From that point onward, he harbored a deep-seated fear of Beerus. Chapter 44. Becoming a god is what I taught him. The individual before him now bore an uncanny resemblance to that same formidable presence of Beerus. "Who are you?" Frieza inquired cautiously. Lin Fan. Lin Fan certainly did not conceal anything. "Frieza, you ought to be aware that it was I who resurrected you." Even if Frieza was unaware before, he now comprehends this fact. However, his heart is filled with confusion regarding Lin Fan's motives for bringing him back to life. "Why did you choose to resurrect me?" Lin Fan did not conceal his thoughts either. "It is quite simple. I have recognized your potential. You have achieved commendable strength without any training, so with proper training, your capabilities would undoubtedly soar." Speaking of his own potential, Frieza expressed great pride, confidently stating, "Indeed, I have never undergone training. Were I to do so, my power would certainly increase significantly." He then smiled with a hint of darkness, adding, "I might even surpass you." Lin Fan smiled with a hint of amusement. Surpassing oneself? Is that truly feasible? It is utterly impossible, unless you choose not to become my disciple. If you do, my power will forever overshadow yours. However, if you refuse to be my apprentice, will I allow you to live? Naturally, that is out of the question. Not out of fear of Frieza posing a threat to me, but rather because Frieza is my resurrected pawn. If he cannot serve my purpose, he will return to his original state, back to the heavens. Seeing the playful smile on Lin Fan's face, Frieza's lips twitched in anger, his fists clenched tightly, consumed by the urge to kill. Yet reason reminded him that he was no match for Lin Fan at present. Any rash action would lead to his own demise. He was unwilling to return to the heavens, loathing the thought of hearing those insufferable spirits sing. It was utterly detestable. You value my potential. What is your intent? This question puzzled Frieza, as he could not fathom why the other party would be interested in his potential. Was it a scheme to usurp it? Yet he had never encountered any means of stealing another's potential. Lin Fan swiftly unraveled the doubts that lingered in his heart. Do not worry. I merely wish to take you as my disciple, nothing more. Frieza suddenly paused, gazing at Lin Fan with confusion. Take me as your disciple? Indeed. I can assist you in enhancing your combat prowess, making you more formidable, Lin Fan replied with a faint smile. Frieza took a couple of steps, the distinct sound of his footsteps echoing, and with a shadowy grin, he inquired, if you make me stronger, are you not afraid of me turning against you? Frieza. Lin Fan candidly stated, even if you were to grow stronger, you would still not be my match. I shall forever remain an insurmountable existence for you. Lin Fan initially had no intention of challenging Frieza, yet this individual incessantly broached the subject, compelling him to take action. Frieza's lips twitched uncontrollably, his countenance marred by an expression of profound distress, akin to the grief one might experience at the death of a beloved parent, an anguish he had never exhibited even at his father's demise. Very well, Frieza. I shall now inquire, do you wish to become my disciple? Just as Frieza prepared to respond, Lin Fan interjected, I urge you to ponder your answer carefully. A sudden chill coursed down Frieza's spine, akin to the sensation of his very existence being gravely threatened. However, one realization dawned upon him. His life was indeed at stake. Should he dare to utter a refusal or decline the offer of mentorship, he was certain that Lin Fan would swiftly usher him into the afterlife. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, proclaiming, I am willing. I wish to become your disciple. Lin Fan observed Frieza's haughty demeanor and, noticing the absence of the system's notification, discerned that Frieza was not genuinely interested in becoming his disciple. Without true sincerity, the system would not activate any rewards. He calmly stated, Frieza, you do not truly wish to be my disciple. If you desire to learn, you must do so with earnest intent. Any insincerity will lead to but one inevitable outcome. Frieza felt a mix of anger and helplessness. It was the first time he had encountered such a sense of futility. Not even when facing Sun Wukong had he experienced this feeling. At this moment, Lin Fan reminded him, by the way, there is one more thing I must inform you of. The current Sun Wukong can effortlessly annihilate you. What? Frieza exclaimed in astonishment, his pupils dilating dramatically, resembling those of a bovine. Sun Wukong can easily eliminate me? He would not have given much thought if it were said that others could easily overpower him. However, the notion that Sun Wukong could do so provoked a multitude of thoughts within him, for Sun Wukong was his arch-nemesis, whether descending into hell or ascending to heaven. It was all due to Sun Wukong's influence. At this very moment, the person he most yearned to eliminate was none other than Sun Wukong, along with that enigmatic sword-wielding scion who had reduced him to countless fragments. Future Trunks. Lin Fan continued, you have not misheard. Sun Wukong can effortlessly vanquish you. He has already obliterated Majin Buu. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against Majin Buu? Frieza swallowed hard. His father had repeatedly cautioned him that there existed a being in this universe whom one must never provoke, Majin Buu. That entity is an extraordinarily terrifying presence. Although he had never encountered Majin Buu firsthand, he understood that his father was not merely trying to intimidate him. Rather, Majin Buu was genuinely formidable. Upon reflecting on this, he comprehended the truth. Sun Wukong is indeed exceedingly powerful. Oh, it will not be long before Sun Wukong ascends to godhood, significantly amplifying his strength. Lin Fan noticed the drastic change in Frieza's expression and continued to divulge more information. Just as Frieza, who had initially calmed slightly, was about to process this, the familiar voice echoed once more, inundating his mind with a barrage of shocking revelations. In that fleeting moment, his body stiffened like stone, and his tongue tied in knots, rendering him utterly speechless. Lin Fan observed the expression on Frieza's face with great satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. He was confident that Frieza would soon sincerely seek him as a master, for everything had already unfolded according to his design. Approximately 2 minutes later, Frieza regained his composure, his mind once again capable of rational thought. With suspicion, he inquired, do you harbor a grudge against Sun Wukong? Are you seeking to eliminate him through my hands? Hence your desire to take me as a disciple? This line of questioning was anticipated in Lin Fan's calculations. Having previously divulged so much, He knew Frieza would inevitably pose such inquiries upon regaining his senses. Once this question was asked, securing Frieza's allegiance was virtually assured. How clever of you. I can inform you that son Wukong is also my disciple, and it is I who imparted to him the path to divinity. Chapter 45. Enigmatic confidence. I can assure you, son Wukong is indeed my disciple, and the method to attain divinity was taught by me. Frieza's shock was palpable. His expression one of numb disbelief. Yet this time, he quickly regained his composure. It seemed that after enduring so many shocks, he had developed a certain immunity to astonishment. However, upon careful analysis, he concluded that it was not son Wukong's strength that was formidable, but rather the remarkable Lin Fan before him, who possessed the capability to guide son Wukong to divinity. How terrifying was that? If son Wukong achieved divinity, surpassing him would be an arduous task. Contemplating these thoughts, Frieza promptly declared, "Though I remain unaware of your true intentions, I hereby formally acknowledge you as my master." Master. At this juncture, Frieza had yet to grasp Lin Fan's ultimate purpose. Nevertheless, he no longer cared. All that mattered was his desire to grow stronger, to surpass son Wukong, and ultimately eliminate him. Ding. Congratulations on accepting Frieza as a disciple. You have gained a combat power of 3 billion, an immortal body, enhanced ice demon serum, instantaneous movement, and the indestructible skill. Current host combat power, 60 billion. Upon witnessing these rewards, Lin Fan was filled with exhilaration. He had finally unlocked instantaneous movement, along with an immortal body and indestructible skill, truly fortuitous rewards. Indeed, his arduous half-hour spent collecting Dragon Balls had proven worthwhile. Examining the effects of the immortal body. Upon acquiring an immortal body, one becomes immune to death, attaining an indestructible state, excluding destructive forces. Enhanced Ice Demon Serum. This serum amplifies the bloodline of the Ice Demon race, exponentially increasing potential. The exact multiplier is contingent upon the qualities of the individual being enhanced. Indestructible skill. This skill significantly fortifies physical strength, potentially rendering the body unbreakable. After observing these effects, Lin Fan realized that he could currently provide Frieza with the Super Ice Freeze Demon Enhancement Liquid to amplify his potential. Frieza, come here. Lin Fan waved his hand, beckoning him to approach. Frieza pondered for a few moments before obediently walking over, acutely aware that in Lin Fan's presence, he was akin to a defenseless little mouse. However, was it necessary to wait for the other party to come to him? Would that not risk inciting their displeasure? Deep down, he also believed that Lin Fan would not harm him, as there was no incentive to do so. If the intention had been malevolent, the opportunity to strike would have long since presented itself, rather than engaging in such elaborate delays. After a lengthy wait, he stood before Lin Fan, who extended his hand, revealing a small vial of green liquid, no larger than a thumb. Frieza, this substance is known as the Ultra-Freezing Demon Enhancement Liquid. As its name suggests, it can amplify your lineage, augmenting your potential severfold. The extent of this enhancement depends on various aspects of your physical attributes, including your mental fortitude and more. Do you dare to consume it? Frieza gazed at the vial of enhancement liquid, hesitating slightly, for he had never encountered anything of the sort before. Moreover, he harbored concerns that it might be a means of control devised by Lin Fan, or perhaps something detrimental, which would place him in peril. Yet, upon reflection, he questioned the necessity of such elaborate schemes if the intent was truly harmful. Furthermore, if he chose not to partake, would he be able to ensure his own survival? Certainly not. Contemplating these thoughts, Frieza extended his hand and accepted the vial of ultra-freezing demon enhancement liquid. Without any further hesitation, he consumed the entire contents in one swift motion. Lin Fan smiled, finding Frieza to be rather sensible and quite bold. This was indeed the demeanor befitting an emperor of the universe. After approximately 3 minutes, Frieza began to sense a reaction within his body, starting with a warm sensation emanating from his abdomen, which was quite pleasant. The warmth was delightful, an enjoyable feeling. Lin Fan remained silent, sensing that the main event was yet to unfold. Since this substance was a strengthening elixir, it was inevitable that it would refine the body, and a refined body would undoubtedly endure considerable discomfort. Indeed, as anticipated, in mere moments, Frieza felt waves of pain radiating from deep within his bones, intensifying with each passing second. Within less than 10 seconds, it felt as though 30,000 ants were mercilessly gnawing at him, while simultaneously being subjected to the searing heat of flames. The agonizing torment compelled Frieza to cry out, as if his head had swollen to an unimaginable size, his eyes instinctively widening to their fullest extent. Endurance is the pinnacle. Do not let me look down upon you. Lin Fan spoke a few words in a calm manner. And in an instant, Frieza fell silent. As a formidable emperor of the universe, he would certainly not allow himself to be looked down upon. Clenching his teeth, Frieza resolutely declared, "Impossible. To defeat me is inconceivable. Absolutely inconceivable." Thus, he endured for a full 10 minutes before the intense pain within his body finally subsided. And he began to breathe heavily. With each breath, the numbers flashed. Frieza's basic combat power increased to 500 million, while his master received a double enhancement, reaching 1 billion. The current host's combat power stood at an astounding 61 billion. Lin Fan praised, "Not bad, you've made it through. Your potential has significantly improved." After resting for a brief moment, Frieza assessed his physical condition and was astonished to discover that his overall capabilities had indeed become considerably stronger than before. Furthermore, he sensed a notable enhancement in his innate potential, although he could not ascertain the exact extent of this improvement, as he had yet to conduct any experiments. Nevertheless, he possessed ample confidence that, given sufficient time for training, he could contend with even a deity. Contemplating the prospect of surpassing divine beings, he lifted his gaze towards Lin Fan, realizing that he too could transcend his previous limitations. Previously, he had lacked such potential and confidence, but now, brimming with newfound assurance, he felt an inexplicable self-belief. Haha, although I still do not comprehend why you choose to assist me so generously, I must express my gratitude. He had never uttered thanks to anyone before. Lin Fan was the first. When Sun Wukong had bestowed energy upon him, hoping he could escape the impending explosion of the planet, he had not thanked Sun Wukong, instead utilizing the last vestige of energy to launch a surprise attack. Now, however, he genuinely felt grateful, primarily because he recognized Lin Fan's superiority. In contrast, he had once viewed Sun Wukong as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Yet this seemingly trivial creature had managed to defeat him, a fact he found difficult to accept. Thus, despite Sun Wukong's kindness, he had never offered his gratitude. A person of immense pride and arrogance could express thanks to those stronger than himself, yet would never do so to those he deemed beneath him. Chapter 46. Frieza's layered future of gold. Lin Fan smiled faintly, signifying his acceptance of the gratitude. It was merely a small gift. Frieza's expression changed dramatically. What? Such a formidable item, and yet in his words, it was merely a small gift. One could only wonder how astonishing the real gift must be. However, he quickly came to his senses, for today he had received an overwhelming amount of shock. He had grown accustomed to it, to the point where Lin Fan's declaration of being a god of destruction would not astonish Frieza any longer. After all, he had become somewhat desensitized. "I shall teach you a special technique known as the indestructible art." Indeed, Lin Fan intended to impart the indestructible art to Frieza. Initially, he had no desire to teach it, but upon reflection, he realized that with training, Frieza could transform into Golden Frieza. Furthermore, the indestructible art, once mastered, would manifest in a golden hue. The combination of 2 layers of gold could only enhance the aesthetic appeal. Moreover, the greater his disciple's strength, the more joy it would bring him, not out of a desire for a vast legacy, but for sheer combat prowess. The indestructible art? Frieza inquired, puzzled. Mastering the indestructible art can significantly enhance your defensive capabilities. With equivalent combat strength, it becomes exceedingly difficult to damage your body or inflict harm upon you. Frieza was taken aback. Such a technique exists? He is willing to teach me something so powerful? What could his true intentions be? Why does it seem that he genuinely cares for me? Lin Fan spoke without superfluous words, commencing the exposition of the indestructible heart technique and its accompanying maneuvers and application nuances to Frieza. Previously, while Frieza was undergoing the infusion of the enhancement liquid, he had already imparted the knowledge of the indestructible skill and the art of instantaneous movement. Moreover, he had successfully integrated the essence of immortality into his own being. At this moment, his physique had attained a state of eternal existence. However, he still harbored a fear of destructive forces, leading him to believe that this did not constitute true immortality. He reasoned that only by transcending the fear of destruction could one genuinely achieve immortality. Nevertheless, he remained confident that there would come a day when he would become immune to destructive powers. An hour later, Lin Fan confidently addressed the self-assured Frieza, challenging him. "Give it a try." Frieza, instantly tightening his fists, let out a powerful roar. Ha! In that moment, his body transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Fan couldn't help but think to himself, goodness. In terms of imposing presence and combat prowess, he bears an uncanny resemblance to Golden Frieza. After his transformation, Frieza lightly patted his body, eliciting a series of resounding thuds. Excellent. Truly excellent, he remarked with satisfaction. A wicked smile curved upon his lips, as he mused that with his current defensive capabilities, it was utterly impossible for anyone to breach his defenses under equal combat conditions. Standing firm while delivering blows, he was certain that no opponent could inflict harm upon him. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. Lin Fan possessed such extraordinary abilities. He gazed at Lin Fan, observing his serene demeanor, and suddenly recalled a question, one that challenged his previous convictions. He had once been confident in his ability to defeat Lin Fan, yet now, he found himself devoid of that certainty, whether in the present or the future. He believed it was impossible for him to triumph over Lin Fan. The ultra-rare Ice Demon Enhancement Liquid and the indomitable skills of immutability that Lin Fan had imparted to him suggested that these were trivial to Lin Fan. An entity of such caliber regarded these as inconsequential. How formidable must Lin Fan's hidden cards be? How utterly invincible? Furthermore, Lin Fan had previously claimed to have taught the path to divinity to Sun Wukong. In that moment, Frieza comprehended the truth behind Lin Fan's assertion that he could never surpass him. What had once struck Frieza as comically arrogant now revealed itself as an undeniable truth. The ludicrous one was he, not Lin Fan. He truly could not transcend. Lin Fan observed the shifting expressions on his face, gaining insight into his thoughts. With a subtle smile, he remarked, "So, you finally comprehend your insignificance?" Frieza did not refute the statement. "Indeed, I am insignificant, yet I still hope for your guidance, Master." Calling him Master had become quite natural. Lin Fan teased. Frieza, however, said nothing in response. He felt it was inconsequential to acknowledge a master, especially one as unfathomably powerful as Lin Fan. Lin Fan continued, "One cannot chew more than one can swallow. First, you must earnestly explore your potential and diligently cultivate the indestructible body technique. Once you reach perfection in your practice, I shall naturally impart further knowledge to you." Currently, Frieza's mastery of the indestructible body technique is merely at the minor accomplishment level. He has a long journey ahead to attain perfection. Upon achieving that level, his defensive capabilities will increase exponentially. Frieza understands the wisdom of not overreaching. Indeed. Very well, focus on your training here, and I shall return tomorrow. Initially, Lin Fan intended to confine Frieza within the hyperbolic time chamber, but after some contemplation, he decided against it for the time being, as Goku had only recently entered. If Frieza were to enter now, a confrontation between the two would be inevitable. Given Goku's current strength, defeating Frieza would be a trivial task. It is best to wait for Goku to emerge before sending Frieza in. Frieza nodded in agreement. Understood. Lin Fan utilized the art of air dance, preparing to depart, when suddenly he halted, casting a glance towards Frieza, and advised, "By the way, during this period, refrain from causing trouble and focus on your training. Your current strength is still quite feeble. You lack the qualifications to stir up chaos." Frieza's lips involuntarily twitched a few times. Had these words been uttered by another, he would have undoubtedly flown into a rage. However, coming from Lin Fan, he could endure it, for the essence of the statement held undeniable truth. Even Sun Wukong had the potential to ascend to divinity, while he remained in such a weakened state, lacking the foundation to incite trouble. "Yes, Master." Lin Fan subsequently soared towards the Taoist temple, convinced that his admonition to Frieza would deter the latter from further provocations, not only for his own sake but also for the sake of Sun Wukong. Before reaching the temple, Lin Fan recalled a particular individual, Broly. If Sun Wukong had mastered the Ultra Instinct in just over a day, it stood to reason that Broly would not lag behind. With these thoughts in mind, he promptly descended upon a grand tree, leaning against it leisurely. Unable to suppress a murmur, he pondered, "Why do I feel somewhat fatigued? Continuously instructing my disciples, doesn't he seem so trivial after all?" In a moment of reflection, he concluded, "But this is merely the beginning. It is understandable. Once everything falls into place, my schedule will lighten considerably. From then on, it shall be a matter of reclining and enhancing my combat prowess, with a promising future ahead." Without further delay, he activated the effects of the vast heart, retrieving the cosmic map to commence his search for Broly on planet Wampa, guided by the map's trajectory. Thanks to his prior experience, this endeavor proved significantly simpler. Chapter 47, Vast Heart Instant Transmission equals Planet Wampa. Broly had mastered Ultra Instinct in just one day and was currently seated in meditation atop a mountain peak. Did Master Lin Fan not say that once I learned Ultra Instinct, he would come to teach me more techniques? Has he forgotten? As Broly pondered this, a rich, magnetic voice resonated within his consciousness. Of course, I have not forgotten. Upon hearing this voice, Broly was elated and promptly inquired within his mind, Master Lin Fan. As soon as he posed this question, a sudden rush of air enveloped him, and a handsome young man materialized before him, leaving Broly astounded and instinctively retreating. His gaze fixed on the unexpected figure. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I am Lin Fan," came the cheerful reply. Upon hearing this voice, Broly instantly recognized that this was indeed his Master Lin Fan. Without a shred of doubt, he joyfully greeted Master Lin Fan. His lack of suspicion stemmed from the fact that only he and Master Lin Fan knew this name, combined with the extraordinary ability displayed by the latter. It is worth noting that for countless years on planet Wampa, apart from himself and his father, no one had ever visited, not even extraterrestrial tourists. Thus, the only person he could conceive of in front of him was his master. When Lin Fan identified himself, Broly experienced no hesitation whatsoever. Lin Fan's sudden appearance was facilitated by instant transmission. This technique allowed him to teleport to his target as long as he could sense their aura. The effect of the vast heart also required the perception of the other's aura to establish a connection. Thus, having sensed Broly's presence, he could easily teleport to him. Through this experience, Lin Fan realized that he could traverse the cosmos freely, even with unfamiliar individuals. As long as he could locate their aura through the vast heart and establish a connection, he could utilize instant transmission to reach them. This skill was indeed an essential asset for any homebound traveler. Lin Fan gazed upon Broly, noting his striking handsomeness, which was tinged with a hint of melancholy, particularly accentuated by the scar adorning his face. Indeed, it added an air of somberness. Remarkably, he had grasped the mastery of the super key within the span of a day, though, to be precise, it had not even taken a full day. Quite impressive. Upon hearing Lin Fan's praise, Broly beamed with joy, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your kind words." Lin Fan smiled faintly. "Broly, I shall now teach you a unique skill known as the purification technique." "Purification technique?" Broly inquired in response. Lin Fan elucidated. "The purification technique, as its name suggests, can cleanse your emotions, thoughts, and the restlessness of your body. In simpler terms, once you acquire the purification technique, you will be able to regulate your berserk state and maintain a state of clarity." Broly was instantly filled with joy. If he could master the ability to control his rampage, he would no longer need to wear this controller around his neck. This is simply marvelous. "Master, please teach me." Lin Fan sat cross-legged, and Broly, displaying his understanding, also settled down. He commenced explaining the purification technique, which is divided into 3 components: purifying the mind, purifying the spirit, and purifying the body. An hour later, Lin Fan glanced at Broly and inquired, "Have you remembered everything I said?" Broly nodded earnestly. "I remember it all. But there are some aspects that I still do not fully comprehend. Feel free to voice any uncertainties. I shall elucidate them for you," Lin Fan replied with a smile. Pondering that once Broly mastered the purification technique, he would be able to control his berserk state. In the past, Broly lacked rationality during his rampages, but with newfound awareness, significant changes were bound to occur. His combat prowess would undoubtedly increase, and his fighting style would no longer be a chaotic onslaught. Broly immediately posed a question. "Master, what does it mean to control the raging body with the power of purification within the pure entity, and to refrain from entering the mundane realm?" Lin Fan explained with a smile. "You may not comprehend what it means to transcend the mundane realm, do you?" "Indeed, Master. To transcend the mundane realm signifies not merely existing within conventional boundaries. It entails mastering your physical form while simultaneously embracing the ferocity of heightened power. This requires a harmonious balance of intellect and offensive capability. In your case, upon entering a state of fury, you may lose your rationality. Yet your combat prowess, such as attack strength and speed, will experience a remarkable enhancement. However, it is imperative that you maintain control over both your intellect and your offensive power. Only then can you achieve a state of true purity. As for how to gain this control, that is something you must come to understand for yourself. Broly, immerse yourself in this comprehension, and once you have grasped the art of purification, we shall discuss your departure." Lin Fan made a special reminder. Upon hearing the impending discussion about departure, Broly felt a surge of joy in his heart, nodding repeatedly as he proclaimed, "Rest assured, master, I shall grasp it thoroughly." Lin Fan ceased his words and, employing the technique of instantaneous movement, returned to the side of Yulin at the Taoist temple. Yulin was in the midst of closing her eyes, diligently practicing the art of celestial mastery. Upon sensing the sudden presence of another, she immediately opened her eyes and beheld Lin Fan. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Master." Lin Fan gently nodded. "Yes, continue your cultivation. I shall observe your progress." "Understood, master." Yulin closed her eyes and resumed her training. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta emerged from the gravity training room. Although he experienced a slight enhancement in his abilities, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. Simultaneously, an unsettling feeling gnawed at his mind, prompting him to take a cold shower. Upon exiting the bathroom, he encountered Bulma, who was entering to retrieve some items. Today, Bulma donned a pair of jeans that accentuated her alluring curves, radiating an undeniable charm. Having not seen Bulma for several days, Vegeta's heart stirred, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. Recognizing the change in him, Bulma approached the bedside, and soon after, the two began playing mahjong. An hour later, Bulma remarked, "Scions are something else. Even in broad daylight, they seem immune to fatigue." Leaning against the pillow in deep contemplation, Vegeta remained silent, prompting Bulma's curiosity. "What troubles you?" she inquired, sensing his heavy thoughts. Chapter 48. Vegeta's concerns. Bulma queried, "Vegeta, what is it that weighs on your mind?" Vegeta hesitated for a moment before responding. "What do you think Kakarot is up to?" Bulma paused, momentarily puzzled by Vegeta's question, and then playfully pinched his arm. "Vegeta, what are you thinking? Were you pondering over Son Goku while playing mahjong with me?" Vegeta felt a surge of irritation and scoffed, as if to say, "What nonsense are you spouting?" He continued, "I merely wonder what kind of training Kakarot is undergoing. He is Lin Fan's disciple. How would Lin Fan train him?" In an instant, Bulma comprehended that her husband was concerned about Goku surpassing him, yet he was too proud to admit it. "If you want to know, why not just go and see for yourself?" Vegeta, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "Humph. Does the esteemed Prince Vegeta truly need to investigate?" Bulma's lips twitched in exasperation. Her scion husband was undeniably stubborn. Dressing herself, she stood and declared, "You have two choices. Go see for yourself or ponder on it from the comfort of your bed. As for me, I have research to attend to." With that, she left the room, ignoring Vegeta. After a few moments of contemplation, Vegeta, feeling restless, decided it would be prudent to investigate. He was unwilling to let Kakarot surpass him without reason. He quickly dressed and prepared to fly to Lin Fan's dojo, only to realize he had no idea where it was located. After obtaining the address from Bulma, he soared toward the dojo. Upon reaching the dojo's vicinity, Lin Fan, lounging on a recliner and engrossed in his phone, sensed Vegeta's presence. However, he did not look up but murmured in wonder, "Oh, Vegeta? What brings him here so suddenly?" Vegeta, hovering above, noticed Lin Fan reclining and playing with his phone. Instead of descending, he began to survey his surroundings. Within the dojo, he detected a notable aura. Yet he was certain it was not Kakarot's. It felt distinctly unique, unlike the energy they typically cultivated. It was the energy belonging to Yulin, who practiced celestial arts, thus differing from their usual forms of cultivation. Continuing his search, he soon detected two more energies nearby, one of which was even more potent than Yulin's. However, he could still not sense Kakarot's presence. Resolving to investigate further, he flew toward the source of these energies. Before long, he found himself hovering above two individuals seated in meditation below, a bald man and one who resembled a child. These two were Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. After a brief moment of contemplation, Vegeta descended to confront Tien. Upon sensing someone nearby, Tien opened his eyes and, upon seeing Vegeta, asked with curiosity, "Vegeta?" Vegeta acknowledged him with a curt sound, his demeanor aloof. Without waiting for further inquiries from Tien, Vegeta coldly demanded, "Where is Kakarot?" Tien and Kaiatsu, familiar with Vegeta's character, were unperturbed by his frosty demeanor. "Goku? He seems to have entered the hyperbolic time chamber." Tien recalled that Lin Fan had mentioned earlier that Goku, after mastering the Ultra Instinct, had re-entered the chamber. This was not the first time Vegeta had heard of the hyperbolic time chamber. Initially, he believed it to be the same as the Room of Spirit and Time and had gone to the temple, only to discover it was not. At that moment, he felt Lin Fan had played a trick on him. However, upon reflection, he realized Lin Fan had no reason to deceive him. Thus, He concluded that there must be a hyperbolic time chamber distinct from the regular one, though he was unaware of its location. Now, confronted with Tien once more and hearing about the hyperbolic time chamber again, he decided to inquire about its whereabouts. Where is the hyperbolic time chamber? Tien pondered momentarily, deliberating whether to divulge the information. Ultimately, he decided against it. I'm sorry, Vegeta, but without Master S permission, I cannot disclose that information. If you truly wish to know, you may ask Lin Fan. Vegeta, incensed by Tien's refusal to share, felt his pride wounded. You dare withhold information from me? He glared icily, his voice dripping with disdain. In an instant, he appeared before Tien, unleashing a swift punch. Whoosh! The strike met only air. Vegeta stared in disbelief at Tien, utterly astonished. How is this possible? This weakling managed to evade my punch. What are you doing, Vegeta? Tianjin Fan furrowed his brow and inquired, his third eye slightly lowering. Jiaozi also fixed his gaze on Vegeta, ready to assist Tianjin Fan should Vegeta launch another attack. To him, anyone who harmed Tianjin Fan would face his wrath. Vegeta, however, did not respond to Tianjin Fan's words, merely emitting a cold snort. With that, he charged at Tianjin Fan once more. Truth be told, the fact that he had not landed a blow on Tianjin Fan filled him with irritation, for in his eyes, Tianjin Fan was insignificant. He believed that even a casual punch from him could send Tianjin Fan to the depths of despair, yet everything had exceeded his expectations. How could he not be enraged? As Tianjin Fan observed Vegeta's renewed assault, Jiaozi prepared to intervene but was halted by Tianjin Fan's command. Jiaozi, retreat. After a moment's hesitation, Jiaozi swiftly withdrew, soaring towards the temple. Tianjin Fan regarded Vegeta with seriousness, evading his strikes while imploring, Vegeta, cease this at once. Yet, Vegeta continued his relentless assault, leaving Tianjin Fan increasingly on the defensive. Quickly creating distance between them, Tianjin Fan brought his index and middle fingers together before his third eye and exclaimed, Ah, huh. Chapter 49, A Glance to Deter Vegeta. Spirals of energy swirled around Tianjin Fan, causing the surrounding branches to sway. His aura surged dramatically, and his combat power soared. As his third eye transformed into a fiery red, the spirals gradually dissipated, resulting in an exponential increase in his strength. This was the first stage of Tianjin Fan's three-eyed celestial sovereign bloodline, the three-eyed red general state. Vegeta, astonished, wondered when Tianjin Fan had acquired such a technique. Even before engaging in battle, he sensed that at his normal state, he was no match for Tianjin Fan. However, he would not take the same leisurely approach as Son Goku. Clenching his fists, he amassed his entire strength. A terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds. He transformed into Super Saiyan 2 in an instant. Tianjin Fan's lips twitched. He had not anticipated that Vegeta would directly assume the form of Super Saiyan 2. With his current strength, he was no match for Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 level. A wry smile crept across Vegeta's face as he raised his fist. Come, show me what you can do. No sooner had he spoken than a whooshing sound echoed. Tianjin Fan could only discern fleeting shadows. Bang! Before Tianjin Fan could react, Vegeta had already appeared before him, delivering a devastating punch to his abdomen. The force sent Tianjin Fan crashing back to his normal state. After a few moments of recovery, Tianjin Fan's body flew backward, crashing to the ground. Instantly, he felt a sweetness in his throat, as if something was surging up. He instinctively opened his mouth. Pooh! Blood spewed forth, splattering the ground. Nevertheless, Tianjin Fan persisted in rising, gasping for breath. Inwardly, he contemplated that against Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 state, he was still far too weak. He could barely discern Vegeta's movements, merely seeing blurred shadows. Yet, he acknowledged a degree of progress. Previously, when facing Goku's Super Saiyan 1 form, he could only perceive vague outlines. Now, against the Super Saiyan 2 state, he could at least see indistinct shadows, indicating his improvement. Although Goku's Super Saiyan 1 and Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 were not the same, their powers were comparable. Tianjin Fan recalled that, indeed, their strengths had once been nearly equal, but now, Vegeta was certainly not Goku's equal. Vegeta, observing Tianjin Fan as he rose, once again inquired, where is the hyperbolic time chamber? Without a moment's thought, Tianjin Fan replied, Vegeta, if you truly wish to know, ask my master. Without his permission, I cannot divulge anything. Vegeta's lips twitched. You truly seek death. He raised his right hand, preparing to unleash a ki blast. My disciple is not someone you can touch. Suddenly, a voice filled with an undeniable authority rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Tianjin Fan instantly recognized it as his master. Lin Fan. Vegeta looked up to see two figures hovering in the air. One was clad in white, exuding elegance and possessing a fair complexion, with exquisite features that radiated righteousness, resembling a celestial being. Recognizing this figure, Vegeta realized it was Lin Fan. Indeed, the other person beside Lin Fan was Jiaozi. Earlier, Jiaozi had flown towards the temple to seek Lin Fan. He understood that, aside from Lin Fan and Son Goku, no one could halt Vegeta. However, with Son Goku currently training in the hyperbolic time chamber, seeking Lin Fan was the only option left. Moreover, consulting his master was quite prudent. As Vegeta glared at the elevated Lin Fan, a wave of fury surged within him, yet he knew he was no match for Lin Fan. He restrained his anger, though it did not prevent him from hurling insults. Casting a disdainful glance at Tianjin Fan, he remarked, "You taken such useless waste as a disciple." Lin Fan descended, his deep gaze locking onto Vegeta, within which flowed boundless divine power. With a single glance, he perceived the infinite realms beyond, instilling a profound sense of awe. Vegeta's heart trembled momentarily, inexplicably quickening its pace. Why did it seem that Lin Fan's strength had multiplied several times? His intuition was not mistaken. When they first clashed, Lin Fan's foundational combat power was merely around 10 billion. However, he had now ascended to a staggering 61 billion in base combat power. Should Lin Fan transform into a Super Saiyan God now, his combat prowess would effortlessly soar to 1.2 trillion. With merely 200 billion in combat power, a single finger could effortlessly send Super Saiyan 2 Vegeta flying, so one can only imagine the sheer terror of 1.2 trillion. Lin Fan coldly uttered a few words. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta was momentarily speechless, his face turning as red as a chili pepper. He shuffled his combat boots awkwardly on the ground, casting an embarrassed glance at Lin Fan, struggling to articulate a single word. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anger. It is worth noting that no one typically dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, Lin Fan showed him no leniency, confronting him directly without a trace of indulgence. However, what could he do, despite his fury? He was no match in combat, nor could he retaliate effectively. Most crucially, he was acutely aware that if he dared to confront Lin Fan, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences of a beating. Lacking the strength to contend with Lin Fan, he hesitated to act rashly. "Oh, Master Lin Fan? What brings you here?" Chapter 50, Vegeta, I have become a deity. Master Lin Fan, what brings you here? Vegeta, what are you doing here as well? Suddenly, a figure clad in a blue training outfit and loose dark blue trousers, with bandages wrapped around his wrists and ankles, and wearing black training shoes, hovered in the air. Upon seeing him, Vegeta immediately recognized the individual and exclaimed, "Kakarot." Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Son Wukong. Lin Fan was slightly astonished upon seeing Son Wukong. How had he emerged, while his own combat prowess remained stagnant? As he sensed Son Wukong's aura, it became evident that he had ascended to the realm of divinity, no longer exuding the essence of an ordinary being. What could have transpired? It wasn't just Lin Fan who perceived the change in Son Wukong's aura, Vegeta did as well. "Kakarot, what on earth has happened? Why can I no longer sense your energy?" Vegeta inquired, bewildered. Simultaneously, a potential explanation began to form in his mind. Son Wukong had indeed become a god. However, Vegeta was reluctant to accept this notion, unwilling to believe it. Yet soon, Son Wukong dispelled his doubts. Clenching his fists, he excitedly proclaimed, "I have become a god." This declaration caused Vegeta's lips to twitch in disbelief. He had considered this possibility, but now he had no choice but to accept it, much to his chagrin. Kakarot had surpassed him yet again. Why was it that Kakarot always seemed to outpace him, despite being merely a lowly warrior? He, on the other hand, was a noble Saiyan prince, Vegeta, the prince of all Saiyans. Endowed with exceptional talent, far surpassing Kakarot, yet perpetually lagging behind. The more he pondered, the more discontent brewed within him. Even if Kakarot had become a god, what of it? I, the illustrious Prince Vegeta, can still surpass him. With this thought, he fixed his gaze sharply on Son Wukong, his tone icy as he declared, "Kakarot, since you have ascended to godhood, let us engage in a duel." Before Son Wukong could respond, Vegeta's figure flickered as he charged forward with the ferocity of a tempest, delivering a powerful punch. In an instant, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 3, deftly evading Vegeta's onslaught. Vegeta paused momentarily. How had Son Wukong effortlessly dodged a strike? He hadn't anticipated landing a hit on the Super Saiyan 3, but he had believed that evading his punch would be a considerable challenge. Yet, Sun Wukong had sidestepped it with remarkable ease, making it clear that his foundational combat strength had significantly increased. What kind of training had he undergone? Sun Wukong refrained from launching a counterattack, instead advising, "Vegeta, do not act rashly." But how could Vegeta heed such counsel? Regaining his composure, he unleashed a flurry of massive punches, each of which Sun Wukong evaded effortlessly. "Vegeta, what are you doing?" Vegeta became increasingly alarmed. In this fleeting moment, he had thrown hundreds of punches, yet not even grazing Sun Wukong, which fueled his frustration and embarrassment. It was important to note that while he was in the form of Super Saiyan 2, his power was comparable, if not slightly superior, to Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 3. When Beerus had descended upon Earth, Sun Wukong, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, had been swiftly defeated, while Vegeta had managed to hold his ground against Beerus in his Super Saiyan 2 form. This exemplified that despite being classified as only Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's strength had reached Super Saiyan 3 levels. "Kakarot, fight back. Strike me. Hit me," Vegeta shouted in a frenzy, directing his hands towards Sun Wukong while relentlessly unleashing energy blasts. Boom. In an instant, hundreds of energy blasts surged towards Sun Wukong. He vanished from sight. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, Sun Wukong reappeared before him. Bang! A solid punch landed squarely in Vegeta's abdomen. "Ah!" Vegeta cried out, his eyes wide in shock as he gazed at Sun Wukong, his face contorted in anguish. It was unclear whether his expression was born of pain or sorrow as he stammered, "Cack. Air it." Sun Wukong, perplexed, asked, "Why do you want me to hit you?" Vegeta's facial muscles twitched in frustration. "I asked you to hit me, and you actually did?" Lin Fan stood at a distance, observing the exchange between the two, unable to suppress a smile. Indeed, Goku was remarkably sincere. Perhaps he had never encountered such an outrageous demand in his lifetime. Vegeta, stifling the pain in his abdomen, swiftly retreated. Once he had distanced himself by 50 meters, Vegeta glared fiercely at Son Goku. If his gaze could kill, Goku would have been slain 100,000 times over. Enraged, he shouted, "Kakarot! Kakarot! How could I, Prince Vegeta, be struck by a lowly warrior? Hit like this." His fury intensified with each word. Almost grinding his teeth to dust, his fists clenched tightly, the veins in his arms bulging ominously. And a creaking sound emanated from his body. Boom, boom, boom. Unfathomable, utterly unfathomable, absolutely incomprehensible. Huh. Lin Fan's eyes suddenly brightened as he gazed intently at Vegeta, intrigued by the scene unfolding before him. It seems that Goku's actions have provoked Vegeta's limits, igniting a furious outburst. At that moment, Vegeta abruptly lifted his head, fixing a piercing stare at Goku. "Kakarot, you are utterly unreasonable. Utterly unreasonable. I, Prince Vegeta, will never fall behind you. Never." Boom, boom, boom. The aura surrounding Vegeta surged ominously, torrents of terrifying energy erupting forth like a tempest. This overwhelming force swiftly manifested into menacing gusts of wind that swept through the surroundings. The towering trees bent under the strain, while clusters of leaves struggled and swirled in the tempest, with more than half of them falling within moments. Vegeta roared with unrestrained fury, his formidable presence radiating outward and annihilating everything in its path with relentless ferocity. A brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling all who bore witness. The trees, once merely swaying in the wind, were instantaneously leveled by this catastrophic energy. As the waves of energy reached Tien and Kaiatsu, they instinctively raised their hands to shield themselves from harm. When the golden light finally receded, a 50-meter radius around Vegeta had sunk into the ground, leaving a stark impression of his power. Chapter 51. What is it like for the entire Earth to encounter a god? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vegeta, now in the form of Super Saiyan 2, had entered a wholly new stage of Super Saiyan 2, known as the full power rage form of Super Saiyan 2. Lin Fan observed the impressive display of power emanating from Vegeta and remarked approvingly, "Indeed, as the Prince of the Saiyans, your potential is remarkable." Having achieved yet another form of Super Saiyan 2, Goku, sensing Vegeta's enhancement, wore a joyful expression, albeit one that concealed a deeper excitement. The more formidable Vegeta became, the more delighted he felt, for it meant that the battles would never become tedious. He could always seek out Vegeta for a sparring session. Suddenly, Vegeta surged forward like a cannonball, charging towards Goku while shouting, "Kakarot." The two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows in midair. In a matter of moments, the initially disadvantaged Vegeta began to gain the upper hand. Kakarot, are you not a god? Unleash your full potential. Vegeta understood that Kakarot had ascended to godhood, and thus he must possess far greater strength than he had displayed thus far. Although he sensed that if Kakarot had indeed become a god, he might not match him in power, Vegeta still resented the idea of Goku holding back. The proud Scion Prince required no leniency from a lesser warrior. In his eyes, Kakarot's breakthroughs were a challenge for him to rise as well, just as he had transcended to a new form of Super Saiyan 2, surpassing Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3. Conversely, Goku was keenly aware of Vegeta's temperament, knowing that he would not appreciate any restraint on his part, perceiving it as a deliberate act of concession. All right, Goku declared with a confident smile, clenching his fists tightly. He unleashed a powerful roar. His voice resonated with thunderous intensity, and suddenly, the sky transformed dramatically. What once was a clear day became engulfed in ominous clouds, as terrifying bolts of lightning struck the heavens. These fearsome flashes seemed intent on tearing the sky asunder. And with each strike, the very fabric of the world trembled. Goku was enveloped in a swirling aura of crimson energy, a divine essence pulsating around him. Vegeta stood rooted in place, awestruck by Goku's transformation. What form is this, Kakarot? He wondered. Suddenly, he recalled a moment from the past, when he had witnessed a similar transformation in Lin Fan. Could it be that he has attained the form of a Super Saiyan god? He remembered that Lin Fan's transformation had produced a comparable spectacle, yet Goku's manifestation paled in comparison. It lacked the grandeur. When Lin Fan transformed, the sky had revealed cosmic vistas, and within a designated area, the seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter had materialized, exuding an aura of magnificence. In truth, when Goku first transformed, he too had evoked a scene reminiscent of Lin Fan's transformation, albeit within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. Where the phenomena were known only to those present, even Lin Fan was unaware of it. A reminder echoed within Lin Fan's consciousness. Ding. Disciple Sun Wukong has enhanced his base combat power by 10 billion. Master has received a double enhancement of 20 billion. Current host combat power, 81 billion. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Fan's heart raced like a small rabbit, filled with exhilaration and excitement. 10 billion. Sun Wukong had boosted his base combat power by an astonishing 10 billion in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, he himself had achieved a double enhancement, totaling 20 billion. With his combat power now at 81 billion, he was merely 19 billion away from breaching the monumental threshold of 100 billion. Once he reached this remarkable level of base combat power, the disparity between himself and Beerus would significantly diminish. Lin Fan increasingly glimpsed hope, envisioning the possibility of surpassing Beerus before his arrival on Earth. A thunderous sound resonated through the cosmos as Sun Wukong completed his transformation, heralding a divine announcement from the heavens. In the realm of the Kaioshin, the old Kaioshin, deeply engrossed in his studies, furrowed his brow upon hearing the celestial proclamation once more. What could this mean? Why had such divine announcements become so frequent lately? Were there truly so many occasions worthy of celebration in the universe? Seated beside him, the East Kaioshin, who had also heard the heavenly message before, expressed his confusion. Indeed, it is exceedingly rare for such a proclamation to echo through the cosmos, yet we have now heard it twice in quick succession. Could it be that another has ascended to divinity? Contemplating this, he immediately reached out with his divine senses. Soon, he detected a familiar aura, one that was not lost on the old Kaioshin beside him. Wukong, they exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. Despite their myriad speculations, they had never anticipated that Sun Wukong had attained divinity. Given his strength, he undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to become a god. However, ascension was not solely determined by combat prowess. One also required divine essence, a rare boon that could only be acquired through extraordinary fortune or profound enlightenment. Regardless, the acquisition of divine essence was notoriously arduous, and achieving godhood even more so. Yet, astonishingly, Sun Wukong had transcended to divinity. The old Kaioshin rose, hands clasped behind him. Pacing thoughtfully, Earth now boasts two individuals possessing divine essence. Is this a boon or a bane? When did the understanding of divine essence become so accessible? At that moment, the East Kaioshin speculated, could it be due to the vacancies left by the West Kaioshin and his counterparts? The old Kaioshin plunged into contemplation. Was this development favorable or detrimental? The normally studious old Kaioshin found the study materials before him utterly uninspiring at that moment. Meanwhile, in another realm, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the disturbance that had captured the attention of the old Kai. Had he been aware of the old Kai's thoughts, he would certainly have reassured the elder, saying, "Do not be astonished. Sun Wukong is merely the first deity I have created, with many more to follow." Imagine a world where deities are ubiquitous, each possessing combat prowess that surpasses even the authentic Kai. What an extraordinary experience that would be. Perhaps even the Omni King would suspect Lin Fan of insurrection. However, Lin Fan had little time to dwell on such matters. He craved power, limitless power, and endless rewards. To avoid being subdued, one must dominate others. Even the Omni King would have to take a back seat, or perhaps even become his disciple. Though the notion of taking the Omni King as a pupil had crossed Lin Fan's mind, he deemed it too distant a prospect, one not worth considering for the time being. Chapter 52. The tragic tower. As the scene unfolded and the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a bright sky, Sun Wukong underwent a remarkable transformation. His hair blazed a vibrant red. His physique became leaner, enveloped in an aura akin to the flames of the sun. His eyes widened, his skin grew fairer, and his visage appeared significantly more youthful, reminiscent of his days in his prime. Dashing, elegant. Yet, these attributes paled in comparison to the crucial fact: Sun Wukong's combat strength had surged to unfathomable heights. Lin Fan estimated in his heart that Sun Wukong's current combat power was likely around 6 to 7 quintillion. With such formidable strength, defeating Vegeta would be an effortless endeavor. He could easily flick Vegeta away with just a finger. Vegeta gazed at Sun Wukong's current state, his mouth agape, rendered speechless for a long moment, merely mumbling incoherently. Simultaneously, he had a profound realization: no matter how furious he became or how he pushed the limits of Super Saiyan 2, he could never match Kakarot's present combat prowess. Unless he, too, transcended to such a realm as Kakarot, confronting him head-on was utterly futile. Sun Wukong, with eyes as sharp as obsidian, directed his gaze at Vegeta. Upon meeting Sun Wukong's penetrating stare, Vegeta hesitated momentarily, taken aback by its intensity. At that instant, Sun Wukong confidently declared, "Hey, Vegeta, I'm about to attack." Just as Vegeta prepared to respond, he witnessed Sun Wukong's figure vanish entirely from his sight, leaving behind only a fleeting red, akin to a flame flickering in the darkness. Such astonishing speed. With a resounding crack, Vegeta was struck squarely in the chest by Sun Wukong's fist, sending him hurtling backward to collide with a massive tree. No matter how sturdy the tree was, it splintered into two upon impact, yet it failed to halt Vegeta's retreat. He continued to tumble backward for 200 or 300 meters, struggling to regain his balance, as the force of that punch had utterly surpassed his limits. At that moment, Sun Wukong reappeared behind him. Sensing Kakarot's presence, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Kakarot had come to catch him. "At least you have some conscience, you know." Suddenly, he felt a tremendous impact against his back. A gasp escaped him as an indescribable pain pierced his heart. Sun Wukong had delivered a swift kick to his back, propelling him back in the direction he had come from. Vegeta's tears flowed freely. Could Kakarot possibly be a dog? Like a kite severed from its string, he was sent crashing back to his original position, landing heavily on the ground and leaving a long trail in his wake. He lay there in utter disarray, coughing violently and spitting blood. He attempted to rise, but a wave of fatigue rendered him nearly immobile. With a whoosh, he reverted from Super Saiyan 2 to his normal state. This sensation was something Kakarot had never inflicted upon him before. It only resurfaced during his encounters with Frieza on Namek and with Majin Buu, where he experienced absolute suppression, both physically and mentally. Yet now, Kakarot had once again made him feel this way. Sun Wukong stood before the sprawled-out, disheveled Vegeta and could not help but exclaim, "Wow, Vegeta, why have you reverted to your normal state?" Lin Fan stood by, nearly bursting into laughter upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. "How did you revert to your normal state? Wasn't it you who caused it?" One unfamiliar with your character might easily misconstrue your statement as a mockery of Vegeta. Indeed, those unaware of Sun Wukong's disposition would undoubtedly misinterpret this as derision towards Vegeta. However, the truth remains that Sun Wukong embodies such a nature, innocent and naive, lacking an understanding of social nuances. To put it simply, his emotional intelligence is rather low, and his intellectual acuity seems somewhat lacking as well. Lin Fan indeed finds himself somewhat in awe of Sun Wukong's intelligence, regardless of whether he has traversed into the world of Dragon Ball Super. He holds great respect for Wukong's emotional and intellectual acumen. It is not merely that Wukong possesses high emotional and cognitive abilities. Rather, It is the stark contrast of his comparatively low intelligence that stands out. The sole moment Lin Fan admires Wukong's intellect is during the GT version, where Wukong displays a commendable level of intelligence. In other iterations, however, he appears somewhat lacking. Upon hearing Wukong's words, Vegeta nearly succumbed to frustration, nearly collapsing in disbelief. Kakarot. You. His disdain for Kakarot stems from the latter's seemingly abysmal intelligence, which often leads to unintentional blunders. It is one thing to have a low intellect, but every time there is a breakthrough, Kakarot manages to foresee various events, leaving Vegeta to feel that his own intellect is even more diminished in comparison. Observing Vegeta sprawled on the ground, Wukong quickly realized that he may have been a tad too forceful. He promptly reverted from his Super Saiyan God, Super Red, form back to his normal state. Rubbing the back of his head, he smiled sheepishly and said, "Vegeta, my apologies. I didn't expect you to be so fragile." Lin Fan and Tianjin Fan were momentarily taken aback. The manner of this apology was rather disheartening. It would have been better had no apology been made at all. Vegeta's cheeks contorted with frustration, feeling his pride once again wounded. Am I not resilient? He had once believed he surpassed Kakarot, yet ever since he became Lin Fan's disciple, he had been relentlessly beaten down, only to be mocked for his lack of resilience. It was infuriating, utterly maddening. However, deep down, he understood that Son Goku did not genuinely intend to ridicule him. He was merely speaking the truth. Were their positions reversed, Vegeta would have made a similar remark, albeit with a tone of sarcasm and an air of arrogance, steeling himself against the emotional blows and physical pain. He struggled to rise. He fixed his gaze upon Kakarot. Son Goku continued to scratch his head sheepishly, at a loss for words, only managing an awkward chuckle. Vegeta, witnessing Goku's laughter, felt an overwhelming urge to explode with anger, and with one last act of defiance, he shoved Goku aside. Humph. He then turned his attention to Lin Fan, scrutinizing him closely, which left Lin Fan somewhat puzzled. What was this fellow planning? Did he intend to settle scores with him? Yet, if he was no match for Son Goku, how could he possibly pose a threat to Lin Fan? Given Vegeta's intellect, he would not engage in such self-destructive behavior. Would he? A gust of wind swept towards Lin Fan. Chapter 53. Even the wildest steed must be tamed. A gust of wind surged towards Lin Fan. As Vegeta bowed slightly, lowering his head and fixing his gaze upon the ground. The wind that rushed towards Lin Fan was merely the result of the force of his bow. Lin Fan observed Vegeta's actions and began to comprehend his intentions. However, he feigned ignorance and inquired, Vegeta, what are you doing? Vegeta, not one to beat around the bush, replied, teach me to cultivate. Lin Fan found it somewhat amusing that Vegeta's intellect far surpassed Goku's, yet he would utter such nonsensical words. It seemed he had not yet truly set aside his pride. Vegeta's desire to seek a mentor stemmed from his ambition to catch up to Goku, or even surpass him. In contrast, he would rather be defeated by Lin Fan than by Goku, as he had always harbored the belief that his strength eclipsed that of Goku. However, now, having been effortlessly vanquished by Goku, his self-esteem faced a profound challenge, a brutal trampling. Nevertheless, he still struggled to lower his pride. The noble prince of the Saiyans willingly seeking a teacher was indeed a matter that would provoke laughter. Lin Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Since you have yet to relinquish your hold, I shall ensure you release it entirely. I will strip away the haughty facade you present before me. With a frigid inquiry, he asked, why should I teach you? What gives you the right? Vegeta paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, what right did he have to expect instruction? After pondering for a brief 7 or 8 seconds, he spoke once more. I am willing to become your disciple. Lin Fan chuckled playfully. Vegeta, have you not discerned your own position? Do you wish to become my disciple? Am I inclined to accept you as such? To put it plainly, do I wish to take you as my apprentice? Observing Vegeta's hesitation and his desire to become a student, Son Wukong promptly interjected, Master Lin Fan, please impart your cultivation methods to Vegeta. Let us advance together. Lin Fan provocatively remarked to Vegeta, Goku, while mutual progress is indeed commendable, would it not be even better if you were to surpass others on your own? To rise above this Saiyan prince, rendering his dignity and pride insignificant before you. Upon hearing these words, Vegeta's body trembled slightly, and in that moment, he felt a profound clarity wash over him. It dawned on him that if Kakarot's strength consistently eclipsed his own, then what value did his pride and princely dignity hold in the face of such superiority? Essentially, they amounted to nothing. If they were to be categorized, they could only be deemed the posturing of a mere jester. Thus, it would be wiser to relinquish the so-called dignity and arrogance in favor of acquiring formidable skills, thereby preserving his own princely stature and pride. Meanwhile, Son Goku, somewhat bewildered by Lin Fan's statement, remarked, "Vegeta isn't arrogant. He simply speaks less." "Vegeta, isn't that true? I know you have a fondness for me." Goku chuckled amiably at Vegeta. Vegeta shot him an exasperated glance and retorted, "Get lost." This left Goku feeling rather awkward. "Hey, Vegeta, why are you like this?" Vegeta chose to ignore Goku and once again turned his attention to Lin Fan, his demeanor gravely serious as he lowered his head. "Please, accept me as your disciple." After uttering these words, Vegeta's body quivered slightly. Throughout his life, he had never so thoroughly laid aside his pride. This was indeed a first. Lin Fan observed the transformation before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This was the outcome he desired. Vegeta, in his presence, relinquishing his unwavering pride and dignity. Even a wild stallion could be tamed. With Vegeta having set aside his arrogance, there was no longer a need for Lin Fan to mock him. After all, his initial intent was to tame him and take him on as a disciple. With that goal achieved, it was time to withdraw gracefully. "Vegeta, I can accept you as my disciple, but it hinges on the sincerity of your intent." Vegeta felt a pang of tragedy. He genuinely believed in his sincerity. Was he to undergo a trial? Yet, Lin Fan's words instantly alleviated his doubts. "As for sincerity, should you address me as master, I shall discern your true heart." Upon hearing this, Vegeta did not hesitate, calling out earnestly and solemnly, "Master." Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have accepted Vegeta as a disciple, gaining combat power of 3 billion. The ability to traverse dimensions, angelic lineage, the secret of Super Blue, and the bloodline of the ancestor Scion." What? Angelic lineage? Bloodline of the ancestor Scion. Lin Fan was almost overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing the rewards bestowed by the system. The mere acquisition of an angelic bloodline was already exhilarating. But now he had also received the lineage of the primordial Scion. While Lin Fan had a modest understanding of the primordial Scion bloodline, his knowledge was limited. This particular lineage had never manifested in the Dragon Ball universe, and his insights were derived solely from speculations shared by netizens in his previous life. Initially, he regarded such bloodlines as mere entertainment, a product of online exuberance, never anticipating that it would actually emerge from Vegeta. He couldn't help but think to himself that Vegeta truly deserved his status as the second protagonist. The rewards he revealed were genuinely remarkable. When he had recruited Goku, he had obtained the vast heart, and now, with the recruitment of Vegeta, he had unlocked 2 exceptional bloodlines. The protagonist's drop rate was indeed delightful. Without hastening to delve into these revelations, he turned to Vegeta and said, "Vegeta, I can sense your earnest desire to become my disciple. Therefore, I shall not hold back. Having taught Goku the ultimate Kaioken, I will now impart to you the Super Ultimate Flash." Vegeta paused momentarily, perplexed. "Super Ultimate Flash? Why does it sound so much like my Ultimate Flash? Could it be related to my technique?" Observing Vegeta's confusion, Lin Fan calmly clarified, "You are not mistaken. The Super Ultimate Flash is indeed an enhanced version of your Ultimate Flash. The Ultimate Kaioken I taught Goku is merely an upgraded form of the Kaioken. Once you master this technique, I will then instruct you in the path to divinity." Vegeta smacked his lips, tempted to request the divine technique directly. However, after pondering for a few seconds, he decided against it, recognizing that Lin Fan had a reason for requiring him to master the Super Ultimate Flash first. "Very well," Vegeta replied. "Follow me, and let the others attend to their own matters." "Yes, Master Lin Fan." Chapter 54. You and Vegeta together approximately 2 hours later. Vegeta successfully learned the Super Ultimate Flash. This new technique, built upon the foundation of his original Ultimate Flash, boasted increased power, reduced charging time, and halved stamina consumption, all while enhancing its penetrative capability. After demonstrating it just once, Vegeta was left astounded. He had never envisioned that his Ultimate Flash could be so significantly enhanced. With the Super Ultimate Flash in his arsenal, he felt far more confident in his ability to vanquish foes. He was beginning to feel grateful for having chosen Lin Fan as his master. Without this decision, he surely would not have been taught the Super Ultimate Flash, nor would he have been privy to the forthcoming path to divinity. At this moment, Goku, unable to contain his eagerness, exclaimed, "Master Lin Fan, let's have a sparring match." Previously, when Lin Fan had instructed everyone to pursue their own endeavors, Goku had refrained from training like Tien and Kairatsu. Instead, He had informed Lin Fan of his desire to spar. He vividly recalled Lin Fan's promise that once he attained divinity, they would engage in battle. His current objective was to defeat Lin Fan. Upon hearing Goku's words, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself and shot him an incredulous glare, exclaiming, "Kakarot, you've already attained divinity. Can you not wait for Master Lin Fan to teach me first?" Honestly, Goku sheepishly scratched his head, feeling a bit restless as he replied, "I'm just too eager." Vegeta, however, chose to ignore Kakarot's antics. At this moment, Lin Fan remarked, "Wukong, there is no need for you to rush regarding our competition. It would be prudent to wait until I have instructed Vegeta before we engage in our contest." "Very well, Master Lin Fan, then please teach swiftly." Sun Wukong responded with urgency. However, since the master had already spoken, he had no choice but to wait. Moreover, observing the current circumstances, he realized that should he disrupt Vegeta's quest for knowledge, Vegeta would undoubtedly seek to confront him with great fervor. Lin Fan ceased to pay any further heed to Sun Wukong. With a graceful wave of his hand, a vibrant orb of 7-colored energy materialized in his grasp. This sphere was imbued with a unique force, exuding an overwhelming sense of explosive power and an aura of profound mystery. For Vegeta, it was the first encounter with such an enigmatic energy in all his time. Upon witnessing the luminous orb, Sun Wukong instantly recognized it, for not long ago, Master Lin Fan had bestowed upon him a similar one, which had facilitated his ascension to divinity. In a hushed tone, he exclaimed, "The energy of the gods." Indeed, this was the essence of divine energy. It was through my gift of such energy that Wukong attained his godly status, and now, I shall bestow this orb of divine energy upon you. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Fan raised his hand, directing the divine energy into Vegeta's body. In an instant, the divine energy coursed through Vegeta, permeating his entire being and merging with his own power. Though it appeared as a fusion, it was, in reality, a process of consumption and evolution, transforming Vegeta's ordinary energy into that of the divine. Once successful, Vegeta would henceforth possess the essence of divine energy, standing merely a step away from achieving godhood, requiring only mastery over the divine aura and the secrets of ascension. Vegeta embraced the divine energy fully. With that, Lin Fan reclined on a chair nearby. Goku quickly followed suit, rubbing his fists together with a mischievous grin, exclaiming, "Master Lin Fan, let us have a contest." With Vegeta currently comprehending the divine energy, you need not do anything. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. There was some truth to this statement, however. Once Sun Wukong engaged in combat, he would undoubtedly exert his utmost effort. Given the strength of both parties, should a battle ensue on Earth, it would surely be left in ruins. To enter the hyperbolic time chamber? Wouldn't that squander a precious opportunity? Wasting a chance merely to confront Sun Wukong would be an utter loss. "Wukong," he candidly remarked, "considering our powers, if we were to fight with full force on Earth, the planet would inevitably suffer great destruction. Therefore, if we truly wish to compete, the most prudent course of action would be to venture into the cosmos and select an uninhabited, desolate planet for our clash. Let us engage in a thorough battle." Sun Wukong instantly grasped the implication. Indeed, he had not considered this aspect. If he were to contest with Master Lin Fan, Earth would certainly be at risk. To fight in the cosmos. But wouldn't that require time? Lin Fan gently nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, if we were to engage in battle on an uninhabited planet, it would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time. Therefore, Wukong, there is no need for us to rush into our contest. Opportunities abound. Although Sun Wukong felt a profound sense of disappointment, he recognized that he did not wish to jeopardize Earth merely for the sake of competing with his master. Observing his dejection, Lin Fan offered a comforting remark. "Wukong, there is no need for you to feel too disheartened. Once Vegeta ascends to divinity, we can seek out a planet where we can engage in a fierce battle. At that time, Vegeta can join us as well." "Ah, how splendid." Upon hearing these words, Sun Wukong was filled with overwhelming joy. If that were the case, he would be standing alongside Vegeta to face their master. Although he preferred a one-on-one confrontation with his master, he sensed that he might not be a match alone. However, if he were to team up with Vegeta, victory seemed within reach. The level of synergy between him and Vegeta was indeed formidable. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, you should go and cultivate now. Just ensure that Vegeta does not surpass you." His words were merely a casual reminder, devoid of any particular significance. However, to Sun Wukong, It felt like an imperative to ensure he remained stronger than Vegeta. He nodded vigorously, replying, "Master, rest assured. I will train diligently and will not allow Vegeta to overtake me." After Sun Wukong departed, Lin Fan reclined in his chair, contemplating the notion of having the two of them engage in a friendly rivalry during their training. It seemed rather appealing. He closed his eyes, preparing to rest for a while. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Oh, how could I have forgotten about this? Chapter 55, Frieza. How could such a skill exist? Lin Fan suddenly recalled Frieza, whom he had taught the indestructible technique, instructing him to diligently remain in place for cultivation before leading him into the hyperbolic time chamber. Now that Goku had emerged, it was Frieza's turn to enter. The chamber could accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals at once, and during Goku's stay, Lin Fan had refrained from allowing Frieza inside, fearing a clash between the two. Given Goku's current strength, defeating Frieza would merely be a matter of moments. It would be unacceptable for his painstakingly trained disciple to be vanquished by Goku. Moreover, he had yet to reap significant combat power gains. Rising from his chair, Lin Fan felt a tinge of melancholy. Why did it seem that this seemingly lackadaisical master system was not so lackadaisical after all? It felt somewhat hands-on. How could he harvest combat power without ushering them into the fold? Was it possible that his pace of accepting disciples was too rapid? Indeed, that was the case. He had been too hasty. He muttered in resignation that if Beerus had arrived a few months later, he wouldn't have to be so busy. He could have relaxed and gradually improved. Or perhaps if he had traversed to a time before Majin Buu had emerged, he wouldn't have felt such urgency. Although Majin Buu was formidable, the initial form of Fat Buu could be dealt with without excessive combat prowess, given his childlike innocence, making him rather easy to deceive. After pondering for a while, Lin Fan felt it was of little use. Never mind, he resolved to hasten his pace to catch up with Beerus. He wondered how formidable the god of destruction, Beerus, truly was. When Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan god, Beerus claimed to have used 70% of his power. But in reality, it was merely to provoke Goku. Lin Fan was acutely aware of this and estimated that when Beerus faced Super Saiyan God Goku, he likely hadn't even expended 10% of his power. Moreover, he had merely relied on his base form, without employing any divine techniques of the god of destruction. Thus, Lin Fan understood that to catch up with Beerus, he needed to exert more effort and accept more disciples to enhance his capabilities. At that very moment, Frieza was diligently practicing the indestructible technique. After demonstrating it, he lightly patted his chest, producing a series of crisp, resonant sounds. Taking a few steps, his feet echoed with a rhythmic tap, a shadowy smile spreading across his face. My indestructible technique is becoming increasingly powerful. With this technique, what does it matter if Goku ascends to godhood? Frieza, do not be overly confident. A voice abruptly pierced the air. Upon hearing this voice, Frieza immediately recognized its source and turned to face the direction of the stirring air. There, a strikingly handsome young man appeared, none other than Lin Fan. Master. Lin Fan gently nodded. Frieza, Sun Wukong has ascended to godhood. With your current strength, coupled with your understanding of the indestructible art, you would not withstand even a single exchange against him. One punch is sufficient to shatter your defenses. This statement was not intended to intimidate Frieza. It was the unvarnished truth. Frieza's combat prowess was woefully inadequate, unable to keep pace with the backdrop of Dragon Ball Super. Even if he honed the indestructible art to its pinnacle, he would still falter against Sun Wukong's might. Frieza was taken aback. Yet he harbored no doubts regarding Lin Fan's words, for he recognized that Lin Fan's master had no reason to deceive him. However, he found it perplexing that such formidable power of the indestructible art could not withstand even a single blow from Sun Wukong. Master Lin Fan, the indestructible art has already amplified my defensive capabilities several-fold. How can it still falter against a mere punch from Sun Wukong? Lin Fan smiled gently. It is because of his prowess. His attacking power has transcended your imagination. Even with the indomitable skill backing you, what difference does it make? It remains futile. Frieza, let me enlighten you. While the indomitable skill is indeed formidable, one must possess a solid foundation of combat strength. Without absolute foundational prowess, even the most impressive techniques are rendered meaningless, unless you possess the ability to eradicate the universe and all things within it with a mere gesture. Frieza let out a hearty laugh. Master Lin Fan, how could such a skill even exist? To this inquiry, Lin Fan had already formulated an answer in his mind. How could it not? That child possesses such capabilities. However, Lin Fan chose to withhold this revelation for the time being, for uttering it would undoubtedly undermine the confidence of Frieza and his companions, instilling in them an overwhelming sense of dread. Perhaps for Goku, it would be inconsequential, but for Frieza, Vegeta, and others, it would evoke an absolute sense of oppression. Setting aside these thoughts, Frieza, I shall now escort you to the hyperbolic time chamber for your training. Endure for as long as you can, and do not squander your time within. Yes, Master. Upon realizing Goku's formidable strength, Frieza was determined not to waste another moment. Lin Fanfei walked ahead, closely followed by Frieza. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber. Frieza gazed at the house before him, astonished as he pondered whether this was indeed the legendary hyperbolic time chamber, where a decade within equates to merely a day outside. It even allowed for gravity adjustments. Reflecting on gravity, Frieza turned to Lin Fan and confidently declared, Master Lin Fan, please set the gravity to 100,000 times. Oh, 100,000 times? Lin Fan replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. Upon hearing this, Frieza proudly inquired, What? Has no one ever dared to challenge such a magnitude? Ha ha ha. I, Frieza, am the Emperor of the Universe. Naturally, no one else can reach my level. Lin Fan observed his blind confidence and coldly remarked, I must point out that your multiplier is rather low. Sun Wukong's challenge multiplier is 1,000,000 times. That is tenfold of yours. Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased, and the confidence on his face vanished in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly declared, Please adjust it to 1,000,000 times. Are you certain? Lin Fan inquired as a reminder. Absolutely. I cannot possibly be weaker than Sun Wukong, Frieza asserted with unwavering confidence. Lin Fan did not deter him any further, saying, Very well, once you enter, I shall adjust the gravity to 1,000,000 times. Proceed. Frieza took a deep breath and swiftly flew into the hyperbolic time chamber. He had never experienced such immense gravity before, and he anticipated it would be quite unpleasant. However, in pursuit of surpassing Son Goku and maintaining his dignity in front of his master, Lin Fan, he felt compelled to endure it. Observing Frieza's retreating figure, Lin Fan smiled. Appreciating the spirited competition among the trio, it indeed accelerated his own growth in combat prowess. Ding, Broly's base battle power increased, 2 billion. Master received a double enhancement, 4 billion. Current host base battle power, 85 billion. Chapter 56, Broly's request to his father on Planet Vamp. Broly's purification technique had reached a significant level of mastery. Although he had not attained perfection, his proficiency was sufficient for his needs. This mastery allowed him to control his berserk state entirely. Filled with excitement, Broly sprang to his feet, believing this meant he could finally remove the controller from around his neck. With this thought, he swiftly moved towards the cave. Upon entering, he found his father, Paragus, repairing their spacecraft. Hearing Broly's footsteps, Paragus looked over warily and saw his son approaching with an expression of elation. Over the years, Paragus had remained cautious of Broly's sudden appearances, fearing that he might attempt to kill him and seize the remote control. However, seeing Broly's cheerful demeanor led him to believe that such an act was not imminent. This left Paragus puzzled. What could possibly elicit such joy from Broly? Had he reconciled with those beasts? If that were the case, Paragus would have to eliminate a few more beasts to restore Broly's solitude. Though he harbored these thoughts, he maintained a neutral facade and asked, Broly, what is the matter? Father, I beseech you to remove the controller. Broly pointed to the device around his neck. Upon hearing this, Paragus immediately grasped the remote control and asked suspiciously, What are you saying, Broly? He suspected he had misheard and pressed for clarification. Father, you heard me correctly. Please remove the controller. I no longer require it. Broly replied joyfully. Paragus, however, retorted sternly, Nonsense. Do you comprehend the purpose of that controller around your neck? It is to curb your violent impulses and prevent you from losing your sanity. If you were to go berserk, you might even turn against me, and what then would become of this planet? Not only would I perish, but so too would your friends. His emphatic words could easily mislead an uninformed observer into believing he was a caring father, but in truth, they served as a convenient excuse to deny Broly's request. Regardless of the circumstances, he had no intention of removing Broly's controller. Unaware of his father's true intentions, Broly believed that Paragus was acting in his best interest, incapable of doing anything detrimental to him. With a smile, he explained, Father, I have learned to control my rage. Even in a berserk state, I can maintain my rationality and think clearly. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. This declaration caused Paragus to furrow his brow, expressing disbelief. Nonsense. If you could indeed control yourself, why would I have gone through the trouble of creating this controller for you? Father, I speak the truth. If you doubt me, test me. Stimulate my anger. Broly insisted. Seeing Broly's unwavering determination, Paragus began to question whether Broly might be telling the truth. In the past, he had never persisted in any matter, especially regarding the controller, as he understood its necessity. After some contemplation, Paragus said, "Very well, I shall test you. Broly, remember this. All your friends who perished on this planet were slain by my hand. I sought to isolate you, to leave you with no companions. Should you make new friends, I will eliminate them as well. Thus, it would be wise to abandon any thoughts of befriending those beasts." This proclamation stirred Broly deeply, his expression contorting into one of rage, his eyes reflecting his fury. Just as Paragus anticipated Broly's transformation into a berserk state, he was astonished to witness Broly's gaze returning to normal. Though still seething with anger, he had not succumbed to madness. At that moment, Broly appeared as a typical person grappling with anger, irritated but not easily provoked to lose control of his faculties. Observing this, Paragus furrowed his brow in confusion. What could be happening? Why did it seem as though Broly had regained his composure? Was the provocation insufficient? No, under normal circumstances. Such stimuli would undoubtedly be enough to incite his berserk state. Perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to hearing such remarks? Very well, let us try different words. Broly, have you forgotten? We were exiled by King Vegeta, and we nearly perished on planet Vegeta. Thus, we must seek vengeance against King Vegeta and annihilate his entire race. Kill, kill, kill. Paragus shouted vehemently, repeating the word kill thrice to incite Broly's fury. Though Broly was indeed incensed, he did not enter a berserk state. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor, responding with a calm yet firm tone. Father, rest assured, I will help you eliminate King Vegeta. Paragus did not feel any joy at Broly's promise. Rather, he was troubled. Historically, discussions around this topic would send Broly spiraling into a berserk state or teetering on the brink of one. Moreover, having just repeated kill thrice should have stirred Broly's rage. Yet now, although Broly was angry, he had not lost his sanity. Father, do you see? I can now control my rage. If I do not wish to enter a berserk state, no amount of provocation will compel me to do so, Broly declared joyfully. Having mastered the purification technique, he could now cleanse his mind of anger, no longer needing external influences to dictate his emotions. Broly, if you cannot feel anger, does that not mean your battle power will not increase? Paragus queried, his brow furrowing deeply. Over the years, he had come to understand that when Broly entered a berserk state, his battle power surged tremendously, becoming a force to be reckoned with. If he did not enter such a state, then his power would not escalate. Broly smiled as he explained, Father, you misunderstand. It is not that I cannot become angry. Rather, I can control my berserk state. I can also enter this state while maintaining my rationality. To put it simply, I have the ability to master my own fury. When I enter this berserk state, my fighting power continues to increase. Therefore, Father, please assist me in removing the controller. Chapter 57. Paragus's calculations. Paragus pondered for a moment before finally responding, No, Broly, I still find it hard to believe. To prevent you from losing control and harming your father or this planet, the controller cannot be removed. I must warn you, do not attempt to take it off on your own. The moment you touch the controller, my remote will trigger an alarm. You will regret it. Broly understood that he could not remove the controller without permission. Just as his father had said, if he touched it, the device would emit an alarm and deliver an electric shock directly to his brain. The best way to free himself from the controller was to seek his father's assistance. However, it seemed that in this situation, his father was unwilling to help. Father, he suddenly called out, causing Paragus to hesitate for a moment, though he continued to scrutinize Broly, sensing that he had something to say. Indeed, Broly looked at him with a sense of disappointment. Do you not wish to help me remove the controller? Paragus recognized the hope in Broly's eyes. He knew that if he expressed his unwillingness, it would undoubtedly sadden Broly, possibly leading him to disregard his father's authority in the future. Yet, was he truly prepared to release Broly from the controller? If he did, he would lose control over Broly, who would then be free. If Broly refused to assist him in conquering the universe, all his efforts over the years would be in vain, and the hardships he endured would amount to nothing. After a moment of reflection, he spoke in a different tone. Broly, listen to your father. It is not that I do not want to remove the controller for you. I know that wearing it has caused you suffering all these years, making you feel bound. Although you have never voiced it, I understand. However, I have no choice. If I were to release you and you entered a berserk state, I could be killed by you. Would you not regret that? Do you truly wish to kill your father? Broly shook his head. While his father was not particularly kind to him, he felt that blood ties were unbreakable. He could never harm his father. Of course not. You are my father. But father, I truly can manage my berserk state now. Paragus waved his hand in a comforting manner. How about this, Broly? Let us observe for a while longer. If you can indeed control your berserk state freely, I shall remove your controller. Broly contemplated for a moment, realizing that his father's current attitude indicated he was unwilling to help him. It seemed he would have to wait until his father believed in him before he would consider removing the controller. Dejectedly, he nodded. All right. He prepared to turn and leave. Paragus immediately called out to him, puzzled. Broly, how is it that you can suddenly control your berserk state? Broly found the question contradictory. Hadn't his father just expressed doubt in him? Why was he asking now? Paragus recognized the ambiguity in his own words. Deep down, he had begun to believe. But he did not want to lose control over Broly. He quickly rephrased, what I mean is, how have you suddenly gained the ability to manage your berserk state and emotions? Broly pondered for a moment, deciding to no longer conceal the truth. Perhaps revealing it would lead his father to fully trust him and ultimately remove the controller. Father, it is this way. A few days ago, I encountered a god who taught me. A god? Paragus looked at him, bewildered. How could such a divine being appear on this desolate planet? Moreover, if a god had indeed descended, how would he remain unaware? What was their intention? If this being was truly a god, perhaps he could be utilized to facilitate their escape. However, for now, he needed to instill a sense of aversion in Broly towards this so-called god to prevent them from meeting again. Broly, you have not experienced the treachery of mankind. You are too easily deceived. Just because someone claims to be a god, does that mean you should trust them? Perhaps they have ulterior motives and wish to exploit you for their own ends. Hearing his father's words, Broly immediately retorted, Father, I believe Master Lin Fan is not that kind of person. He is definitely not sinister. He has taught me to cultivate and even plans to take me away from Vampistar. Upon hearing this, Paragus's heart raced as he stared at Broly. What did you say? He wants to take you away from Vampistar? Seeing his father's agitated demeanor, Broly nodded slightly. Why did you not tell me about this? Do you intend to hide your departure from me? Are you planning to abandon your father? Have you forgotten who has cared for you all these years? Who rescued you from King Vegeta? Paragus's agitation stemmed not from Broly's potential departure from Vampistar, but rather from the fact that he had concealed this information from him. If Broly were to leave without him knowing, what would become of him on Vampistar? Would he be left alone to grow old? In that case, the one who befriended the beasts would not be Broly, but himself. Broly quickly clarified, Father, it is not like that. I have no such intention. Paragus sighed with relief. You have no plans to leave? That is good, very good. Well, I do have thoughts of leaving, but I would never abandon you, Father. Broly confessed honestly, unable to meet his father's gaze. Although Paragus's fighting power was not as great as his own, he was still his father, and the bond of blood was deeply ingrained within him. Hearing this explanation, Paragus remained angry, but he realized that shouting at Broly would not resolve the issue. He needed to find this so-called god, Lin Fan, and ensure he did not interfere in matters between himself and Broly. Broly, where is this Lin Fan? Take me to meet him. Broly shook his head. I do not know. He appeared suddenly, and I have no means of contacting him. This response caused Paragus to furrow his brow. A sudden appearance? Did he arrive on this planet by spaceship and seek out Broly? After a moment of contemplation, he instructed. Broly, continue your training. If your master Lin Fan comes to see you again, inform me immediately. I have several questions to ask him. Yes. P.S. Seeking a 5-star review. The score has just been revealed, a mere 7 points. The disappointment weighs heavily on me, so I kindly ask everyone to lend a gentle hand and offer 5 stars. Thank you. Chapter 58. Broly's disappointment. After Broly departed, a shadow flickered across Paragus's gaze, revealing a cruel demeanor as he clenched his teeth tightly, as if something precious had been forcibly taken from him. Lin Fan. God, are you searching for me? No sooner had Paragus's words left his lips than a strikingly handsome young man appeared at the entrance. Upon seeing this dashing figure, Paragus felt an involuntary shudder ripple through him. How could this person be at the door? Could it be that he had been eavesdropping on the conversation between himself and Broly? In this regard, Paragus was not mistaken. Lin Fan had indeed arrived earlier, prompted by the system. When Broly enhanced his basic combat power, Lin Fan had already discerned that Broly had grasped the purification technique to a considerable degree. He was nearly ready to return to Earth. At the moment Lin Fan was about to appear, he observed Broly walking towards the cave, His curiosity piqued regarding Broly's intentions. Consequently, he positioned himself behind Broly, refraining from alerting him. Unbeknownst to Broly, Lin Fan listened intently at the cave's entrance, eager to hear the dialogue between the two. Thus, every word exchanged between them reached his ears. "Are you Lin Fan, the god spoken of by Broly?" Lin Fan neither denied nor found it necessary to do so. "Indeed, I am Lin Fan." Paragus immediately cautioned, "Very well, you are Lin Fan. Since you have come of your own accord, I shall refrain from seeking you out. Allow me to advise you, it is best for you to refrain from interfering in matters concerning Broly. He is my son, and I shall dictate his actions as I see fit. Your involvement is unwarranted, and there is no need for you to instruct Broly on how to control his rage. In any case, should you be willing to escort us away, do so, and upon our departure, you shall not find yourself lacking in my gratitude." Lin Fan smiled with intrigue. "What benefits can you offer me? Or rather, are the benefits you provide worthy of my attention?" "Paragus, do you not feel that you fall short as a father?" Paragus was taken aback. "How do you know my name? Did Broly inform you?" Lin Fan did not respond to the question, deeming it unnecessary, and continued. "Your reluctance for me to teach Broly the skill of controlling his rage stems solely from your desire to keep him under your control for a lifetime. For eternity. He would be bound to your will, striking wherever you direct him, becoming your very own sword. A sword destined to unify the universe. Such behavior is utterly disgraceful. You are not a worthy father. In your eyes, Broly is merely a tool, not your son." Paragus glared at Lin Fan, his expression akin to that of a cat whose tail has been stepped on. You. What? Am I mistaken in my words?" Lin Fan calmly retorted. Paragus took a deep breath, his tone darkening as he replied, "So what if I am? Broly is my son. He must do as I command. His life was granted by me. What right does he have to impose conditions? What right does he have to defy me?" Lin Fan shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "Thus, I assert that Broly is merely a sword in your hand, not your son." Paragus retorted loudly, "Yes, and so what? Our affairs with Broly do not require your interference. If you possess any sense of propriety, you will escort us away from this desolate planet. In due time, you shall reap the rewards. Should you refuse to assist us in departing from this world, then you ought to leave at once." Initially, Paragus had intended to leverage Lin Fan's presence to facilitate his and Broly's escape. However, upon witnessing Lin Fan articulate his innermost thoughts, Paragus promptly abandoned this notion. He relinquished the idea because he sensed that if Broly continued to associate with Lin Fan, he would undoubtedly forsake his father in favor of listening to Lin Fan. Thus, he resolved to minimize their encounters, ideally preventing any meeting altogether. Lin Fan urged, "Paragus, if you truly care for Broly, I implore you to embrace him with the love of a father, to release the control device around his neck rather than impose control upon him." Paragus clenched his fists and retorted furiously, "Spare me your words. Leave at once. Broly is my son, and I shall dictate his every action. How I choose to treat him is my own affair. I intend to control him for a lifetime, and what of it? I demand that he assist me in ruling the universe, and so what?" Lin Fan ceased his persuasion and turned to leave. As he pivoted, he beheld Broly standing at the cave's entrance. Paragus also noticed Broly's presence, his heartbeat quickening, panic washing over his face, leaving him momentarily at a loss. The earlier words spoken could undoubtedly provoke Broly into a state of rage, inciting him to launch an attack. Yet, with the remote control in his grasp, he felt no fear. What truly unsettled him was the realization that now all had been laid bare. Even if Broly remained under his influence, he would no longer be as easily deceived. Broly had come to understand the truth of his circumstances, recognizing the deception that surrounded him. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, witnessing Broly at the cave's entrance, felt no surprise. He had anticipated Broly's return. His prior statements were deliberately crafted for Broly to overhear, aimed at revealing the true nature of his father, Paragus. Once Broly comprehended this reality, how he would choose to confront Paragus was a matter solely for him to decide. Lin Fan's intention to unveil the true nature of Paragus stems from his desire to prevent Broly from being exploited. He seeks to restore Broly to his authentic self, allowing him to live not for others, but for his own sake. Such a potentially remarkable individual deserves greater opportunities for growth, rather than being confined within the narrow perspective of Paragus's dominion over the universe. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, what significance does ruling an entire universe hold? A god of destruction could extinguish your life at any moment, and you wouldn't survive to see another dawn. The Omni King could decree your demise in the next instant, and you would not endure beyond the fleeting seconds that follow. The title of Cosmic Emperor is but a farce. Paragus gazed at Broly, hastily clarifying, "Broly, listen to me. What father just said was not the truth. It was merely a distortion caused by Lin Fan. It was not sincere." Lin Fan stood aside, offering no explanation regarding the veracity of the situation. It was up to Broly to discern the truth. He was also eager to observe whether Broly could master the purification technique to control his current emotions. Broly gazed at his father and spoke coolly, "Father, how long do you intend to continue this charade? From the moment you refused to release my controller, I sensed your ulterior motives. Yet, I held on to my faith. For you are my father. However, you have truly disappointed me." Upon hearing his son's words, Paragus stepped forward, only to suddenly recall something and quickly retreated. "Broly, listen to me," he implored. "What? Do you lack the courage to face me?" Broly interrupted. Chapter 59. Broly. After the fury, Broly had keenly observed Paragus's hesitant movements, advancing only to retreat. He understood that his father was merely afraid he would harm him. Not that he feared Broly might lose control. The issue lay in a fundamental lack of trust. Had he believed in Broly, he would have approached without hesitation. Even amidst the threat of fury, Paragus found himself momentarily speechless, struck by Broly's words. After a few seconds of contemplation, he grasped for an excuse. "It's not like that. Broly, I'm concerned about you going berserk." Broly once again cut him off. No more words are needed. He turned and swiftly soared away, with Lin Fan following closely. At that moment, Paragus called out from behind, "Broly, stop." Yet, how could Broly heed his father's words at this juncture? His heart was filled with disappointment. He needed to regain his composure. Without a moment's hesitation, Paragus pressed the remote control. A surge of electricity coursed through Broly's body, penetrating his mind and wildly stimulating his nerves. Broly emitted a cry of agony as he plummeted to the ground, clutching his neck and writhing in torment. As Lin Fan gazed upon Broly, who writhed in agony on the ground, utterly disheveled, he hesitated not for a moment. With a mere wave of his hand, a surge of healing energy flowed into Broly's body, alleviating his suffering instantaneously. In that fleeting moment of relief, Broly clutched the controller with both hands and roared, "Ah!" With a forceful tug, he snapped the device from around his neck, gripping it tightly as he methodically crushed it into fragments that scattered upon the earth. A gentle breeze swept by, carrying away every trace of dust, as if the controller had never graced Broly's hands at all. Paragus, witnessing this scene, trembled uncontrollably, his face a canvas of terror. His eyes reflected an overwhelming fear, dreading that Broly might charge at him with a single punch capable of ending his life in an instant. "Broly, please, do not act rashly. Do not succumb to anger. I am your father," he stammered anxiously. Meanwhile, the rage within Broly surged to new heights. His face contorted, and his fists swelled with power. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous cry. The earth of planet Vegeta trembled violently in response, reminiscent of the ominous foreboding preceding a cataclysmic quake. The tremors intensified. Fissures began to appear, and the ground erupted in chaos. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Mountains began to crumble, and the seas roared as colossal waves surged forth, culminating in a terrifying tsunami that swept across the land. In an instant, the ground was engulfed, and countless objects were obliterated in the deluge. The twin forces of landslide and tsunami converged. Broly's physique expanded incrementally, and Paragus's eyes were filled with dread, his foremost thought being that he could not remain there any longer. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled toward the cave, desperate to distance himself from Broly. In contrast, Lin Fan observed the rampaging Broly with an air of calm, even delight. The more enraged Broly became, the greater the likelihood of his breaking through, thus enhancing Lin Fan's own combat prowess. Moreover, even in his fury, Broly retained a semblance of rationality. Should he fail to attain self-purification, Lin Fan would assist him in that endeavor. Ding! Broly's foundational combat power increased by 5 billion, while the Master received a doubled enhancement of 10 billion. The current host's foundational combat power now stood at 95 billion. Lin Fan gazed at his foundational combat power, feeling a surge of joy as it reached 95 billion, nearing the threshold of 100 billion. Once he crossed into this realm, he would transform into a Super Saiyan God, gaining an astonishing 20 quintillion. If he were to further amplify this with the Dominance Body technique and the Third-Fold Kaioken, or perhaps directly ascend to Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan Blue. While employing these enhancement methods, his strength would undoubtedly experience a significant elevation. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. However, Lin Fan's aspirations for power extended beyond this. His current ambition was to defeat Beerus. Approximately 8 minutes later, Broly's fury subsided, transforming him into a figure of raw power, his muscles bulging, hair turned green, and his pupils shimmering with a verdant hue. This was the Broly in his berserk state, yet unlike his previous rampages, this Broly possessed his own thoughts and rationality. Lin Fan gazed at Broly and inquired, "Broly, are you all right?" Broly replied, "Master, I am fine. I am capable of mastering my body and regulating my emotions." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, "Not bad. You have already mastered the purification technique quite well. Although you have not yet reached perfection, it is sufficient for your use. Now, return to your normal state." As soon as Lin Fan's words fell, Broly instantaneously reverted to his usual state, his physique and hair returning to normal. "Master Lin Fan, I sincerely apologize if I startled you just now," Broly expressed with contrition. Lin Fan smiled softly, assuring, "It's nothing. It does not exist." The notion of frightening oneself was utterly impossible. However, since Broly had offered an apology, accepting it seemed quite agreeable. This indicated Broly's thoughtful nature. In fact, the usual Broly was quite courteous. Lin Fan distinctly remembered the first time Broly encountered Vegeta, he had enthusiastically greeted, "Hello, I am Broly." Yet now, following Lin Fan's purifying transformation, there was no longer any need to worry about irrational behavior post-rage. Broly's demeanor evoked memories of Goku and Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan 4 in GT. Note, the timeline of Dragon Ball GT follows that of Dragon Ball Super. By the time of GT, Ub had already grown up, whereas the current Ub had only recently been reincarnated, remaining merely a child, the reincarnation of the diminutive Majin Buu. In the realm of Dragon Ball Super, and Dragon Ball GT, we shall not traverse the GT path, as the characters from GT, when placed within the context of Super, hold little significance. Regarding Super Saiyan 4, its inclusion will depend on circumstances, if added. Images from Super 1 to Super 10 will be shared in the comment section. Initially, when Goku first transformed into Super Saiyan 4, he first morphed into a gigantic ape, succumbing to a loss of reason. It was only upon regaining his senses that he reverted to his humanoid form, entering the true phase of Super Saiyan 4. Broly's current state bore a resemblance to Goku's transformation, having regained his rationality and significantly enhanced his combat prowess. "Broly, are you willing to leave with me now?" Lin Fan inquired. "Absolutely," Broly responded without a moment's hesitation. "All right, place your hand upon my shoulder, and I shall guide you to Earth." As for Paragus, Lin Fan held no interest in him. After all, he had already resided on this island for decades, destined to live out his days in solitude. Chapter 60. The sight of you irks me. With a swift motion, Lin Fan and Broly materialized within the Taoist temple. Inside, the Pilaf trio was busily preparing a meal. And it was their energy that drew Lin Fan here. The three of them approached with excitement, exclaiming, "Dinner is ready. Broly, please take a seat." Lin Fan gestured for Broly to take a seat. As he observed the Pilaf trio bringing in the dishes, Broly could hardly contain his saliva. Especially enchanted by the tantalizing aroma of the pizza that seemed to awaken his senses, Lin Fan smiled gently. "Broly, you have always consumed meat on planet Wampa, haven't you?" Broly nodded and replied, "Indeed, master. Raw fish and meat." Lin Fan paused momentarily, realizing that while he could surmise Broly primarily consumed meat on planet Vampa, he had not anticipated that it would be raw fish. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat reasonable, given Paragus's personality. He had little inclination to teach Broly the art of cooking over a fire, preferring instead to allow him to consume his meals in their uncooked state. Broly, in the future, would have scant opportunities to indulge in raw fish while following his master, as it was simply too unpalatable. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Wu and inquired, "Are all the dishes ready?" "Yes." Xiao Wu nodded, her gaze fixed on the array of food on the table, her eagerness palpable, yearning to dig in immediately. However, she was acutely aware that only Lin Fan's invitation could set the meal in motion. "All right, let us sit down to dine," Lin Fan declared. "Certainly." Without a moment's hesitation, the trio of Pilaf took their seats and began to feast. Had Lin Fan not been present, they would have likely each grabbed a plate and dived in without restraint. Lin Fan gestured to Broly, urging him to eat. "Yes, master." As they were enjoying their meal, a sudden whoosh heralded the arrival of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon seeing the group at the dining table, Sun Wukong audibly swallowed. Vegeta, having already mastered the divine aura, sought to consult Master Lin Fan on the next steps to take. Thus, he instructed Kakarot to accompany him in seeking out Master Lin Fan. Master Lin Fan, you didn't call us for dinner, Sun Wukong exclaimed with his usual carefree demeanor. In that moment, a jarring sound resonated within Broly's mind, causing him immense discomfort. His gaze immediately shifted towards Sun Wukong, pupils dilating in a display of fury, as if Sun Wukong had committed some heinous act against him. At the moment Sun Wukong made his appearance, Lin Fan had already been discreetly observing Broly, eager to discern whether the sound of Sun Wukong's voice would incite fury within him. As anticipated, upon hearing Wukong's voice, Broly was engulfed in a tempest of rage, his eyes ablaze with ire. The atmosphere shifted palpably, as those present felt the palpable anger emanating from Broly, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption, exuding an intense fiery essence. Sun Wukong, perceiving the seething gaze directed at him by Broly, inquired with a perplexed expression, "Why do you look at me in such a manner?" Lin Fan pondered deeply whether to allow Broly to engage in a duel with Son Goku. Upon emerging from planet Vampa, Broly had sought out Goku and Vegeta, unleashing a relentless onslaught upon them. Initially, he found himself at a disadvantage, yet as the battle progressed, Broly's latent potential began to unfurl, granting him the upper hand against Goku and Vegeta. Even when the two transformed into their Super Saiyan Blue forms, Broly continued to dominate the fight. Ultimately, it was only due to Frieza enduring a considerable amount of punishment that Goku and Vegeta had the opportunity to fuse into Vegeto, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue Vegeto, which allowed them to finally subdue the frenzied Broly. It was incomprehensible that someone who had not undergone rigorous training could overpower Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Lin Fan even referred to Broly as a bug-like entity. Indeed, he was extraordinarily overpowered. If such an individual were to receive proper training, he would undoubtedly rival or even surpass Jiren. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan concluded that the timing for the duel between the two was not yet ripe. The most crucial factor was that the venue for their confrontation remained unresolved. It would be unreasonable to allow them to enter the hyperbolic time chamber, for such a course of action would squander a precious opportunity for both. Although a single battle would significantly enhance their combat prowess, it would be excessively extravagant to enter simply as a result of their conflict. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Lin Fan gently reminded Broly, "Calm your mind." Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Broly, without a trace of hesitation, immediately invoked the purification technique. After approximately half a minute, he stabilized his thoughts, and his gaze towards Son Goku softened considerably. Observing the transformation in Broly's eyes, Goku scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "Master Lin Fan, who is he? Why is he looking at me like that?" Vegeta, standing before Broly, was also filled with bewilderment. However, he sensed that this individual was far from ordinary. Yet to him, the significance of that fact was negligible. Having already fused with divine energy, he felt confident in his ability to contend even against Kakarot, let alone the stranger before him. If Lin Fan were aware of Vegeta's thoughts, he would undoubtedly take the opportunity to dishearten him, exclaiming, "How naive you are. This man, akin to a game-breaking character, is not as simple as you believe. For him, even the Ultra Instinct is not as formidable as you perceive." Lin Fan set down his utensils and explained, "His name is Broly, a remarkably formidable individual. He tends to become quite agitated upon seeing you. By the way, like you, he is also a scion from planet Vegeta." Vegeta paused momentarily, scrutinizing Broly closely. A scion from planet Vegeta? This revelation was astonishing. He had believed that he and Kakarot were the sole survivors of their home planet. To discover another existence, and one that Lin Fan regarded with such esteem, was indeed surprising. Anyone who earned Lin Fan's approval was undoubtedly extraordinary. While Vegeta pondered these thoughts, Goku, on the other hand, was unconcerned with the implications of being a scion from planet Vegeta or the notion of someone getting angry upon seeing him. Instead, he was captivated by the phrases scion and remarkably formidable. With a face full of excitement, he gazed at Broly and exclaimed, "Incredible. This is fantastic. Let us engage in a match." Lin Fan remarked, "Given the destructive power of your battle, Earth cannot withstand the havoc you would wreak. Once Vegeta attains divinity, seek an uninhabited planet where you three may unleash your prowess at will." "Ah, Master Lin Fan, I can hardly contain my excitement. Broly, let us engage in a contest." Sun Wukong exclaimed eagerly. Broly's lips twitched slightly. "I shall heed Master Lin Fan's words." "Oh, you too are a disciple of Master Lin Fan?" Sun Wukong and Vegeta both expressed their surprise. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "All right, Wukong, as for the matter of the competition, Let us wait until Vegeta ascends to divinity. If you wish to hasten the contest, then encourage Vegeta to achieve his divine status swiftly. At that time, you shall confront him together. Huh? Confront him together? Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment, while Vegeta could not suppress a soft snort. Lin Fan discerned the thoughts of the two and offered a faint smile. Broly is different. Different? Aren't they all Scions? What sets them apart? The two leaned in, eager to listen intently. Chapter 61. Just him? Different? What distinguishes him? Goku and Vegeta perked up their ears, their minds swirling with questions as they looked towards Lin Fan, awaiting clarification. Lin Fan did not keep them waiting for too long and explained, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, an ancient Saiyan. What? Vegeta was instantly stunned. His eyes wide in disbelief, trembling on his legs as he gazed in horror at the seemingly harmless Broly. Goku, in a state of bewilderment, asked, Ancient Saiyan? Is it really that formidable? He scratched the back of his head, pondering, isn't an ancient Saiyan still a Saiyan? Goku harbored no understanding of the hierarchy within Saiyan bloodlines. He merely recognized them as Saiyans. Vegeta immediately retorted, Kakarot, you fool. Ancient Saiyans possess a powerful bloodline among Saiyans. It is said to be only inferior to the progenitor Saiyan lineage, which has always been a mere legend without any actual existence. However, the ancient Saiyan bloodline is undeniably real. Therefore, in a strict sense, ancient Saiyans are the mightiest of all Saiyans, as the progenitor Saiyan does not exist. When an ancient Saiyan transforms, they become exceedingly brutal and bloodthirsty, their combat power surging to unprecedented heights, their potential unfathomable. They surpass even our Super Saiyan transformations. Throughout history, ancient Saiyans have been a nightmare for all Saiyans, akin to a demonic presence. Vegeta had only encountered tales of such beings in the ancient Saiyan scriptures. Although he had only read about them, the descriptions conveyed a sense of their terrifying brutality. This was why, upon hearing that Broly was an ancient Saiyan, he felt a mix of astonishment and a flicker of fear in his gaze. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge can be a curse, instilling terror within oneself. In contrast, Goku displayed a naive fearlessness, absorbing Vegeta's words with a singular focus on their might. Ancient Saiyans are indeed formidable. Lin Fan, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated that Vegeta had heard of the progenitor Saiyan. However, according to Vegeta, the scriptures recorded that the progenitor Saiyan was merely a legend, akin to the myth of the Super Saiyan God. Although both the progenitor Saiyan and the Super Saiyan God are mere legends, they represent different concepts. The former pertains to bloodline, while the latter refers to transformation. Bloodlines enhance potential and explosive power at their core, whereas transformations merely provide temporary boosts. In a strict sense, the significance of bloodlines surpasses that of transformations. To illustrate, even after Goku and Vegeta can transform into Super Saiyan Blue, they were still outmatched by Broly, who had received minimal training due to the efficacy of Broly's ancient Saiyan bloodline. If Lin Fan were to inform Vegeta that he now had the opportunity to possess the progenitor Saiyan bloodline, it would be intriguing to see how Vegeta would react. Lin Fan's ancestral Saiyan bloodline, as well as the angelic lineage, remain stored within the confines of his system's inventory, untouched thus far. It is not due to a lack of desire to utilize them, but rather an absence of time to do so. Son Wukong, in a state of confusion, remarked, I feel utterly perplexed. What is this ancient Saiyan and ancestral Saiyan you speak of? Isn't a Saiyan simply a Saiyan? Nevertheless, he discerned the underlying strength, exclaiming, I can tell he is formidable. I eagerly anticipate a duel with him. As he spoke, he eagerly rubbed his fists together, brimming with excitement. Vegeta, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, found it utterly futile to engage in conversation with someone of such limited intellect. Ultimately, his gaze shifted towards Lin Fan. As long as his master comprehended the matter, that was all that truly mattered. Lin Fan gently nodded. Vegeta, you are not mistaken. The ancient Saiyan bloodline is indeed formidable. He then turned to Goku with a smile. Goku, there is another matter I can share with you. Broly was born on the same day as you, and his battle power at birth was an astonishing 10,000. He frightened you to tears from the moment he arrived, a type of crying that could not be soothed. Consequently, he developed a psychological aversion. The mere sound of your voice inexplicably irritates him. Vegeta and Goku were instantly struck with astonishment. What? A battle power of 10,000 at birth? Although their current battle powers exceeded 100 million, the notion of a mere 10,000 seemed trivial in comparison. Yet, the revelation still left them in disbelief. The idea of being born with such battle power was beyond their imagination. Once Goku processed this information, he sheepishly scratched his head, realizing, no wonder I was scared to tears. Back when Vegeta invaded Earth, he only had a battle power of 18,000. Vegeta playfully jabbed Goku in the chest and shot him an annoyed glare. What was that for, Vegeta? Goku replied, visibly frustrated. Vegeta had a penchant for these unexpected jabs. In truth, he preferred not to dwell on past events, particularly the invasion of Earth, which he was reluctant to discuss. For him, the people he needed to protect on Earth now were of utmost importance. To him, those who invaded Earth were villains, and he recognized that his past actions were also those of a villain. However, he was reluctant to acknowledge that he had once been a bad person. Lin Fan could not help but chuckle. Indeed, Wukong had a rather hurtful way of speaking, lacking any sense of subtlety. He remarked, enough of that. Let us not digress. You two have yet to dine, have you? Vegeta, once we finish our meal, I shall teach you the mastery of energy control. Once you grasp it, the path to divinity shall be within your grasp. Indeed, Son Wukong exclaimed, eyeing the dishes on the table, unable to contain his impatience. If there could be no competition, then indulging in this feast was the greatest joy. The two began to devour their food voraciously. The speed at which they consumed their meal instilled a profound sense of threat in Pilaf, Xiaowu, and Ash, prompting them to hasten their own eating as well. Thus, a rather comical scene unfolded, with 5 individuals fiercely competing in their dining, their pace so exaggerated that it could only be described as a race. Given such velocity in the meager amount of food, it was inevitably insufficient for them. Within 3 minutes, not a morsel remained on the table. Were it not for the faint traces of oil on the plates, any observer would surely assume they had been washed clean. Lin Fan turned to Vegeta and said solemnly, Vegeta, next time you come, bring 100 million. Huh? Vegeta paused momentarily. Son Wukong, equally perplexed, inquired, Master Lin Fan, why must Vegeta bring 100 million? With the appetite the two of you have, isn't Tian's money sufficient for your meals? Vegeta, somewhat indignant, retorted, Kakarot eats just as voraciously. Why doesn't he bring any? Does he have it? Son Wukong replied, speechless. Chapter 62. Plans for Broly's son. Wukong scratched his head in extreme embarrassment. Indeed, he had no money. To this day, he and Chi-Chi still resided in a modest dwelling, unlike Bulma and Vegeta, who resided in a world-class luxurious mansion. Vegeta felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Finally having bested Kakarot for once. All right, once you're full, let us be off. Lin Fan soared into the air, closely followed by the trio. They arrived at a relatively cool location where Broly, Son Goku, and Vegeta sat cross-legged, while Lin Fan stood, imparting his wisdom on the mastery of the Ultra Aura. Both Son Goku and Broly had already grasped the principles of this technique, yet they welcomed Lin Fan's instruction once more. Although they had achieved a high level of proficiency, they had yet to attain perfection, let alone reach the transcendent realm of mastery. Thus, listening to Lin Fan's teachings was undoubtedly beneficial. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin Fan not only elucidated the techniques of mastering the super ki to Vegeta, but also imparted the essential secrets of attaining divinity. Vegeta, possessing considerable talent, managed to retain all the knowledge. However, mere retention does not equate to mastery, nor does it ensure comprehension. Further introspection is required on his part. Lin Fan planned to wait for Frieza to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber before allowing Vegeta to enter, preferring to keep the two apart for the time being. He even contemplated that once Frieza exited, he would send him back to his army, instructing him not to mention that he was his master. Akin to how the Monkey King refrained from speaking of his master, Bodhi, Vegeta embraced this understanding. At that moment, Broly turned to Lin Fan with a puzzled expression and inquired, Master Lin Fan, may I ask why I cannot grasp this divine technique? Haha. Lin Fan smiled lightly and calmly explained, your body lacks the essence of divinity, hence you are unable to perceive it. Essence of divinity? Broly inquired, perplexed. Lin Fan imparted a few words to Broly, who began to grasp the concept that divine energy is an essential element for ascension to godhood. Broly, while attaining divinity may seem desirable, I have no intention of allowing you to become a god. Why not? Broly was perplexed. According to what his master Lin Fan had previously conveyed, he believed that becoming a god would exponentially enhance his combat prowess, so why would he be denied this opportunity? Did Lin Fan harbor any reluctance? This thought flitted through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed, for he recognized that his master would never exhibit such hesitation. Instead, he surmised that there must be another rationale behind Lin Fan's decision. His intuition was not misplaced. Lin Fan indeed had other plans for Broly. Due to the ancient Scion blood coursing through your veins, the conventional path to divinity is not suited for you. You are destined to pursue the ancient Scion lineage. The ancient Scion lineage? Broly pondered, somewhat bewildered. Lin Fan elucidated. Indeed, it pertains to the likes of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Following the path of Super Saiyan transformations, Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3. Provided that your strength is sufficiently potent, you can ascend to divinity through the ancient Scion lineage. Moreover, the deities you become will possess even greater power and ferocity. There exist super ancient Scions, stages 1 through 10. After this succinct explanation, Broly gleaned a clearer understanding and nodded gently. Broly, for now, focus on cultivating the purification technique. Once you refine this skill, I shall assist you in transcending to the super ancient Scion stage 4. To achieve this transformation, one must regress to a colossal gorilla state and then master one's intellect to revert to a normal humanoid form. This is the true gateway to entering the super ancient Scion stage 4. This method is not only essential for transforming into Super Ancient Scion Stage 4, but is also the means by which Son Wukong and others attain Super Saiyan Stage 4. All must undergo the transformation into the Colossal Gorilla state. Given Broly's current proficiency in the purification technique, it is indeed applicable to his present condition. However, evolving into Stage 4 and entering the Colossal Gorilla state will incite greater fury and loss of rationality. Broly is inherently prone to bouts of rage. And if compounded with the ferocity of the colossal gorilla, he risks losing his senses entirely. Without adequate mastery of the purification technique, achieving control will be exceedingly difficult. While Lin Fan can externally assist him with the purification technique, such external aid pales in comparison to self-evolution. To attain even more formidable power and ascend to the higher states of Stage 4 and Stage 5, it is imperative to cultivate the purification technique to its consummate level, or even to a transcendent state. Thus, Lin Fan initially perceived the purification technique as being meticulously crafted for Broly. Broly, without any dissent to Lin Fan's directives, responded affirmatively, "Yes. Master Lin Fan, you three should train separately. Should any matters arise, return to the temple and seek me out." Understood. As soon as Lin Fan's voice fell, he instantly sensed Xiao Wu's aura and returned to the Taoist temple in a blink. The first thing Lin Fan did upon his return was to recline in a chair and close his eyes to rest. After several hours of busyness, he certainly felt a bit fatigued. However, just as he shut his eyes, he recalled that there were several intriguing items within his system backpack that required his exploration. In an instant, his drowsiness vanished. He opened his system backpack and immediately began to examine the Ancestor Scion bloodline, Angel bloodline, and the Shuttling Cube. Ancestor Scion bloodline, the progenitor of the Scions. The first generation of Scion lineage, success and failure alike stem from the Scions, with potential that is immeasurable. Angel bloodline, a rare lineage of special angels, endowed with angelic skills such as aura perception and time reversal. A noble bloodline that is exceedingly rare in the universe. Its potential is unfathomable. Shuttling Cube, a vehicle of the destroyers, capable of shielding against the perception and pursuit of any destroyer or ordinary angel, allowing for free traversal across various universes, transcending cosmic boundaries. Ultra Blue Secret, the technique and pathway to achieving the status of Super Saiyan God, the skills of Super Saiyans. Lin Fan was immensely pleased with the effects of these extraordinary items, particularly the bloodline of the Ancestor Scion, which represented the most authentic lineage of the Scion race. In simpler terms, apart from those possessing the Ancestor Scion bloodline, all other Scions could be considered, in a sense, as their descendants. As for the Angel bloodline, Lin Fan was aware that beings like Whis and Beerus were so formidable precisely because of their angelic heritage. This fact is undeniably true. The transdimensional cube, originally sought by Hit, was the reason he had agreed to battle alongside Son Wukong and others at the behest of the God of Destruction from Universe 6. With this remarkable device, Lin Fan could traverse the vast cosmos, seeking disciples far and wide. Indeed, it was a splendid possession. One could only describe it as an artifact of divine caliber. Without further deliberation, he began to merge the Ancestor Scion bloodline with the Angel bloodline and to learn the secrets of Ultra Instinct. In an instant, two distinct yet potent forces, along with the memories of Ultra Instinct, swiftly integrated into Lin Fan's being. Chapter 63. Special Reward. Master S blessing Lin Fan lay quietly on the chair, utterly still. However, Within his being, a cataclysmic transformation was unfolding. His latent potential and capabilities had undergone an extraordinary enhancement. A surge of ancestral Scion blood coursed through him, consuming the original Scion lineage and forging a part of the primordial Scion heritage. Additionally, the essence of angelic blood was seamlessly integrated into his form, culminating in a trifecta of ancestries: the primordial Scion, the angelic, and the human, a being of 3 bloodlines. If Broly is akin to a character with game-breaking abilities, then Lin Fan is a person endowed with extraordinary prowess. While a game-breaking entity emerges unexpectedly, transcending certain bounds, being endowed signifies a departure from all reason. An enigma that defies explanation. Everything is utterly absurd. Ah, what a thrill. The invincibility of these 2 bloodlines is truly exhilarating. Upon sensing the formidable strength of these 2 ancestries, Lin Fan opened his eyes and could not help but exclaim softly, "Ding!" The host's fundamental combat power has surged by 100 billion, and all disciples under his tutelage have been blessed by their master, receiving an enhancement of 10 billion. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan emanated a tremendous amount of extraordinary energy, which seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, swiftly racing towards the direction of his disciples. Outside the temple, Vegeta, Son Wukong, Broly, and even the distant number 17 on an island, as well as Frieza within the hyperbolic time chamber, were all sought out by this unique energy. Once this special energy located them, it instantly merged into their bodies. In that fleeting moment, each individual felt a warm sensation enveloping them. Subsequently, they sensed a significant surge in the energy within their bodies, their combat power escalating dramatically. While they could not quantify the exact increase in their strength, they felt assured that it was at least 8 billion in foundational combat power. Though the actual figure was precisely 10 billion. They were utterly astonished, bewildered by the sudden augmentation of their prowess, pondering the origin of this energy. Amidst their confusion, a voice resonated in their minds. "As the master has love for his disciples, I bestow upon you a modest enhancement of your combat power." This voice was the system's acknowledgement for Lin Fan. Upon hearing it, all the disciples comprehended the source of the energy. It was indeed bestowed by their master, Lin Fan. With this realization, they were struck anew with awe, reflecting on the extraordinary ability of Lin Fan to grant them such power, even from a considerable distance. What a remarkable skill. It was truly terrifying. Son Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously cast their gazes towards the temple, contemplating the immense strength of their master, Lin Fan. This technique was nothing short of miraculous. It seemed that overcoming Lin Fan would not be as simple as they had once thought. Despite this, Son Wukong felt no sense of discouragement. Rather, he clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. He relished this exhilarating pursuit. Lin Fan was taken aback by the system's notification. "Oh, it can actually bestow combat power upon my disciples. This is a first." The system promptly clarified. When the host's combat power is increased by more than 100 billion at once, blessings will be conferred upon the disciples. The value of the bestowed combat power is random but will not exceed half of the host's increase. For instance, if the host's increase is 100 billion, the randomly bestowed combat power will not surpass 50 billion. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lin Fan gained a profound understanding. No wonder he had failed to notice it before. The conditions were indeed exceedingly stringent, requiring an instantaneous increase of over 100 billion in combat power to receive the blessings. However, Lin Fan was not overly concerned about whether he could obtain these blessings. If he could, that would be splendid. If not, it would not constitute a loss for him. He clenched his fists. The lineage of the primordial Scion and that of the angels were truly formidable. By merging these 2 bloodlines, he had already augmented his foundational combat power by 100 billion without any effort. One could only imagine the extent of enhancement through rigorous training. Clearly, it was imperative for him to seize the opportunity and enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. At that time, if he were to invite a few disciples to spar with him, his combat power would undoubtedly see significant improvement. Who knows? He might even elevate his foundational combat power to an astonishing 500 billion. Lin Fan's appetite has grown increasingly insatiable. In the past, he felt immensely accomplished upon surpassing 1 trillion. However, after merging these 2 bloodlines, his mindset has undergone a transformation. He now perceives that a foundational combat power of 1 trillion is, in fact, quite trivial. Furthermore, the angelic bloodline inherently possesses numerous skills. What divine abilities has it bestowed upon him? Lin Fan closed his eyes, attentively immersing himself in the experience. Time flowed backward. Objects were grasped from afar. He sensed the essence, Lin Fan currently sensed 3 innate skills and murmured to himself, "Why are there only 3 extraordinary abilities? Could it be that I have yet to master the angelic bloodline?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Fan concluded that this notion was indeed correct. It must be due to his lack of proficiency in wielding the angelic bloodline that he had only perceived 3 unique skills. After all, the fusion of bloodlines is distinct from the learning of techniques. Once a technique is learned, it is immediately perfected to the highest level. Whereas the fusion of bloodlines requires one to embark on a journey of exploration. Nevertheless, there is no need to dwell on these matters. In due time, as he becomes more adept, he will naturally discover the full extent of the angelic innate abilities. Lin Fan maintained a relaxed demeanor, not overly concerned with trivial matters, and instead began to delve into the secrets of Ultra Blue. The secrets of Ultra Blue pertain to imparting the techniques for transforming into a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. A knowledge that proved beneficial for instructing Goku and Vegeta, yet held little significance for Lin Fan himself, for he had long mastered the transformation into Ultra Blue, having already unleashed it during the confrontation with Broly. Upon internalizing the intricacies of the Ultra Blue transformation, Lin Fan mused, once one possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God, achieving Ultra Blue becomes a mere trifle. With the addition of some specialized training, success is assured. Lin Fan stifled a yawn, stretched lazily, and closed his eyes to drift into slumber. This slumber persisted for a full 2 hours. Upon awakening, he comfortably sighed, "At last, I can relax. These past days have truly been exhausting." With his index and middle fingers pressed together, he prepared to sense Broly's energy and gauge his progress in training. Just then, a sudden flash of light descended from the heavens. Chapter 64. A special visitor? What? A streak of light fell from the sky, revealing 2 figures before him, a man and a woman. Both possessed tall, statuesque physiques, adorned with bluish-green skin and flowing white hair. The man held a long staff, which bore alternating hues of red and deep blue along its length, while a large light blue halo encircled his neck. The woman sported a high ponytail and possessed striking beauty, her voluptuous figure accentuated by alluring curves and long, slender legs that captivated the gaze. She exuded an air of cool detachment. The man, with his upright curly hair, was undeniably handsome. Upon seeing these 2, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering to himself, "What brings them here?" The man was the first to speak, politely greeting Mr. Lin Fan. The woman beside him followed suit, also addressing him, Mr. Lin Fan. Lin Fan was uncertain about the intentions of the 2 individuals who had arrived, yet since they had both greeted him, he felt compelled to respond in kind. Moreover, it would be rather unwise to disregard their presence, considering their formidable prowess. "Greetings, Mr. Whis and Ms. Vados." Indeed, the unexpected visitors were none other than Whis, the angel of the 7th universe, and Vados, the angel of the 6th universe. Angels primarily serve the destroyers. While this may be termed as service, it is, in essence, a form of oversight over the destroyers. In a certain sense, the status of angels supersedes that of the destroyers. Lin Fan was well aware that during the previous tournament of power, any universe that faced defeat, be it the destroyer or the Supreme Kai, would be obliterated. Conversely, angels would merely return to the Grand Minister's side. This could be attributed to the Grand Minister's close association with the Omni King, or perhaps to the inherent background of the angelic lineage. The specifics eluded Lin Fan. Regardless of the reason, he firmly believed that their standing was indeed above that of the destroyers. Whis and Vados were slightly taken aback to discover that Lin Fan recognized them, though their surprise was fleeting. Curious, Lin Fan inquired, "May I ask what brings you both here unexpectedly?" This question left him quite perplexed. Why had 2 celestial beings arrived? Was it due to his amalgamation with angelic lineage? Yet, even if he possessed such blood, it seemed improbable that they would discern it. If they did, it should have been only Whis who came. Bardos, being an angel of the 6th universe, could not possibly have come to the 7th universe. With a gentle smile, Whis responded, "There are no instructions to impart. We merely come at the behest of the Grand Minister to pay a visit to Mr. Lin Fan." Lin Fan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The decree of the Grand Priest? The Grand Priest is aware of my existence? What on earth is happening? I am clearly situated in the 7th universe. How could he possibly know of my being? However, upon further reflection, this does not seem so astonishing. The Grand Priest, being a prominent figure beside the Omni King, must possess formidable abilities. Moreover, Whis once mentioned that the Grand Priest is a peak-level expert among the 12 universes. For such a master, tracing someone like me would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, What could have drawn his attention to me? The angelic bloodline. But I have only just begun to merge with the angelic lineage, even if that were the reason for his awareness. It would be improbable for him to dispatch Whis and Beerus so swiftly. Suddenly, Lin Fan contemplated an important matter, the heart of the vast. It dawned on him. He finally understood that it must be the heart of the vast. Its formidable effects, though seemingly subtle during the fusion, had indeed shaken all 12 universes. This heart possesses the remarkable ability to communicate with anyone within the 12 universes, and among those endowed with such prowess is the Grand Priest. As he assimilated such a potent force, it was only natural that he would resonate with it. This resonance was what drew attention to him. Yet, why did the Grand Priest not seek him out in person? Reflecting on this, Lin Fan chuckled awkwardly to himself, realizing that the reason must be his own insufficiency and strength. With his current capabilities, defeating Beerus was already a monumental challenge, let alone the Grand Priest. Being unable to stand as a contender, how could he expect a personal visit? That they sent Whis and Beerus was already an immense honor. Lin Fan smiled politely, inquiring, "Might I ask what the High Priest wishes to convey?" In the current circumstances, one must exercise humility beneath the eaves. This responded with a courteous smile, "Mr. Lin Fan. The High Priest has no specific instructions, but merely wishes us to relay a message to you." "What message?" Lin Fan asked. The High Priest inquires if Mr. Lin Fan would entertain the prospect of becoming one of the gods of the realm. Presently, the position of the god of the 7th universe remains vacant, with the West, North, and South gods of the realm no longer in existence. The High Priest is willing to appoint Mr. Lin Fan to any of these esteemed positions. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, pondering why he had been chosen to become the king of the realm. Was it the East King who had recommended him? "Mr. Weiss, may I inquire if there was a recommendation for my ascension, or was it a direct decree from the Grand Priest?" Weiss revealed with no semblance of concealment. "There was no recommendation from anyone. It is indeed a command from the Grand Priest." To be candid, had the East King recommended him, Lin Fan might have considered it, viewing it as a testament to the East King's appreciation of talent and a desire to collaborate. However, if it was a direct order from the Grand Priest, he felt compelled to contemplate the gravity of the situation. Why would the Grand Priest wish for him to assume the role of king of the realm? They had never met. What could the Grand Priest possibly gain from him? After a moment of careful reflection, Lin Fan conceived a possibility. The Grand Priest must believe in his potential, deeming him capable of becoming a formidable entity in the future, thus preemptively drawing him into their ranks. In this light, even if he were to achieve great power, it would ultimately serve their interests. Should he remain outside their faction, he might find himself at odds with them. If this were the case, refusing to join was hardly an option. After all, with his current strength, he stood no chance against the Grand Priest. Yet, Lin Fan still yearned to test his hypothesis. "Weiss, I am a lover of freedom. I fear I may not be suited for the position of king of the realm." Weiss smiled subtly, his tone laced with gentle admonishment. "Mr. Lin Fan, becoming the king of the realm holds no detriment for you. The benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. You are an astute individual. I trust you will comprehend the Grand Priest's benevolent intentions." Upon hearing Vis's words, Lin Fan immediately grasped their significance. Indeed, it aligned perfectly with his prior suspicions. They sought to unearth his considerable potential and draw him into their ranks. To put it bluntly, those who align with them thrive, while those who oppose them perish. Should he refuse, his fate could be sealed. Very well, since the High Priest has shown such earnest intent, I cannot disregard his goodwill. However, I do harbor a lingering question. Chapter 65, Appointment of the Western Realm's Divine King. Very well, since the High Priest has shown such earnest intent, I cannot disregard his goodwill. Yet, I do harbor a lingering question. Lin Fan turned to the siblings Weiss and Bardos and inquired, "Weiss, may I ask?" Weiss, displaying a straightforward demeanor, replied with a slight smile, "Mr. Lin Fan, please proceed. Since the lives of the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction are intertwined, will my existence become bound to Lord Beerus once I ascend to the position of Supreme Kai?" In Lin Fan's perspective, despite Beerus's formidable power, the prospect of tying his life to him was unacceptable. Naturally, given his current strength, there was little he could do to refuse. But it was prudent to seek clarification on such matters ahead of time. Weiss and Bardos exchanged surprised glances, not anticipating that Lin Fan was aware of such personal affairs. However, Weiss, being exceptionally astute, understood Lin Fan's intent. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin Fan, Lord Beerus's life was once bound to the old Supreme Kai. Now that the old Supreme Kai has retired, the Eastern Supreme Kai is in charge, and with the absence of 3 other Supreme Kais in the 7th universe, Lord Beerus's life is currently bound to the Eastern Supreme Kai. Lin Fan was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed that Beerus's existence was still tied to the old Supreme Kai. To his surprise, it had already transitioned to the East Supreme Kai. However, he was indifferent to these developments, as long as it was not bound to himself. Mr. Lin Fan, do you have any further questions? No, I do not. Lin Fan had no other inquiries. If he were to express any other concerns, it would be that he truly did not wish to assume the role of a Supreme Kai. Could he refuse? Perhaps he could deny it now. But he might face obliteration shortly thereafter. Even with his current foundational combat power of 195 billion, it seemed insufficient. Perhaps a mere flick of Whis' staff could bring his life to an end. At that moment, Whis inquired, "May I ask, Mr. Lin Fan, what position of Supreme Kai do you aspire to?" "What position? It seems there is little distinction, since there is now an East Supreme Kai. I shall become the West Supreme Kai, establishing a contrasting position to the East Supreme Kai, to avoid any potential conflict in the future." Lin Fan was indifferent to becoming a god of the universe, as he had no particular desire for such a position. With a gentle gesture of his staff, Whis adorned Lin Fan in a magnificent blue attire befitting a god of the universe. Simultaneously, an edict materialized in Whis' hand, proclaiming, by royal decree, Lin Fan is hereby appointed as the god of the universe for the 7th realm, endowed with divine power. Upon concluding his declaration, Whis tossed the edict high into the air, where it soared towards Lin Fan, hovering above him. A surge of divine energy flowed ceaselessly into Lin Fan's being. Golden light erupted from him, radiating beams of brilliance that extended into the infinite surroundings, resembling a radiant sun. Concurrently, two distinct energies manifested around Lin Fan, a deep azure and a silvery blue. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances at the sight of the azure energy, nodding in silent agreement. Having confirmed their suspicions, as the luminescence converged back into Lin Fan's form, he became acutely aware of a newfound creative power within him. Not only that, but he also acquired various special abilities characteristic of the gods of the universe, such as instantaneous teleportation, divine strikes, and sealing techniques. The gods of the universe, also known as creators, possess the capacity to bring forth countless beings and entities, with their formidable divine powers enabling them to create entire planets. Whis turned to Lin Fan, inquiring with a smile, "How do you feel?" "Quite well, indeed. It is as expected of a god of the universe. The creative power is remarkable," Lin Fan replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. He felt no overwhelming excitement, as the existence of his system rendered these divine abilities somewhat mundane to him, as he had previously contemplated. He would prefer to forego this position altogether if given the choice. At that moment, Beerus calmly asked, "You belong to the angel race, do you not?" Though posed as a question, it carried an air of affirmation, confirming Lin Fan's identity as part of the angel lineage. The azure energy they had observed earlier was indeed a hallmark of the angelic bloodline. As for the silvery blue energy, its origins remained a mystery, however. They were certain it represented another lineage, akin to that of the Scions, yet distinctly different. Although Lin Fan did not fully comprehend why Beerus had made such a sudden statement, nor whether he had discovered something, he chose not to refute it. After all, the assertion was made with certainty, suggesting that Beerus had indeed perceived something significant. "Indeed, I am also a member of the angelic lineage." While Beerus and Whis had already discerned Lin Fan's affiliation with the angelic race, they were still taken aback by his explicit acknowledgement. They were familiar with individuals of the angelic faction, yet this Lin Fan was a stranger to them. Could he possibly be an illegitimate child of his father? That seemed implausible, given his father's formidable prowess. There would be no need for concealment even if such were the case. Yet, what could explain the angelic blood coursing through his veins? Was there another faction of angels? Could it be? Whis and Beerus chose not to speculate further. This matter would need to be reported to the high priest for a definitive resolution. Whis remarked, "Lin Fan, since you are indeed of the angelic lineage, you should have informed us earlier. Perhaps you need not ascend to the position of the Realm King. Instead, you could join the ranks of the angels." Lin Fan merely smiled at this, finding himself more inclined towards the position of Kaioshin rather than that of an angel, especially since the Kaioshin role was not bound to the life of a destroyer. Should he truly become an angel, Lin Fan would be relegated to a neutral stance, unable to engage in any combat aside from his training. Otherwise, he would face obliteration. This would prevent him from dealing with adversaries directly, forcing him to incite the destroyer from the sidelines. Such a predicament was far from his character. He preferred the notion of confronting those who displeased him head-on. Moreover, becoming an angel would impose numerous restrictions, as neutrality inherently limited freedom compared to the Kaioshin role. Upon observing Lin Fan's mere smile, Weiss discerned that he had no desire to pursue the position of an angel and ceased to dwell on the topic. She scrutinized Lin Fan's angelic physique closely. Oh, is your normal state not that of the ultimate instinct technique? Chapter 66. The Pink Palace. The ultimate instinct technique, a divine skill, is nearly a prerequisite for angels. It can be said that all angels possess this martial art. Under normal circumstances, angels exist in a state of ultimate instinct, characterized by an exceptionally agile physical response. Lin Fan was aware that true mastery of the ultimate instinct technique, as exemplified by Weiss and her peers, meant that their bodies naturally remained in this state, enabling them to evade any attacks with remarkable reflexes, rather than utilizing it merely for transformation like Sun Wukong. Lin Fan did not deny it. Absolutely not. He pondered internally whether he should have Weiss teach him. If he mastered the ultimate freedom technique, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. However, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. If Weiss were to instruct him, he would have to endure rigorous training, and even then, he might only grasp the superficial aspects of it. Yet, if the system were to present it, he would attain an extraordinary level of proficiency instantly. Why toil unnecessarily? Isn't it more delightful to relax and await the system's provisions? Allowing Weiss to instruct him would not only incur a debt of gratitude but also be exhausting. Bardos exchanged glances with Weiss, bemused. It was quite peculiar that a member of the angelic race was unaware of the ultimate freedom technique. This was also the reason they initially failed to recognize Lin Fan's angelic heritage. Had Lin Fan possessed the ultimate freedom technique, they would have undoubtedly discerned his angelic lineage. Weiss chuckled, I can train you. Before Weiss could finish, Lin Fan hastily waved his hands. No, Weiss, I appreciate your kindness. But I am merely a lazy dog. Let me recline in peace. I have no interest in the ultimate freedom technique at this moment. Bardos couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her cherry-like lips covered with her hand. Lin Fan was indeed an intriguing individual, entirely disinterested in such divine skills. Observing Lin Fan's complete lack of enthusiasm, Weiss shrugged and smiled. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the time was drawing near. Mr. Lin Fan, oh no. I should address you as the West Kaishan. The time has come for us to return and report. Farewell, and I hope for your continued support. Weiss and Bardos exchanged polite smiles before transforming into a streak of light, soaring towards the King of All's palace. Once they departed, Lin Fan reclined in his chair. Unable to contain his grievances, this person is too exceptional. Even in my desire for modesty, I find it unattainable. At this rate, I can only ascend to the position of West Kaishan. Yet, this feeling is truly vexing. I constantly feel overshadowed by the Grand Minister, which is quite irksome. I must devise a plan to amass disciples swiftly and surpass Beerus, even the Grand Minister. What significance does being a Kaishan hold? Who says a Kaishan cannot outshine a destroyer god? When that fellow arrives on Earth, if he dares to boast, he shall be the first to be dealt with. It is impossible for me to be bullied like the East Kaishan or the Old Kaishan. It seems that becoming a Kaishan might not be such a disadvantage after all. I am currently the West Kaishan of the 7th universe, which grants me the right to venture into other universes. I need not sneak around, nor worry about being discovered by other destroyer gods or Kaishans. For I possess an irrefutable rationale, the pursuit of knowledge and the exploration of civilization. Moreover, the status of a Kaishan carries a certain prestige, which aids in recruiting disciples as well. Having rested adequately, it is time to visit the West Kaishan's palace. Lin Fan's consciousness stirred as he employed the technique of instantaneous teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the Grand Palace of the Western Realm King's divine domain. Gazing upon the magnificent structure before him, Lin Fan felt quite pleased. Though he could not help but notice that the palace was adorned in a shade of pink, evoking a sense of youthful innocence. Lin Fan could comprehend this. As the former West Realm King god was indeed a striking beauty, it is entirely understandable that a beautiful woman would be fond of a palace adorned in shades of pink. In an instant, he found himself within the palace, which bore a striking resemblance to the ancient imperial palaces of China, yet was suffused with a blush of pink that left Lin Fan feeling somewhat awkward. As a grown man, residing in such a pink palace was simply out of the question. After considering these thoughts, he waved his hand, transforming the once pink palace into a resplendent golden sanctuary. A magnificent golden temple now stood in its place. Lin Fan observed the scene before him. A satisfied smile gracing his lips, it appears that things have become considerably more normal. The previous pink sanctuary would have been quite difficult to accept as a permanent residence. The ability he had just employed was that of the creator god, which he utilized to conjure a golden hue that now enveloped the pink. He then proceeded to approach his designated spot. As Lin Fan settled into his seat, A painting materialized upon the golden wall behind him. He turned to take a glance. Lin Fan immediately recognized the painting before him. It depicted the original West Realm King God. Gazing at the original West Realm King God, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, "What a truly exquisite figure the West Realm King God possesses. With a voluptuous and graceful physique, alluring curves, a delicate oval face, and striking features, her beauty is undeniable. Her enchanting eyes and elegantly arched brows, coupled with cascading white hair, exude an aura of captivating charm. She is indeed a stunning beauty. When compared to number 18 in Bulma, she is not at all inferior. In fact, she might even surpass them, if one were to behold her in person. The grace she emanates would undoubtedly eclipse both. After all, a mere mortal could never hope to match the elegance of a deity." Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Fan felt a twinge of frustration. The demon Majin Buu truly lacked appreciation for beauty. To have dispatched such a magnificent creature was an act of sheer barbarity. Beauties in the Dragon Ball universe are already a rarity, particularly single ones, and to lose one in such a callous manner is utterly heartless. Should this portrait even remain displayed? After a moment's reflection, Lin Fan decided it would be best to keep it hanging, partly to admire the beauty, and partly because he was not so vain as to display his own image. Rising to his feet, he vanished in a flash, reappearing near the temple where he found Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu training. He informed them of his ascension to the status of West Realm King God and inquired if they wished to accompany him. Naturally, Tien was eager to join, and Kaiatsu, along with Yulin, readily agreed as well. Kaiatsu, perplexed, asked, "Master Lin Fan, should we bring along Pilaf and his companions?" He considered their willingness. If they wished to come, then they would, but if not, it would be of no consequence. Lin Fan was inclined to bring along Pilaf and his companions primarily to enlist their assistance in preparing meals and attending to various tasks. Although their combat prowess was lacking, they proved quite capable in culinary endeavors. Jiaozi went to inform Pilaf and his associates, who expressed their eagerness to accompany Lin Fan. The prospect of sustenance and refreshment was enticing, especially considering that the Dragon Balls would remain dormant for a year. Without Lin Fan, they were at a loss for direction. Consequently, Broly, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others followed Lin Fan to the Supreme Kai's realm of the West. As for the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan was in no rush, planning to retrieve it once Frieza emerged, at which point he intended to place it in the Supreme Kai's domain. Chapter 67, A Great Misunderstanding. Lin Fan reclined comfortably in a chair at the entrance of the Taoist temple, reminiscent of his days in the mortal realm. However, the chair he lounged on now was remarkably spacious, measuring over 4 meters in width and 8 meters in length, adorned on either side with an array of fruits, beverages, and snacks. Life was indeed quite enjoyable. All these delights were conjured through his divine creative power. To Lin Fan, since he had no need for cultivation and often found himself bored, he opted to indulge in delectable treats, sip refreshing drinks, and casually scroll through his phone. At that moment, he was engrossed in a novel titled Lazy Master, Double Rewards for Apprentices, which had recently gained immense popularity. He had caught up to the latest chapter. But regrettably, the author's writing pace was disappointingly slow. Yet, for the sake of love, he was willing to wait. Observing the diligent efforts of his disciples, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, they were working hard, after all, if they did not strive. How could their master contend against Beerus with a kick or strike the Grand Minister with a punch? Ding. Apprentice Frieza's base combat power increased by 2.5 billion. Master receives a double increase, 5 billion. Current host base combat power, 200 billion. A 2.5 billion increase. That seemed rather implausible. After all, this individual had merely trained for 4 months to transform into Golden Frieza, though not quite at the level of Super Saiyan Blue. It was still formidable enough to hold his own for a while. Could it be that Frieza had yet to fully grasp the Golden Frieza form? Ding. Apprentice Frieza's base combat power increased by 10 billion. Master receives a double increase, 20 billion. Current host combat power, 220 billion. Oh, just as he had spoken. Another increase of 10 billion had occurred. What was transpiring? Could it be a series of breakthroughs? However, within a few minutes, in Lin Fan's consciousness, a voice resonated. Ding. Disciple Frieza has enhanced his base combat power to 15 billion. Master receives a doubled enhancement, 30 billion. Current host combat power, 250 billion. Oh, another improvement? What is Frieza up to now? How can he continuously break through? Could it be that at the beginning, he merely comprehended the indestructible technique at a higher level? The subsequent advancements must signify a true breakthrough. Indeed, this speculation holds true. Frieza's initial enhancement was merely an elevation of the indestructible technique to a higher tier, while the following improvements signified his attainment of the Golden Frieza realm. Thus, he consistently augmented his base combat power. Lin Fan murmured, "I hope Frieza can stay in the hyperbolic time chamber a little longer. That way, I can gain more combat strength." Meanwhile, outside the palace of the Omni King, Whis and Beerus stood respectfully before the Grand Priest. "Whis, was this mission successful?" The Grand Priest inquired. "Indeed, it was quite fruitful. Lin Fan has been appointed as the god of destruction for Universe 7, Whis replied. The Grand Priest maintained a calm demeanor, his expression devoid of any fluctuation, as though nothing could stir his emotions. Good. Apart from that, have you noticed anything peculiar about Lin Fan? Whis, standing before the Grand Priest, dared not conceal any truth and promptly responded, "In truth, we initially overlooked it. For in his usual state, he does not exhibit the ultra instinct. It was only when he inherited the powers of the Kaioshin that we discovered the angelic bloodline within him. Moreover, he possesses not only an angelic lineage, but also a rather unusual bloodline of a bluish-silver hue, which we have never encountered before." The Grand Priest pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow, while Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, sensing that something significant was unfolding. It had been ages since they had seen the Grand Priest frown in such a manner. His contemplative expressions were always reserved for extraordinary matters. After 3 seconds, the Grand Priest relaxed his brow and turned his gaze towards Whis and Beerus, restoring his previous calmness. He spoke softly, "He must be your aunt's son." Whis and Beerus paused momentarily, astonished. Aunt's son. They had another aunt, the sister of the Grand Priest. Long ago, when the Grand Priest was not yet the Grand Priest. He, like Whis and Beerus, was merely an angel of various realms, ranking second among the angels, with an elder sister above him. Eventually, this sister fell in love with a scion, much to the disapproval of the previous Grand Priest, who viewed the angelic race as noble and elegant, while perceiving the scions as a brutish race unworthy of marrying an angel. Thus, the couple chose to elope to the dark magic realm, a territory beyond the reach of the Omni King, rendering the previous Grand Priest powerless to pursue them. Whis and Beerus were somewhat aware of these events. Upon hearing their father's words, they were momentarily taken aback and inquired, could it be that the other bluish-silver bloodline within Lin Fan is scion blood? But isn't scion blood typically golden? The Grand Priest clarified, the golden scion bloodline is that of the current scions. The bluish-silver bloodline belongs to the purest ancestral scions, the first generation, known for their ferocity and bloodlust. Whis and Beerus nodded in understanding, realizing the intricacies of the situation that had previously eluded them. However, a lingering question troubled them, prompting them to ask, "Father, isn't our aunt residing in the dark magic realm? How could her son possibly appear in Universe 7? The Grand Priest too found himself puzzled by this query. Indeed, if my sister and that ancestral scion have ventured to the dark magic realm, how could their offspring manifest in Universe 7? What could be the reason behind this? Chapter 68. Do not mention my disciple. The Grand Priest could not fathom the answer and ultimately decided to personally seek out Lin Fan to inquire and verify whether he truly was the son of his sister. Nevertheless, he was convinced that Lin Fan must indeed be his sister's son, given his angelic lineage and the ancestral scion blood he possessed. Such a coincidence seemed implausible, both factors aligning so perfectly. Yet, unbeknownst to the Grand Priest, the reality was indeed that fortuitous. Lin Fan was not his sister's son, but rather a being from another realm entirely. Whis observed his father as silence without uttering a word, patiently waiting. The Grand Priest smiled gently. "You may return now." At that moment, Whis asked, "Father, should we continue monitoring and restricting Lin Fan?" Indeed, the Grand Priest had tasked Whis with the surveillance of Lin Fan, ensuring that he did not surpass controllable limits, and that his growth remained constrained. If Lin Fan were not his aunt's son, nor an angelic being, Whis would not have posed such a question. However, now that his father had indicated the possibility of Lin Fan being both his aunt's son and an angel, he found himself uncertain about whether to continue imposing certain measures on Lin Fan. Without hesitation, the Grand Priest replied, "For now, there is no need for concern. I will ascertain whether he is indeed your aunt's son. If he is, then there will be no need for surveillance. Furthermore, we should provide him with more support, as we owe them a considerable debt." Whis respectfully nodded. "Understood, Father. You may leave now." "Yes." After Whis and Beerus departed, the Grand Priest turned and murmured softly, "Sister, how did you come to send your child to Universe 7? Is it that life in the dark magic realm has been unsatisfactory? With your strength, you could easily command respect there. What unforeseen circumstances have transpired? Or perhaps, did you wish to shield your child from the dark influences of that realm? In truth, the High Priest's conviction that Lin Fan is indeed the son of his sister stems from another significant reason, the Vast Heart. The Vast Heart is a pair of divine artifacts bestowed upon him and his sister by the previous All-King. He possesses one, while his sister retains the other. His Vast Heart is fused, yet his sister's remains intact. Thus, when Lin Fan merged with the Vast Heart, his reaction was extraordinarily profound, prompting an urgent request for Batos and Vis to seek out this individual. Firstly, it was to ascertain who could merge with the Vast Heart and whether this posed a threat to the entire universe. Secondly, he wished to determine if this person bore any relation to his sister, although he did not disclose this particular motive to Vis and Batos. Instead, he instructed them to observe. Should they discover that this individual possesses both angelic and primordial scion bloodlines, it would strongly indicate that the one who merged with the Vast Heart is, indeed, his sister's son. Lin Fan was unaware that, through a twist of fate, he had become the son of the esteemed Supreme God. At that moment, he reclined in a chair, indulging in snacks while engrossed in a novel. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of Frieza. Huh? Frieza has emerged? Ever since he acquired the divine powers of the Kaishin, his perceptive abilities had sharpened, becoming more acute. This was one of the divine techniques of the Kaishin, the instantaneous perception of all things, a skill essential for overseeing the cosmos effectively. With a whoosh, his figure blurred, and he instantaneously appeared outside the hyperbolic time chamber. After Frieza's emergence, he clenched his fists, emitting a chilling laughter that echoed, "Ah, this is the essence of power. Son Goku, I shall crush you, one punch at a time. What are you laughing at?" Lin Fan remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this voice, Frieza instantly responded, recognizing Lin Fan and greeting him. "Master Lin Fan, you seem quite pleased. It appears you are satisfied with your cultivation results." Frieza, unabashedly proud and arrogant, candidly stated, "Indeed, I am very satisfied. At present, obliterating Son Goku poses no challenge whatsoever." In response, Lin Fan offered no further commentary, merely stating, "Frieza, you may leave now." Frieza was taken aback, perplexed by the meaning of Lin Fan's words. Had he misspoken? "Master Lin Fan, are you forbidding me from defeating Son Goku? Why do you wish to send me away?" Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Do not misunderstand. I have no desire to meddle in the grievances between you and Son Wukong. My intention in allowing you to depart is solely to facilitate your return to your rightful position as the ruler of the universe. Following me incessantly hardly befits a cosmic sovereign." Frieza erupted into laughter, initially assuming it was Lin Fan's disapproval that prevented him from eliminating Son Wukong. It dawned on him that he was free to embark on his own mission. "Very well, Master Lin Fan. Upon my next return to Earth, you shall be the first I visit." Lin Fan leisurely waved his hand, saying, "No, Frieza, there is no need for you to visit me, and furthermore, you shall not claim to be my disciple in the future." "Huh? Why not, Master Lin Fan?" Frieza was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation at hand. Lin Fan had long contemplated the notion. As a formidable emperor of the universe, how could he still have a master? Wouldn't that be a jest? Thus, one must never disclose the existence of a master. Upon hearing this, Frieza found it quite reasonable. The persona of a cosmic emperor must be impeccable. If he were to still possess a master, wouldn't he that render his persona somewhat flawed? Truly, the master considers my reputation. I am grateful to my master. Lin Fan waved his hand, placing the Hyper Spirit Time Room into his system backpack, and addressed Frieza. "You may leave now." "Yes, master," Frieza replied. "Remember my words. From this day forth, do not disclose to anyone that you are my disciple. The bond of master and apprentice shall remain in your heart." "Understood, master." Lin Fan ceased his idle chatter and, in an instant, returned to the realm of the West King God. Upon arriving in this divine domain, he sought out a spacious area and, with a mere gesture, summoned forth the hyperbolic time chamber. Subsequently, he utilized mental communication to reach out to Vegeta, Goku, and Broly. Upon hearing Lin Fan's call, the three immediately halted their training and swiftly made their way to his side. Goku, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Master Lin Fan, have you summoned us for a particular reason?" Lin Fan did not respond to Son Wukong's words. Instead, he turned to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, to what extent have you mastered the super energy aura?" Vegeta replied, "It will not take long for me to comprehend it." Lin Fan reminded, "One must truly comprehend and put in the effort. After all, Sun Wukong grasped it in merely a day's time. Upon hearing this, Vegeta cast a glance at the scratching-headed Sun Wukong. Chapter 69. The visitor Sun Wukong scratched his head, chuckling gleefully. Vegeta muttered under his breath, "Kakarot." In his heart, he silently resolved to swiftly attain mastery, determined to surpass Kakarot's record. At this moment, Lin Fan turned to the three and said, "Son Goku, are you not eager to engage in a contest with Broly? I shall now grant you 3 entry into the hyperbolic time chamber, where you can battle to your heart's content." Unbeknownst to Son Goku, by entering once more, he would squander yet another opportunity, for in his mind, the thrill of combat was paramount, and everything else was of little concern. "Fantastic!" exclaimed Vegeta. "This time, I shall defeat Kakarot." Suddenly, he realized that Lin Fan had yet to impart the secrets of attaining godhood to him. Without such knowledge, he could not hope to surpass Kakarot. "Master Lin Fan, you have not yet taught me the techniques to transform into a Super Saiyan God? I shall teach you shortly," Lin Fan assured him, having not forgotten. He then addressed the trio, "Listen carefully, you three. Entering the hyperbolic time chamber does not grant you immediate combat. You must first engage in training. Broly needs to perfect his purification technique, while Vegeta must at least attain the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. Do you understand?" Son Goku, his face filled with disappointment, lamented, "We have to wait for their training? What, shall we allow Vegeta to be humiliated in the meantime?" Lin Fan did not mention Broly, as he felt no concern that Son Goku would overpower him. Although Son Goku could transform into a Super Saiyan God in a one-on-one bout, overwhelming Broly would still prove to be a considerable challenge, if not an outright impossibility. Vegeta discerned the implication behind Lin Fan's words and instinctively cast a glance at Broly, silently acknowledging Lin Fan's confidence in Broly's strength. Once we enter, I shall defeat Broly, and then Lin Fan will regard me with newfound respect." Noticing that Son Goku was about to speak again, Lin Fan raised his hand and said, "Enough of the idle chatter. You three, swiftly enter the hyperbolic time chamber." "Yes." "Vegeta, step forward." "Yes." Vegeta approached Lin Fan, who then placed his hand upon Vegeta's head, imparting a surge of knowledge. This infusion was the essence of understanding required to transform into a Super Saiyan God, a collection of memories condensed through divine power. The ability to condense memories through divine power is a divine technique of the Kaioshin. In essence, when Lin Fan teaches his disciples in the future, he need not verbally instruct them. He can simply replicate his memories into a form of energy and transmit it to their minds. Of course, the memories he replicates are not all-encompassing. He only duplicates what is necessary for their learning. If he were to replicate everything, it would merely expose his own secrets. Retracting his hand, Lin Fan stated, "Vegeta, the knowledge to transform into a Super Saiyan God has now been stored within your mind. Once you enter, take the time to comprehend it thoroughly." "Yes." "All right, now go in." The three of them ceased their conversation and swiftly soared towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon witnessing the trio enter, Lin Fan observed with anticipation. Lin Fan stifled a yawn, preparing to recline, when suddenly, he felt a rush of air. A flash of light burst forth, revealing the arrival of 2 familiar figures. Upon seeing them, Lin Fan displayed no surprise and greeted, East Realm King, Old Realm King. What an unexpected visit." The visitors were indeed those 2. "Congratulations, West Realm King." The East Realm King approached with a smile, offering his felicitations. Meanwhile, the Old Realm King scrutinized Lin Fan intently, perceiving that the individual before him was truly extraordinary, possessing an immense reservoir of divine power within. The Old Realm King, adept at unlocking human potential, was particularly attuned to strength. "You are quite impressive." Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the old Kai to suddenly utter such words. He chuckled softly and then curiously inquired, "I wonder what brings the 2 Kaioshins here? Could it be merely to congratulate me on becoming a Kaioshin?" "Surely not." The East Kaioshin waved his hand, revealing a pair of earrings and an exquisite box. "These are the Patera earrings, the insignia of a Kaioshin. They were originally meant to be bestowed upon you by the Grand Kaioshin, but alas, as he has been absorbed by the Majin Buu, I can only present them to you in his stead. Welcome aboard." Upon witnessing the East Kaioshin produce the pair of earrings, Lin Fan immediately deduced their identity as the Patera earrings. He was well aware that Vegeta had emerged through the fusion facilitated by these very earrings. When non-Kaioshins undergo fusion, it is only sustainable for a fleeting hour, and their techniques amalgamate. However, when both individuals involved are Kaioshins, the fusion can be rendered permanent. Lin Fan adorned the Padala earrings. Thank you. What treasures lie within this exquisite gift box? The East Supreme Kai handed the exquisite gift box to Lin Fan and remarked, "This contains the remnants of the previous West Supreme Kai's soul." The remnants of the previous West Supreme Kai's soul? Lin Fan wore a face full of confusion. The East Kaioshin continued to elucidate. Indeed, after the West Kaioshin was slain by the fiend Majin Buu, a fragment of his lingering soul was conveyed to the Kaioshin realm, where it has been kept in my care. I have been patiently awaiting the emergence of a new West Kaioshin, so that I may transfer the remnants of the former West Kaioshin's spirit. Lin Fan found himself somewhat perplexed. What purpose could there be in presenting this lingering soul to himself? The East Realm King God discerned Lin Fan's thoughts, since this was once her home. Returning her here would be more fitting. Lin Fan suddenly comprehended. So it is. Very well, I shall accept this, and later I will place her within the palace. The old Kai looked at Tianjin Fan, Kaiatsu, and the others, contemplated for a moment, and advised, West Kai, you too may select an individual to serve as your attendant. A servant of the gods. Lin Fan understood that the servant of the deity must possess certain advantages. Otherwise, the old Kaioshin would not have offered such counsel. What benefits does one derive from being a servant of the deity? The servant is bestowed with a measure of divine power and creativity. Under your radiant influence, even without rigorous training, their strength will naturally ascend. Furthermore, their enhancement in power will, in turn, significantly elevate your own prowess. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but exclaim, Goodness! This effect bears a striking resemblance to the lazy master system, albeit the disparity in their effectiveness is quite pronounced. Now it became clear to him, given such an outcome, he would certainly be discerning in his choices. If he were to select at this moment, he would undoubtedly opt for Broly, as Broly possessed the most exceptional talent and demonstrated rapid enhancement. Under the current circumstances, Lin Fan's potential for growth was indeed the most significant. Suddenly, a resonating hum filled the air. Do not rush, there is still Chapter 70, the Grand Minister's arrival. As the humming intensified, a cascade of celestial proclamations echoed, and a radiant beam of multicolored light emerged from the heavens. The East Kai and the Old Kai instinctively trembled upon hearing these divine announcements, for they knew who had arrived. They quickly turned to behold a figure standing in the sky, a person of modest stature, with light blue skin, a slicked-back white hairstyle, and striking purple eyes and lips. Above his head floated a pale blue halo, complemented by a large belt at his waist. This individual appeared humble and approachable, yet exuded an air of inviolable authority. Upon recognizing him, the East Kai and the Old Kai knelt before this esteemed figure, bowing their heads respectfully as they greeted, Grand Minister. Both were consumed by curiosity. What could bring the Grand Minister to the seventh universe? Such an occurrence had not transpired in a million years. Indeed, the visitor was none other than the Grand Minister, a prominent figure by the side of the Omni King, ranking just below him amidst all universes. His power was at its pinnacle. His presence bestowed a sense of honor upon Earth and the seventh universe, hence the celestial proclamations resounded throughout the cosmos. Only he and the Omni King could evoke such reverence across the universe. However, the Omni King seldom made appearances, for his arrival often resulted in the potential destruction of planets, or even entire universes. His unpredictable nature rendered him a mystery to many. While Lin Fan might have welcomed the Omni King's presence, the East Kai and the Old Kai were apprehensive. Lin Fan, however, understood that as long as he provided the Omni King with amusing diversions or engaging activities, he would be in good favor. In Lin Fan's perspective, the Omni King's mentality mirrored that of a child. If one could amuse him, all would be well. Conversely, the East Kai and the Old Kai's hesitation stemmed from their fear of interacting with the Omni King, leading them to be overly deferential, which, in turn, could contribute to the Omni King's boredom. It was well known that Sun Wukong's audacious and carefree nature had allowed him to forge a friendship with the Omni King by boldly taking risks. Had he not possessed such a fearless demeanor, he would never have become friends with the Omni King. Nevertheless, Lin Fan harbored reservations about the Omni King's potential arrival. While he could decipher the Omni King's temperament, he recognized that children, by nature, are unpredictable and may change their whims at any moment. Should he inadvertently provoke the Omni King's ire, he could find himself erased without a trace, a fate he would deem most unjust. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to avoid an encounter with the Omni King. Alternatively, if he possessed the ability to immunize himself against the Omni King's erasure, he might feel indifferent about the situation, perhaps even daring enough to playfully chastise the Omni King. Lin Fan observed the East Kaioshin and the Old Kaioshin kneeling before him. He contemplated whether he should also prostrate himself in reverence. However, upon reflection, he realized that kneeling was not a custom he adhered to. Regardless of whether the individual before him was a divine official or even the Omni King, he would not bow down. He would rather relinquish the position of West Kaishin than submit in such a manner. Surely, he reasoned, his refusal to kneel would not result in his demise. He had faith that a divine official's character would not be so petty. The East Kaishin, noticing Lin Fan's moment of hesitation, gestured urgently with his eyes while exclaiming, "Kneel at once. He is a divine official. Such disrespect is intolerable." Lin Fan feigned ignorance of the words spoken by the East Realm King God, directing his gaze toward the high priest suspended in the air. The high priest, observing Lin Fan's indifference, remained unfazed, for he had already surmised in his heart that Lin Fan was likely the son of his sister. It seemed rather unreasonable to demand that his sister's son kneel before him, especially since they were all family. Such formalities appeared unnecessary. The West Realm King God. The high priest descended, positioning himself before Lin Fan. The East Realm King God and the Old Realm King God trembled in fear, their bodies recoiling as their faces turned pale and their lips quivered. It was evident that Lin Fan's refusal to kneel in reverence had incited the high priest's wrath. When the high priest's fury ignites, entire galaxies could perish. From that moment onward, the seventh universe would likely face endless turmoil, as this newly appointed West Realm King God might find himself eternally imprisoned within the Divine Prison. The Divine Prison, a fortress for the confinement of gods, was heavily guarded, and those incarcerated therein rarely escaped. Even someone with the formidable power of Beerus would find himself resigned to remaining there, with no hope of liberation. The East Realm King God, known for his benevolence, promptly interceded on Lin Fan's behalf. High Priest. The West Realm King God has only just assumed his role and is unfamiliar with the rituals of the divine. I implore you to show leniency. He then urgently urged Lin Fan. West Realm King God, why do you not hasten to kneel before the High Priest? Lin Fan remained inactive for an extended period, leaving both East King God and Old King God utterly perplexed. What was the West King God up to? Why had he not yet knelt? At that moment, the Grand Priest spoke, declaring that henceforth, West King God Lin Fan need not pay homage to him. The East King God and Old King God were momentarily taken aback by the statement. What did it mean? No need to pay respects to the Grand Priest? Although Lin Fan was unsure of the reason behind the High Priest's actions, he nonetheless expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you." In truth, he understood well that an entity of the High Priest's caliber would command reverence from the King of the Realms, regardless of their location in the universe. However, he personally found it utterly unacceptable. As a descendant of the dragon in this new era, he would not bow to anyone except his parents and ancestors. This was both his integrity and his boundary. The High Priest smiled gently, exuding warmth as he replied, "No need for thanks. Congratulations on becoming the King of the Western Realms." Lin Fan was utterly perplexed. What was happening? It was understandable for the East Kaishin and the Old Kaishin to come and congratulate him, as they would be collaborating on significant matters in the future. However, the presence of the Grand Minister to extend his congratulations left him somewhat bewildered, as the status between the two parties was hardly commensurate. "Thank you, Grand Minister." Lin Fan expressed his gratitude. Internally, he contemplated that since he could not discern the Grand Minister's intentions, he would adapt and respond accordingly. As someone who had traversed dimensions and was well-versed in the narrative of Dragon Ball, how could he possibly falter against him? The Grand Minister calmly addressed the Old Kaishin and the East Kaishin, saying, "You may return now." "Very well," they replied, their expressions relaxed, and in an instant, they vanished from the scene. The Grand Minister then turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, a broad smile adorning his face. However, the sight of that smile sent shivers down Lin Fan's spine. What exactly did the Grand Minister intend? What was his purpose? There was an unsettling feeling, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year. Yet, the Grand Minister remained silent about his motives, and Lin Fan chose not to inquire. It was neither the time nor place for him to take the initiative. He could only respond to the unfolding situation. Noticing Lin Fan's reluctance to question him, the Grand Minister smiled slightly and said, "Aren't you curious as to why I am here, Lin Fan?" Lin Fan smiled and remarked, "The High Priest must have come here for a purpose. I am all ears." "Lin Fan, who is your mother? What on earth? Is the High Priest out of his mind? Why would he ask such a question right off the bat, making this feel like a grand paternity test? Wait a moment. That doesn't tee add up. A person as contemplative as the High Priest wouldn't pose such a query without reason. There must be more to this. I'm quite curious to uncover your true intentions." With a slight smile, I replied, High Priest, this is a personal matter. I believe I am not obliged to answer that. After speaking, I kept a close watch on the High Priest's expression, searching for any signs of anger. However, to my surprise, the High Priest remained entirely composed, maintaining his calm demeanor. With a friendly tone, he said, Indeed, it is a personal matter and you are not required to respond. However, I now need you to answer. Thus, there are no personal matters at stake. You must respond. Lin Fan's heart trembled uncontrollably. What a duplicitous figure this High Priest was. Appearing amiable and seemingly harmless on the surface, yet in reality, he exuded an overwhelming dominance. He had brazenly acknowledged that this was a personal matter and insisted that Lin Fan must respond, leaving him no room to refuse. With the High Priest's capabilities, dealing with someone like him was likely as effortless as crushing an ant. Truly, power is of utmost significance. How should he respond? As his mind raced, a sudden spark ignited in his thoughts. He began with an inquiry about my mother. This implies that he genuinely lacks knowledge of her identity. Therefore, I shall fabricate a tale. I will make it clear that I, Lin Fan, possess connections and am not one to be trifled with. An empty city strategy, if you will. In the new era of the Dragon Kingdom, one thing in abundance is cunning. Very well, since the High Priest is so intrigued, I shall be forthright. My mother does not exist within the cosmos. Upon hearing these words, the High Priest's gaze flickered with a momentary change, though it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, nonetheless. Lin Fan managed to catch it. It seemed that his words had made a slight impact. Not within the cosmos? Then where is she? The High Priest continued to inquire. Lin Fan pondered for a moment before continuing to weave his tale. How should I put it? The universe is currently divided into 12 realms. And we reside in the 7th universe. Great High Priest, am I mistaken? Indeed, he is quite aware of these matters. The great High Priest mused inwardly. It seemed that Lin Fan genuinely had the potential to be his sister's son. Otherwise, how could he, having just recently ascended to the position of the Western Realm's god, possess such knowledge? Surely, it must have been imparted to him by his sister or that brash scion. Lin Fan gently touched his nose. For someone well-versed in the lore of Dragon Ball and its myriad intricacies, deceiving its characters is a specialty of mine. However, my mother does not exist within these 12 universes. The realm she inhabits lies beyond the jurisdiction of the Omni King and, consequently, outside the domain of you, the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest's tone shifted slightly, betraying a hint of agitation. Then where is she? If she is beyond the Omni King's control, she must reside in the Dark Demon realm. Indeed, this individual before me is the son of my sister. This is confirmed. Of course, she is in Huaxia. Yet, Lin Fan refrained from voicing this thought. Oh, it seems I have stirred the Grand Priest's emotions. My tale appears to have resonated well. Wait a moment, could the Grand Priest have misunderstood something? Has he mistaken me for the offspring of some formidable being? If that is the case, I find myself confronted with two perilous scenarios. First, this powerful entity is the Grand Priest's arch-nemesis and, upon discovering my origins, would eliminate me. Second, this formidable being is an ally of the Grand Priest and, upon learning of my lineage, would extend his protection towards me. What a dilemma! How does one choose between two such fates? Suddenly, Lin Fan pondered a pressing question. Could it be that the analysis in that post was indeed accurate? Lin Fan once perused an analysis regarding the current High Priest, which suggested that, long ago, the High Priest was akin to figures such as Weiss and Bardos, merely overseers of destructive deities. It was only due to his formidable strength that he ascended to the position of High Priest. However, above him exists an even more powerful angel, his sister. Originally, this term of office was destined for her. Yet, upon falling in love with the scion, she faced insurmountable obstacles. For how could a noble deity condescend to such a union? Consequently, the pair eloped to the Dark Demon realm, beyond the reach of the Omni King's authority. Reflecting on these revelations, Lin Fan pondered whether the High Priest had mistakenly regarded him as his sister's son. If this were the case, surely he would extend some measure of protection toward him. After all, they shared a familial bond. Even if he chose not to safeguard him, he would hardly inflict harm. And if harm were to ensue, it would not be overtly executed, would it? Nevertheless, it was imperative to provide a vague response, allowing the High Priest to fill in the gaps himself. My mother resides in the Dark Demon realm. Upon hearing this, the High Priest's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, he truly was the child of his sister. In an instant, an energy barrier enveloped both the High Priest and Lin Fan, shielding them from the outside world. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The High Priest truly possessed remarkable skills, effortlessly conjuring an energy shield without any ostentation. The high priest elucidated. Our ensuing conversation shall remain impervious to prying ears. Lin Fan suddenly comprehended that this was an energy barrier isolating them from the outside world. Why would the high priest take such measures? After all, he was the high priest. Who would dare eavesdrop on our conversation in his presence? Could it be that there exists someone the high priest fears? The Omni King? Yet, I sense that the high priest does not seem to harbor much fear towards the Omni King. Such precautions appear unnecessary. At this moment, the high priest spoke. Lin Fan, has your mother ever revealed to you who I truly am to you? Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. What do you mean? Who could you possibly be to me? Could you be my true love? You are male. Hence it is impossible for you to be my true love. I could never pursue a man in such a manner. It seems he genuinely believes himself to be the son of his sister. However, regarding such matters, Lin Fan decided against revealing the truth. If he were to speak incorrectly, all his previous deceptions would be in vain, and he might even risk his own life. He shook his head and replied, I don't know. The high priest steadied his emotions and declared, Allow me to inform you. I am your uncle. Your mother sent you from the dark demon realm, for what purpose? Although Lin Fan had already formed a general idea in his mind, he still feigned surprise, exclaiming, Ah, you are my uncle? Why has my mother never mentioned this? The high priest returned to his previous calm demeanor, stating, It is not surprising you haven T-Herd. She likely wished to keep you untainted by worldly affairs. However, with your noble lineage of the angelic divine race and the primordial scion bloodline, maintaining a low profile is utterly impossible. Your power does not permit it. Lin Fan, for what reason did your mother send you from the dark demon realm? Chapter 72, Deceit and Further Deceit. Lin Fan, for what reason did your mother send you from the dark demon realm? As for the high priest's inquiry, Lin Fan had long since made up his mind. Great divine official, I. Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, the great divine official immediately interrupted him, saying, Lin Fan, from now on, when there are no outsiders present, feel free to call me uncle. There is no need for such distance between us. After all, we owe your mother and you far too much. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's heart swelled with delight. How fortunate it was to have a powerful divine official as an uncle. Surely, this would allow him to navigate the 12 universes with unparalleled confidence. Moreover, the demeanor of the divine official did not suggest any ill intentions. Nevertheless, one must always remain vigilant. After all, this was the realm of Dragon Ball Super, where countless beings could effortlessly overpower him with a mere flick of their wrist. Lacking sufficient strength, he dared not act recklessly. Very well, uncle. I shall be grateful for your guidance in the days to come. Lin Fan smiled politely and remarked, It is indeed delightful to be lounging at home while my esteemed uncle descends from the heavens, particularly one with such an illustrious background. Wait a moment. The Grand Priest is my uncle, and does he dare to act arrogantly in my presence, even more so than Beerus? As Lin Fan envisioned Beerus's respectful demeanor when encountering the Grand Priest, his ears perked up in reverence. He couldn't help but chuckle. The Grand Priest also smiled and said, We are all family here. There is no need for formality. Should you require anything in the future, feel free to visit me at the Xeno Palace. If Beerus and Whis were to overhear these words, their minds would surely be blown. After all, their own children do not receive such treatment. While this mere nephew is afforded such privileges, truly an affront to reason. The Grand Priest's kindness stems from a sense of indebtedness to his sister. And now that her son has arrived in his realm, he feels compelled to make amends and offer his support, recalling how much his sister once cared for him. Lin Fan, you have yet to disclose the purpose for which your mother sent you here, he inquired. Lin Fan articulated the rationale he had long contemplated. Uncle, it is as follows. My mother did not wish for me to learn from those in the dark demon realm, fearing that I would be influenced by their negative ambience. Thus she sent me away. Upon encountering his uncle, he finally comprehended a phrase his mother had once uttered. The high priest, intrigued, inquired, What did she say? Lin Fan recounted, She stated that upon arriving here, one need not worry about being bullied. One can live safely and securely without the fear of being wronged. Initially, he could not fathom why his mother expressed such sentiments, believing the inhabitants of this universe to be feeble. However, after meeting his uncle, he finally grasped the truth. Lin Fan displayed an exuberant demeanor, truly treating the Grand Priest as if he were his own uncle. Should Director Zhang be present to witness Lin Fan's performance, he would undoubtedly bestow upon him the Golden Rooster Award for Best Expression of Kinship. The Grand Priest nodded in agreement and remarked, Child, your mother speaks the truth. In the 12 universes, regardless of the locale, you need not worry for your safety. No one dares to harm you. Thank you, uncle. Lin Fan had been eagerly awaiting this affirmation. As long as he refrained from reckless actions, he would remain secure. Once he established his own strength, he would no longer require anyone's assistance. With a casual wave of his hand, the Grand Priest conjured a tome and a staff before Lin Fan. This, Lin Fan, is your uncle's angelic staff, along with the laws of space. Henceforth, they are yours. Lin Fan naturally would not decline the generous offer from his dear uncle. Thank you, uncle. With matters to attend to, the uncle took his leave. All right, uncle. In an instant, the grand official transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors, tearing through the fabric of space and vanishing into the void. Lin Fan gazed at the angelic staff in his hand, murmuring, "What purpose does this object serve?" He gently waved it, and a surge of formidable energy instantly coursed through his body, making him feel as though his strength had multiplied exponentially. Incredible! A top-tier artifact. Just from a mere flick, he sensed an unimaginable increase in his offensive capabilities. If he were to wield the full power of the angelic staff in earnest, it would indeed be extraordinary. His uncle truly was generous. He opened the tome of spatial techniques. What is this spatial technique? Upon inspection and a quick perusal, Lin Fan immediately remarked with admiration, "Impressive, truly impressive. This spatial technique can create an entire realm to serve as a storage space. Moreover, the size of this space will expand as one's strength increases. This is indeed a remarkable skill. Whether for storing items or for various other purposes, it offers immense convenience." Fascinating, absolutely fascinating. Lin Fan reclined and began to delve into the intricacies of this spatial technique. Beep. Disciple Broly's foundational combat power increased by 10 billion, while the master received a double enhancement, totaling 20 billion. The current host's combat power stands at 270 billion. Beep. Disciple Vegeta's foundational combat power surged by 8 billion, with the master gaining an additional 16 billion. The current host's combat power now reaches 286 billion. Beep. Disciple Sun Wukong's foundational combat power ascended by 2 billion, and the master acquired a further 4 billion. The current host's combat power has now reached 290 billion. In Lin Fan's mind, the system's reminder echoed repeatedly. Has the cultivation been completed? Broly's purification technique has reached perfection, seamlessly merging with his ferocious combat prowess, resulting in an astonishing enhancement of 10 billion. Truly remarkable. It is indeed a skill crafted specifically for him. Vegeta has also succeeded, achieving the status of Super Saiyan God. The impending battle among the three promises to be spectacular. Alas, it is a pity that I cannot witness their clash. Wait a moment. Can't the Angel's Staff provide me with a view? Lin Fan suddenly realized that the Angel's Staff possessed a remarkable ability, the power to observe animations. Previously, he had merely marveled at the staff's offensive capabilities. Neglecting this crucial aspect, he set aside the book on spatial techniques and began to delve into the effects of the Angel's Staff. After much experimentation and effort, he found himself perplexed, unable to unlock the staff's potential. What could be amiss? Did the Angel's Staff truly lack such an effect? Yet, every angel, including Vis and Bartis, wielded the staff to project images. Must he establish a connection with Sun Wukong and the others? Upon contemplating this, Lin Fan concentrated his divine energy to sense the presence of the three individuals. He then redirected his focus to the Angel's Staff. To his astonishment, a hazy image began to materialize within the crystal orb of the staff. Alas, the image was disturbingly unclear, reminiscent of a poor signal. He amplified his divine power, and the image sharpened into clarity. With a gentle wave of the staff, he projected the scene into the air above it, akin to gazing at a 40-inch television. The three were evidently eager. What was Vegeta planning? In the projected scene, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Broly stood in distinct positions, their gazes locked onto one another. While Sun Wukong and Broly's expressions were relatively soft, Vegeta's demeanor was fierce. "Vegeta, there's no need to be so tense and intimidating," Sun Wukong remarked. Scratching the back of his head, Vegeta let out a heavy grunt. "Humph, Kakarot. I have now mastered the Super Saiyan God form, and shall never be defeated by you again. You two, come at me together." He cast a sidelong glance at Broly. Sun Wukong immediately responded, "Huh? What do you mean? The two of us against you?" Without waiting for Kakarot to elaborate, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan God and charged at Kakarot. He sought to reclaim his lost dignity after being sent flying by Kakarot's punch. Reverting to his base form, the most effective way to restore his pride was to defeat Kakarot and Broly. In doing so, not only would he regain his honor, but he would also stand atop the pinnacle above both of them. At that moment, Master Lin Fan would surely regard him with newfound respect. Lin Fan reclined in his chair, sipping a beverage, when he overheard Vegeta's words, nearly spitting out his drink in disbelief. You must be joking. You, a mere speedy tragedy tower, wish to take on both Goku and Broly at once? I invited you three to engage in a challenge where you and Goku would face Broly together. Yet here you are, contemplating a 1 versus 2 scenario. Are you attempting to shatter your own speed record? Vegeta, in his Super Saiyan God Super Red form, charged at Goku. Although Goku was reluctant to confront Vegeta alongside Broly, the latter had already launched an attack, leaving him no choice but to evade. Given his understanding of Vegeta, he knew that even if he stood still, Vegeta would show no mercy. He would have to fight. In an instant, Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, deftly dodging Vegeta's assault. Seeing Broly remain motionless, Vegeta scoffed, barking. You join in too. He turned towards Broly, pointing his right hand forward. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of energy blasts surged towards Broly. Standing firm, Broly waved his hand, dispersing the energy blasts effortlessly, his demeanor tranquil as he remarked, Is that how you wish to provoke both of us? Both Goku and Broly recognized Vegeta's actions as an unequivocal challenge. A glint of cold determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes as he declared, By defeating both of you, I shall become Lin Fan's foremost disciple, earning his respect. Broly, Kakarot, enough chatter. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of Prince Vegeta. The ancient Saiyans are nothing but a joke. At that moment, Vegeta brimmed with confidence, fueled by the terrifying power coursing through him. He understood that the skills imparted by Lin Fan to Broly were not combat techniques, but rather a means of spiritual purification, devoid of aggression. Thus, he perceived Broly as inferior to Kakarot. Today, he was determined to prove himself. Come at me, both of you. With a swift motion, he appeared before Broly and launched a powerful punch aimed at his chest. Broly, wary of Super Red Vegeta's prowess, quickly crossed his arms to block the attack. The force of Vegeta's punch sent Broly flying. At that moment, Broly had yet to enter his Berserker transformation. In his normal state, he was no match for Vegeta's strength. Kakarot, did you see that? Broly is no match for me. Hurry up and join in. I don't wish to waste time. Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura enveloped the entire hyperbolic time chamber. What? Vegeta gasped, his gaze darting towards the source of the burgeoning energy. Before he could comprehend the situation, Broly, now significantly larger with green hair, charged at him with astonishing speed. Boom. With an earth-shattering force, he struck Vegeta. Initially intending to evade, Vegeta reconsidered. After all, he was the Super Saiyan God, the indomitable Prince Vegeta. He would not cower before this brutish Saiyan. Resolutely, he clenched his fist and countered. Bang. Ah. Vegeta cried out as he was sent soaring hundreds of meters away, his body still propelled backward without any sign of halting. Goku, witnessing Vegeta's flight, stared at Broly in astonishment. Incredible. Now in his berserk state, Broly retained his intellect due to the purification technique but still harbored a disdain for Goku. He beckoned mockingly, asserting, the true 1 versus 2 is me. Goku grinned, exhilarated, sensing immense power emanating from Broly. Vegeta, the Super Saiyan God, had indeed been struck down by a single blow. Broly's current form was merely Super Ancient Saiyan 1. With a rush, Goku utilized instant transmission, appearing behind Broly with a powerful punch. Whoosh! He struck at empty air, as Broly had vanished. When Goku finally registered Broly's position, he was met with a resounding punch to his back, sending him crashing into the ground, creating a deep crater. Kakarot, you can rest easy. Broly is mine, Vegeta declared, soaring towards the pit where Goku lay, offering a warning glance. He then turned to Broly, declaring, Ancient Saiyan, before me, Prince Vegeta, you are all mere Saiyans, my subjects. With clenched fists, he unleashed an unmistakable roar of fury. His aura surged as he charged at Broly. Bang, bang. 2 punches landed, blocked by Broly with ease. Ya, ya, ya. In a flurry, he unleashed thousands of punches, yet each was met with Broly's defense. Positioning both palms towards Broly, Vegeta unleashed a massive energy blast. Boom. Broly raised his hands in defense, creating a cloud of smoke. In an instant, Vegeta soared above Broly, pointing his right hand downwards, shouting, Big Bang attack. Boom, boom, boom. Despite facing Vegeta's explosive attack, Broly remained unfazed, crossing his arms to shield himself. The smoke billowed forth, but Lin Fan, enjoying fruits while observing the battle, exclaimed, This scene is quite splendid, akin to watching an anime. Yet, it was clear that this was a display of smoke without substance. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Broly effortlessly waved away the smoke, as though it had never existed. A simple clap of his hands followed. Big Bang Attack? It seems rather trivial. Merely an exaggerated title for a common energy blast. Broly has entered a state of fury. Although he has managed to retain his reason, his demeanor is undeniably arrogant, starkly contrasting with his usual self. This declaration ignited Vegeta's pride completely. He conceded that the move was not particularly formidable. Yet it was certainly not merely a typical energy blast, as Broly had exaggeratedly claimed. Just as he was about to unleash a furious retort, Broly calmly interjected, "Now, it's my turn." However, instead of attacking, he directed his gaze towards Goku on the ground, saying, "Kakarot, are you sure you won't get up? If you don't, Vegeta cannot withstand this alone." Vegeta, already infuriated, found his anger escalating further upon hearing this. How outrageous! How dare he underestimate me? With a fierce shout, he hurled an energy blast at Broly and charged forward, moving with the speed of a shooting star, truly embodying the spirit of relentless pursuit. Broly did not flinch from the energy blast. It crashed against him with a thunderous sound, leaving him completely unscathed, not even tearing his clothing. Vegeta had not expected a single energy blast to inflict any damage on Broly. As his fist drew near, Broly caught it effortlessly, and before Vegeta could comprehend Broly's intentions, he was met with 3 successive punches to his chest, followed by a powerful throw that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta lay there, mouth agape, as a tremendous force bore down upon him. In an instant, he found himself on the ground, his attire tattered and in disarray. Goku, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished by Broly's overwhelming strength, having subdued Vegeta in such a brief span of time. "Vegeta, are you alright?" Goku called out, struggling to lift his heavy body. Vegeta glared at Goku, furrowing his brow, and gradually ascended into the air. Goku flew to Vegeta's side, urging, "Vegeta, let us fight together, alone. We are no match for him." Vegeta's lips twitched in reluctant acknowledgement. Despite his pride, the truth was undeniable. Although he had engaged Broly for a time, it was primarily because Broly had refrained from counterattacking. Now that Broly was retaliating, Vegeta realized he could not withstand the onslaught. Truly, this was absurd. How could Broly be so powerful? Is this ancient scion truly that monstrous? Goku, sensing Vegeta's silence, understood it as tacit acceptance. He was well aware of Vegeta's nature. He would never voice his agreement even if he accepted collaboration. Goku clenched his fists, invigorated, and once again activated Super Saiyan God. Vegeta too concentrated his energy anew. Broly looked down upon the two with an air of superiority. Is the true battle finally upon us? Indeed, the real confrontation was imminent. Goku declared with excitement as he tightened his fists. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta charged forward, and Goku followed suit, both attacking Broly in perfect synchrony. Boom. Broly initially struggled against the dual assault, but as the battle progressed, it became increasingly effortless for him. Within 3 minutes, fueled by his ancient Saiyan bloodline, Broly's power surged, and he gripped the two fighters tightly, colliding them together. Bang! Their faces smashed into one another, both letting out a pained cry, quickly regaining their composure. They retaliated with strikes at Broly. With a swift motion, Broly flung them aside and conjured 2 green energy blasts in his hands. Boom, boom, boom. The two managed to cross their arms to shield themselves against Broly's assault. However, just as they lowered their arms, they found Broly suddenly before them. Bang! 2 fists struck simultaneously. Like kites severed from their strings, they were sent hurtling backward. Boom, boom. They crashed against a mountain, which crumbled to the ground upon impact. Broly hovered above, his green eyes locked onto the two, fists clenched and raised. Lying on the ground, Goku and Vegeta felt the earth tremble beneath them. Damn it! Vegeta cursed under his breath. Before he could catch his breath, Broly initiated his next move. Swish, swish, swish. Streams of green energy beams erupted from the ground, raining down upon them in a relentless barrage. Struggling to evade, they ascended into the air, aligning themselves with Broly. The onslaught ceased, and Broly surveyed the disheveled duo, coldly stating, "At your current strength, you are not my match. Surrender." Vegeta glared at him, rage evident in his pale face, breathing heavily. "Broly, you think too highly of yourself." In contrast, Goku felt no anger. Instead, his eyes sparkled with excitement, igniting a fierce determination within him. "Indeed, you are formidable. I am thrilled." Broly turned to Goku, intrigued. "Oh, Kakarot? If you possess any techniques, unleash them now. If your strength remains at this level, I shall not waste any more time." Enhanced by the purification technique, Broly was no longer the mere savage he once was. He had become a formidable being, imbued with both power and intellect. Goku clenched his fist tightly, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Broly, you should be able to withstand my trump card." He shouted, "Ultimate Kaioken." 30 times. Vegeta, now in a state of extreme fury, proclaimed, "Unforgivable." His energy surged, but it paled in comparison to Goku's 30-fold Ultimate Kaioken. Though another chapter awaited. It was already late, so everyone should rest early. Tomorrow, they would awaken to continue the journey. As Goku enveloped himself in a crimson aura, the manifestation of the Ultimate Kaioken, Vegeta crackled with electric energy, indicating he had reached full power, a state he had developed to its utmost limit. Sensing his power surge once more, Vegeta regained his confidence. "Broly, it is time for you to pay the price." The dignity of Prince Vegeta is not to be trifled with. In response to Vegeta's fervor, Broly merely beckoned with a finger, inviting him to battle, unperturbed. Vegeta was nearly driven to the brink of fury. However, before he could charge forward, Broly took the initiative and launched an offensive. He believed at this time the prowess of Goku and Vegeta warranted his proactive approach. Clearly, at the outset, Broly did not regard their Super Saiyan God forms with any significant concern. Although he himself could not transform into a Super Saiyan God, he felt no trepidation. Moreover, Master Lin Fan had indicated that he need not ascend to divinity through that path, but rather through another. Boom. Bang. As Broly surged forward to engage, neither of the two fighters let their guard down. In an instant, the three were engulfed in a frenzied state of combat, battling fiercely without yielding. Notably, the pressure Goku exerted upon Broly was immense. The 30-fold Ultimate Kaioken was no trifling matter. He relentlessly pressed the attack against Broly, landing several successful blows outside the hyperbolic time chamber. Lin Fan cracked open a sunflower seed, his gaze fixed on the combat scene unfolding before him. He murmured, "Son Wukong's 30-fold Ultimate Kaioken is indeed impressive, offering a significant advantage against Broly. However, Wukong remains true to his nature, an unyielding martial enthusiast. With his current strength, should he unleash his full might upon Broly, the latter would scarcely endure the onslaught. Yet, he is acutely aware that Broly harbors immense potential, thus deliberately provoking him step by step to awaken that latent power. This is all to engage in a fervent battle with Broly." Beep. Disciple Son Wukong's basic combat power increased. 15 billion. Master receives a double enhancement. 30 billion. Current host's basic combat power. 320 billion. Beep. Disciple Vegeta's basic combat power increased. 15 billion. Master receives a double enhancement. 30 billion. Current host's basic combat power. 350 billion. Lin Fan waited for a while. Yet he found himself still anticipating Broly's increase in combat power, which left him somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Why had Broly's power not escalated? Was it possible that the recent surge was sufficient, and any further enhancement would require Goku and Vegeta to push him to his limits? While Lin Fan pondered these thoughts, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta sent Broly flying with a powerful punch. Goku stood firm, hands resting on his hips, exuding an aura of readiness as he bellowed, "Kamehameha Wave." The attack resonated with explosive force upon Broly, who crashed into a towering mountain, causing it to collapse in an avalanche of stones that buried him entirely. Goku turned to Vegeta, questioning, "Vegeta, have we perhaps lost control?" Earlier, Goku had meticulously restrained his strength, aiming to gradually draw out Broly's limits. However, he soon realized that Broly was becoming increasingly formidable, matching their prowess. Consequently, Goku unleashed his full power, which Broly was unprepared for, sending him hurtling away. Followed closely by Vegeta, who executed a Kamehameha Wave to capitalize on the moment. Witnessing the unfolding situation, Goku felt his earlier actions had indeed spiraled out of control. Vegeta, however, remained unfazed, scoffing, "In the heat of battle, there are no rules. Even if you were to slay me, I would harbor no grievances." "Vegeta, how can you say that?" Suddenly, a colossal eruption of fury ignited, its deafening roar reverberating through the air, causing the very ground to tremble. In an instant, a cataclysm of landslides and tsunamis erupted, the earth sinking while infernos blazed forth, exuding intense heat. Observing this, Vegeta and Goku utilized their flight technique to ascend into the sky. "What is happening? Broly!" they exclaimed, turning their gaze toward Broly. Indeed, they witnessed Broly enveloped in a tempest of green lightning and flames, electrifying the air around him. Each surge of electrical energy echoed with crackling sounds, creating an almost explosive atmosphere. Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances. Is that Super Saiyan level 2? Vegeta quickly corrected himself. No. He has transcended to the Super Ancient Saiyan level 2. Their own Super Saiyan level 2 did not exhibit such immense enhancement. And they were acutely aware that although Broly was a Saiyan, his lineage as an ancient Saiyan far surpassed their own in power. The system announced, Apprentice Broly's foundational combat power increased to 30 billion. Master receives a double enhancement, 60 billion. Current host combat power, 410 billion. Lin Fan, upon hearing the system's notification, sat up with exhilaration. Goodness, 300 billion. Broly's transformation into Super Ancient Saiyan level 2 has astonishingly augmented his base combat power by 300 billion. How terrifying is that? If he were to ascend to Super Ancient Saiyan level 3, or even level 4, what monumental increase in base combat power would that entail? Indeed. The ancient Saiyan lineage is as formidable as its reputation suggests. What of my own ancestral Saiyan bloodline? Perhaps it is time for me to stretch my abilities as well. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Fan felt a surge of eager anticipation. In the past, he had little desire for battle. To him, fighting seemed an exhausting endeavor. However, witnessing the intoxicating gains of Broly ignited a yearning within him to personally experience the thrill and hone his own skills. Gazing into the mirror, he observed Broly overwhelming Son Goku and Vegeta, both of whom were struggling under the relentless assault. They yearned to unleash their full potential but found themselves utterly drained. Son Goku attempted to amplify his ultimate Kaioken to 40 times, yet Broly showed no mercy, swiftly intercepting his technique and delivering a punishing blow to the ground. Vegeta, having only recently reached Ancient Saiyan level 2, was similarly felled with a single strike. In his fury, Broly initially seemed somewhat uncontrollable. However, upon witnessing the two warriors sprawled on the ground, he quickly regained his composure, urgently employing a purification technique to clear his mind and restore his full rationality. Thus, the battle came to an inevitable conclusion. Lin Fan gazed at the screen and murmured. Currently, the number of gifts was approaching 2001, and tomorrow promised an additional chapter. Thus far, tomorrow's minimum activity would include 3 chapters. Continuing the theme of love. In Chapter 76, I Have My Own Measures, it became evident, as Lin Fan had anticipated, that the battle among the 3 had ceased. Vegeta lay on the ground, a visage of profound sorrow, tears welling up yet unspilled. He had originally considered that having transformed into a Super Saiyan God Super Red, he could easily overpower Kakarot and the seemingly unimpressive Broly. He intended to take on both opponents simultaneously, but he never anticipated that he and Son Goku would instead find themselves outmatched by Broly. Their strength proved insufficient to contend with Broly, who had reached the second stage of the ancient Super Saiyan transformation. They realized that fusion was their only viable option. However, this was not a battle of life and death. There was no necessity to reveal their ultimate trump card. Thus, they had no choice but to concede. Moreover, should they indeed fuse and triumph over Broly, they would feel no sense of pride, for it would not signify their individual strength, but rather the combined power of 2. Lin Fan observed that the 3 individuals had ceased their combat, rendering the spectacle rather lackluster. He stowed away the Angel's Scepter and retrieved the previously acquired spatial technique, immersing himself in its study. The following day, Lin Fan had devoted over a dozen hours to the study of spatial techniques, uninterrupted from yesterday until today. This unprecedented dedication astonished his companions, such as Tianjin Fan, who were practicing nearby. They felt as if the sun had risen in the west. It was truly a rare sight to behold, a master immersed in cultivation for such an extended period. In truth, Lin Fan did not wish to engage in this relentless practice. Yet the allure of the spatial technique was simply irresistible. Until he could successfully open a rift in space, he felt an overwhelming compulsion to continue. Setting aside the spatial technique, he murmured to himself, surely this time it will work. With his heart focused on the incantation, he concentrated his will, and in an instant, the divine power materialized his intent. Suddenly, before Lin Fan, a rift tearing through the fabric of space manifested. I did it, he exclaimed, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. This marked the first time he had successfully cultivated a divine technique after countless hours of effort, and naturally, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Lin Fan's consciousness became intertwined with this space, distinctly perceiving that it encompassed several thousand square meters. However, such an expanse did not align with his current capabilities. It felt far too diminutive. The primary reason for this limited space was that Lin Fan had yet to fully master the art of spatial manipulation. He had merely reached the rudimentary level of this technique. Once he attains perfection in his training, He will be able to manifest a spatial dimension commensurate with his current strength. Should he reach an extraordinary level of mastery, he could potentially achieve twice the effectiveness. Nevertheless, as long as he could establish this space, Lin Fan was not anxious. The initiation into this art signified that he had acquired the foundational skills. Thus, all that remained was diligent practice. For the time being, he deemed several thousand square meters to be sufficient for his needs. Beep. Disciple Sun Wukong's base combat power increased by 10 billion. The Master receives a double enhancement, 20 billion. Current host base combat power, 430 billion. Beep. Disciple Vegeta's base combat power increased by 10 billion. The Master receives a double enhancement, 20 billion. Current host base combat power, 450 billion. Beep. Disciple Broly's base combat power increased by 25 billion. The Master receives a double enhancement, 50 billion. Current host base combat power, 500 billion. Marvelous. Absolutely splendid. He had unexpectedly reached the monumental threshold of 500 billion. Lin Fan had anticipated that he would need to undergo rigorous training to achieve this milestone, yet here it was. Accomplished without any effort on his part. Quite impressive indeed. It seemed the trio was also on the verge of emerging. Lin Fan understood that the surge in his combat power was undoubtedly due to Sun Wukong and the others having assimilated their battle experiences. Broly's substantial increase was also a result of absorbing the essence of the Super Ancient Scion 2 transformation, as it was his inaugural transformation. The resultant enhancement to his base combat power was naturally considerable. While Lin Fan pondered these matters, a streak of light appeared. The East Kaishin and the Old Kaishin arrived once more. Upon seeing them, Lin Fan sprang from his seat and greeted them with a smile. East Kaishin, Old Kaishin. The East Kaishin reciprocated the greeting, inquiring with concern, "The Grand Minister did not impose any severe actions upon you yesterday, did he?" The East Kaishin had been preoccupied with the events of the previous day. Should the Grand Minister have enacted any harsh penalties against Lin Fan? He would have sought out the Grand Minister to plead for leniency, hoping to spare Lin Fan. Especially considering he had only recently been appointed as the West Kaishin and was still unfamiliar with many matters. Lin Fan smiled and said, "It's nothing." "Thank you for your concern, Eastern Realm King. It's a relief that there is nothing amiss." The Old Realm King explained from the side. "The Eastern Realm King was merely worried about your well-being and insisted on coming to check on you, even preparing to seek the High Divine Official's intercession on your behalf." Lin Fan once again turned to the East King Kai, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." He held a favorable impression of the East King Kai, who was known for his kindness and integrity, genuinely devoted to serving the universe. In the past, the angelic in turn, Mels, had disregarded the neutrality rule of angels to assist Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others in vanquishing the demon Moro, becoming transparent and fading away in the process. The East King Kai, wishing to revive Mels, personally approached the Grand Minister to plead for his case, even offering his own life as a sacrifice. This act had terrified Beerus, as his life was intricately bound to that of the East King Kai. However, the Grand Minister did not take the East King Kai's life. In truth, the Grand Minister also wished to revive Mels, as he was, after all, his child. Yet, the rules of angelic neutrality had been established, and even he could not arbitrarily violate them. Nevertheless, the East King Kai's willingness to stake his life for Mels effectively provided the Grand Minister with an opportunity to resurrect Mels, granting him a plausible justification. Should anyone question the matter, he could easily deflect blame onto the East King Kai. However, the Grand Minister knew that no one would pursue the issue. Given his power and status, no one would dare to challenge him foolishly. To uphold the dignity of the angelic neutrality, he refrained from allowing Mels to become a member of the angelic lineage, instead allowing him to lead a life as an ordinary human. Lin Fan held a favorable view of the East King Kai, a friend willing to risk his life for significant matters. The East King Kai cautioned, "When you meet the Grand Minister in the future, you must still pay your respects. Although he has stated that it is unnecessary, it is better to do so to avoid inciting his displeasure." "No worries, I know my boundaries," Lin Fan replied with a smile, suddenly chuckling. The East King Kai found Lin Fan's smile somewhat peculiar and couldn't help but inquire, "What makes you laugh?" Lin Fan recalled an amusing incident regarding the former East Kai, who, upon his debut, managed to frighten Piccolo into retreat with a mere glance, rendering his countenance a shade of green. Yet now, it seems he must kneel before anyone he encounters. The contrast is striking. However, can he confide such thoughts to the East Kai at this moment? With 2,200 gifts amassed, today has already yielded an additional 2 chapters. As of now, the minimum for today stands at 4 chapters. With the aspiration of generating 8 chapters daily not being a mere dream, Chapter 77. No longer the first to kneel. Quite delightful indeed. Of course, he could share this. But it requires the East Kai to earnestly inquire for him to speak, lest he offend the East Kai. It's probably best kept to himself, as he worries it might provoke anger. Upon hearing this, the East Kai grew increasingly curious, shrugged his shoulders, and chuckled. It's nothing to be concerned about, West Kai. Am I truly that petty? After all, I am an East Kai. Go on. You insisted I share, he continued. I was merely reminded of the first time you encountered Piccolo and Son Goku. A simple smile was enough to turn Piccolo's face green with fear. The East Kai paused for a moment. Wasn't his face already green? The old Kai then smacked the East Kai on the head and exclaimed loudly, Look here. We have an honest one among us. Everyone, come and tease him. The East Kai's lips twitched. Yet, reflecting on his past self, when he first met Piccolo, Son Goku, and the others, he indeed frightened them with just a glance. Particularly Piccolo, who was utterly terrified. It was quite impressive, reminiscing about his former grandeur. After contemplating these thoughts, he promptly inquired, And what of my present self? No? You kneel before everyone. Lin Fan spoke with remarkable tranquility. The East Realm King God seemed to be insulted, yet it also felt otherwise. Lin Fan gently patted the East Kaishin, jesting, In our position as Kaishin, it is merely the case. Above us are the Destroyers, the Grand Minister, and the Omni King. When one encounters the Grand Minister or the Omni King, it is only fitting to kneel, especially given their recent frequent appearances. After hearing Lin Fan's words of comfort, the East Kaishin felt somewhat better, yet still experienced an inexplicable pang of heartache. Why did this consolation evoke such an odd sensation of pain? No, I must prove myself to Lin Fan. Turning to Lin Fan, he declared, West Kaishin, I shall resolutely be the last to kneel in the future. Lin Fan, I had thought you would adamantly refuse to kneel, yet here we are. In truth, I can fully comprehend the behavior of the East Realm King God, who kneels before anyone. Given the hierarchy and power dynamics, to refuse to kneel would be tantamount to courting death. Lin Fan declared, I trust you. The fact that you are not the first to kneel is indeed worthy of my belief. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the scene, landing before several individuals. Before them stood a tall figure with azure skin and cascading white hair. The person's pupils and lips were a deep violet, and around their neck hung a large, pale blue halo. In their right hand, they held an angelic scepter. It was Vis. Lin Fan pondered quietly, wondering why Weiss had arrived. Could it be a visit meant for him? His father, the high priest, had mentioned that Weiss was his cousin. Weiss was the first to smile gently at Lin Fan, before extending the same courtesy to the East Realm King and the Old Realm King. With a graceful wave of his scepter, a decree materialized in his hand. Now, I shall proclaim the will of the Omni King. Upon hearing this, the East Realm King immediately knelt down, bowing his head in reverence. The Old Realm King cast a disapproving glance at the East Realm King, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. He had intended to grant the East Realm King a semblance of dignity, but this ungrateful fellow had hastily knelt as if fearing someone would outdo him in showing submission. Lin Fan, observing the actions of the East Kai, found himself at a loss for words. Wasn't it agreed that he would not be the first to kneel? It seemed he had misplaced his trust. Such matters were best approached with skepticism. The East Kai, noticing the emptiness beside him, turned to the Old Kai, who had yet to kneel, and inquired with confusion, Ancestor, why do you not kneel promptly? The Old Kai, visibly irritated, pondered why he was so ineffectual yet complied and knelt down. He was perplexed by the sudden emergence of another decree. Such proclamations had become increasingly frequent of late. Meanwhile, the West Kai, Lin Fan, upon witnessing the decree, remained resolute in his defiance, displaying remarkable audacity. Vegeta, observing Lin Fan's refusal to kneel, paid it little mind and recited. In the year of the reign of the king, the great Kai of the seventh universe was absorbed by the pure Majin Buu while protecting the realm. The seventh universe has been without a great Kai for several years. The position remains vacant and must be filled by one of capable merit. Therefore, effective immediately, the former West Kai, Lin Fan, is appointed to the role of Great Kai of the seventh universe. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush, with both the East Kai and the Old Kai struck with astonishment. Lin Fan had only recently been appointed as the West Kai, and now he was being elevated to the position of Great Kai? The rapidity of his ascension felt almost as if he were on a quest for fortune. Lin Fan stepped forward to receive the decree, expressing his gratitude to the King of all. Weiss remarked with a smile, Congratulations, Lin Fan. At this moment, the Old Kai and the East Kai also rose to their feet. The Old Kai, somewhat perplexed, inquired, Did he not just pledge allegiance to the West Kai? How is it that he now acknowledges the Grand Kai? Whis calmly replied, he has his connections. Lin Fan, East King God, Old King God. By heavens, is it really that straightforward? Upon hearing the decree, both the Old King God and the East King God likely discerned that Lin Fan was somehow involved. To their astonishment, Whis candidly articulated this connection. It is indeed a significant one. Resistance is futile. Haha. After Whis's proclamation, he immediately covered his mouth, laughing heartily. At that moment, the decree transformed into a divine force, surging vigorously into Lin Fan's body, augmenting his divine power. Quite impressive. It appears he has acquired several new divine techniques. Indeed, the higher the position, the more divine techniques one attains. However, these techniques require mastery rather than being immediately accessible at a transcendent level, which poses a challenge for someone as laid back as myself. The East King God and the Old King God gazed upon Lin Fan at that moment, preparing to kneel. Lin Fan waved his hand, assisting them to their feet. From now on, there is no need for formalities when you see me. The Grand Kaishin presides over the 4 directional Kaishins, governing their domains. As the foremost among the 4 great Kaishins, it is customary for the Kaishins to pay their respects to the Grand Kaishin. However, since Lin Fan had already stated that no elaborate gestures were necessary in his presence, it implied that reverence was no longer required. Gazing at the East Kaishin before him, Lin Fan could not help but gently pat his shoulder. Poor child, forever compelled to kneel before others. The East Kaishin, somewhat perplexed by Lin Fan's words, awkwardly inquired, "Does the Grand Kaishin have any instructions for me?" Lin Fan expressed his desire to refrain from further diminishing the Eastern Realm King God, stating, "No. I merely wish to pat you on the shoulder." The Eastern Realm King God sensed an underlying matter, yet, respecting Lin Fan's reluctance to elaborate, he chose not to inquire further. At that moment, Whis interjected, announcing his departure, "Great King of the Universe, Eastern Realm King God, Old King of the Universe. My mission has been accomplished. I shall return to report now. Great King of the Universe, should you require anything, feel free to contact me. You are also warmly invited to visit the Realm of Destruction, where I shall treat you to delightful delicacies." Delightful delicacies? Chapter 78, Instant Noodles, Delightful Delicacies? Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan mumbled to himself and suddenly realized that Whis was merely a glutton. In the manga, it was precisely due to his shared love for food with Beerus that he forged a significant bond with son Wukong and others, leading to a remarkable transformation in their relationships. Although he and Whis had been mistakenly regarded as relatives, it was imperative to cultivate their friendship further. This, after all, would be most beneficial for Lin Fan. "Whis, I can take you to savor exquisite delicacies, each more delectable than anything you have ever tasted." Whis's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Oh, is that truly the case? What are these delights? Can we go now?" Lin Fan paused for a moment. "Aren't you supposed to report on your work?" Whis gently halted the angelic scepter in his hand, conjuring an hourglass, and replied with a smile, "There is still some time left, though it is not too long, approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes? Lin Fan pondered for a moment and then snapped his fingers, exclaiming, "That's sufficient." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Bis was filled with delight. Lin Fan turned to the East King God and the Old King God, saying, "Let us dine together. It is my treat." Lin Fan extended an invitation, which they could not possibly decline. Indeed, in a flash, their figures transformed into beams of light, vanishing from their original location. When they reappeared, they had already arrived at Bulma's residence. Just then, Bulma was in the garden, tending to her spaceship. Upon noticing Lin Fan and the others, she curiously inquired, "Oh, Lin Fan, long time no see." Lin Fan replied, "Bulma, I apologize for the intrusion, but I was wondering if you have any instant noodles at your place?" Bulma paused for a moment, taken aback. "Instant noodles? You come to my house and ask if I have instant noodles?" Lin Fan affirmed once more, "Indeed, my friend has never tasted instant noodles." I assured him they are quite delicious. However, due to his time constraints, we preferred not to purchase any ourselves, which is why we sought your assistance. Bulma cast a glance at Whis, whose azure complexion and refined demeanor exuded an air of elegance. "Please wait a moment," she added. Shortly thereafter, she produced a box of instant noodle cups. Lin Fan personally opened the package for Whis and steeped it in hot water, assuring him that it would be ready for consumption in just 3 minutes. Whis, taken aback, responded with astonishment, "Is it truly that remarkable? Only 3 minutes in boiling water, and it is ready to be enjoyed." "Indeed," Lin Fan affirmed. The others present each had their own bucket. Bulma, with curiosity, inquired, "Lin Fan, how is Vegeta faring?" "He's doing well. If you wish to see him, I can bring him back shortly to visit you." Bulma waved her delicate hand dismissively, exuding the charm of a mature woman. There's no need. He should concentrate on his training. Even if he returns to see me, he would only stay for an hour. Oh, she exclaimed as the 3 minutes elapsed. Whis had already caught the enticing aroma of the instant noodles and, unable to contain his excitement, opened the package and began to eat with a small fork. As he took his first bite, he exclaimed, "Oh my, this is absolutely delightful." He cradled his face in his hands, overwhelmed with joy, and declared, "Oh my, it is truly delicious." Lin Fan sat quietly, consuming instant noodles without uttering a word. To instantly captivate the taste buds of these extraterrestrial beings, nothing could rival the simplicity and forthrightness of instant noodles. Upon observing Wis's fondness for the dish, Bulma remarked, "Since you are a friend of Lin Fan, I shall gift you a pack shortly." The reason for presenting just one was that she only had a single stockpile at home. Originally intended for her own enjoyment, she felt compelled to show courtesy to Whis, a friend of her husband's master. Whis promptly expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, thank you." Bulma continued, "If you truly relish culinary delights, you are always welcome to visit Earth, as it boasts an abundance of delectable treats. Instant noodles are merely of moderate quality." Wis's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Oh my. Such a delightful dish is only considered average? I can only imagine how exquisite the finest delicacies must be." Bulma found it difficult to articulate, simply stating, "You shall need to taste them yourself. Words cannot do them justice." With eager anticipation, Wis slurped up the instant noodles. I can hardly contain my excitement. After finishing his meal, Bulma presented Wis with a box of instant noodles. Wis turned to Lin Fan and Bulma, expressing his heartfelt thanks. "Thank you for your generous hospitality." "No problem, as long as you enjoy it. Do visit us often." Lin Fan replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall return to report." With that, he vanished in a flash of light. Once he departed, Bulma inquired curiously, "Who was that?" "A formidable deity. Had I not intervened, your husband would have followed him in training," Lin Fan replied. Bulma, bewildered, was left pondering the meaning of his words. Lin Fan did not offer any explanation. He merely spoke in a casual manner. Lin Fan gazed at the East Realm King and the Old Realm King, saying, "I shall take my leave now." The East Realm King slightly bowed his head in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed." In an instant, Lin Fan returned to the West Realm King God Realm. Upon his arrival, he contemplated whether he should relocate to the Grand Realm King God Realm, now that he had ascended to the status of a Grand Realm King God. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that moving was indeed a cumbersome affair. Since there was currently no one appointed to the West Realm King God, he decided to remain there for the time being, intending to transfer to the Grand Realm King God Realm once an appointment was made. Suddenly, with a rush of energy, Sun Wukong, Broly, and Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, swiftly approaching Lin Fan. "Master Lin Fan." The trio greeted him warmly. Lin Fan observed the aura emanating from the three individuals, nodding in satisfaction. "This harvest has proven quite fruitful, hasn't it?" Sun Wukong exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Indeed, Master Lin Fan. Broly is truly formidable. Both Vegeta and I were bested." Vegeta, irked, shoved Kakarot aside and retorted, "Humph, I was not defeated." Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head in resignation. "But weren't you defeated, Vegeta?" Vegeta fell silent, as long as he believed he had not failed. Then he had not. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he turned to Lin Fan, beseeching, "Master Lin Fan, I wish to learn more powerful techniques." After this encounter, he realized that in comparison to Kakarot, they were no match for Broly. In a one-on-one confrontation, they possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. It was only by mastering more formidable techniques that they might stand a chance against Broly. "More powerful techniques?" Lin Fan murmured. Indeed. Lin Fan circled around Sun Wukong and Vegeta, meticulously observing their conditions. The two felt a wave of awkwardness under his scrutinizing gaze. With a sheepish expression, Sun Wukong inquired, "Master Lin Fan, what exactly are you observing?" "All right, since you both wish to learn more formidable techniques, I shall impart my knowledge to you." Chapter 79, The Servant's Choice, Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. The trio gazed at Lin Fan in astonishment, for it was the first time they had encountered such terminology. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sun Wukong asked, "What is a Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan?" Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Sun Wukong, retorting, "Please, be quiet. It is Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan." "Hiki. The words are rather lengthy. I find it a bit difficult to comprehend." Sun Wukong chuckled awkwardly. Lin Fan simply remarked, "From now on, there is no need to use such a lengthy name. Let us call it Ultra Blue." After mastering this technique, his aura would radiate a striking blue, and his hair would also take on this vivid hue. The mention of hair color reminded Lin Fan of the playful jests from netizens in his previous life, as the variety of colors available to scions had become quite limited. However, this transformation was not merely a change in color, it was a formidable form that surpassed even that of the Super Saiyan God. It was exceptionally well-suited for combat. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were immediately filled with joy, gesturing enthusiastically as they exclaimed, "That's fantastic. Master Lin Fan, please teach us quickly. We can hardly wait to learn." Lin Fan chuckled, "Do not be anxious. This time, I shall enter the hyper-spiritual time chamber alongside you." "Eh? Master Lin Fan is joining us in the hyper-spiritual time chamber? Why is that?" Sun Wukong inquired, his face etched with confusion. Having known Master Lin Fan for some time, it was the first occasion he had heard of the Master entering the hyper-spiritual time chamber. Lin Fan harbored no secrets. "Witnessing your training ignited my own desire to train. Sun Wukong, have you not always yearned for a contest with me? This presents a splendid opportunity." In an instant, Sun Wukong's face lit up with excitement. Vegeta, observing Kakarot's demeanor, instinctively inquired, "Do you possess a strategy to contend with Master Lin Fan?" "Not at all, but I am eager," Sun Wukong replied candidly. Vegeta, truly a masochist. "Come, let us enter the hyperbolic time chamber together." Thus, the trio, freshly emerged, followed Lin Fan once more into the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon entering, Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings. The environment bore a striking resemblance to Earth. One could say it was akin to another Earth, albeit uninhabited. Lin Fan harnessed the divine power of creation to duplicate the memory of the Super Blue Secret twice. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, stepped forward. Yes, the two approached Lin Fan, who extended his hand and placed it upon their foreheads. A surge of divine knowledge and memories instantly flowed into their minds. "All right, take a moment to absorb it." Without hesitation, the two immediately began to extract this newfound memory. Indeed, it contained the secrets to transforming into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Eagerly, they commenced their training. Lin Fan glanced at Broly beside him and commanded, "Come with me." Yes. The two moved to another side. "Broly, I am already aware of your ability to transform into Super Ancient Saiyan Level 2. Having trained for several years within the hyperbolic time chamber, you have mastered its use. Therefore, I shall now teach you the method to achieve the transformation into Super Ancient Saiyan Level 3. Whether you can master it depends solely on your effort." Broly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan." Observing Broly before him, Lin Fan pondered internally whether he should take him on as a servant. If he were to do so, his own combat power would increase, and in turn, Broly's would also enhance. Furthermore, due to the system's mechanics, he would receive a dual enhancement. In simpler terms, if Lin Fan increased his combat power by 1 million, Broly, as his servant, would gain a 10% boost, resulting in an additional 100,000 combat power. Consequently, this 100,000 would yield Lin Fan a doubled increase of 200,000 combat power, providing him with a sense of dual improvement. Moreover, there was another individual who would be exceedingly suitable as a servant. His potential was not inferior to Broly's in the slightest, but should he choose to take him on as a servant, the benefits would be even greater. However, that individual was still too far removed from Lin Fan's current capabilities, and it would require a considerable amount of time to reach him. Never mind. I shall choose Broly for now. Focus on enhancing my strength first, for who knows what the future may hold. Lin Fan duplicated the memory of transforming into a Super Saiyan Level 3 and imparted it into Broly's mind. Once completed, Broly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master Lin Fan." Lin Fan then stated, "Broly, I am currently seeking a servant of the divine, one who will serve me. If I choose you, would you accept?" Broly harbored unwavering loyalty towards Lin Fan. Without him, he would still be all alone on planet Vampa, and he would never have mastered the art of purification. Moreover, Lin Fan is his master, and he willingly becomes his master's servant, following closely by his side. "Master, I am willing." "Very well, in that case, I shall now forge a master-servant contract with you." The master-servant contract is a unique divine technique. Once one becomes the servant of a master, they cannot harm their master unless granted permission, or else they will suffer a backlash that could lead to their demise. However, there are significant benefits to this bond. When the master enhances their strength, the servant receives a tenfold augmentation. Conversely, when the servant strengthens, the master gains a 50% increase. Lin Fan formed several peculiar gestures, silently reciting an incantation. The divine power surged forth upon his right hand, and a glimmer of cold light sliced through the air as his fingers parted. allowing a drop of blood to flow forth. With a flick of his hand, Lin Fan let a drop of blood fall into Broly's forehead. Broly, open your mind and relax your body. Following Lin Fan's guidance, the drop of blood swiftly penetrated Broly's mind, merging seamlessly with his brain. At that moment, Lin Fan sensed the presence of an additional consciousness within his own awareness, Broly's consciousness. He comprehended Broly's thoughts with absolute clarity. Furthermore, with merely a thought, he could instantaneously bring about Broly's demise. Such is the power of the master-servant contract. How terrifying. Upon realizing this effect, Lin Fan could not help but murmur to himself, "Very well, Broly. It is time for you to commence your training on how to transform into the Super Ancient Scion 3. Yes, Master." In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan had ascended to the summit of a mountain, gazing down at the three individuals immersed in their training. He spoke with a casual demeanor, "Dear friends, continue your diligent practice. Soon, the adversary you shall confront is none other than myself. I am truly eager to witness the extent of my own power. Currently, there are over 2,400 gifts, an increase from yesterday's 2,001, with an addition of 3 chapters. 4 chapters have now been updated, and 1 more is diligently in progress. In Chapter 80, the prowess of Lin Fan is revealed within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber. A month later, Vegeta, Son Goku, and Broly have successfully mastered the techniques imparted by Lin Fan. Vegeta and Son Goku can effortlessly transform into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, Super Blue. Meanwhile, Broly has also become adept at transforming into Super Ancient Saiyan at the 3rd level, his green hair cascading down to his waist, and his physique surpassing that of the previous Super Ancient Saiyan at the 2nd level. With their advancements, Lin Fan naturally reaped the benefits of enhanced combat power, escalating from an initial base of 500 billion to an impressive 620 billion. At this moment, the 3 had flown to the peak of the mountain, gazing at Lin Fan, who stood with an air of unparalleled mastery, arms crossed behind him, turned away from Son Goku and the others. A gentle breeze wafted by, causing his garments to billow gracefully. Lin Fan turned around, gazing at the 3 individuals, and proclaimed, "I have imparted my skills to you, and you have comprehensively mastered them. Now, I shall assess the fruits of your training. Allow me to demonstrate first." Son Wukong took the lead, stepping forward and adopting an attack stance, exuding an air of readiness for battle. Lin Fan smiled faintly. "With my usual strength of 620 billion, would I only strike you? That would be an unfair advantage. No. You 3 should join forces. Taking on just one is a waste of time." Vegeta turned to Goku and remarked coolly, "Kakarot, considering Master Lin Fan's prowess, do you truly believe you would be sufficient to serve as a mere distraction?" "Vegeta, there's no need to be so harsh," Goku replied, fully aware that he was not a match for Master Lin Fan. However, he felt a twinge of defiance at Vegeta's words. Why should he be deemed inadequate for even that role? Lin Fan, unwilling to squander time, spoke plainly, "Enough with the banter. Let us engage together. Broly, unleash your full strength. Even if it harms me, I permit you to attack with all your might, leaving no room for restraint." Having established a master-servant pact with Broly, it was imperative to clarify this matter to him, lest it result in adverse consequences. Upon receiving Lin Fan's consent, Broly promptly replied with utmost respect, "Yes, Master. Let us commence." Lin Fan extended his hand, gesturing with an inviting motion. Son Wukong no longer hesitated. For the individual before him was an unprecedented, truly extraordinary master. With a powerful shout, he instantaneously transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Similarly, Vegeta also underwent a swift transformation into the Super Saiyan Blue state. Their gazes sharpened significantly, their hair turning a striking blue, and an aura of azure enveloped them. As for Broly, he clenched his fists tightly, veins protruding prominently. With a thunderous roar, a brilliant green light erupted. As the radiance subsided, Broly, now significantly larger and adorned with flowing green hair that cascaded to his waist, emerged. He was surrounded by a swirling aura of green energy, pulsating with an undeniable majesty. This was the Super Ancient Saiyan 3. Lin Fan remained in his usual form, without transforming, which prompted Son Wukong and the others to inquire, "Master Lin Fan, do you intend to fight in your normal state?" Lin Fan would naturally not engage in combat in a conventional manner. Although his base power stands at an astonishing 62 trillion, it pales in comparison to the formidable strength of the trio before him, whose augmentations are substantial. Clenching his fists, he instantaneously transformed into the state of Super Saiyan God Super Red, with his battle power soaring to an unprecedented 1.24 quintillion. The units of battle power are 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, and beyond. The three warriors sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Fan, causing their bodies to tremble slightly. However, soon their faces lit up with expressions of exhilaration. Today's battle is destined to be an epic confrontation, a clash of heights never before attained. Whoosh! The three charged forward simultaneously, their fists striking with ferocious intent. Swish, swish. Lin Fan vanished in an instant, leaving the three in a state of bewilderment. When Lin Fan reappeared, they felt a sharp pain in their chests. Bang! In that fleeting moment, the three of them were sent flying like kites with severed strings, crashing violently between three towering mountains. The mountains collapsed instantaneously, reduced to mere ruins. However, this was merely an appetizer for Lin Fan. For the other three, it was no different. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, they emerged from the debris, converging from three distinct directions to encircle Lin Fan, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. Lin Fan pointed his right index finger at Vegeta, rapidly gathering energy. Giant drill wave. A formidable surge of divine power surged forth, hurtling towards Vegeta. Upon witnessing this colossal attack, Vegeta hastily evaded, unwilling to confront it directly. A smirk crossed his lips. If his memory served him correctly, this was merely an upgraded version of the dumpling's drill wave. It was astonishing that he would feel fear from such a technique. Nevertheless, he understood that while the technique was significant, the true essence lay in the wielder of the power. Observing Vegeta's evasive maneuver, Lin Fan redirected his focus towards Sun Wukong and Broly. However, at that moment, the two had already charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Fists were unleashed in rapid succession. And in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of punches had been thrown. Lin Fan remarked calmly, "Too slow. Indeed, far too slow. With your current strength, you are utterly inadequate. Can it be that the three of you combined cannot even match my Super Saiyan God form?" Upon hearing this, the trio felt their pride ignited. Especially Vegeta, whose self-esteem swelled dramatically. Although Sun Wukong was also touched by a sense of pride, what exhilarated him more was the pursuit of greater strength and the thrill of battling formidable opponents, fueling his fiery spirit. As for Broly, he was consumed by anger. Anger, after all, is a source of power. With a fierce roar, Broly's combat power surged instantly, unleashing a torrent of ferocious attacks upon Lin Fan. His massive mouth opened wide, releasing a formidable green shockwave, his ultimate technique, imbued with immense power. Sun Wukong, gathering his strength, transformed into a brilliant blue light, charging forth with a tremendous force. Vegeta spread his arms wide, rapidly concentrating energy in his palms, exclaiming, Super Ultimate Flash. The Super Ultimate Flash intertwined with the might of Broly's ultimate technique, hurtling towards Lin Fan with devastating force. In a flash, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission to appear behind Lin Fan, delivering a powerful punch imbued with peak strength. Boom! The trio's combined assault struck Lin Fan with precision. Yet, curiously, they heard a crisp sound of impact, as though their attacks had collided with an unyielding object. As the smoke enveloped the area around Lin Fan, Sun Wukong, after landing his blow, used instant transmission to join Vegeta and Broly. The three scrutinized the scene through the haze. In mere moments, the smoke dissipated, revealing a strikingly handsome young man hovering in midair, none other than their master, Lin Fan. The trio gasped in astonishment. Their master, despite being struck by their combined might, bore no injuries whatsoever, not even a tear in his clothing. Lin Fan gently brushed off his clothing, as if to rid it of insignificant dust. In his heart, he mused that the indestructible skill was indeed formidable, particularly at the level of transcendence. With the current strength of the three, it was utterly impossible for them to breach his invincible defense. It seemed he would need to provoke them further. Gazing intently at the trio, he mockingly remarked, "I say, have you three forgotten to eat? Is such a feeble attack merely a tickle for me? Can you muster your full strength? Do you truly believe you have reached your limits?" Despite his vigorous taunts, the three, considering him their master, did not receive his jibes with the expected fury. Yet, a lack of overt anger did not imply the absence of frustration, and once again, the trio charged forward with renewed determination. Lin Fan observed that the combat prowess of the three had not improved in the slightest and murmured softly, "It seems that mere verbal provocation no longer suffices." With that, he vanished from sight, launching himself towards the trio. Bang! He struck first, landing a powerful punch squarely on Sun Wukong's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Another swift kick connected with Vegeta's chest, propelling him backward, closely following Sun Wukong. "Vegeta, you two are utterly useless, after all this training. You two are sent flying with a single kick." Depart. Huh. Another punch was unleashed towards Broly, and with a resounding thud, Broly managed to block Lin Fan's assault with both fists. However, at that moment, Lin Fan's other fist, imbued with devastating power, surged forth, tearing through the very fabric of the surrounding space. Boom. Broly attempted to resist, yet the speed of this fist was simply too swift for him to react. Bang. The blow struck his chest, sending his colossal form hurtling backward as if a defeated army in disarray. Broly, you have truly disappointed my expectations. Transforming into a super ancient scion at the 3rd level, yet you can merely withstand a single strike from me. Such disillusionment. Lin Fan stood his ground, casting a disdainful gaze upon the trio. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and could not help but exclaim, Master Lin Fan is truly formidable. I finally comprehend why he previously warned me against competing with him before attaining divinity. It was to spare me from being struck down in a single blow. Vegeta scoffed, fully aware of Lin Fan's strength, yet utterly unprepared for the extent of his power. Could it truly be as Lin Fan had stated? After enduring such rigorous training for so long, was he still considered a mere failure? Here he was, in the super blue form, surpassing even the Super Saiyan God. And yet still deemed inadequate? What was the purpose of his arduous training? Must he allow all his efforts to be rendered meaningless? No, he would not permit it. Absolutely not. Clenching his fists tightly, a swirling vortex of energy began to coalesce around him, akin to menacing tornadoes, as the ground beneath him began to sink step by step. Sun Wukong glanced at Vegeta, a smile gracing his lips. Vegeta, it seems you have achieved a breakthrough. I shall not lag behind. He tightened his fists, gazing up at the towering Lin Fan, calmly proclaiming, Master Lin Fan, you are indeed remarkable, and now I shall unleash my utmost potential. Quickly summoning the strength within his being, he announced, 40 times the ultimate Kaioken. The 40 times ultimate Kaioken had reached the limits of his physical capacity. And as he began to harness this overwhelming power, he was met with a searing pain coursing through his body. This sensation signified that he had indeed reached the pinnacle of his limits. Lin Fan hovered in the air, observing Sun Wukong unleash the formidable 40-fold ultimate King Fist. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Only through relentless challenges to one's limits can one truly transcend oneself. I eagerly anticipate your early comprehension of the supreme ultimate technique. However, it dawns on me that, given Sun Wukong's current capabilities, he cannot yet grasp this technique. His ability to wield it is solely due to Whis. It seems prudent to wait for Whis' next arrival to assist in training Sun Wukong, imparting the supreme ultimate technique, thus sparing myself the arduous effort. What a splendid idea! Yet, this moment is not one for contemplation of such thoughts. My gaze shifts to the motionless Broly. Indeed, after stabilizing his form, Broly has remained utterly still, standing in silence, a stillness that evokes an unsettling and ominous aura. Suddenly, Broly's eyes flutter open, his green irises intensify, deepening to an even darker hue. Where there was once reason in his gaze, now lies an empty, soulless void, completely devoid of rationality. He murmurs to himself, no, I will not disappoint. The hope, I will not. His body trembles violently, hinting at the impending eruption of a terrifying power. Lin Fan observed Broly's current demeanor and instantly comprehended his intentions. He resolved to temporarily abandon the purification technique, relinquishing reason in pursuit of a higher state, thereby acquiring formidable power. To some extent, the purification technique had preserved his rationality, presenting both advantages and disadvantages, particularly when confronting Lin Fan, as remaining in a state of purification made it exceedingly difficult to unleash his full potential. The technique enabled him to maintain composure, preventing harm to those familiar to him, especially Lin Fan. Without inflicting damage or succumbing to rage, the quest for a breakthrough proved arduous. Thus, he cast aside the purification technique, seeking to enter a frenzied state of disregard for everything. With Lin Fan as his master present, he believed he would not harm anyone. With a primal roar, he instantly transitioned into a state of fury, unleashing a torrent of power that shattered the earth beneath him, sending waves crashing violently, engulfing the land and rivers in a cataclysmic tide. Subsequently, a terrifying energy obliterated all in its path, heralding an apocalyptic scene. Within a single day, over 180 gifts had triggered the conditions for additional chapters, combined with yesterday's chapter, bringing the total to a minimum of 4 chapters, with just a few more gifts needed for an additional chapter. Chapter 82, A Twist of Fate. The awakening of Beerus in the hyperbolic time chamber. At this moment, the landscape was unrecognizable, obscured by flames. Broly maintained his Super Saiyan 3 form, yet the lightning and aura surrounding him had intensified, becoming more robust and frequent. This form represented the full power of the super ancient Scion 3, exponentially surpassing the original state. Son Goku, on the other hand, emanated dual auras. The outer layer radiated the red energy of the ultimate King Kai Fist, while the inner layer glowed with the azure hue of Super Saiyan Blue. His current state was not merely a change in aura. His overall combat power had increased 40-fold, though he still lagged behind Broly significantly. Beside him, Vegeta, although considerably weaker, had attained the full power of Super Saiyan Blue. However, in comparison to Goku and Broly, he fell short, particularly in relation to Broly. Nonetheless, Vegeta's full power state could soon achieve a breakthrough into a deeper blue form, which would bestow upon him substantial enhancements. Notifications indicated the following. Broly's base combat power surged to 20 billion, while his master received a doubled increase to 40 billion, with the effect of the Divine Servant. An additional 10 billion was acquired, resulting in a current base combat power of 670 billion for the host. Goku's base combat power increased by 15 billion, yielding a doubled increase for his master to 30 billion, bringing his base combat power to 700 billion. Vegeta's base combat power rose by 12 billion, with his master obtaining a doubled increase of 24 billion, leading to a current base combat power of 724 billion. Following Lin Fan's enhancement of base combat power, Broly, as a servant, received a tenth of the increase. Consequently, Lin Fan's total enhancement amounted to 104 billion, granting Broly an additional 10 billion in base combat power. Notifications continued. Broly's base combat power increased by 10 billion, while his master received a doubled enhancement of 28 billion. The host's current combat power now stood at a staggering 744.8 billion. Upon hearing a series of notifications from the system, Lin Fan couldn't help but murmur to himself. How splendid! Especially with the contract binding Broly as a servant, he had achieved 2 enhancements, akin to acquiring another disciple. Truly remarkable. While Lin Fan pondered these thoughts, the trio had already launched their assault against him. Bang, bang, bang. Their attacks were fierce, showing no mercy whatsoever. Yet, Lin Fan successfully deflected all their strikes. Indeed, the intensity of their onslaught was commendable, enough for him to feel a certain degree of pain. However, the strength of your combined efforts is merely average. I am convinced that this is not your full potential. Unleash your utmost capabilities. With such feeble force, you shall never surpass me. Provoked by Lin Fan's taunts, the trio intensified their assault, gradually matching his strength and even beginning to surpass him. In unison, they unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! Lin Fan struck with a powerful punch, only to be sent flying several dozen meters away. Seizing this opportunity, the 3 adversaries immediately unleashed their ki blasts. Broly aimed both hands at Lin Fan and unleashed a barrage of consecutive energy blasts, roaring with intensity. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of relentless ki blasts surged toward Lin Fan. Vegeta spread his arms wide, rapidly gathering energy, and bellowed, Super Ultimate Flash. Meanwhile, Son Goku clasped his hands together in a flower bud shape, positioning them at his waist, palms converging to form an energy sphere. Kamehameha. As the 3 energy attacks approached with an overwhelming force, Lin Fan remained utterly unperturbed. Activating his ability, he invoked Super Precognition. This power allowed him to foresee events occurring within the next 2 seconds. Fragments of the imminent events flooded his mind, and he was aware of everything that would transpire. A satisfied smile curved upon his lips. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 opponents watched in astonishment as Lin Fan effortlessly evaded their assaults, seemingly anticipating their attack trajectories. He deftly positioned himself in a space where the hundreds of ki blasts could not reach him, waiting with a smile as they whizzed by. Vegeta and Goku were left in awe, questioning the nature of this phenomenon. Broly, however, was beyond contemplation, consumed by rage and devoid of rational thought. He knew only to attack. Realizing his consecutive ki blasts had failed to strike Lin Fan, he charged forward, delivering a colossal punch aimed directly at him. Whoosh! Lin Fan swiftly evaded his attack, just as Vegeta and Son Wukong's fists approached. However, once again, Vegeta and Son Wukong realized that Lin Fan had already anticipated their moves and deftly dodged. Moreover, the location of his evasion was impeccably chosen to avoid their strikes. Simultaneously, Lin Fan delivered 2 powerful kicks to their chests, sending both opponents flying several dozen meters away, leaving only Broly to contend with him. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction realm, Whis was cradling his face with both hands, gazing at an hourglass beside him with delight, exclaiming, "Oh my, it will be ready soon." The moment he unveiled the instant noodles, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. In Beerus's chamber, the god of destruction lay sprawled on his bed in a starfish position. His blanket kicked to the foot of the bed. He was mumbling incoherently, his body writhing in a daze. When the enticing scent permeated the room, Beerus abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze wide as saucers, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the aroma. Just as Whis was about to indulge, Beerus snatched the noodles away. Whis, slightly surprised, inquired, "Oh, my lord Beerus, what brings you to wake so early? It isn't your usual time to arise." Based on his calculations, Beerus was not expected to awaken for another 10 days, making this early emergence quite unexpected. Beerus ignored the question and slurped down the noodles, leaving no broth behind. Observing his actions, Whis smiled. "My lord Beerus, you remain as uncouth as ever." Beerus dismissed his remark and queried, "Hey, Whis, what is this? Where did you procure it?" "This is instant noodles. Simply steep them in boiling water for 3 minutes, and they are ready to eat. They are quite delectable. They originate from a planet called Earth," Whis explained with a grin, waving his hand to produce another container of noodles from his angelic staff. Preparing to make some for himself, Beerus glared at him. "Whis, is this a bit excessive? What about mine?" Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth, and then produced 5 additional containers of instant noodles. Curiously, he asked, "My lord Beerus, how is it that you awakened 10 days early?" Beerus, eyeing the 5 containers of noodles, replied with enthusiasm, "Isn't it because of you, Whis?" "Because of me? My lord Beerus, you cannot be suggesting it is due to my noodles?" Beerus looked at Whis with a dismissive tone. "Is it not? Such a delicious treat. And you stole it without saving any for me. With such a tantalizing aroma wafting about, how could I possibly remain asleep?" Whis, familiar with Beerus's temperament, stifled a laugh. "However, Whis, there is another matter I must address upon my awakening." "Oh, what is it?" Whis inquired, intrigued. Beerus elaborated, "In my dreams, I encountered a formidable foe, one who is my rival. This individual resides within the 7th universe." "Oh, a rival? Who might that be?" Whis questioned, secretly pondering if the person he spoke of could be Lin Fan. Yet, considering Lin Fan's current strength, he seemed unlikely to challenge Beerus. Still, with the bloodline of the ancient scions combined with angelic lineage, he might not be weak after all. Perhaps he truly could stand as a rival to Beerus, provided Beerus refrained from using his destructive powers. While Whis contemplated these thoughts, he refrained from speaking them aloud. As Lin Fan was his cousin and currently favored by their father, he couldn't afford to stir trouble. Furthermore, as Lin Fan was now the supreme Kai of the universe, a conflict with Beerus seemed improbable, making it unlikely for him to be Beerus's rival. Perhaps there were others. At that moment, the hourglass indicated that 3 minutes had passed, and Beerus eagerly began devouring the instant noodles, slurping them noisily, quickly finishing 1 container. As he started on the second, he remarked, "I believe it is called super. Or perhaps ultimate. Something divine." Frustration washed over him as he exclaimed, "How infuriating. I just remembered it, and after a few bowls, it has slipped my mind." With that, Beerus raised his hand, unleashing a wave of destructive energy into the air, obliterating a nearby planet with a resounding crash. Whis chuckled, unfazed by the display. After all, destruction was the duty of a god of destruction. Once he finished his meal, Beerus tugged at his ears, deep in thought. What was it called? Super Scion God, perhaps? Oh dear, what is the full name? After a few minutes of contemplation, Beerus impatiently declared, "Regardless, it is related to the Scions. I recall that the Scions inhabit planet Vegeta." Whis interjected, "My lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Before your slumber, you commanded Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta, eradicating the Scions." Beerus paused, slightly taken aback. "Oh, were all the Scions exterminated?" Whis stood, using his staff to scan the 7th universe. Soon, the crystal ball revealed a peculiar image of a blue planet labeled Earth. Whis pondered momentarily. Earth? Could that refer to Lin Fan? But Lin Fan is a hybrid of angelic and ancient Scion blood. Does he truly count as a Scion? Or could there be other Scions on Earth? Noticing Whis's silence as he contemplated, Beerus inquired, "Hey, Whis, what is going on?" Whis, with his characteristic elegance, smiled. "My lord Beerus, I am currently investigating." He then resumed searching for any other Scions on Earth. After a brief period, he comprehended the situation and deactivated the crystal ball, explaining to Beerus, "At coordinates 95279-66989 on Earth, there exist Scions, the very ones who once defeated Frieza." Beerus was momentarily taken aback, intrigued, as he looked at Whis. "Oh, the Scions who vanquished Frieza? That fool Frieza, who claimed to be the Emperor of the universe. How could he have been defeated? Whis chuckled softly. His eyes filled with disdain, clearly not considering Frieza a significant threat. He elaborated, the Scions on Earth can transform into Super Scions. And it was in that form that they defeated Frieza. Upon hearing this, Beerus had a sudden realization. I recall now. It is Super Saiyan God. Indeed. It is Super Saiyan God. There must be a connection between Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God. Come, Whis, let us journey to Earth. Whis expressed his eagerness to visit Earth, promptly stating, as you wish, Lord Beerus. I also intend to ask Bulma for some instant noodles. You just consumed 5 buckets. And it pains me greatly. Beerus instantly realized, oh, I forgot that delightful thing called instant noodles hails from Earth. Indeed. Bulma mentioned that Earth is not merely home to such delectable fare, but is replete with an abundance of exquisite delicacies. Instant noodles are merely a modest culinary delight. Whis recalled Bulma's words with a sense of longing. He had long desired to return to Earth, yet considering Beerus's need for rest, he could not frequently depart unless there was a mission. This was his duty, as Beerus's attendant. He was responsible for changing the sheets and attending to his master's dietary needs. However, Whis, in this role, had not formally entered into a master-servant contract with Beerus. In essence, he was merely a nominal servant, as Beerus lacked the standing to establish such an agreement with Whis. The thought that Earth harbored a plethora of culinary treasures, with instant noodles merely ranking as average, caused Beerus to salivate profusely. Is that true, Whis? Indeed, it is true, Lord Beerus. Then what are you waiting for? Set forth to Earth at once. Yes, my lord. The two transformed into a streak of light and soared towards Earth. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Fan was oblivious to the fact that the enticing aroma of instant noodles had prematurely roused Beerus. Had he been aware, he would undoubtedly have prevented Bulma from offering instant noodles to Whis. At this moment, he was mercilessly toying with Broly and the other two, whose combat prowess had reached its utmost limits. They lay on the ground, breathless and struggling to rise, while Lin Fan continued to provoke them relentlessly. The Scions, aside from drawing strength from their fury, could also enhance their combat abilities when pushed to the brink of death. Upon revival, their power would significantly increase. Thus, Lin Fan deliberately drove the trio to the verge of death, simultaneously taunting them with his words, anticipating that when they revived, their combat strength would soar. After all, a decade spent within the hyperbolic time chamber equated to merely a day outside. He was in no rush, as time was on his side. With just 2 chapters remaining, it might be a tad late. Everyone should rest early and refrain from staying up late. By morning, they would be able to witness the continuation of the tale. Let the water boil as they strive onward. Chapter 84. Lin Fan's combat power upon emerging. 1 day later, Lin Fan emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber accompanied by Broly, Son Goku, and Vegeta. The quartet had spent a remarkable decade within its confines, during which they experienced significant enhancements in their abilities. Lin Fan has elevated his ancestral Scion transformation to the 4th stage, attaining the form of Super Ancestral Scion 4. He has also mastered the intricacies of angelic lineage. However, certain divine techniques elude him, such as the Ultra Instinct, which he has yet to grasp. Nevertheless, in the absence of Ultra Instinct, he possesses a plethora of other divine skills. His combat prowess has surged to an astonishing 260 quintillion in his normal state, a testament to the terrifying potential of his ancestral Scion bloodline, particularly when harmonized with his angelic heritage. Achieving a baseline of 260 quintillion within a decade is by no means extraordinary. His disciples have also experienced significant enhancements, blessed by their master's ascension. Son Goku has reached a normal state of 5 quintillion, while Vegeta has attained 4 quintillion. Broly, having entered into a master-servant contract with Lin Fan and being a disciple, has benefited from a dual enhancement, reaching 25 quintillion. Among his disciples, Broly stands as the mightiest. After a decade of rigorous training, he can transform into Super Ancient Scion 4. As for Son Goku and Vegeta, they remain in their Super Saiyan Blue forms, a limitation stemming from Lin Fan's inability to impart a more potent evolutionary state, as he has yet to acquire such an evolution himself. There is hope. Once the system reveals superior evolutionary forms, he will educate them. However, Lin Fan has devised his own plan. Although Son Goku and Vegeta may not match Broly's strength, they possess the ability to fuse into Vegeto, allowing them to contend fiercely with Broly in his Super Ancient Scion 4 form. Should they achieve a new evolutionary state before fusing, Broly may find himself at a disadvantage. The units of combat power are as follows: 100 million, trillion, quadrillion, quintillion, sextillion, septillion, octillion, nonillion, decillion, undecillion, and so forth. Each major unit is further subdivided into units of 1, 10, 100, and 1,000, such as 100 million, 1 billion, 10 billion, and so forth. In an instant, Lin Fan soared back to his chair. Gazing at Vegeta and his companions, he proclaimed, "You may return now. After such an extensive period of training, I too am weary and yearn for a moment of repose." Vegeta, equally eager to depart, reflected on his continuous sojourn in the hyperbolic time chamber. Although merely 2 days had elapsed in the outside world, he had experienced the passage of 20 years within those confines. It felt as though he had been estranged from his beloved wife, Bulma, for 2 decades. With a sense of urgency, he hastened homeward. Goku, too, sensed the prolonged absence from his own abode, and with a swift turn, he took flight towards home. As for Broly, his thoughts turned to his father, Paragus. He lifted his gaze towards the cosmos. Lin Fan observed Broly's actions and could not help but inquire, "Do you miss your father?" Broly, without any pretense, gently nodded. "Yes, master." "Have you forgiven him?" Lin Fan reminded, "For you, these 2 days have felt like 20 years. Yet for your father, it has merely been 2 days." To be honest, Lin Fan harbored no fondness for Paragus. He held a deep-seated disdain for a father who exploited his own son. However, for Broly, he remained his father, with whom he had shared so many years of life. After a moment of contemplation, Broly replied, "Though he is indeed a scoundrel, he is still my father. In a short time, I cannot forgive him. Yet, after spending 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, I feel I have already forgiven him, and my hatred has diminished. Especially as I am on the verge of mastering the purification technique. I have come to view these matters with greater detachment." As he spoke, Broly rose respectfully and gazed at Lin Fan, bowing as he said, "Master Lin Fan, if possible, I kindly request your assistance in bringing my father to Earth." Lin Fan harbored a profound affection for Broly, recognizing his immense potential and obedient nature. In Lin Fan's eyes, Broly was a good child. Given this fondness, he was inclined to consider Broly's requests. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "Broly, I can assist you in bringing Paragus to Earth. However, I shall not keep him by my side, as I do not favor such individuals." Broly, not expecting Lin Fan to allow his father to remain close, expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Lin Fan, thank you. Bringing my father here is enough. Let him survive on Earth independently. Nevertheless, Broly, there is something I must convey to you. You are aware that I am now the Grand Kaishin, and you are a servant of the gods. Should your father commit any malevolent acts that endanger Earth, I will intervene." Lin Fan deemed it essential to clarify this matter to Broly. He truly disliked Paragus. Yet he was willing to extend this favor for Broly's sake. If Paragus behaved and lived peacefully on Earth, Lin Fan would turn a blind eye. However, if he dared to cause trouble on Earth or elsewhere, Lin Fan would not hesitate to act decisively. Broly immediately reassured him, "Master Lin Fan, rest assured. I will convey this to my father and ensure he behaves properly, relinquishing any vengeful thoughts." Meanwhile, upon returning home, Vegeta promptly sought out Bulma. He found Bulma and Trunks engaged in a game of chess in the yard. Vegeta barked, "Trunks, go play elsewhere. I need to discuss something with your mother." Trunks, sensing his father's stern demeanor, complied reluctantly, muttering, I'll go find Goten." Once Trunks had departed, Vegeta's gaze towards Bulma shifted to one of mischief. Noticing the change in his expression, Bulma immediately grasped what was on his mind. Her curiosity piqued. "What are you scheming now? You haven't been this eager in quite some time." Vegeta coolly explained, "I spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber." Upon realizing this, Bulma turned towards the bedroom. But Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, swiftly flew after her, whisking her away. Meanwhile, Goku returned home to find Chi-Chi watching television. Rubbing the back of his head, he said, "Chi-Chi, I crave your cooking." Chi-Chi momentarily paused, her eyes lighting up as she instantly understood his meaning. For a long time, she had been deceiving Goku, using their mahjong games as a pretext for preparing meals. There was no denying that Goku's intellect in certain matters was rather lacking. Calling him foolish would not be an exaggeration. Filled with joy, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Come on, Goku, let us cook." Lin Fan was unaware that his 2 beloved disciples had already embarked on the path to happiness. At this moment, he had just brought Paragus to Earth and casually sought a secluded mountain to harness divine power and construct a modest abode. The dwelling was not extensive, comprising 2 rooms, one designated for Paragus and the other for Broly. The decision to create 2 rooms was made with the consideration that Broly would occasionally return to visit Paragus. Everything he did was for the sake of Broly. Lin Fan glanced at Paragus at a loss for words, then turned to Broly and smiled. I shall take my leave now. Once you have arranged everything, return to your training. Yes, master. Earlier, when fetching Paragus from Wampa Star, Lin Fan had similarly said nothing, not even offering warnings. He believed it would be more appropriate for Broly to deliver such admonitions. As his master, he found it somewhat inappropriate to threaten his disciple's father. After Lin Fan departed, Broly looked at his father, Paragus, his lips twitching slightly as he asked, Father, are you all right? Paragus, somewhat irate, retorted, Broly, I thought you were going to abandon your father. I believed you would leave me on Wampa Star to fend for myself while you enjoyed your freedom here. Faced with his father's anger, Broly could only explain, Father, that is not my intention. I was simply very upset at the time. As your son, it pained me to see you treat me that way. He sighed, choosing not to dwell on the past. Father, let us reconcile. Paragus turned his head away disdainfully and huffed, Broly, if you truly wish to mend our relationship, then heed my words. Let us rule the universe together and become its emperors. We shall seize planet Vegeta and vanquish King Vegeta. Broly was taken aback by his father's continued ambitions for universal domination and urged, Father, with Master Lin Fan around, we stand no chance of ruling the universe. He will not allow us to commit such atrocities. Moreover, planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza, and King Vegeta is dead. We have no need for vengeance. Broly refrained from mentioning Vegeta's continued existence, knowing that revealing this would incite his father to seek revenge against him. This was something he strongly opposed. Having spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had formed a decent rapport with Goku and Vegeta, discovering that both were rather commendable companions. One was innocent and harmless, while the other, though seemingly cold and proud, possessed a heart of gold beneath a rough exterior, often lamenting during training sessions. Paragus, surprised by Broly's words, exclaimed, What? King Vegeta and Planet Vegeta are no more? Broly had learned this news from Vegeta during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber. Indeed. They were destroyed by Frieza. Paragus furrowed his brow. I know of Frieza. He is the emperor of the universe, and the Scions served him. Why would he turn against his own kind? Broly explained, Frieza feared the emergence of the Super Saiyan. But I heard from Master Lin Fan that someone was manipulating Frieza from behind the scenes. He did not divulge who it was, although Paragus found this hard to believe. He recognized that Broly appeared sincere. He understood his son's character well. Under normal circumstances, Broly would not deceive him and would struggle to tell a lie. How unfortunate for King Vegeta. But let us not dwell on his demise. Our goal of universal domination must not waver. Since we have arrived on this planet, let us begin our conquest here. Paragus observed that this planet was quite suitable for habitation, teeming with life. A populous planet was ideal for conquering. Fulfilling his desire for cosmic supremacy, his imagination ran wild, envisioning the masses chanting, Long live Paragus. Seeing his father's obsession, Broly warned once more, Father, cease your delusions of conquering the universe. Master Lin Fan will never allow such a thing to transpire. Furthermore, I have no desire to rule the universe. I only wish to train alongside Master Lin Fan. Paragus glared at Broly in disbelief. Are you trying to drive me to madness? Get out. Leave me at once. Broly, sensing his father's fury, realized he must depart, just as Master Lin Fan had advised. Although he had spent 20 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, only 2 days had passed in the outside world. What could his father possibly change in such a brief time? Father, you should live your life as you see fit. I will seek out Master, he declared before vanishing in an instant. Paragus was momentarily stunned by Broly's prowess. Has he become this powerful? To vanish in the blink of an eye? With his assistance? I could surely conquer the universe. I must find a way to persuade Broly. It would be a shame to waste such formidable strength on anything less than universal domination. 2 hours later, Vegeta lay on his bed, hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. Bulma, after this period of training, my power has reached unprecedented heights. Master Lin Fan is truly formidable. Bulma stood up, walking towards the bathroom, quipping, Weren't you once quite disdainful of Lin Fan? Now you call him master so easily. Vegeta turned his head slightly to glance at the well-maintained Bulma. Suddenly, he sensed an overwhelming aura approaching his home, prompting him to leap to his feet and don his battle attire with haste. He swiftly moved outside, eyes fixed on the sky as a streak of light descended. Upon recognizing the 2 figures landing, Vegeta's expression morphed into one of sheer terror. The individual resembling a cat-like deity was none other than Beerus, the god of destruction, who had left an indelible mark of fear upon him during his childhood. His father, King Vegeta, had once left the most comfortable pillow in the universe for himself and given the second best to Beerus, inciting the god's wrath. Vegeta had received a thorough beating, rendered utterly defenseless, and when he had attempted to intervene, a mere glance from Beerus had left him incapacitated. This experience had haunted him relentlessly, forever etched in his memory as a nightmare. Certainly, it is primarily due to the admiration I have always held for my father that witnessing him being trampled by Beerus without daring to resist has profoundly shaken my inner self. The two individuals who have suddenly arrived are none other than the god of destruction, Beerus, and his attendant, Whis. Initially, they intended to seek out the Supreme Kai. But Beerus, unable to resist his desire for delectable food, decided to visit Bulma first. Simultaneously, he sought Vegeta to inquire about the Super Saiyan God. "Greetings, Prince Vegeta," Beerus cheerfully greeted upon noticing the fear-stricken expression on Vegeta's face. Vegeta, upon hearing Beerus's words, hesitated and stammered, "Why yes, Lord Beerus." Surprised, Beerus remarked, "Oh, you remember me? It seems my impression on you during your childhood was quite profound." Vegeta's mouth twitched slightly. Indeed, it was profound. Ignoring Vegeta's demeanor, Beerus nonchalantly inquired, "I heard from Bulma that there is an abundance of delicious food on Earth. Might you be willing to treat us?" In this regard, Beerus displayed a degree of politeness. Yet it would be a grave error to assume he is a benevolent being merely because of his courteous speech. His politeness is a facade intended to instill the necessary reverence for a deity like himself among the inhabitants of the universe. Yeet? Vegeta was dumbfounded. Beerus had come here simply for food. Once he regained his composure, he hastily nodded, saying, "Certainly, please wait a moment." He prepared to swiftly move to find his wife. "Wait, Vegeta." Before he could leave, Beerus called him back. "Is there anything else, Lord Beerus?" Vegeta felt an immense pressure. Despite possessing a battle power of 4 quintillion in his normal state, he sensed that before Beerus, he appeared utterly insignificant, even fearing he could be obliterated in an instant. "Vegeta, do you know of the Super Saiyan God?" Beerus asked. Vegeta froze for a moment. "The Super Saiyan God? Isn't that the transformation that Kakarot and I undergo? Why does Beerus seek this?" Beerus closely observed Vegeta's expressions and eyes, casually probing, "Oh, you seem to know about the Super Saiyan God. Where might he be?" Vegeta, cautious, did not rush to respond but instead asked carefully, "Lord Beerus, what do you seek the Super Saiyan God for?" Beerus, without any intention of concealing his motives, stated plainly, "Nothing much. I've heard the Super Saiyan God is quite formidable, and I wish to spar with him." "Ah." Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "The Super Saiyan God is formidable? Beerus wishes to spar?" Even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. "Lord Beerus, to be frank, the Super Saiyan God is not your opponent, so..." Before Vegeta could finish his sentence, Beerus frowned, and a terrifying, sharp aura seemed to emanate from his brow. "Vegeta, where is the Super Saiyan God? Bring him forth at once, or else..." He raised his right hand, and a fist-sized purple energy sphere appeared at his fingertip. Though merely the size of a fist, Vegeta sensed the terrible energy contained within it. As if a mere flick could annihilate everything, including this very planet. Had Beerus discerned his thoughts, he would have smirked, acknowledging Vegeta's perceptiveness. Glancing around the villa, Vegeta knew he had those he needed to protect. For their sake, he would sacrifice everything. "In truth, I am the Super Saiyan God." Beerus, surprised, retracted the destructive energy sphere. "You are the Super Saiyan God? You are not deceiving me, are you? You must understand the consequences of lying to me." His final words were laced with the weight of destructive energy, causing Vegeta to involuntarily shudder, memories of his father being trampled by Beerus flooding back. Cautiously, he replied, "I understand." Observing Vegeta's demeanor, Beerus questioned, "The Super Saiyan God I saw in my dreams was not like you. He had red hair and was enveloped in a red aura. How can I trust that you are the Super Saiyan God in your current state?" Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, they Saiyans are capable of transformations." Beerus responded, "Oh, I forgot. Then transform." Vegeta nodded affirmatively, yes. Clenching his fists, he summoned the godly power within him. Beerus noted the divine energy surging within Vegeta, intrigued. With a mighty roar, Vegeta transformed into the Super Saiyan God Super Red. His power surged dramatically. His hair and eyes turned red, and a crimson aura enveloped his form. Beerus exclaimed with delight, "Indeed, this resembles the Super Saiyan God of my dreams, yet it feels as though something is missing." "What could be missing?" Beerus pondered, tugging at his long ears in frustration. What on earth could it be? He then turned his gaze back to Vegeta. Since you are the Super Saiyan God, let us proceed. He beckoned with his hand, the implication clear. However, Vegeta hesitated, daunted by the formidable adversary who had haunted him since childhood. Beerus, noticing Vegeta's reluctance to strike, looked down on him with contempt, mocking, Scions are all the same. Always unable to lift their heads, forever bound to their subservience. Dreams are merely dreams. The notion of a Super Saiyan God is but a jest. This planet has no reason to exist. He raised his hand, and a purple energy sphere materialized above it. This was not destructive energy, merely a manifestation of divine power. Yet it was more than sufficient to obliterate Earth. Beerus flicked the energy sphere toward Vegeta, taunting, let this planet perish alongside you, Super Saiyan God. As the energy sphere grew larger and hurtled toward him, Vegeta's mind erupted in panic, sending chills down his spine, as he realized Earth was doomed. Earth was truly about to meet its end. Muttering to himself, his eyes were filled with a dull grayness. Whis spoke softly, Lord Beerus. This Super Saiyan God seems to be somewhat. At that moment, Vegeta rushed towards the energy sphere, placing both hands against it. In his moment of despair, images of Bulma and Trunks flashed through his mind. He realized that this was not planet Vegeta, but Earth, where there were those he needed to protect. Even if it meant his own demise, he was determined to safeguard them. Observing Vegeta's actions, Whis' gentle and refined face broke into a smile. Oh, it seems I must retract my earlier statement. He had intended to suggest that this Super Saiyan God was rather cowardly. Beerus, with a cool demeanor, also displayed a hint of amusement. He wasn't genuinely interested in destroying Earth, but rather wished to provoke Vegeta into action. He wanted to test the strength of this Super Saiyan God, to discern whether he was merely a paper tiger. Yet, if he were indeed a mere facade, why would Beerus dream of him? As deities, their dreams carried profound significance, far from the trivial nature of ordinary dreams. Thus, even if Vegeta appeared weak, Beerus still wished to gauge the power of this Super Saiyan God. Of course, if Earth were on the brink of destruction and Vegeta lacked the courage to confront him, there would be no need to test the Super Saiyan God's strength. Vegeta pressed against the energy sphere, exerting all his strength, and with a sudden motion, he hurled the energy sphere into the cosmos, shouting, "What nonsense! Get lost!" The energy sphere soared into the sky, where it erupted with a thunderous explosion, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that enveloped the land. In an instant, everyone on Earth felt this overwhelming force. Ordinary people instinctively screamed in terror and dropped to the ground in submission. Goku, who had been playing mahjong, halted his actions upon sensing this dreadful power, focusing intently. Oh, it's coming from Vegeta's direction? With Chi-Chi's protection, she remained largely unaffected. Noticing Goku's sudden stillness, she curiously asked, Goku, what's wrong? Gotta step out for a moment. Goku replied, bringing his fingers together to sense Vegeta's energy. Super Saiyan God? He felt that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan God, clearly facing some adversary. Wait, Goku, Chi-Chi began. But Goku had already vanished. When he reappeared, he stood in front of Vegeta and the others. Whis, Beerus, and Vegeta instinctively twitched at the corners of their mouths upon seeing Goku's sudden arrival. Vegeta exclaimed, Kakarot, what are you doing? You can't just show up without any clothes. Realizing his embarrassing state, Goku glanced at them sheepishly and apologized. Sorry, I was just cooking with Chi-Chi. I'll be right back. With a whoosh, he used instant transmission to return home. Hearing Kakarot's words, Vegeta mused that, like himself, the first thing Goku did upon returning home was seek out his wife. However, he had already finished, so why was Goku still? Was it possible that he cared more than I do? Whoosh. Goku reappeared, now dressed in his usual training attire. After glancing at Whis and Beerus, he turned to Vegeta and asked, Vegeta, what's going on? Why have you transformed into a Super Saiyan God? Beerus looked at Goku with intrigue, realizing that Goku was significantly stronger than Vegeta in his normal state. Such a small planet harbored two formidable fighters. It was a pity that Earth was on the brink of extinction. Goku, puzzled, asked Beerus, what do you mean by on the brink of extinction? Kakarot, he intends to destroy Earth. Vegeta bluntly stated, fully aware of Goku's lack of intelligence. Upon hearing that Beerus intended to destroy Earth, Goku firmly declared, destroying Earth is absolutely unacceptable. Vegeta, why aren't you defeating him? Vegeta felt a pang of anguish. How he wished he could defeat Beerus. Yet, he knew he was no match for him and could not overcome his inner fear. Seeing Vegeta silent, Goku, though unsure of the reasons, warned Beerus, you better leave and not destroy Earth. Haha. Beerus chuckled at Goku's words, finding amusement in the audacity of this mortal commanding him to leave. You are quite an interesting fellow, however. I am curious what you possess that could compel me to depart. Without further ado, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and charged at Beerus, delivering a powerful punch. Beerus effortlessly caught Goku's arm, pinching it with his fingers, causing Goku to scream in agony. After releasing him, Beerus observed his own swollen arm, now red and puffy. Goku quickly realized that Super Saiyan 3 was no match for Beerus. Therefore, he decided to transform again. With determination, he became a Super Saiyan God. Huh? Beerus looked at Goku in surprise. You too can transform into a Super Saiyan God? He had believed only Vegeta could achieve this form, yet here was Goku, also capable of it. Wasn't the Super Saiyan God supposed to be unique? Goku nodded confidently. Yes. With that, he charged at Beerus with incredible speed, igniting Beerus's interest. This fighter was far more engaging than Vegeta. Bang! The two exchanged blows, and Goku was sent flying back several meters. Steadying himself, he launched another attack. His face alight with excitement. Gaining momentum, he relentlessly assaulted Beerus, yet each of his punches was easily sidestepped. When Beerus chose not to evade, he delivered a swift kick that sent Goku flying over 100 meters away. As they continued their battle, they soared into the atmosphere. Beerus casually remarked, "You are much more entertaining than Vegeta. He is quite cowardly." Goku immediately countered, "No, Vegeta is not cowardly. He is very brave." "Is he? I fail to perceive that." Beerus smirked disdainfully. On the ground, Bulma emerged from the room and, upon seeing Vegeta in his Super Saiyan God form, inquired with confusion, "Vegeta, what is the matter?" Before Vegeta could respond, her gaze shifted to Whis. "Oh, Mr. Whis, you have arrived." She mistakenly assumed that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan God out of animosity towards Whis, preparing to confront him. "Vegeta, you mustn't misunderstand. Mr. Whis is not an adversary, but a friend of Master Lin Fan." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted as he realized, indeed, Master Lin Fan. With him around, Beerus cannot possibly destroy Earth. However, why has Master Lin Fan not yet descended? His thoughts lingered momentarily. Lin Fan had already arrived with Broly, Tien Shinhan, and others. In truth, he sensed Beerus's approach even before the latter reached Earth. He noticed that this diverged somewhat from the original narrative in the source material. Beerus first arrived at the Kaioshin realm before making his way to Earth, whereas now he had landed directly on the planet. However, Lin Fan paid little heed to these discrepancies, for he was acutely aware that his presence had undoubtedly influenced many aspects of Dragon Ball Super since his arrival. For instance, Goku's Super Saiyan Blue and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue, which were originally intended to be taught by Whis, had instead been imparted under his own tutelage. In a certain sense, he had effectively altered the course of Dragon Ball Super's history.